Upon awakening, Zeander found himself and his biological father transported to 1990s England. The Cold War was on the verge of conclusion, and his father appeared to be rubbing his hands together, eager to capitalize on his foresight. Trembling, Zeander clutched the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry acceptance letter and inquired, "Father, might you indulge me once more with your full name? It seems to be Tom Riddle? Oh, and I believe my middle name is Marvelo." Zeander felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Could it be that his father had transformed into Voldemort from the Harry Potter universe? With numerous adversaries lurking, there was no choice but to conceal their identities, starting with the ruse of deceiving Dumbledore, who had come to visit. Thus began Zeander's journey of mastering the art of acting while pondering how to resolve the minor issues surrounding himself and his father. However, he gradually discovered that matters were unfolding in a manner entirely divergent from his expectations. There were discrepancies in character portrayals, the emergence of Muggle forces, and an unsettling demeanor from his father. But what of it? It is humanity that wields magic, not vice versa. The wheels of time had already begun to turn if given the opportunity. Why not attempt to alter the course of history? Can one truly cleanse their name? If not, then perhaps it is time to inherit the family legacy. Alas, I had always considered myself a pacifist. So, can the Dark Lord and the Savior coexist? Pondered the future Dark Lord, Zeander Riddle. Chapter 1. A transmigration, yet it seems my father has led me astray. Beneath a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds and the melodious chirping of birds, Tang Anchi gradually stirred from a profound slumber. Clutching a soft blanket, he opened his eyes to behold an unfamiliar ceiling. Tang Anchi suspected he was ensnared in a dream. He turned onto his left side. A magnificent floor-to-ceiling window allowed sunlight to cascade into the room. Such an exquisite window was beyond his family's means indeed. It must be a dream. He flipped onto his right side, that a strikingly handsome man of foreign descent was crouched at the bedside, gazing intently at him. Tang Anchi instinctively pushed the man's face away and sprang from the bed. "Who are you? Does little Anchi not remember his father?" The man feigned surprise, covering his face in a mock display of pity. "My father, who has been missing for 3 months, does not resemble this." Wait, upon reflection, the man's audacious behavior as he crouched by the bed was indeed reminiscent of his biological father's. Has he undergone cosmetic surgery? Upon closer scrutiny, while he appeared to hail from another country, there were undeniable resemblances. Perhaps it was time to test the waters? Tang. Li. Duh. After vanishing for 3 months, you dare to seek me out? Have you found another sister to mooch off of? I have never mooched off anyone. Do not speak nonsense. I have always been devoted to your mother, earning only honest wages that I merely found myself transcended thus. My disappearance is quite normal. The man acknowledged Tang Lide's name, answering with a forced chuckle. So, it turns out, he has transmigrated. What? Tang Anchi was left in a state of bewilderment. Tang Lide explained, 3 months ago, when I ventured out, inadvertently stumbled into another realm. Upon my arrival, I was bound to a system that instructed me to navigate this world and undertake various tasks. I insisted that I could not bear this existence alone and demanded that you be brought to me for our reunion. After much persistence, he finally acquiesced, stating that I would be able to see you once I completed my tasks. Thus, I have been through life-threatening challenges. Stop, that's enough. I understand no need for further embellishments. Tang Anchi interjected, reluctantly accepting Tang Lide's account. However, he knew from the outset that his father was about to spin a tale of absurdity. Why did he reluctantly accept it? Because Tang Anchi himself had transitioned from a freshly minted adult to the form of an 11-year-old student. Why was it only a reluctant acceptance? Because he had just finished his college entrance examinations and was ready to enjoy his vacation. Now, with this sudden displacement, not only had his stature diminished, but he was also compelled to return to elementary school. He fervently wished this was not his reality. Cursed education. Tang Anchi could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. Foolish father, seeing his dad beside him, inexplicably grinning like a fool, only fueled his irritation, and he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl his pillow at him. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Anchi inquired. "Seeing you shrink reminds me of your childhood. Little Anchi was so easy to deceive back then." Tang Lide's expression turned nostalgic. And indeed, the pillow flew through the air. "How brutish," Tang Lide remarked, shaking out his newspaper and observing the news with a tisque of disapproval. Tang Anchi rolled his eyes, suspecting this was a jab at him. His 11-year-old physique was indeed feeble, easily subdued by an adult's playful grasp. He chewed on a meat pie in indignation that, to be fair, Tang Lide's culinary skills were commendable. He had always excelled in Chinese cuisine, and now his Western dishes were equally impressive. As Tang Anchi finished his main course and began to indulge in dessert, Tang Lide set down his newspaper. "My son, since we have traversed to this new realm, what name do you wish to adopt?" Tang Lide inquired. Tang Anchi offered no response, merely displaying an expression of exasperation. Naming yourself, or even choosing a true name, is a rare opportunity. Show a bit of excitement, Tang lied, urged. Is it possible? Tang Anchi set down his fork, that you have never actually informed me of your name in this world? Tang lied's eyes widened in realization. Ah, my name was assigned by the system, and I have scarcely used it. Let me see. It is Tom Riddle. Though it may be somewhat common, it does have a nice ring to it, as Tang is a prominent surname. Tang Anchi was torn between mocking the infrequency of use and the fact that he shared a name with the infamous villain from Harry Potter. Ultimately, he suppressed the urge to quip about being little Tom Riddle and committing patricide, instead pointing randomly at the newspaper beside him. This one will do. Tang lied leaned in to take a look, chuckling. Alexander? A fine name indeed, sharing its title with Alexander the Great. T signifies protector of the people. He scrutinized Tang Anchi further and suggested, you might need a nickname. How about Zeander? Zeander Riddle sounds rather appealing. Suit yourself. Tang Anchi nodded indifferently. Do you want a middle name? Tang lied, asked again. As long as it makes you happy. Tang Anchi replied helplessly, continuing to nod. You must think it through. This will be your true name from now on. If I were to name you, how about Thompson? Tang lied chuckled. It means son of Tom. You are my father, so what you say naturally counts. Before Tang Anchi could finish his sentence, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Host Alexander Zeander Thompson Riddle has been confirmed system binding successful. Tang Anchi, or perhaps he should now be called Zeander, widened his eyes in bewilderment. Though he was unsure of what had transpired, an instinct told Zeander that it must have been Tang lied's doing. Since it was done without his notification, it surely boded ill. You, my son, this system sounds quite fitting for a high schooler traversing realms. Your old man is past his prime and no longer suited for system tasks that you'll have to figure out how to use this system on your own. I won't meddle. I might have to rely on you for sustenance in the future, Tang lied said, swiftly clearing the plates and cutlery from the table to prevent Zeander from obtaining any weapons. Before retreating to the kitchen to wash dishes, even locking the door behind him to S.O. You brought me to this other world, not for a heartfelt reunion, but rather to have me take over your duties. Zeander was rendered speechless with rage. Having just endured 3 years of high school, he now found himself in an alternate realm, forced to work for his father in this system. Would he be subjected to an unending existence? Reflecting on what his father had just said about life and death, would he now have to face it all alone? He would never again believe his father's tall tales. It was no wonder that amidst all the chatter, his current occupation had never been mentioned. Perhaps there was no job at all, and he would have to fend for himself. He had no idea how they had come to reside in this villa. Wait, was this villa rented or purchased with a loan? Would he have to pay off a mortgage or cover rent for this place? Suddenly, lunch had lost its flavor. Zeander felt as though the new life that had just begun had already lost all hope. Chapter 2. The System and the Hogwarts Acceptance Letter. However, the reality was not as dire as Zeander had imagined. In fact, upon finishing the dishes, old Tom was taken aback to find Zeander seated in a state of despondency. After inquiring about the cause, Tom burst into hearty laughter, reassuring Zeander, worry not about finances. It is 1991. We are time travelers, riding the wave of the era. How could we fail to earn? He added, I have established a company. And this villa was purchased outright. Zeander exhaled in relief, preparing to ascend the stairs to his room. Just then, Tom smacked his forehead as if recalling something important. Calling out to Zeander, the birth date I registered for you is August 7th, 1980, the same as your previous one. Therefore, you should start attending secondary school in September. Remember to read more. Impossible. Reading is out of the question. Zeander deliberately ignored Tom's reminder and trudged upstairs. What to do? It was unbearably dull. He had just woken up and couldn't sleep. Yet, the books were all in English, which he had no desire to peruse. Although he could, with great difficulty, decipher some text thanks to his recent high school exams, it was hardly akin to tackling English comprehension. He had forgotten that he was in England, where pure English instruction prevailed. Previously, he had only been exposed to American English, and he was still not proficient. What would he do if he couldn't understand the lessons? Oh, system, where art thou when I need thee? Zeander poked at the luminous screen before him. While he could click with his mind, the tactile sensation of tapping on a tablet evoked memories of a high-tech era. Host, Zeander Riddle. Age, 11. Talent, unknown. Tasks, gray, unopened. Remarks, none. With no tasks to undertake and no customer service available, it remained unclear whether it was a mall, a gotcha game, or a point system. And the system bore no name. What was its purpose? Zeander rolled around on his bed, grumbling. Since his father was now wealthy, did that mean he need not strive? Suddenly, a tapping sound resonated from the glass window. Turning, Zeander saw an owl pecking at the window, clutching an envelope. Curious, he rushed over and opened the window. The owl dropped the letter into his arms and proceeded to land on the carpet to preen its feathers. Zeander's heart soared as he beheld the beautifully adorned envelope. eagerly tearing it open, only to be struck by the all-English letter. It was written in a flowing cursive script. He could not comprehend a word. Let it perish. Cursive should be abolished. The proper script for exams is the standard. He reclined back down. System, help me. The magical curriculum will undoubtedly be filled with obscure terms in Latin, and I can hardly recognize Chinese characters, let alone English ones. Detected. Preliminary task, Hogwarts letter, has been completed. System tailored to host circumstances. Dark Lord cultivation system at your service. Taskbar unlocked. Newbie gift pack activated. Daily English proficiency package loaded. Locked. Remarks updated. The young lion dares to challenge his formidable father, truly a worthy progeny of the Dark Lord, destined to become the next ruler of darkness. He audaciously compares the Slytherin-born Dark Lord to a lion. No, in truth, his father is indeed Voldemort. Zeander, in a state of panic, clutched the letter and rushed out to find Tom. Upon exiting, he spotted Tom ascending the staircase. Zeander lunged forward, nearly sending Tom tumbling down the stairs. What a commotion. Acting like a genuine child, Tom caught Zeander and steadied himself against the railing. Zeander inquired, Dad, what is your name again? Tom replied, Tom Riddle. Oh right. I believe I have a middle name, Marvelo. Zeander then asked, Dad, may I change my surname? Tom responded, Is Riddle not pleasant? Zeander turned away with a disdainful sound before posing a serious question. Are you the Dark Lord? Tom, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? The Dark Duke? You don't know? I don't, replied Zeander. Haven't you seen Harry Potter? I have. It seems to be a film. Isn't the protagonist named? I see. You haven't watched it. You must change your surname with me. What is the matter? Tom looked quite confused. Your name has garnered too many enemies. It's ill-fated. Let us change it, Dad. Zeander sighed, realizing that his father was utterly unaware of the identity he had assumed. This was a genuine matter of life and death. Perhaps it isn't necessary, Tom said. Is this letter meant for you? Take a look at the name written on it. Zeander glanced down. Ah, Alexander Thompson Fiennes. He exclaimed, the surname of the actor who portrayed Voldemort. Upon examining the envelope, he added, Goodness, Fiennes residence, second-floor bedroom. Dad, what made you consider changing your name? Zeander queried curiously. The system advised me, stating that one in my profession cannot use their true name while traversing the world. A pseudonym is required, Tom asserted confidently. What system do you have on your end? The fraudster system. Excellent. Truly tailored for you. Dad, did you acquire that company through deceit? Zeander chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Tom scolded with a smile. He snatched the letter to read it himself. A letter of admission to a magical school? Tom read it twice, a look of confusion crossing his face. Still delivered by owl, Zeander remarked. I knew you were wondering where that letter came from. Tom scrutinized the letter again, then turned to Zeander. Come, perform some magic. I haven't learned it yet. Zeander reclaimed his letter and retreated to his room to compose a reply. After swiftly writing and sealing the response, he entrusted it to the owl and began to explore his newly unlocked task list. Task list, daily tasks, 1. Learn a new dark magic, 01. 2. Practice dark magic 100 times, 0100. 3. Read dark magic books for 3 hours, 03. What is this? Zeander, reluctant to let dark magic influence his mind, bypass these tasks. Main quest. Your current choices may impact the forthcoming tasks. Make friends with the Savior. An exceptional Dark Lord ought to conceal himself within the ranks of the Savior's entourage, allowing for an opportunity for betrayal and the possibility of redemption. Let us commence by forging a bond with the Savior. To harbor enmity towards the Savior is paramount. The Savior stands as the adversary of the Dark Lord, an entity destined for eradication. Seize every opportunity to strike at your foe, beginning with establishing a vendetta against the Savior. To become the Savior, one might ponder, could it be that the Dark Lord is, in fact, the Savior, and the Savior the Dark Lord? Presently, the Savior lacks the strength to confront the Dark Lord. Perhaps it is better for you to assume that role. Start by becoming acquainted with Dumbledore before the Savior does. Is the difficulty of the chosen path rather daunting? Zeander mused. Must he traverse back to a time before Harry Potter's birth to meet Dumbledore? No. Harry has been born, but he has not yet made his entrance. Zeander continued to peruse the options. Long-term quest. 1. Acquire the Philosopher's Stone. This might prove advantageous to you. Yet, the Dark Lord may choose to possess it, regardless of its utility. 2. Gather the Dark Lord's soul fragments. Destruction or restoration lies solely in your hands. In any case, you shall ultimately supplant the Dark Lord. Zeander finally recalled that Voldemort had fragmented his own soul. If Voldemort's fragmentation were to impact his father's mind, then it would be imperative to erase Voldemort's consciousness and return the fragments to his father. Alas, Harry, I shall assume the role of the Savior. Resolutely, Zeander selected the main quest. Then, the system interface refreshed. Quest completed. Zeander. Chapter 3, Dumbledore's Visit. While Zeander remained in a state of bewilderment, a knock resonated at his bedroom door. The voice of his father, Tom, echoed from the outside. indicating that a teacher from that magical school had come for a home visit. He should tidy up and prepare to receive guests. Zeander glanced at the task completed on the screen, an expression of astonishment overtaking him. Could it be that Dumbledore himself had come to visit? Wait, father, as Voldemort. Will it truly be acceptable for you to meet Dumbledore directly? Disregarding his father's request to tidy up, Zeander hurried downstairs, hoping that his father, devoid of memories, could evade Dumbledore's legitimacy, appearing merely as an unfortunate Muggle. Let us rewind to the moment Zeander had just bound himself to the system. Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts was in the midst of organizing the responses to the admission letters. This day was July 31st. All letters of acceptance for new students had been dispatched on July 24th, with only Harry Potter's response still outstanding. Professor Minerva McGonagall found it difficult not to lament Dumbledore's insistence on entrusting Harry to that utterly unsuitable Muggle family. Had this remarkable child been placed with any wizarding family, he would not have been left without a response, nearly missing his admission to Hogwarts. A gentle knock sounded at her office door. "Come in." McGonagall set aside her papers, rising to see who awaited her outside. It was Dumbledore, clad in formal robes, which, while not entirely aligned with his aesthetic, appeared somewhat antiquated. This appears somewhat inconsistent with his former style. "I may trouble you, Minerva." Dumbledore removed his hat and produced a folded note from his pocket, inscribed with the name recently recorded by the Quill of Acceptance in the Register of Admission. "I fear you must issue him a belated acceptance letter." "How could that be?" Professor McGonagall was taken aback. An 11-year-old child only now displaying magical abilities? Such a phenomenon is not entirely improbable, Minerva. Children whose magical prowess is weak, akin to a dud wand, or those who inherently suppress their magic, may indeed only now find their names inscribed in the Register of Admission. Dumbledore placed the note on Professor McGonagall's desk. "The issue lies not there." "Then what is the issue?" Professor McGonagall inquired, somewhat perplexed. "If you observe how the Quill of Acceptance inscribed his name in the register, you shall realize this is an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of Hogwarts history," Dumbledore replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Very well, you are ever the enigma. I presume you are aware that Harry Potter has yet to respond to his admission letter?" Professor McGonagall remarked. Dumbledore seemed rather unconcerned about this matter. He paused momentarily before stating, "I have sent Hagrid to fetch Harry Potter." Professor McGonagall appeared poised to interject, but Dumbledore interrupted her. "Rest assured, Minerva, Hagrid will manage well. I believe the more pressing concern is this child." Dumbledore gestured to the note and chuckled. "We cannot allow any child to miss the opportunity for admission, can we? I must see him, Minerva, you know." Dumbledore donned his hat, not the classic wizard's hat, but rather a style resembling Muggle attire, as he stepped outside. Professor McGonagall cast her gaze upon the note, where the name Alexander Thompson Fiennes was inscribed. What peculiarity could this child possess? Professor McGonagall murmured. She swiftly regained her focus, retrieving a sheet of stationery to compose the admission letter for Zeander. When Dumbledore arrived at the Fiennes residence, he happened to see an owl emerging from the house, carrying a reply. It was not that apparition was slower than an owl, but rather that Dumbledore had been delayed by other matters. He had first sought to inquire about the family residing here. However, this is not the time to discuss such matters, so we shall set them aside. As Dumbledore pressed the doorbell of the Fiennes residence, the door swung open. A man, seemingly on his way out, paused momentarily and hesitantly asked, "May I inquire who you are?" Dumbledore smiled. "I am a professor from Hogwarts. I believe your child should have received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts to facilitate the understanding of the magical world for ordinary individuals not residing within it. Hogwarts sends representatives to introduce matters of the magical realm." "Oh, I see," the man replied, placing his umbrella back in the stand and hanging his suit jacket on the coat rack before saying, "Please come in. I shall call the child downstairs." Dumbledore entered the living room, instinctively surveying the arrangement of the space. The walls were adorned with cream-colored wallpaper, and the floor was laid with marble tiles. The staircase is crafted from solid wood, and it seems that the second floor is also adorned with hardwood flooring. At the edge of the staircase, 2 pairs of shoes are neatly placed. A spacious set of genuine leather sofas, consisting of a 3-seater and 2 armchairs, appears remarkably new. Behind the sofas hangs a painting or perhaps a photograph, obscured by fabric, rendering its content invisible. The furniture, including the TV cabinet, coffee table, shoe cabinet, and cupboard, is also made of solid wood and looks exceedingly fresh. Every corner is meticulously cleaned, devoid of any dust. However, the TV cabinet lacks a television, and the nearby floor vase stand is bereft of any flowers. The man descends the stairs, changing out of his wooden floor slippers, and upon noticing Professor Dumbledore still standing, promptly urges, "Please, have a seat, Professor. The child will take a while yet. Would you care for a drink? Coffee or tea?" Dumbledore gracefully settles into one of the armchairs, but politely declines the offer. Nevertheless, the man pours a glass of water for Dumbledore and one for himself before taking a seat on the sofa opposite him. In the magical realm, the man deliberates before speaking. Dumbledore initiates the conversation. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. May I inquire your name, headmaster? The man appears somewhat taken aback before responding. I am Tom Riddle. Tom. This name piques Dumbledore's interest. It is a rather common name. Yet in light of Dumbledore's purpose for visiting, it suddenly feels jarring. Dumbledore scrutinizes the man before him, who is currently clad in a white shirt and a waistcoat, with trousers matching the hanging suit jacket. The woolen fabric is meticulously tailored, seemingly reflecting a conservative, old-fashioned style. He possesses handsome features, with black hair and dark eyes. Yet a hint of mixed heritage softens his appearance with a touch of Eastern allure. He stands tall, seemingly around 6 feet 3 inches. Yet his habitual slouch conveys a sense of familiarity rather than poise. He appears to be an ordinary Muggle. Excuse me, headmaster, does Hogwarts offer physical education classes? Mr. Riddle ponders before finally voicing the question. Dumbledore responds, we have Quidditch classes. Quidditch is a sport for wizards. Is there a problem? My child has some health issues, often fainting inexplicably. He may not be suited for physical activities, Mr. Riddle explains. That is not a significant concern. Hogwarts has its own healer. A wizard may be able to address the issue. If it cannot be resolved, he can be excused from Quidditch class, Dumbledore replies with a smile. I will provide him with an exemption note, even for other classes. Very well, very well. Mr. Riddle seems to exhale in relief, murmuring to himself. What would I tell his mother if something were to happen to Zeander? May I inquire about Zeander's mother? Dumbledore asks gently. She passed away during childbirth. Leaving just Zeander and me, Mr. Riddle replies. My condolences, Dumbledore expresses sincerely. It's all right. It's all in the past. Mr. Fiennes chuckled, though his eyes glimmered with tears. His mother was a remarkable woman, a witch, thus I possess some knowledge of that realm. Dumbledore listened intently as Mr. Fiennes recounted his memories. His mother and I grew up together in an orphanage until she received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Dad, a boy thundered down the stairs, interrupting Mr. Fiennes' nostalgic reverie. The boy bore a striking resemblance to his father, handsome yet distinctly more Eastern in appearance, with hardly a trace of British lineage. He was clad in a white shirt and black trousers, though his shirt was carelessly unbuttoned and untucked. The collar was askew, and the rolled-up sleeves were uneven. His hair was tousled, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and caution as he regarded the unfamiliar figure in the living room. This must be Zeander. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Introducing himself, I am Dumbledore, your future headmaster. Mr. Fiennes hurried over to Zeander, adjusting his clothing. Dumbledore, ever perceptive, caught the hushed reminder from Mr. Fiennes to Zeander to tidy himself before meeting the teacher, which almost provoked a chuckle from him. Yet in the next moment, his smile faltered. Zeander dashed down the stairs, promptly halting the conversation between his father and Dumbledore. Tom appeared somewhat perplexed but nonetheless approached Zeander to fix his attire. Zeander disregarded Tom's fussing. His father always nitpicked regarding appearances. The crucial matter was to prevent Tom from conversing privately with Dumbledore. That would be perilous. What if Dumbledore employed legitimacy on Tom? In hindsight, he should have clarified things earlier, allowing Tom to understand the need to steer clear of certain individuals. Yet, the true explanation could wait for another time. For now, he needed an excuse to thwart their private interaction. What excuse would be suitable? Gazing at Dumbledore's dark purple suit and crimson tie, an idea struck Zeander. He whispered to Tom, that old man clearly isn't a good person. Just look at his attire. I suspect he is. Tom froze. Behind him, Dumbledore's expression also became rigid. Seizing the moment, Zeander added, Dad, with your good looks, you should talk to him less. Dumbledore's demeanor had already begun to crack. Tom's expression turned serious. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts. If he were not a good person, I would never allow you to attend that school. I can only permit you to study magic at home. Really? Zeander contemplated, realizing that self-study was indeed a viable option. He had no desire to detach from the conveniences of modern life. The family was now affluent, and it was far more comfortable to be lax. Self-study would distance him from the magical world and significantly reduce the chances of encountering his father's adversaries. Worst case, he could simply visit Diagon Alley to purchase a wand and books, practice some practical magic, earn enough money to return home, and thrive in the Muggle world. The ability to command storms was never his aspiration. As for the unfolding narrative, participation was not as essential as it seemed, was it? Resolutely, Zeander decided to declare his intention not to attend. Over there, Dumbledore could not help but cough a couple of times, gently reminding Mr. Fiennes. I wonder if I might be permitted to examine Zeander's condition? Tom appeared somewhat hesitant, contemplating for a moment before responding. Zeander, I believe you ought to visit Hogwarts. Not to mention that Dumbledore does not seem to be the type you described, but your ailment might indeed require a solution from the magical realm. Am I unwell? Zeander instinctively wanted to refute the notion of his illness. However, he soon noticed Tom winking at him. Understood, it is the system. The system still necessitates a visit to the magical world. It seems a pity not to fully utilize such a significant advantage. Zeander summoned the system with his mind and discovered that the next main quest had been automatically completed. The main quest has been automatically selected. A child whom Dumbledore cannot evaluate. Quest completed. Reward has been issued. Main quest updated. Proceed to Diagon Alley. Every wizard embarks on their magical journey here, even the Dark Lord. Acquire your wand, and methodically commence your path as the Dark Lord. Proceed to Nocturne Alley. In a sense, it is also a place intricately connected to the Dark Lord. A high-difficulty dungeon, yet it may yield unexpected rewards. Should I still go? Self-studying magic does sound rather perilous. Yet, would it truly be wise to offend the headmaster before the term even begins? Although Dumbledore felt awkward, he nonetheless diligently employed diagnostic magic to examine Zeander's body, yet no issues were revealed. Dumbledore suggested that Zeander visit St. Mungo's, the wizarding hospital, and offered to accompany him to Diagon Alley for supplies while also stopping by St. Mungo's. However, as expected, the Fiennes family politely declined. The elder Mr. Fiennes expressed, through courteous social niceties, that they were in London, conveniently close to Diagon Alley, and could manage on their own without troubling Dumbledore. At this moment, he appeared considerably more genuine than when he initially recounted the seemingly fabricated tale of Zeander's mother. After all, Dumbledore could not recall any women from orphanages attending Hogwarts in recent decades. Being subtly ushered away, Dumbledore sighed at the Fiennes' doorstep. Perhaps it would be better for Minerva to handle the task of guiding young wizards of Muggle descent. While at the Fiennes' residence, Dumbledore thoroughly surveyed the premises. Mr. Fiennes possessed no magical ability and was a complete Muggle, having moved into the house no more than 3 months prior. He seemed rather unfamiliar with the magical world. Nonetheless, Dumbledore was not particularly concerned with Mr. Fiennes' occupation. After all, it was a matter pertaining to Muggles themselves. However, Zeander, the son of Mr. Fiennes, appeared to harbor considerable animosity towards anyone who encountered the Fiennes family. Although this sentiment seemed justified given Mr. Fiennes' profession, Zeander's demeanor suggested ignorance of this fact. Perhaps Mr. Fiennes was concealing something. During the recent examination, Zeander's magical energy was exceedingly chaotic, so turbulent that he nearly began attacking indiscriminately. Dumbledore had expended considerable effort to untangle Zeander's tumultuous magic. The chaotic enchantment felt somewhat familiar to Dumbledore. However, while the father and son duo exhibited certain issues, they were not the gravest of concerns. Dumbledore recalled witnessing the acceptance pen inscribe the name of Alexander Tom Riddle, and how Riddle abruptly transformed into Voldemort. If this father-son relationship were devoid of problems, perhaps the greater concern lay with the mother who tragically passed during childbirth, or Mr. Voldemort's parents. Dumbledore shook his head and vanished with a flicker. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. Zeander leaned against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside, daring only to peek through the peephole when the distinctive noise of apparition reached his ears, confirming Dumbledore's departure. Tom, having washed and stowed away the cups used for guests, couldn't help but chuckle at Xander's murmurs about the faintness of the apparition's sound. Come, come, Tom urged, pulling Zeander from the hallway to the sofa in the living room. What's the matter? Didn't you say you were off to that magical school, Hogwarts? Ah, yes, Zeander stammered. And you intend to speak to your teachers in such a manner? Is that appropriate? Tom retorted. Zeander hesitated. Come now, what is it you wish to convey? Had I not sensed your desire for a private conversation, I might have given you a sound thrashing, Tom remarked, somewhat exasperated as he patted Xander's back. Dad, I have something of utmost importance to share with you. Please don't be alarmed, Xander said, adopting a serious tone. Speak plainly, without any riddles. Tom leaned back on the sofa, appearing somewhat indifferent. You've become the antagonist of this world, or perhaps merely a fragment of it, Xander stated. Oh, Tom's interest piqued. And who is the protagonist? Harry Potter. But that is not crucial. What matters is that this antagonist, though easily vanquished by the protagonist in this narrative, has long held a notorious reputation, having made countless enemies. The protagonist is the one whose parents were slain by the antagonist, Xander explained. That sounds rather unfortunate. Tom mused thoughtfully. The protagonist is still a child. He will grow to become a noble hero, ultimately defeating the antagonist. However, if other enemies were to learn that you currently possess neither memory nor magic, they might come seeking you for retribution, Xander added. So, those enemies of mine are indeed from the magical realm? Tom raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Ordinary folk cannot withstand the might of wizards, Xander affirmed with a nod. Then the professor who just entered is also from the magical world? Tom chuckled. The headmaster of Hogwarts must be quite formidable. Surely he noticed something amiss with me? Oh, right, Xander suddenly realized. Is it possible that Tom does not resemble Voldemort at all? Or perhaps Tom has no connection to Voldemort? No, that can't be. Tom is common. But Riddle is not an ordinary surname. Enough. Tom clapped his hands, interrupting Xander's train of thought. When are we heading to Diagon Alley? What is today's date? Xander inquired. July 31st, Tom contemplated. July 31st? Wasn't that the day when Harry Potter first arrived at Diagon Alley? Xander's eyes brightened. I want to set off right now. he exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps we might even catch a glimpse of Harry Potter. All right, Tom replied, glancing at the clock. It was 1 in the afternoon. Driving there should be manageable. The address is Charing Cross Road. Zeander could hardly contain his eagerness. All right, I'll go drive, Tom said. But at least let me fix my hair first. Got it, Zeander replied in a drawn-out tone, reluctantly heading to the bathroom to tidy himself up. Tom watched him enter, then reached for the phone beside the sofa and pressed a few buttons. I don't think I can make it today, Tom said with a smile to the person on the other end. My son's birthday is approaching, and I need to prepare a gift for him. Perhaps twofold is a reasonable price. The voice on the other end suddenly rose in pitch, but Tom merely smiled and said, last week. Good luck. He hung up, stood up, and glanced at the slightly ajar bathroom door and the figure inside, chuckling as he went to drive. Tom's car, though its make was unclear, drove smoothly and swiftly. The time spent finding a parking space at Charing Cross Road likely exceeded the journey itself. Zeander even wondered if he could walk there next time. Is the leaky cauldron right here? Tom asked, looking at the bookstore and record shop before turning to Zeander. On the way, Zeander had shared some insights about the magical world, including the leaky cauldron and the Muggle repelling charm. Zeander nodded, pulling Tom along directly into the pub. It truly is filthy. Dilapidated and cramped, Zeander mused inwardly. The dimly lit pub had few patrons. In one corner sat a few elderly men, while a few others chatted with the pub's owner at the bar. Zeander paid little heed to who was present, glancing around as he tugged Tom deeper inside. Tom, being pulled along, was still looking around in curiosity. They arrived at the courtyard enclosed by walls. While Zeander was counting the bricks on a trash bin, Tom suddenly asked, You mentioned knocking with a wand, but we don't have wands. A good question, Zeander faltered momentarily. Tom continued, Perhaps we should go back to the pub and ask someone for help, like the pub owner who is also named Tom. Just as Zeander wavered at this suggestion, a brick began to tremble, and a hole gradually appeared in the wall. Tom fell silent. A pale young man emerged from the hole before it could fully widen. Upon seeing Zeander and Tom, he appeared startled, clearly not expecting anyone outside. The young man stammered an apology, but before he could utter more than a couple of words, Zeander interjected with gratitude. Thanks to you, we found a way in, Zeander smiled. The young man looked exceedingly anxious, seemingly wanting to say no need to thank me. But Zeander waved him off, pulling Tom into Diagon Alley. The young man let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly exited. Once inside Diagon Alley, Tom spoke up again. The security in the magical world seems rather poor. How so? Zeander inquired. The young man earlier appeared flustered, clearly having just engaged in thievery, Tom remarked. Zeander suddenly erupted into laughter, which persisted for quite a while. Dad, you truly are a prophet. Tom, looking somewhat puzzled, decided to change the subject. Where shall we go next? He gazed at the cobblestone path, admiring the eclectic shops and the variously adorned individuals around them. Everything exuded a sense of enchantment. Zeander's heart raced. Indeed, seeing it firsthand was far more exhilarating than mere reputation. The commencement of his wizarding life was at hand. Our first stop, Gringotts. By the way, Dad, did you bring money? Chapter 6, How to Mock a Malfoy. Tom had, of course, brought money. It was quite astonishing that someone as reckless as Zeander was only now contemplating financial matters. With excitement, Zeander tugged Tom into the white building adorned with a bronze door. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of chaos within Gringotts, which was entirely expected after Professor Quirrell's recent visit. Zeander surveyed the surroundings and made a beeline for the counter. The currency exchange was remarkably swift, although he had heard that the goblins were less than amiable during such transactions. However, Zeander was not one to seek unnecessary confrontation. The thrill of direct confrontation was far more appealing. He pondered to himself, in a world where both protagonists and antagonists engaged in theft, who truly dared to save money? Curious about the supposed exchange limits, he wondered if such practices wouldn't lead to economic collapse. Yet, the priority was to purchase items. What to buy first? Stepping out of Gringotts, Zeander surveyed the entire street, glancing at his lengthy list, grappling with indecision. Let us start with clothing, Tom suggested, patting Zeander on the shoulder. You want to take ages choosing a wand, will you? Involuntarily, Zeander acquiesced and followed Tom into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The stout and plump Madame Malkin approached them, and before either she or Zeander could speak, Tom interjected. Please prepare several sets of Hogwarts uniforms and casual wear that appeal to young men. Let us see a variety. Zeander nearly bolted for the exit, but was firmly restrained by Tom. You wouldn't mind wearing wizarding casuals, would you? I've tolerated your wrinkled shirts for far too long. Madame Malkin seized the moment to introduce several magical fabrics, particularly highlighting those that were wrinkle-resistant and easy to care for. Tom eagerly examined each option. Zeander felt that the time spent selecting clothes would surely exceed that of choosing a wand, and he momentarily succumbed to despair, allowing another witch to place him on a stool to take his measurements. Nearby, a boy was trying on clothes, seemingly having spent quite some time in the fitting room. That boy struck up a conversation. Are you also a first year at Hogwarts? Zeander's spirits lifted as he regarded the boy with light golden hair. Although he had previously worried about Tom encountering an enemy, the boy before him was the son of one of Tom's followers. What delightful company for a future classmate. Zeander deliberately allowed his voice to adopt a languid tone. He also expressed his gratitude for the standard London accent bestowed by the system, which seemed to mirror that of old Tom. Indeed, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Zeander remarked, complimenting the boy's hair color. It is a symbol of the Malfoy family, the boy replied with a touch of arrogance, asserting that no member of an ancient wizarding lineage would be unaware of such a detail. In fact, the boy's condescending gaze towards Zeander deepened due to Zeander's apparent inability to recognize him. Ah, a Malfoy. Zeander elongated his words and chuckled softly. It must indeed be Draco Malfoy. This marked Xander's second encounter with a familiar character, and the boy's haughty demeanor stirred within Zeander a mischievous impulse to tease. Although Zeander could now be considered a Muggle-born, the boy remained oblivious to this fact. What do you mean by that? The boy inquired, visibly displeased. Perhaps you should consult a book on the Malfoy family, Zeander retorted with an air of aristocratic disdain, attempting to mimic Draco's chin-up gaze. How laughable for someone who mingled with Muggles before the statute of secrecy to attempt any semblance of nobility. Draco Malfoy appeared ready to argue, yet Zeander swiftly interrupted him. Who among the Sacred 28 does not know that the Malfoy ancestors were rejected by a Muggle queen? A jest indeed. I dare say your bloodline is less pure than that of the Weasleys. Draco Malfoy looked thoroughly disheartened, while Zeander struggled to suppress a laugh. The young Malfoy, in his naivete, had failed to inquire about Xander's own identity before taking his words at face value, demonstrating a certain adorably innocent simplicity despite his family's elitism. Though it was a truth, mocking the Malfoy family for their inbreeding, akin to the Gunter family, seemed rather cruel. Intermarriage with Muggles would be far preferable if not for the statute of secrecy. Tom and Madame Malkin appeared to have finalized discussions regarding fabric and styles and approached Zeander for measurements. Noticing Xander's jovial demeanor and the boy beside him lost in thought, Tom quietly asked in Chinese, "Have you been teasing the child?" No, Zeander replied, donning a charming smile. I was merely engaging in conversation with a future classmate. The measurement process was swift. Zeander did not require the extensive fittings that young Malfoy did. Leaping from the footstool, Zeander turned back to Draco and inquired, "Which house do you intend to join?" "Why, Slytherin, of course," Draco replied. Zeander displayed a subtle expression, as if he wished to say something but refrained due to the presence of adults. Ultimately, he said, "Farewell, Hogwarts." As they exited Madame Malkin's robe shop, Zeander asked Tom with an audible tone, "Does Slytherin still accept half-blood students?" Tom, having grasped the situation, could not help but respond with a chuckle. "Indeed, they do. Thus, it matters not where we go." After walking a short distance, Zeander finally let out a laugh, with Tom joining in. Once they had laughed enough, the next step was to procure books. Zeander had initially intended to purchase a suitcase equipped with the undetectable extension charm. It was discovered that the previous rewards from the system included storage compartments, allowing one to place all encountered items within them. This rendered the magically expanded luggage, such as the suitcase, rather redundant. After all, the legitimate magical expansion tools were primarily suitcases and tents, which were already quite cumbersome for an 11-year-old child. Tom seemed eager to purchase one, but regrettably, the shopkeeper informed him that Muggles could not open such boxes, leaving Tom devoid of magic. With no choice but to abandon the idea. Given the availability of storage compartments and an abundance of funds, Zeander indulged in book purchases with great freedom. In addition to his first-year textbooks, he acquired several storybooks and volumes on everyday magic. As for books containing curses, Zeander was genuinely apprehensive about inadvertently selecting one that bore its own curse. After all, he was not among those young wizards tutored by a pair of adult sorcerers. Should he encounter any mishaps in his studies, no one would come to his aid, especially since there was a Muggle at home. In contrast, the tales of wizardry that those young sorcerers absorbed daily were perhaps far more valuable, with the Deathly Hallows serving as a prime example. After completing his book purchases, they proceeded to acquire cauldrons, scales, telescopes, potion vials, and other items listed on their checklist. Zeander also chose to buy an assortment of uniquely designed quills and ink, along with a substantial stack of parchment. He was quite impressed by the notion of essay assignments at Hogwarts, having never written an essay before and thus uncertain of what such an endeavor entailed. Next came the matter of pets. Zeander held no interest whatsoever in toads. Instead, he found himself deliberating between a cat and an owl. Should he opt for an owl capable of delivering messages, or a fluffy cat adept at catching mice? Once again faced with decision paralysis, Zeander turned to Tom for assistance. "Cat," Tom replied decisively, reasoning that it was preferable to avoid the mess of owl droppings in their home and instead choose a creature that would at least use a litter box. "If you dare bring a toad home, you're finished." Zeander silently suppressed the habitual rebuttal regarding the intelligence of magical creatures. After much deliberation in the shop, Zeander ultimately settled on a sleek, glossy black cat with a hint of red in its fur. As he prepared to check out, he noticed Tom crouched in front of a glass tank, staring intently at a snake inside. "What is going on?" Zeander inquired, approaching with his cat in tow. "I'm trying to speak with him," Tom replied earnestly. "Didn't you say Parseltongue allows one to converse with snakes? But it seems he doesn't understand." As he isn't responding, the snake inside turned its head and muttered a curse, calling Tom deaf. Zeander paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Tom rolled his eyes, standing up and taking the cat from Zeander's arms. He affectionately stroked the cat from head to tail, even pinching its little paws, rendering it too comfortable to move. "It's a pity the cat's paws aren't pink," he added. "Are you not buying the snake?" Zeander asked. "Do you want it?" Tom countered, noting that it seemed snakes could not be brought to Hogwarts. "That's why I'm asking if you want it." "You could learn Parseltongue from him," Zeander suggested. "Forget it. I doubt he wants to be purchased," Tom replied. The black snake flicked its tongue and nodded vigorously. "However, it seems that there are not many snakes capable of engaging in meaningful communication. Most of the serpents in this pet shop can merely utter nonsensical phrases, making it a pity not to purchase one." The black cat in Tom's arms glanced at Zeander, lazily groomed its paw, and then with a swift motion shattered the glass tank housing the snake. Afterward, it effortlessly nestled back into Tom's embrace. Tom and Zeander exchanged bewildered looks. The snake emerged from the broken glass tank, angrily coiling around Tom's pant leg, poised to bite the black cat, but Zeander quickly intervened to prevent any harm to Tom. "What shall we do? Should we proceed to check out?" Tom inquired. "What else is there to do?" The pet shop owner, alerted by the sound of the shattering glass, approached them. Mistakenly believing the tank had exploded on its own, the owner adamantly refused to offer compensation, unable to reveal that it was the black cat's doing. Zeander discreetly added a bit more to the expenses for the cat: the snake, cat food, snake food, litter, and a cage. Ultimately, they exited the pet shop burdened with an array of items. They had to find a corner to stow their belongings in a storage compartment before they could purchase a wand. As they stored their items, Tom couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "This cat is quite remarkable. It has made the decision for you. Perfect for someone with your indecisiveness." "Very well then, I shall name her Tom," Zeander replied. Rolling his eyes, the black cat nuzzled against Tom, emitting a playful meow. "She is a little lady. Do not bestow her with an inappropriate name," Tom cautioned. "I assure you, I do not name things," Zeander retorted. "Do not expect a person with indecision to come up with a good name." "What about Abisca? Meaning obscured or hidden?" Tom suggested, pinching the black cat's tiny paw. The cat displayed no signs of disdain, which could be taken as an acceptance of the name. Zeander glanced down at the black snake coiled around his arm. The snake hissed, asserting that it had a name as well, which was Sesame, meaning sesame. Zeander surveyed the entirely black snake and decided to mentally append the surname Blake, creating a complete reference to Black Sesame in English. Next on their agenda was the acquisition of wands. Zeander led Tom to the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. Gazing at the dilapidated sign proclaiming Ollivander's craftsmanship since 382 B.C., Zeander felt a wave of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot directly towards Zeander. Tom swiftly grabbed the startled Zeander, pulling him back several steps to avoid the oncoming light. "What is happening?" Tom asked, frowning and calling out into the shop. "I am so sorry. My sincerest apologies." A boy with dark, tousled hair and black-rimmed glasses rushed out of the dusty shop, offering his apologies. Zeander keenly noted the lightning-shaped scar on the boy's forehead. He subtly tugged at Tom, signaling him to restrain his impulses. After all, Zeander was not eager to witness how Tom would react upon encountering Harry Potter. Observing Harry's repeated apologies, Zeander feigned curiosity and asked, "Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? Were you just testing wands?" "Yes," came the reply. Harry smiled shyly, tinged with a hint of apology, as he remarked on the unexpected commotion. "I truly did not anticipate such a stir. I am terribly sorry." "No worries, it seems quite amusing," replied Zeander, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he nudged Tom and stepped into Ollivander's wand shop. Tom followed, still furrowing his brow. Inside, a giant loomed, making the already cramped shop, filled with shelves and wand boxes, feel even smaller. He was engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman, who was likely Mr. Ollivander. "He is enormous," Zeander whispered to Tom, just loud enough for Harry to hear. Harry chuckled and quietly interjected, "His name is Hagrid." "Indeed, I also find him rather large. It's truly remarkable, exceedingly magical." Zeander maintained his gleaming, starry-eyed expression, sincerity beginning to surface. "I have never encountered anyone so tall. The wizarding world is enchanting. Are you also of Muggle descent?" Harry felt an immediate kinship. "What is a Muggle?" "Someone who cannot perform magic, I suppose." Zeander tilted his head, feigning ignorance. "Yes," Harry replied, feeling a sense of joy at the prospect of enlightening this future classmate about the magical realm. "That implies my father must be a Muggle," Zeander pointed to Tom. but I am uncertain about my mother. Oh, I apologize, Harry hesitated, then added, I too lost my parents at a young age. Zeander blinked, surprised by Harry's candidness regarding his background. At that moment, it seemed fitting to say that Tom would also be like a father to him. However, Zeander glanced up at him, and Tom returned his gaze. It was then that Zeander noticed Tom had donned a pair of gloves, recognizably the dragonhide gloves Tom had just purchased from the Wizarding World. Zeander watched in awe as Tom's previously furrowed brow softened, transforming into a look of genuine emotion. Tom sighed, crouched down, and gently patted Harry's shoulder, saying, Poor child. I cannot imagine how my Zeander would fare without me. You must have endured great hardship. Harry was taken aback. This was not the inexplicable reverence that Hagrid or those clamoring for Harry's handshake expressed. Rather, it was a rare, heartfelt concern, devoid of any regard for his lineage, solely focused on his well-being. Good boy, Tom sighed again. If only I could adopt you. You and Zeander would surely become great brothers. You could attend Hogwarts together, supporting one another and never face bullying. Look how much your dark hair resembles that of a brother, Tom said with a gentle smile, ruffling Harry's hair. Clearly, Harry was deeply moved. Despite not shedding a tear when mentioning his late parents, he found himself unable to hold back as warmth from a stranger enveloped him. The black cat, Opuscat, nestled in Tom's arms, meowed at Harry, exposing its belly in an inviting display. Do not be sorrowful, child. Your parents would worry for you. See, Opuscat is here to cheer you up, Tom chuckled softly, extending the cat toward Harry. Indeed, Tom Riddle is quite remarkable, Zeander observed Harry, who was already choking back tears while embracing a cat, and then glanced at Tom, who still had the energy to wink at him, feeling a profound sense of emotion within. Chapter 8, Brothers and Brother Wands. Zeander approached and gently placed his arm around Harry's shoulders, soothingly saying, Why are you crying? Isn't it a joyous occasion to enter the magical world? Harry nodded through his sobs, striving to quell his tears. Dad, you too. Please refrain from mentioning things that upset him. Zeander feigned reproach towards Tom. From a short distance away, Hagrid and Mr. Ollivander had concluded their conversation and were making their way over. Zeander embraced Harry lightly and said, Stop crying. That giant gentleman has come to see you. He is someone you know, correct? Don't let him worry. Harry continued to nod, though his eyes remained red. Hagrid, noticing Harry's tear-stained cheeks, appeared momentarily taken aback and hurried over, his towering frame seeming a bit clumsy. Beside him, Tom silently offered a clean handkerchief. Thank you, sir. Hagrid expressed his gratitude to Tom, somewhat flustered as he attempted to wipe Harry's tears with the handkerchief. Unfortunately, the giant's clumsiness made him hesitant to apply too much pressure, ultimately leading Harry to take the handkerchief himself to dab at his eyes. Mr. Ollivander had somehow approached Zeander, looking at him with his silver-white eyes, reminiscent of the moon. Good afternoon, he said in a gentle tone. Good afternoon, Zeander replied with a smile. You look somewhat familiar, my child, Ollivander remarked, slowly circling around Zeander. However, Zeander felt a pang of caution, pondering how his Eastern appearance, identical to his previous life, would invoke recognition from Ollivander, especially since Tom and Voldemort bore no resemblance in their youth. No, it is not your appearance, it is your magic. You share a similarity in magical essence with that individual, yet it is distinct. Ollivander spoke softly, his keen gaze sweeping over him. It is truly fascinating. Oh, what a day this is. The idea that magic could bear similarities was something Zeander had never encountered before. Ollivander abruptly turned to rummage through the shelves. Oh, I have it. It must be this one. There can be no mistake. Unable to resist, Zeander inquired, Isn't there a need to measure? No, it is unnecessary. Ollivander replied as he emerged from the shelves, cradling a box. Come now, let us try this. As Zeander picked up the wand, an extraordinary sensation surged through him, as if the wand were an extension of his own being. At that moment, a faint, luminous glow appeared at the wand's tip. Ah, indeed, just as I suspected. Oh, how remarkable! Ollivander exclaimed repeatedly. What material is this wand made of? Zeander asked with curiosity. Hazelwood, phoenix feather, 13.5 inches in length. Flexible, sensitive, loyal, quite perfect, Ollivander explained. It has chosen you. How extraordinary. I have never sold 2 phoenix feather wands on the same day. Is phoenix feather particularly special? Zeander pretended to inquire with intrigue. Yes, indeed it is. The phoenix itself is a rather discerning creature, Ollivander remarked. I once sold 2 wands crafted from the feather of the same phoenix in a single day. Remarkable, indeed. It chose 2 individuals. How intriguing. Could it be that they are brother wands? Zeander was taken aback, while Ollivander continued. Indeed, that child possesses a wand that is a sibling to yours. And so too is it a brother to that wand wielded by the mysterious one. Zeander turned to gaze at Harry Potter, who had managed to cease his tears, though his eyes remained reddened. Tom and Hagrid appeared to be engaged in conversation. Please wrap it up for me, Mr. Ollivander, Zeander said. I believe I must go comfort my brother. Perhaps he truly needs to reconsider his approach towards Harry Potter. The jest had escalated, after all. As Zeander pondered the origins of the brother wands, he approached Harry. The notion that brother wands do not harm one another is well known to all who have read the original Harry Potter series or watched the films. However, what was even more fascinating was that in J.K. Rowling's supplementary material regarding the history of the American magical school Ilvermorny, it is explicitly stated that the cores of the wands belonging to the Boot brothers were made from the same substance, which would amplify their magical powers tenfold when used against a common foe. Zeander murmured softly to himself. Harry, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What are you saying, Zeander?" "Harry," Zeander chuckled. "We are truly kindred spirits. Even our wands are brother wands." "Really?" Harry appeared surprised, yet hesitant. He began to speak, but faltered. For mentioning that individual at such a moment felt rather disheartening. Tom had ceased his conversation with Hagrid and smiled as he clapped a hand on each of their shoulders. "Children, I believe it is time for us to have something to eat," he said. The evening had fallen, and the sun was nearing the horizon. The streets of Diagon Alley were sparse, with many shops already shuttered, unable to bear the sight of Harry and Hagrid struggling with their burdens. Tom purchased a wheeled trunk with an undetectable extension charm from one of the still-open shops, encouraging them to stow everything inside except for Hedwig. He offered it as a birthday gift for Harry, who was celebrating his special day. Zeander had initially intended to buy an ice cream, but it seemed the ice cream shop had already closed, so he abandoned the idea. He turned to Harry and asked, "What would you like to eat, Harry?" During their conversation on the way, Zeander and Harry had exchanged names. Of course, Zeander had introduced himself as Zeander Finds, with Hagrid still present. Now, Harry was less reserved than before, though he still hesitated. He was not particularly keen on dining at the Leaky Cauldron, but options in Diagon Alley were limited. Without any Muggle currency, he felt constrained. Zeander smiled, reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll treat you. My dad is picking up the tab." He took Harry by the hand and led him out of the Leaky Cauldron, turning towards a pizza shop he had noticed en route. Tom and Hagrid followed leisurely behind them into the establishment. They appeared to be engrossed in their conversation, completely oblivious to the myriad glances cast upon them by those around. Zeander ordered a thin-crust margarita pizza, while Harry opted for a pistachio sausage pizza. Once the pizzas were served, the two exchanged amused glances and playfully began to snatch bites from each other's plates. Tom and Hagrid, however, had not ordered anything. Tom smiled as he watched the two children eat, while Hagrid occasionally wore a contemplative expression. As Zeander and Harry neared the end of their meal, Hagrid seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Tom, saying, "You're right, I should indeed inquire." Tom raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, gently petting the cat nestled in his arms. When it was time to bid farewell, Zeander and Harry exchanged addresses and phone numbers, promising to write to each other during the holidays. Harry intended to utilize his newly purchased Snowy Owl as their messenger. Zeander initially wished for Tom to escort Harry back to Privet Drive, but given that a train journey of over 3 hours would only take half an hour, Harry declined to trouble Mr. Finds. Thus, Zeander settled for an alternative, arranging for Harry to visit his home before school commenced, after which they would go to Hogwarts together. With reluctance, Harry said his goodbyes to Zeander, Hagrid, and Mr. Finds, boarding the train back to Little Whinging with his luggage and ticket to Hogwarts. After bidding farewell to Harry, as he settled into the car for the journey home, Zeander was still brimming with excitement. Obsidian had already curled up in the passenger seat and fallen asleep. Sesame crawled out of Zeander's sleeve, still grumbling about being hidden away earlier. As Tom glanced at him through the rearview mirror while driving, he curiously asked, "Is it really necessary to be this elated just for having met that Harry Potter?" Zeander scooped some of the Muggle ice cream Tom had just bought him and replied with a grin, "Of course I'm happy. He is not just a savior. He is a tenfold magical amplifier." Tom subtly observed the flicker of red light in Zeander's eyes reflected in the mirror, saying nothing as he continued to drive in silence. Chapter 9. The New Steward of Fiennes Manor. Upon returning home, Harry Potter enjoyed a few tranquil days. The frightened Dudley no longer bullied him, and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon ceased to trouble him as well. In fact, Harry had become an invisible presence within the Dursley household. While one might expect Harry to feel pleased about this newfound anonymity, having glimpsed the magical world, he found it rather dull. Muggles, lacking understanding, treated wizards this way, he mused as he perused a history of magic. Nevertheless, not all Muggles were as insipid as the Dursleys. There were others, such as a teacher from his primary school who had once taught Harry but regrettably resigned and was never seen again. And then there was Mr. Finds. The mention of the Finds family brought a sense of joy to Harry. He could converse endlessly with Zeander, and Mr. Finds possessed a gentle demeanor reminiscent of the ideal amalgamation of parental figures Harry had always imagined. With a father like that, even without a mother, the upbringing of a child would undoubtedly surpass that of certain Muggles. Harry couldn't help but wish that he could be part of the Finds family. However, it is evident that such notions stem from a misunderstanding of the Finds family. At this moment, Zeander Finds had just risen from his slumber, having indulged in a lengthy nap that extended well into lunchtime. What roused him from his sleep was not his father, who typically would sit by his bedside. But rather the substantial weight of Abiska perched upon his chest and the warmth of Sazami, who had cozily entwined around his neck. Upon noticing his awakening, Abiska ceased her grooming, gracefully leaping down from Zeander's form. The breed and age of Abiska remain a mystery, yet her robust weight of over 10 pounds was sufficient to hinder Zeander's breathing, if not injure him. "Oh, thank you, Abiska. Please refrain from waking me in such a manner next time. I stayed up far too late last night," Zeander yawned, removing Sazami from around his neck. "How did you both gain entry into my room? I thought I had secured the door." Last night, Zeander had been overly exhilarated, engrossed in reading until the early hours. And now fatigue had overtaken him. Abiska and Sazami each possessed their individual cages, yet it was clear neither wished to remain confined. Thus Zeander allowed them to roam freely within the house. The door was opened by Abiska. "It is not my concern," Sazami hissed. "And yet, you entered as well," Zeander remarked, glancing at the elegantly grooming feline, deciding to show a slight favoritism. "I merely wish to inform you that an unfamiliar individual has arrived." Sazami slowly coiled herself. "Would you not like to investigate?" Zeander hastily completed his morning routine and descended the stairs, discovering a stranger directing several burly men in black as they moved various items into the house. They were arranging flowers in rooms, hanging paintings, and laying down carpets, while others attended to the installation of televisions. Their movements were surprisingly gentle, as Zeander heard not a sound from the second floor. Tom was seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. "What transpired?" Zeander inquired. "You're awake?" Tom glanced up as he turned a page. "First, go eat." The young man directing the others approached with a beaming smile, ushering Zeander toward the dining area. "The dishes are all warm, along with milk and juice. Should Master Zeander desire anything else, we can prepare it on the spot." Atala excels in Italian and French cuisine, while Nina specializes in Chinese dishes. "Forgive my interruption. But who are you?" Zeander asked. "I am Katie Brooke. Mr. Fines is my employer," the young man replied with a smile. "I am temporarily serving as the steward here. You may simply call me Katie. I and the other staff reside in the adjacent estate, which Mr. Fines has also acquired. You may contact us at any time should you require assistance. Shortly, someone will be in your room to install the television and telephone." Zeander, somewhat bewildered, finished the eclectic array of dishes laid before him. Observing the efficiently dressed maid clearing away the remnants of his meal, he found himself feeling somewhat out of place. "Father, why have you suddenly employed so many people?" Zeander inquired as he settled onto the sofa beside Tom, unable to suppress his curiosity. "They are merely here for cooking and cleaning," Tom replied. Tom turned the newspaper page without raising his head. "I do not expect you to remember to feed the cat, the snake, or even yourself while I am working." Tom appeared to be in a rather foul mood today, furrowing his brow as he perused the newspaper. "Wouldn't it be problematic if they saw those things?" Zeander inquired, leaning closer to Tom's ear. "It's fine," Tom replied. "Caddy is a squib." Caddy was aptly reminded, having grown up in a wizarding family, yet lacking magical abilities. "Yes, for the most part, he is the only one who is ever in our home. You can cast spells freely in his presence," Tom remarked, to which Caddy couldn't help but smile with pride. "In just one day? I found a butler from a magical background. What kind of company is this, and what business are we conducting?" Zeander mused silently. After finishing the newspaper, Tom, upon noticing Zeander's expression, asked, "What are you thinking?" He rolled the newspaper into a tube and lightly tapped Zeander on the head. "All my dealings are legitimate. They always have been." Zeander deftly dodged, but still got tapped. He pointed to the burly men in black and said, "But those individuals certainly do not appear to be upstanding citizens. You may consider them as bodyguards," Tom replied, setting the newspaper aside. "Now, I must return to my study. Do not disturb me unless necessary." He seemed disinclined to continue this line of discussion with Zeander. "All right," Zeander replied, elongating his tone as he watched Tom enter the study. "Father is always like this. He becomes irritable whenever work is mentioned. I never anticipated that this situation would worsen after the transition. When he was a consultant, it was normal to be irritable while working for others. I cannot fathom why he remains so even now that he is the boss." Zeander turned to Caddy, who was folding the newspaper, and resolved to amuse himself. "Caddy, do you not think there is something peculiar about your name?" Zeander asked. Caddy paused and replied, "I apologize. Master Zeander, I do not see what the issue is. How did your parents come to name you after a girl?" Caddy, they are essentially the same," Zeander questioned. "I am sorry, I do not know. I suppose the name could be unisex," Caddy responded. Caddy did not seem to find this amusing. "I have only encountered one male with that name." Zeander feigned a complaining tone. After discussing Caddy's status as a squib for a few more moments, they gleaned no useful information. It sounded as though Caddy was the sort who was expelled upon discovering he had no magical ability, possessing little understanding of the magical world. When it came to his family background, Caddy was consistently reticent. Zeander, sensing the futility of pressing further, ceased the conversation. He soon grew bored. The telephone had been installed. With nothing to occupy himself downstairs, Zeander glanced at the comings and goings of various individuals before heading upstairs. Seizing the opportunity before the new students were subjected to any prohibitions on casting spells outside, he resolved to practice his magic. Once Zeander ascended the stairs, Caddy set down what he had been holding, and another servant naturally took over his tasks. Caddy approached the study door and knocked. Chapter 10. The Profession of Mundane. Tom and Xander's Initial Encounter with Magic. The study in the Fine's residence is situated on the first floor, which is somewhat unusual. Generally speaking, individuals prefer to work in tranquil environments. Hence, a study is rarely placed on the relatively noisy first floor. Naturally, Tom Fiennes is one who appreciates solitude. This entire study is completely enveloped in soundproof materials. The reason for placing the study on the first floor must stem from other considerations, such as a concealed underground chamber. On the shelves of the study, amidst an abundance of books, there are also several metallic ornaments. If one were to insert a brass, serpent-headed pin from the desk into the hands of a similarly crafted brass goddess statue on the shelf, and then push the 8th book on the 7th row inward, the gears would turn, and the bookshelf would slowly open, revealing a stone door that requires a fingerprint to be accessed. Only after verifying Tom Fiennes' fingerprint would the door unlock, leading to a spiral stone staircase descending into the basement. When Cardi pushed the door open, it revealed the entrance to the basement, which was brightly lit. The lights illuminated the staircase all the way down to the spacious area below, which was already filled with dozens of bookshelves. The expanse between the bookshelves was carpeted with a soft, dark green fabric. Tom sat behind a desk at the end of the room, engrossed in reading. Cardi approached, keeping his gaze low, and knelt before Tom's desk. Tom, seated in an armchair, continued to read while inquiring, "Do you realize where you went wrong?" Cardi replied, "I understand. I should not have returned." However, bang. Tom raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet pierced through Cardi's left scapula. The basement, insulated with soundproof materials, contained the gunfire's echo, preventing it from reaching the outside. Cardi did not scream in agony or clutch his wound. He simply remained kneeling and said, "Master, I merely bang." Another shot rang out, this time striking Cardi's right thigh. Tom set down his book, stood up, and walked slowly to Cardi's side. Cardi gritted his teeth, suppressing a pained groan. "Do you comprehend?" "You do not. You are still contemplating how to justify your actions." Tom kicked Cardi over, exclaiming, "The treaty has just been signed. I returned from America, and MI6 is monitoring me. How dare you come directly from the Soviet Union to seek me out? Yesterday, after Dumbledore appeared at my doorstep, individuals from Downing Street and the White House have already approached me. And today, you have the audacity to show up?" Tom's polished shoe pressed firmly against Cardi's bullet-wounded shoulder. "I sent you to Russia because I trusted your capabilities, believing you could procure assistance for us from the magical community while I managed mundane affairs. And you? I rescued you. Yet you have betrayed my trust and brought me trouble. How dare you?" Cardi, writhing in pain, attempted to move but refrained from affecting Tom, gasping, "Thank you for sparing my life, my magnanimous master." Tom bent down, tapping the gun against Cardi's face. "Listen," he said, "now that you've arrived in London, you must manage affairs here properly." His tone softened slightly, yet the cruel gleam in his obsidian eyes remained unwavering. "I trust you. Do not let me down again." Tom discarded the gun, noticing blood smeared on his leather shoes, and with a look of disgust, wiped it on Cardi's clothing. He instructed Cardi to take care of the place, warning him not to let his filthy blood linger. Cardi weakly replied, "Yes, master." With a darkened expression, Tom ascended the stairs, but once out of Cardi's sight, his demeanor transformed into one of subtle mockery and resignation with each step he took. By the time he reached the ground floor, the imposing air around him had dissipated, and he appeared quite ordinary. He closed the door to the dark room, shaking his head with a soft sigh, a man with the mindset of a child. "I truly do not understand why he chose to follow someone like me." Comfortably seated in the more modern swivel chair of the study on the first floor, Tom formally commenced his inspection of his legitimate enterprises. Zeander was practicing magic. To be honest, he had not anticipated the application of magic to be so straightforward. Now, in his room, quills, parchment, cups, books, and even obiscat floated in the air, all merely due to the utterance of the spell Wingardium Leviosa. The problem, however, was that he could not lower them. Sesame had firmly wrapped himself around Zeander's arm before the incantation to prevent himself from floating away inexplicably. At that moment, he popped his head up to speak. "I thought you ought to review the theoretical part of the levitation spell before attempting it," Sesame remarked. Zeander swatted at Obiscat, who was playfully grabbing at the floating quills, and fished out basic spells and theory of magic from the chaotic array of books in midair, which even attempted to rise further when held. After flipping through them for a while, he found them densely packed with text but no immediate solutions. Most were warnings regarding the study of magic, various hypotheses, and essential spellcasting techniques. It seemed that to stop floating objects, one merely needed to cease concentrating on making them levitate. However, as Zeander looked up, he saw the scattered sheaves of parchment being disarrayed by the floating obiscat, and couldn't help but question himself. Did I truly concentrate? Such a haphazard casting shouldn't have yielded a mere bowl, should it? Perhaps it was the influence of the system, Zeander suddenly thought. He hastily opened the system interface. The task for Diagon Alley had been automatically completed. He was too indifferent to check the new main quests for Azkaban or Hogwarts and headed straight for the accumulated task rewards. Previously, Zeander had perceived that the major task rewards were merely enhancements marked with question marks, but he now discovered a few glowing entries that were not question marks. Magic focus. Every skilled wizard should be able to release familiar spells with their thoughts. The Dark Lord is no exception. When you hold your wand, you can unleash magic without incantation. Magic amplification. The formidable nature of the Dark Lord lies in the immensely powerful magic that surpasses that of ordinary wizards. As Zeander grasped his wand and cast a spell, the potency of the magic amplified with his intent. He stood, momentarily dazed, as he waved the wand casually, causing the scattered objects around him to return to their rightful places. Abiska landed softly on the bed, appearing to wish for more playtime. Was it merely because I lacked a wand? Zeander waved the wand again, effortlessly changing the color of the walls in the room. Must I truly learn magic? Chapter 11. Birthday Gifts and Cake. Of course, learning remains essential. Zeander spent the entire afternoon tinkering, only to realize there were still numerous feats beyond his capabilities. He could levitate the bed, yet he could not uproot the yew tree outside. Naturally, he lacked the ability to fly as well. Zeander speculated that wizards might also be magical beings, possibly resistant to many spells. During dinner, as he observed Tom, who was still engrossed with his belongings, Zeander couldn't help but think how beneficial it would be if Tom possessed Voldemort's memories. Perhaps he could teach him how to soar. Although Zeander could perform all the spells from Elementary Spells, Standard Edition, every textbook contained a wealth of theoretical content requiring memorization, which was also part of the examinations. Moreover, Zeander always felt an inexplicable inclination that learning these subjects was far superior to relying solely on the system. Nevertheless, he planned to finish reading all the books he had recently purchased before venturing to Diagon Alley for more. Time passed swiftly, and by the time Zeander had perused all the textbooks as if they were novels, it was already August 7th. He awoke early that day, not having been roused by Abiska and Sisami. As he made his way downstairs after freshening up, he happened to see Tom emerging from the kitchen, carrying a freshly baked cheesecake. The dining table was already laden with an array of dishes. Tom placed the cake on the table and, upon noticing Zeander, smiled, "Happy birthday." Zeander. Tom had been rather elusive these past few days, often absent during meal times. Perhaps he had hired someone to cook for Zeander, allowing him to attend to work. Zeander was pleasantly surprised to see Tom in the kitchen. "Thank you, Dad," Zeander said, smiling as he embraced Tom's waist. "Do you have a gift for me?" "Of course," Tom replied, retrieving a crystal box adorned with a silver ribbon from his suit pocket. Zeander opened it to find a pocket watch. It appeared to be crafted from gold, its surface smooth and unembellished. The watch had covers on both the front and back. The inner side of the front cover featured a slightly raised heart-like design. Beneath the protective crystal, a fully articulated, enamel-painted dark green serpent gracefully wound its way around the dial, moving with the hands of the clock. The base was carved from mother of pearl, with golden hands quietly rotating in the center. The inner side of the back cover was inscribed with Zeander's initials and intricate patterns. Inside, a crystal dome encased the golden gears and pendulum, adorned with gemstones. As Zeander fumbled with the exquisite trinket, he inadvertently pressed a button, and the pocket watch chimed melodiously, reminiscent of church bells. To his astonishment, he noticed that the bell at the 12 o'clock position on the dial was gently swaying in unison with the chimes. Meanwhile, Tom had settled down, resting his chin on his hand as he observed Zeander's fascination with the watch. At that moment, he spoke up. "This is a Westminster chime clock. The bells indicate the time." "Why a serpent?" Zeander inquired. "What if I am not sorted into Slytherin?" Tom let out a dismissive chuckle. "This is not merely the serpent of Slytherin. It embodies Slytherin itself. I trust you recall our previous discussions. We are descendants of Slytherin. This has nothing to do with the house into which you are sorted." In recent days, Zeander had divulged nearly all the narratives he could recall to Tom. Yet he was surprised by Tom's remarkable memory. After all, such a watch was not easily crafted. A birthday gift should be something special. "Especially since this marks your first year in the magical realm," Tom continued. "I was unable to retrieve the Slytherin locket from the old Black Estate, and the Resurrection Stone ring is cursed, so I sought out several artisans, along with a few skilled in magic, to custom make this piece. It possesses some calming enchantments that you can carry with you." Zeander was utterly enamored with the watch, toying with it for an extended period until the telephone rang. Tom answered, listened briefly, and then beckoned Zeander to take the call. "It's for you, Harry Potter," he said, handing the phone to Zeander. "Hello, is this Harry?" Zeander greeted. "Happy birthday, Zeander," Harry replied from the other end. "I have Hedwig, my owl, bringing you a birthday card." "Thank you, Harry," Zeander responded. "Would you like some cake? My dad just baked it, so Hedwig can take a piece back with you." "Oh, but I didn't bring any money for a gift." I only have a bouquet of flowers I picked from the garden. Harry hesitated. Then it's settled, Harry. I'll cut you a piece, Zeander said, disregarding Harry's hesitance and anxiety. My dad's cooking is quite splendid. He seldom bakes a cake. Harry paused momentarily before replying. Thank you, Zeander. For what? I didn't bake the cake, Zeander chuckled. We'll see you in a few weeks. We'll come to fetch you. I'll be waiting for you, Harry assured. Zeander ended the call and joyfully proceeded to slice the cake. He first cut a piece for Tom, then one for Harry, leaving a considerable amount remaining. Zeander hesitated over how to manage the leftover cake. Knowing he could not consume it all, especially with other dishes to enjoy, he couldn't possibly subsist on cake alone. With a sigh, Zeander turned to Tom. Dad, you baked too much. Tom swallowed the bite he had taken and remarked, I cannot manage a second slice. This was made to your taste. I find it overly sweet. Zeander had not expected Tom to eat more. Merely sharing the cake with him was a commendable feat yet. Leaving birthday cake uneaten felt rather unsatisfactory. Just as he was contemplating this, he noticed Katie ascending from the study, and his eyes brightened. Tom seemingly permits Katie to tidy up his study, and Zeander often observes Katie emerging from that room. Katie, Zeander called out, would you like some cake? Katie appeared startled, instinctively glancing at Tom. Tom nonchalantly nodded. Only then did Katie respond, thank you, Master Zeander. Zeander cut a generous slice of cake for him, feeling somewhat like a receptacle for scraps. However, Katie looked so touched that he might have knelt in gratitude. Zeander found it difficult to comprehend such emotions and contentedly indulged in his own slice of cheesecake, which was delightfully fragrant and sweet, soft and silky, truly delectable. After lunch, Zeander carefully packaged Harry's portion of cake in a paper box, casting a spell to ensure Hedwig wouldn't spoil the cake during her flight. Hedwig arrived quite promptly, and it was uncertain when Harry had released her. She brought with her a splendid bouquet of fresh tulips and a greeting card. It seemed the Dursleys' garden had suffered greatly. Zeander hoped they would cease their torment of Harry. With a hint of exasperation, he hung the cake box onto Hedwig's talons, lost in thought. Chapter 12. A trip to Diagon Alley is less enticing than a visit to Knockturn Alley. After bidding farewell to the beautiful snowy owl, Hedwig, Zeander began to ponder how to spend his day. Having finished his textbooks, he found little interest in the literature, television, and films of the 1990s. The thought of watching those low-resolution visual works made him yearn for the conveniences of 21st-century life. As for the books that filled the shelves of Tom's study, if those economic tomes and political analyses could even be classified as literature, they were hardly appealing. Dad, may I visit Diagon Alley again? Zeander inquired of Tom, who was seated in his armchair, perusing a letter that Katie had just delivered. I might not be able to accompany you today, Tom replied, his expression darkening. Likely due to the unpleasant news contained within the letter. He looked as if he might commit murder. I believe Katie could accompany you instead, right, Katie? Katie nodded modestly in agreement. Whether he had consumed the previous cake or stashed it away was unclear. In any case, it was no longer in sight. Zeander found it hard to believe Katie had managed to devour such a large piece of cake. If Zeander's suspicions were correct, he was convinced that Katie would be the type to preserve Tom's cakes rather than indulge in them. Well, at least Katie is a local of the magical realm. Zeander shrugged. Before departing, Katie retrieved Zeander's wizarding robe. The tailored robe fitted perfectly, and even Tom, who was usually quite particular about such matters, had not objected, indicating it was indeed of excellent quality. Zeander was not particularly knowledgeable about clothing, but it felt rather comfortable. His wand was always at his side, resting next to his pillow, easily within reach. This time, they traveled in a different vehicle. The last car Tom drove was pitch black, with tinted windows for privacy. This time, Katie was behind the wheel of a silver car. As usual, Zeander did not recognize the emblem. The interior was equally adorned with luxurious leather. However, Zeander distinctly felt that Tom's car was superior, at least in terms of stability, though this might also be attributed to driving skill. This time, there was no need to search for a parking space in advance. Zeander directly guided Carty to the parking lot, and they arrived even more swiftly than before. Upon entering Diagon Alley, Zeander made a beeline for Flourish and Blots, purchasing all the books that had piqued his interest during his previous visit, including those containing some elements of dark magic. In Magical Theory and Dark Magic, a guide to self-defense, dark magic is categorized by its severity into curses, jinxes, and hexes. Surprisingly, even the incantation for the snot-sucking slug was placed under curses, alongside petrification and shattering spells. Zeander found it difficult to comprehend the classification of spells, yet, considering that even Ron Weasley, hailing from a wizarding family, was not particularly averse to using curses by his second year, it seemed reasonable to pursue learning and application. Flourish and Blots, as a reputable establishment, would not sell overly advanced dark magic texts. Such tomes were typically found only within the collections of pureblood families, or in Knockturn Alley, and perhaps in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library as well. Moreover, there were textbooks on runes. Zeander could hardly believe that he had forgotten to purchase these books on his last visit. Runes play a fundamental role in translating ancient magical texts, and without studying them, he would likely struggle to understand books on creating Horcruxes. How could he then seek a way to restore Tom? This thought made Zeander feel a twinge of anxiety as he absently touched the pocket watch nestled in his pocket. The coolness of the watch offered him a measure of comfort. Zeander cast a shrinking charm and a levitation charm on the selected books, stuffing them into Cardy's arms. However, even with the spells, the stack was still somewhat too high, prompting Zeander to pause his book-buying endeavor. I've heard that mutes can also brew potions. Can you concoct potions, Cardy? He inquired, recalling something as they approached the checkout. I have not tried, Cardy replied cautiously. What a pity. I had hoped to preview potion making in advance. Zeander expressed his disappointment. Cardy silently gathered the books, before finally saying, I have observed my father brewing potions. If it involves simpler concoctions, I might be able to lend assistance, provided my master agrees. What about other subjects? Are you knowledgeable in them? Zeander endeavored to uncover more potential from this steward, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. As long as it's theoretical, have you studied anything? I am not sure, Master Zeander. Cardy replied with emphasis, I am mute. I have not attended Hogwarts, so I am unaware of what it teaches. Ah, I see, Zeander casually dismissed, exiting the bookstore and entering a nearby apothecary. In the ensuing time, Zeander seemed intent on testing Cardy, inquiring about every potion ingredient while ensuring each potion was discussed for potential guidance from Cardy. Unfortunately, Cardy remained impeccably discreet, displaying remarkable humility. I cannot assure you of my capabilities, Master Zeander. If you truly require instruction in potion making, it would be best to consult with my master first regarding his intentions, Cardy stated. However, this did not hinder Cardy from leaving the apothecary with an abundance of books cradled in her arms and a plethora of potion ingredients held in her hands. Zeander felt he had sufficiently indulged in the outing, finally acquiring a delectable ice cream from the Florin Fosco ice cream parlor. The sizable portion was lavishly adorned with raspberry jam and sprinkled with chocolate shavings, minus the nuts. To be frank, it tasted quite similar to Muggle ice cream. As he sat in the chilly eatery savoring the treat, Zeander found himself somewhat bored. He prodded the impeccably upright Cardy and inquired, Have you ever been to Knockturn Alley? I have, Cardy replied, but it is not a suitable place for young wizards. The master would not wish for you to venture there at this time. Yet, Zeander sensed a subtle disdain in Cardy's tone regarding Knockturn Alley. Can't you protect me? Zeander blinked innocently, altering his tone. I trust you possess that capability. Would you let me down, Cardy? Cardy's expression remained largely unchanged, yet her demeanor softened noticeably. Young master, this truly requires the master's approval. It is not a decision I can make. But father is quite busy. Must we trouble him over such a trivial matter? It would only add to his burdens, Zeander remarked. Cardy hesitated, and it was not until Zeander impatiently tapped the table that she resolved. Very well, young master, we may take a look. However, please do not touch anything, and do not stray from my sight. We shall merely observe. Zeander displayed a triumphant expression. Chapter 13, The Yellow Mist. Before heading to Knockturn Alley, Zeander and Cardy stepped out to stow the purchased books and potion materials in the carriage. It was then that Zeander noticed Cardy retrieving 2 hooded black robes from the trunk. Why do you have these in the carriage? Zeander asked, astonished. They hardly seemed to suggest a reputable appearance. Cardy smiled enigmatically, but offered no response. Zeander, of course, did not require an answer, but it did provide him with a fresh perspective on Tom's style. Upon donning the black robe, Cardy's visage became obscured. The robe possessed the ability to conceal one's features. Cardy then produced a box of ointment from her pocket, applying it to her throat, and after clearing her voice, her words emerged in a deep, muffled tone, as if spoken from within a clay pot, utterly transformed. Cardy draped the black robe over Zeander and applied some of the ointment to his throat as well. When Zeander tentatively called out to Cardy, he was taken aback to discover that his voice had turned hoarse and gravelly, his eyes widening in astonishment. This ointment could alter one's voice for 2 hours, and each transformation was unique. However, we are merely perusing. It shouldn't take 2 hours, Cardy remarked in her newfound deep voice. How is this ointment concocted? Is it related to the principles of the polyjuice potion? Zeander inquired with curiosity. I am not entirely certain of its preparation, young master, Cardy replied, maintaining her usual air of ignorance regarding the magical realm. Very well, Zeander acquiesced, accustomed to Cardy's responses. If only there were an aging potion. At least then no one would discern my height. Indeed, this matter poses no issue, said Cardy, as the two of them arrived at the entrance of Knockturn Alley. The crowd in Knockturn Alley was not as abundant as that of Diagon Alley. Perhaps it was due to the influx of Hogwarts students frequenting Diagon Alley, as ordinary parents would seldom escort their children to Knockturn Alley. The atmosphere of Knockturn Alley perfectly aligned with Xander's impression of a haven for dark wizards, filthy, shadowy, imbued with a stench of decay. A few wizards, clad in tattered cloaks, squatted by the roadside, and Zeander noticed they were clutching items resembling pipes. How peculiar it was that dark wizards of the magical realm appeared so unkempt. Zeander couldn't help but frown. Carty whispered in introduction, "Young master. Nocturne Alley is not solely inhabited by dark wizards. It also harbors numerous thieves and brigands released from Azkaban. Certain dark magical creatures, such as werewolves, may also be encountered here. Additionally, some avaricious goblins linger to await those who come to sell either stolen or pilfered goods." As Zeander and Carty passed by them, one of the wizards nearly expelled a noxious yellow smoke onto Xander's robes, narrowly avoided thanks to Carty's timely intervention. Upon witnessing their near miss, the wizards erupted in sinister laughter. Zeander was genuinely disinterested in discovering the nature of that foul smoke. Carty began to recite what sounded like an incantation. The pronunciation bizarre and unpleasant, the phrase lengthy. By the time the dark wizards scrambled to flee, Carty had yet to finish his recitation. "What was that you just uttered?" Zeander inquired, tugging at Carty's robe. "A curse from Romania, which frightened them away," Carty replied. "Young master, is there anything else you wish to see?" Zeander surveyed his surroundings and spotted the sign of Borgin and Burke's, a shop that prominently featured in the Harry Potter series. However, Zeander had no interest in that establishment. "Is there a place to eat around here? Perhaps a tavern?" he asked. "If there are goblins, then is there a goblin tavern?" Carty appeared reluctant to allow Zeander to consume food from Nocturne Alley, yet after Xander's insistence, he guided him further along until they reached the front of a tavern. A goblin tavern indeed. The sign hanging above the entrance proclaimed just that. A board outside advertised "True joy awaits you." The entrance was draped with a curtain, and the frosted glass walls obscured the interior. However, the sounds of merriment, laughter, and conversation resonated from within, accompanied by the clatter of cards being played. Intrigued, Zeander lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Yet, before he could discern anything, he was overwhelmed by a cloud of smoke and retreated. The entire tavern was suffused with yellow haze. Zeander felt dizzy and sneezed several times, standing outside for a moment to regain his composure. Carty assisted in brushing off the yellow powder that clung to Xander's attire. Thankfully, the contact had been brief, and little had adhered. During this time, several patrons passed by Zeander, lifting the curtain and blissfully entering the smoky ambience of the tavern. "What on earth is that substance?" Zeander inquired. "Most likely a concoction of inferior euphorics and disorienting potions," Carty responded. Carty paused momentarily before speaking, expressing her astonishment that such things were so prevalent in Upside Alley. This unsettling atmosphere imparted a sense of foreboding to Zeander. "I believe we should leave. I should never have come to this wretched place," he confided to Carty. As another individual brushed past him and entered the tavern, Zeander felt a sudden unease. He instinctively reached for his pocket, only to discover that his pocket watch was missing. He distinctly recalled placing it there when donning his black cloak. "Damn it," Zeander seethed, tightening his grip on his wand. This watch was a birthday gift from Tom, and to have it stolen within a day was infuriating. With a flick of his wand, the pocket watch emerged from the tavern's swirling smoke. He wished fervently that the establishment would collapse, crushing those despicable thieves inside. Surely, those under the influence of the subpar euphoric and disorienting potions would not escape. Zeander gritted his teeth in frustration. Rather than retrieve the watch himself, he gestured to Carty, who obediently caught the watch, dusted it off with a handkerchief, and handed it back to him. They then made their way outside, though still harboring resentment. Zeander was reluctant to venture back into the noxious smoke in pursuit of the thief. The watch appeared unscathed, leading him to ultimately decide to let it go. "I must report this to the master," Carty remarked. "Very well, I shall not return here," Zeander thought dismally. Upside Alley had lost its allure. Just as they were about to exit the alley, an ominous rumble erupted behind them. Turning to look, they witnessed the tavern collapsing in a cacophony of dust and yellow smoke. There were no screams, no panic, not a single soul fled the tavern. A chill ran down Zeander's spine. Chapter 14. Homeward Bound, Tom Injured. Strangely, Zeander felt a sense of culpability for the tavern's demise. After all, he had indeed entertained such thoughts, and the system had indicated that he could wield magic at will. Yet, could that yellow smoke, those inferior euphoric and chaotic potions, as Carty had described, truly render wizards oblivious to danger, leading them to perish beneath the tavern's ruins? Humans were so easily manipulated by substances, even wizards. Did that make those individuals his victims? Was he responsible? Would he find himself in Azkaban? Zeander felt his mind clouded, uncertain of how he had boarded the return carriage. "Will I end up in Azkaban?" he suddenly voiced. "What?" Carty responded, taken aback. "The tavern. It seems I caused its collapse," Zeander confessed. "It won't matter." Carty reassured him. "No one will investigate the dead in Upside Alley." "But so many have perished," Zeander murmured. "It won't be an issue," Carty insisted. "Instead, focus on what you'll have for dinner when we get home. After a meal and a good sleep, everything will be fine." Zeander indeed felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, perhaps a consequence of his substantial magical exertion. Leaning against the carriage door, he gradually closed his eyes. By the time Carty halted the carriage, Zeander was fast asleep, still clutching the pocket watch. Carty chuckled softly, the child of the Dark Lord. From beneath his cloak, he produced a wand, and with a delicate flick, a blanket soared forth to envelop Zeander. Another wave of his wand caused Zeander to levitate out of the vehicle. The Fiennes' residence was eerily silent, suggesting that Mr. Fiennes had yet to return. Carty waved his wand once more, guiding the floating Zeander to the bedroom on the second floor. A black cat lounged on the pillow, its keen senses detecting Carty's entrance as it let out a soft meow. A black snake slithered from beneath the covers, flicking its tongue and hissing softly. Carty gestured for silence to both the cat and the snake, gently placing Zeander on the bed. "He is asleep. Do not disturb him," Carty whispered to them. He quietly closed the door behind him and stepped out of Zeander's room. Their master had not yet returned. What could have transpired? Carty pondered, unable to suppress his curiosity. Zeander was roused by the sounds of thunder. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, only to find the cold scales of a creature instead. It was Sasami. He had traversed through time again. "What time is it now, Sasami?" Zeander thought of turning on the light, but a furry paw pressed the switch for him. It was 10:30 in the evening. Sasami hissed, "You did not appear well when Carty brought you in." "Is that so?" Zeander sat up, rubbing his temples, still feeling a throbbing headache. The pocket watch. He turned to see his coat neatly folded on the nightstand, the watch resting atop it. Abisco was perched nearby, fiddling with the timepiece. "I don't recall seeing you this morning," Zeander mused, suddenly recalling the matter. "Abisco went up to the third floor," Sasami informed him. "She intended to catch you a bird as a gift, but alas, she was unsuccessful. I found a 4-leaf clover in the garden, which I had Tom's servant preserve for you. Happy birthday, Zeander." His tail curled around a small glass piece, upon which a 4-leaf clover was affixed. Zeander smiled, accepting the clover, and affectionately patted Sasami's body, then ruffled Abisca's head. "Thank you both," he said gratefully, feeling a pang of hunger. Zeander resolved to venture downstairs in search of something to eat. To be honest, he was still unaccustomed to troubling the hired help. As he descended the staircase, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Tom was slumped in his armchair, eyes closed, his hair dripping wet, and his white shirt stained with blood. Carty was kneeling beside him, carefully cutting away the soaked fabric. Tom was injured. Zeander rushed down, questioning, "What happened?" An umbrella, still dripping water, lay discarded in the entryway. It was evident that Tom had just returned. Had he come back in such a state, soaked and wounded? The noise of Zeander's descent stirred Tom's eyes open, and he offered a reassuring smile to the anxious Zeander. "I'm fine, do not worry." "How can I not worry? You return in the dead of night with such grave injuries. What on earth were you doing?" Zeander nearly shouted, drawing his wand to unleash the healing spell he had learned. Carty intercepted him. "The wound has not been properly debrided, making it unsuitable for magical treatment. The clothing is adhered to the injury and must be addressed first. Furthermore, healing spells, such as those that restore to their original state, are more effective for superficial wounds." "Do not worry, Zeander, there is no need for fear," Tom reassured. "There are potions available, right? Just drink it, and all will be well." "Who inflicted this injury upon you?" Zeander appeared slightly calmer as he inquired. "I know what you are thinking," Tom chuckled wryly. "There's a confidentiality law, Zeander. This is an adult matter. I heard from Carty that you haven't had dinner yet. You should eat something first." At that moment, Zeander had little appetite. He retrieved a bag of bread from the cupboard and squatted beside Tom's chair, watching as Carty meticulously tended to the wound, snipping away at the shirt bit by bit. Each snip elicited a fresh pang of pain, which Zeander felt acutely, though Tom remained silent. When Carty extracted the bullet, Zeander abruptly looked up. "A gunshot wound? What exactly were you doing?" "I merely went to inspect my holdings," Tom replied wearily. "Things have been rather chaotic lately. Zeander, you must refrain from going out." Zeander observed Carty administering the healing potion to Tom and felt a slight sense of relief. "Father, you must take care to recuperate properly. Do not vanish like you did the past few days. Injuries require ample rest," Zeander insisted. "Since when did you become the one to lecture me?" Tom chuckled. "I have yet to address your escapade in the alley." Zeander scoffed playfully. "I am a wizard. After all, you, a Muggle, should know your place." "Very well. I will heed your advice. I shall remain here today to avoid straining my injury," Tom smiled. "You should head upstairs. You have had a tiring day." Zeander ascended the stairs, glancing back multiple times. Once Zeander had left, Carty spoke up. "Master, are you truly unscathed? The antidote potion will render any other potions ineffective, including healing spells." "Are you questioning me?" Tom retorted coldly. "It is merely a bullet, not a curse. However, those Muggles require proper handling. Enough of this kneeling. Go find some trouble for them." Carty respectfully bowed before departing. Chapter 15. Conversations before school. Since that injury, Tom had not ventured outside. However, it was evident that the volume of letters and phone calls he received had increased. During this period, Zeander diligently reviewed his books and persistently urged Carty to teach him potion making. "I hope to achieve commendable results. I cannot allow Tom to lose face," Zeander expressed to Carty. It was clear that any mention of Tom would render Carty exceedingly agreeable. With Cadilla's assistance, Zeander successfully experimented with all the first-year potions. Time passed swiftly, and the commencement of the Hogwarts term was imminent. On the morning of August 31st, Harry was delivered to the Fiennes' residence by his aunt and uncle, clearly eager to escape. Even though Harry remarked that his aunt and uncle had been considerably kinder to him lately, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was a wizard, Zeander remained skeptical. After all, Harry's glasses were still broken, and it was Zeander who had ultimately repaired them with magic. With the presence of friends, and on the final day before the school year commenced, Tom finally relented and permitted Zeander to venture out for some fun, albeit with the condition that Carty accompany him. Naturally, Zeander cheerfully acquiesced and promptly turned to drag Harry to the amusement park for the most exhilarating roller coaster ride. As anticipated, Harry, destined to be an exceptional Quidditch player, thoroughly enjoyed himself, while Carty, now an adult, emerged pale and trembling, much to Zeander's delight. However, while Zeander and his companions were out enjoying their day, Tom once again stepped out. He did not drive nor bring anyone along. He merely donned his customary suit, took an umbrella, and walked to a nearby phone booth to dial a number. Within minutes, a car arrived before him. Tom settled into the back seat, and after a brief journey, they halted at the entrance of a CAF. Before he exited the vehicle, the driver informed him that the code word was Morning Glory. Tom raised an eyebrow, grasped his umbrella, and entered the CAF. Inside, the warm yellow lighting enveloped the space. He surveyed the room and noticed only one woman seated by the transparent glass window, with a large bouquet of morning glories in front of her. Approaching her, he leaned his umbrella against the sofa and took a seat opposite her. How surprising, Tom remarked. The procedures at Downing Street seem rather pointless, don't they? The woman chuckled, replying, the complete procedure requires you to be blindfolded. I never expected that the infamous aunt of the surviving child would be affiliated with Downing Street. Tom responded with a smile. Indeed, if Harry Potter were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the woman seated across from Tom as his typically harsh aunt. Yet, perhaps he would prefer to doubt his own eyes rather than accept this as his aunt, for her demeanor was entirely different from the one he was accustomed to. I also did not anticipate that Mr. Fiennes, who unified London's underworld in just 15 days, would be the father of one of Harry's future classmates. Penny Evans replied with a smile. When I discovered your identity, my household's phone records were also retrieved. This has caused me a bit of trouble. Oh, I sincerely apologize, Tom said, though lacking genuine contrition. If I may be so bold, why do you treat Harry Potter with such disdain? From what I understand, you are quite familiar with the Wizarding World. Our original policy was to instill in Harry a distaste for and distance from the Muggle world. Penny maintained her official, disingenuous smile. Wizards belong to wizards, and Muggles belong to Muggles. This has always been our stance. Adopting Harry was an unforeseen circumstance, yet we adhered to our previous methods. However, such an approach invariably encounters complications. In practice, it is challenging to strike the right balance. For instance, your interactions with Harry and your child were unforeseen by us, potentially leading to a shift in Harry's attitude towards Muggles. Prime Minister Major has issued new policy directives regarding this matter, and we are expediting the revisions. However, a reasonable shift in attitude will require time. It is rather unfortunate, madam, Tom remarked. It seems you are caught between two leaders. Please do not undermine my position. I had thought we could be cooperative partners, Mr. Fiennes. Penny sighed. You should be aware that with the advancement of technology, it has become increasingly challenging for wizards to conceal themselves among Muggles, leading to a growing rift between wizards and Muggles. If left unchecked, dire consequences are inevitable. Dire consequences? What sort of consequences? A war? Ms. Evans, I sincerely hope that Downing Street does not intend to initiate this conflict prematurely. My child is a wizard. Tom's demeanor turned serious. If you wish to expel wizards entirely, I must assert that such a notion is unattainable. There are numerous wizards of Muggle descent. Although data indicates that every Muggle-born wizard possesses a wizarding relative, it is evident that this is not the information you seek. Penny stated, our current stance is to position Muggle-born wizards as intermediaries between Muggles and wizards, thereby accelerating their interaction. Then, Muggle-born wizards become the vanguard for Downing Street, mere innocent pawns? Tom retorted, that is not the implication, Mr. Fiennes. Interaction need not solely take the form of war. You need not worry excessively on that front. Economic engagement is often the most favorable option, Penny asserted. Wait a moment, Tom furrowed his brow. You truly dare to use that yellow powder? You wouldn't have included any. Of course not. Penny interjected hastily. Mr. Fiennes, we have employed many Muggle-born wizards to brew potions. Likewise, we have engaged professional medical and pharmaceutical consultants to conduct thorough evaluations. Wizards are precious. We would not wish for them to suffer any unnecessary harm. We will be more vigilant regarding the control of such substances in the future. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic has already dispatched personnel to clear Nocturne Alley. The Aurors are currently seeking employment. You certainly possess considerable knowledge. Wizards for wizards? Tom displayed a sardonic smile. I fear the dark wizards lurking in Nocturne Alley are unaware of how many of your spies are among them. Mr. Fines, we are merely providing a platform for Muggle-born wizards and half-bloods who face discrimination within the magical community, Hinny explained. Many of them struggle to secure decent employment in the magical realm and, wishing to remain within it, have regrettably become what ordinary wizards refer to as dark wizards. They deserve reasonable support from the United Kingdom for the sake of bridging the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Well put, Tom scoffed. Let us be frank. What must I do? And what can you offer me in return? Mr. Fines, this is not a cold monetary transaction, Hinny replied. It is merely a mutually beneficial collaboration from a perspective that favors all Muggles. We hope that you might extend a courtesy when encountering our representatives, or engage in deeper economic exchanges with the magical community, just as you originally intended. In return, we would also facilitate your business endeavors. To what extent? Tom inquired. There will be professionals to discuss this aspect, and I believe you will find their proposals satisfactory. Hinny remarked, I cannot commit to too much, but 2 ports are manageable. Thus, the atmosphere lightened. Shall we enjoy our collaboration, Mr. Fines? Tom chuckled. Indeed, let us relish it, replied Penny with a smile. Invoking the blessings of the Almighty upon Britain, the ambience instantly reverted to that of their initial meeting. With a grin, Penny gestured for the individual seated next to her to escort Tom outside. Detailed negotiations, after all, ought to occur in a more solemn environment, rather than in a CAF adorned with transparent glass windows, and certainly without the encumbrance of umbrellas. Chapter 16, The Hogwarts Express. Zeander and Harry played until dusk before returning home. Upon their arrival, Tom was in high spirits, engrossed in the newspaper. Noticing their return, he jovially inquired, Children, have you had dinner? We have, Zeander replied. Harry offered a shy smile. Tom then asked, Where will Harry be sleeping tonight? At this question, Harry visibly tensed, involuntarily glancing at Zeander. That depends on whether Harry minds sharing a room with me, Zeander answered with a chuckle. Of course I don't mind, Harry exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had been contemplating sleeping on the sofa if Zeander's home lacked a spare room, though the sofa did appear quite inviting. Zeander led Harry upstairs to view his bedroom. It was spacious and cozy, adorned with clean, soft linens and blankets, accompanied by a television and a telephone. A stack of books rested on the nightstand. Obliska, curled upon the pillow, licked her fur and greeted the two with a lazy meow upon their entrance. Obliska, Harry exclaimed in delight, bending down to scratch the black cat's chin, eliciting a soothing purr. Zeander glanced around and inquired, Where's Sesame? Obliska tapped the blanket, and a sleek black snake slithered out. You returned quite late, Zeander, Sesame yawned, hissing, I was getting sleepy. I merely took Harry out to play. Next time, I shall inform you in advance. No need to wait for me, Zeander assured. No, I was just afraid of being squished if I fell asleep, Sesame retorted. After their exchange, Zeander turned to find Harry gazing at him in astonishment. You can talk to snakes too? Harry asked. Are all wizards capable of conversing with serpents? Indeed. I can communicate with snakes, Zeander affirmed, but from what I have read, it seems not all wizards possess this ability. It appears to be a hereditary gift. Since we can both converse with snakes, it suggests we may share a bloodline. Harry, really? Harry's excitement was palpable. Certainly, Zeander smiled. Although Harry had no connection to Slytherin blood, given that the Potter family possessed the ancestral invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows, while the Gaunt family held the Resurrection Stone, it was not unfounded to claim that both families descended from the Peverell brothers, sharing a blood relation. That night, Harry was exuberant, alternating between chatting with Sesame and conversing with Zeander. Eventually, it was a weary Zeander who reminded him, Harry, do not forget that we must journey to Hogwarts tomorrow. Harry managed to suppress his excitement and closed his eyes. The following day, he awoke early, while Zeander nearly overslept. During breakfast, Zeander reassured the apologetic Harry, saying, It's not your fault. My routine has yet to adjust. I am accustomed to sleeping until noon. By the time we reach Hogwarts, you might have to wake me up. Today, Tom personally drove them to the station. Harry carried the suitcase, enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, gifted by Tom, along with Hedwig's cage. Although Zeander had a storage compartment, he pretended to carry a suitcase while shouldering Obliska's cat bag. Unfortunately, Sesame could not be brought to Hogwarts, so it had to remain at the Fane's residence, which disappointed Harry. However, Zeander's reluctance to take Sesame was primarily due to his fear of revealing his ability to speak Parseltongue, which was also why he had previously refrained from letting Sesame out in front of Hagrid. As they walked and chatted, Tom followed at a distance, ensuring the safety of the two children. They continued without pause, even at Platform 9, where Zeander had already explained the excuse mentioned in the book. After all, although Harry had perused the textbooks, he had not read as extensively as Zeander. When they bid farewell to Tom and boarded the train, Zeander suddenly recalled that they had yet to meet the Weasley family. He pondered the potential disruption to the narrative. Aside from his inability to play wizard's chess, the Weasley family was indispensable in supporting Harry. They were a large pure-blood wizarding family, each member remarkably talented. If Ron did not meet Harry in the compartment, it would be difficult for them to forge such a close friendship later on. Zeander felt a sudden concern about whether he might diminish Ron's role as a guiding figure for Harry in the Wizarding World. Before Zeander's worries could deepen, someone pulled open the sliding door of the compartment. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" asked a boy with fiery red hair and a smattering of freckles, pointing to the empty seat across from Zeander and Harry, smiling as he noted that everywhere else was full. Harry glanced at Zeander and then replied to the boy, "No one is sitting here. You can take a seat." The boy settled down and cheerfully introduced himself. "Hello, I am Ronald Weasley. You can call me Ron. Are you also first years at Hogwarts?" Zeander replied, "Alexander feigns. Just call me Zeander. This is Harry Potter." "We indeed are first years," Harry interjected, introducing himself as well. "Harry Potter? The Harry Potter?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, though he still wore a smile. "If you're referring to that one, then yes." Harry chuckled, brushing aside his tousled hair to reveal the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "That looks really cool," Ron replied with a grin. Zeander felt a twinge of curiosity. Why did Ron seem less interested in Harry? To keep the conversation lively, Zeander adopted the demeanor of a wizard from a Muggle background. Eager to learn about the magical world, which he was indeed, he asked, "Are you from a wizarding family?" "Yes," Ron replied. Ron chuckled, stating that nearly all his family members were wizards, save for a distant cousin of his mother who worked as an accountant in the Muggle world. "So, you must possess a wealth of magical knowledge," Harry inquired with curiosity. "In truth, that is not the case," Ron replied. "Children from wizarding families receive their wands only upon turning 11. Without a wand, casting spells becomes exceedingly difficult. My mother has always believed in the importance of formal magical education at Hogwarts rather than practicing in secrecy at home. Perhaps other wizarding families differ, but my 5 older brothers experienced it this way." "You have 5 wizard brothers?" Harry exclaimed. "That must be quite delightful. And a younger sister, just a year my junior, who likely won't attend Hogwarts until next year," Ron continued. "As for delight, I wouldn't say it's all that pleasant. With 5 exceptionally talented brothers, the pressure can be overwhelming. Moreover, I often have to make do with their hand-me-downs, such as Bill's old robes, Charlie's used wand, and Percy's discarded rat." Ron then retrieved a plump, sleeping gray rat from his jacket pocket, stating, "This is Scabbers. He sleeps all day. When Percy became a prefect, my dad gifted him an owl." Zeander could not focus on the rest of the conversation. His gaze was fixed on the rat, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. A realization struck him. It was Peter Pettigrew. Chapter 17, Ron, but it is the Daily Prophet. Zeander tightened his grip on the wand before relaxing it again. He had intended to expose Peter's true identity, yet hesitated. Firstly, there were no professors present. He was uncertain he could capture Peter. If Peter escaped, it would lead to the same predicament as in the original story, where Peter could not be convicted, nor could Sirius be lawfully freed. Secondly, Zeander was uncertain of his allegiance to Voldemort. If viewed from Voldemort's perspective, Peter could be considered instrumental in his resurrection. Without Peter, it was uncertain whether Voldemort could return at all, even though Peter ultimately betrayed him. Zeander's desire to save Sirius stemmed not solely from the unresolved anguish he felt upon reading about Sirius's demise in his previous life, but also for more pragmatic reasons. Sirius held the key to unlocking the Black family manor and locating the Salazar Slytherin locket, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Thus, it seemed most prudent for Peter to be publicly exposed before numerous professors, apprehended according to the law, and subsequently, Sirius could be lawfully released, allowing Peter to escape from Azkaban to seek out Voldemort's remaining essence and facilitate his revival. However, this required the overarching narrative of the first-year events to remain largely unchanged. Only by maintaining this structure could Voldemort's principal soul lose its corporeal form while still possessing the means to evade capture and seek resurrection. Only through this preservation would Lucius Malfoy perceive Voldemort as weakened, thus producing the diary to frame the Weasley family. Therefore, he needed to exercise patience. Calming himself, he raised his gaze to meet Ron's eyes, which twinkled with an icy blue brilliance and blinked at him, while Ron continued reciting lines reminiscent of the original text. Zeander momentarily froze, but Ron soon turned his attention to Harry's words. Harry was comforting Ron. "Before Hagrid informed me, I was utterly oblivious to the Wizarding World. Even unaware of my parents' circumstances, I was especially ignorant of Voldemort's affairs." Ron exaggeratedly feigned a look of shock. However, it was evident that Harry found nothing exaggerated about it. "What is the matter?" Harry inquired. "You uttered the name of the Dark Lord," Ron exclaimed, appearing both astonished and exhilarated. "Only you would dare to do so. Truly the boy who lived. Perhaps it is because I am not fully aware of the taboo surrounding that name. I know next to nothing about the magical realm." Harry replied, his tone laden with concern. "Not at all. Wizards of Muggle descent can learn swiftly," Ron reassured him in return. Zeander observed the exchange between Ron and Harry in silence, occasionally interjecting a comment. He felt a peculiar sense of drama unfolding before him, akin to a scene being filmed. Ron's antics particularly evoked this sensation. Xander's pet is a cat named Obsidian, isn't it? Harry remarked, turning to engage Zeander in conversation, evidently eager to include him. A cat? Ron's eyes widened. No. She would frighten Scabbers. He said this while showing no inclination to protect the plump rat dozing on his lap. Emphasizing the words frightened Scabbers, a sudden inspiration struck Zeander, and he subtly adjusted the wand tucked in his pocket as the zipper of his cat carrier was silently unfastened. A sleek black cat sprang forth from the bag. The elderly gray rat jolted awake, leaping out of the compartment in alarm, with Obsidian swiftly in pursuit. Scabbers, Ron called out, yet he made no move to chase after them, remaining seated. I apologize for startling your pet, Zeander said to Ron, studying his face in an attempt to decipher some subtle emotion through Muggle expressions. It's nothing. That old rat was of little use anyway. If he goes missing, I might even owe you my thanks, Zeander. Ron emphasized the last part, a smile gracing his eyes as his demeanor lightened, the theatricality dissipating. I trust your cat will be fine. Obsidian is quite clever. She will know how to return, Zeander replied. Ron seemed strangely different from his character in the original narrative. Zeander mused. As Ron appeared poised to say something, an interruption came from outside. A loud commotion echoed through the corridor, followed by a smiling woman with dimples who opened the compartment door. Dear, would you like to purchase some snacks for the journey? She inquired. I brought sandwiches, Ron replied, somewhat sheepishly retrieving a paper-wrapped item from his bag, which, to be honest, did not look appetizing. Harry glanced at Ron and Zeander. Though he was unaware of the riddle they had been engaged in, he felt a sense of joy that his two agreeable companions were getting along well. Clearing his throat, Harry addressed the saleswoman. Please, allow us to have a selection of everything so that we may share together. Zeander and Ron simultaneously displayed expressions of mild surprise. Don't look at me like that, Harry said, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks, for it seemed that I, too, have attained a modicum of fame. He turned to Zeander, seeking some validation. You treated me yesterday, and I possess little Muggle currency, so I can only repay you with these items purchasable with galleons. He then shifted his gaze to Ron, adding, I lack for wizarding currency as well. I merely wish to sample various wizarding snacks, and having you both join me would hardly be a waste, would it? Zeander felt a sense of resignation. He had intended to express his indifference towards these snacks, but he had indeed skipped lunch. Having already made the purchases, it seemed inappropriate to offer Harry money. Ron, who had only just met Harry, suddenly found himself invited out, his ears turning red as he lowered his head in a moment of vexation, fiddling with his fingers. Then, abruptly, he raised his head and declared to Zeander, Destiny is never predetermined. I believe that at tonight's banquet, you can confidently pursue whatever it was you wish to do. After uttering this, his complexion seemed to pale. Yet his spirits visibly brightened as he smiled at Harry and began to partake in the pumpkin pasties. Destiny is never predetermined? What could that imply? Zeander himself was the greatest variable in this narrative. Given that Caddy was now beside Tom, who was still somewhat of a Muggle, Voldemort's future experiences would likely diverge entirely from the original tale. Thus, Peter may not hold such significance after all. Zeander glanced at Harry, who remained blissfully unaware, and chuckled. Soon enough, Harry would acquire a large black dog as a godfather. However, what appeared even more intriguing was that this world seemed to possess a prophecy with active capabilities. Zeander suddenly found himself intrigued by this world, which diverged from the original story. Chapter 18. The academy I wished to attend. Harry was perplexed by Xander's inexplicable laughter. He touched the corner of his mouth to ensure nothing was stuck there, wondering what thoughts occupied Xander's mind. He shoved a pack of chocolate frogs into Xander's pocket, hoping to deter any further odd laughter. Turning, he noticed Ron also chuckling, albeit with an air of mystery. Annoyed, he tossed another pack of chocolate frogs into Ron's lap. What on earth are you both laughing about? Harry exclaimed as he opened a pack and bit into the frog's leg. Secrets, Zeander replied with a grin, also unwrapping a chocolate frog to indulge in its creamy milk chocolate. If only it were a tad sweeter. I merely wanted to enjoy a chocolate frog, Ron chuckled. Come, let us see what cards you have in your chocolate frogs. Harry joined in the laughter. You two are truly ridiculous. It's Dumbledore. Oh, how exceedingly common, Zeander retorted. Don't make it sound as if Dumbledore is lacking, Ron interjected. The three boys erupted in laughter, eagerly unwrapping and sampling all the snacks laid upon the table. Indeed, I find I still prefer sweet jelly beans, Zeander remarked. The curry-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans are surprisingly delightful, Harry added. This is fortunate. None of you have encountered any peculiar flavors. Ron remarked, I wouldn't touch any strangely colored jelly beans. I'd rather chew gum until it loses its flavor. As the three of them engaged in conversation, a round-faced boy with tear-filled eyes knocked on their compartment door. Excuse me, the boy inquired, have you seen my toad? All three shook their heads. The boy burst into tears, exclaiming, I've lost him again. Do not fret, Harry consoled him. Ron and Zeander's pets have gone missing too, yet they always return. Zeander nearly stifled a laugh. exercising remarkable moral restraint to suppress the urge to laugh in front of a weeping child. If you see him, the boy sorrowfully said, could you please let me know? Of course, Harry replied. The boy departed. I have a question, Ron stated. What is it? Harry asked. How many pets were lost on the train? Ron queried. Stop joking. Ron, Zeander admonished. It's strange that pets go missing while we remain indifferent. Harry instinctively glanced at Hedwig's cage, receiving a disdainful glare from Hedwig. Speaking of which, Ron, I believe it's time for you to take out your wand, Zeander suggested. What do you intend to do? Ron asked, somewhat perplexed as he pulled the old wand from his bag. My wand might be too worn. The compartment door swung open again. The boy searching for his toad entered, accompanied by a young girl clad in a freshly donned Hogwarts robe. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville has lost one. The girl declared with an air of arrogance and disdain, her thick brown hair framing her face. I believe we've already stated that we haven't seen it. Ron replied, are you going to perform magic? Let us see it then. The girl settled into her seat. Ron glanced at Zeander, who returned the look and even restrained Harry, who seemed ready to speak. Well, Ron said with some reluctance, why don't we introduce ourselves first? I am Ron Weasley. I am Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom, the girl responded. What about you? Zeander feigns, Zeander announced, leaning back with a bag of sweets. Ready to enjoy the spectacle. Harry Potter, Harry said. Harry Potter? Is it truly you? Hermione exclaimed with excitement. I've read your story in several extra reference books I purchased, such as A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, all of which mention you. Although no one else in my family practices magic, and this is my first time at a magical school, it astonishes me to be in the same year as someone mentioned in those books. It's an experience I've never had before. She spoke in a rapid-fire manner. Perhaps it's just me, Harry replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He seemed to understand why Ron suggested introductions first. I was unaware that I was mentioned in so many books. Goodness, how could you not know? Hermione exclaimed. If it were me, I would have collected every book that mentioned me. Which house do you all wish to be sorted into? I wish to attend Gryffindor, as I have heard that our esteemed headmaster, Dumbledore, graduated from there. However, Ravenclaw also holds its charm, and time is pressing. We must first locate Neville's toad. I shall observe your magic another time, Ron. You all ought to change your clothes promptly. With that, Hermione led Neville away. You are indeed being deliberate, Zeander. Ron sighed, stowing away his wand, seemingly uninterested in eliciting a response. Haha, I believe conversing with her would benefit you immensely, Zeander chuckled. That seems rather unclear to me, Ron murmured. Harry had grown accustomed to the peculiar exchanges between the two, which had occurred several times throughout their journey. He cleared his throat to redirect their attention towards him. So, which house are you all inclined to join? Gryffindor, of course. My parents and brothers are all Gryffindors, Ron stated. Being sorted into Slytherin would be a disservice to my family, as they have battled against the dark wizard from Slytherin lineage for so many years. Though, I would secretly prefer to join Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Is the house assignment related to the houses of one's parents? Harry inquired. Indeed, in most cases, with few exceptions. Ron replied, frowning slightly, and chose not to elaborate further. Then I shall likely be sorted into Gryffindor as well. I have heard that my parents were also Gryffindors. Harry remarked. What about you, Zeander? Zeander was deep in thought, pondering whether the sorting hat would promptly declare him for Slytherin upon touching his head. Would the staunch Gryffindors be taken aback? Perhaps Hufflepuff? Zeander suggested, considering his Muggle heritage. Wasn't he that girl also a Muggle? Her sights were set on Gryffindor, Ron noted. I believe you can be sorted into Gryffindor. At the very least, you would belong in Ravenclaw. Gryffindor, Zeander thought, suppressing a smirk. It was difficult to imagine a traveler associated with Voldemort, bearing the surname Riddle, being accepted into Gryffindor. Merely avoiding Azkaban would be a considerable achievement. At that moment, the compartment door swung open once more, admitting 3 boys. Chapter 19, Draco's Provocation. It was evident that Draco and his 2 lackeys had entered. Upon stepping into the compartment, Draco surveyed the area with a critical eye. Zeander suspected he had recognized both himself and Harry. I hear Harry Potter is in this compartment. Everyone on the train is talking about it. Draco's gaze flitted between the 2 dark-haired boys, clearly scrutinizing their foreheads. Although Zeander's hair was typically as disheveled as Harry's, Tom had specifically arranged it for him that morning. As for Harry, after witnessing Zeander's half-hour ordeal of hair taming, he had politely declined to tidy his own locks. So it must be you then? Draco directed his question at Harry. Indeed, Harry replied, glancing at the 2 stout boys standing protectively behind Draco, reminiscent of Dudley. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. Draco introduced his companions nonchalantly. Before presenting himself, I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron cleared his throat, appearing on the verge of laughter. You find my name amusing, do you? He didn't need to inquire about Draco's name. He already knew who he was. My father has informed me that the Weasley family is characterized by red hair, freckled faces, and an abundance of children they can scarcely afford. Draco remarked to Ron. Without turning to Ron again, Draco addressed Harry, saying, "You will soon discover that certain wizarding families consider themselves superior, Potter. Surely, you wouldn't wish to associate with those of a lesser standing. I can assist you in this regard." He extended his hand, seeking to shake Harry's. "I believe I can discern for myself what is considered lesser," Harry coldly replied, ignoring Draco's outstretched hand. Meanwhile, Ron quietly conversed with the similarly overlooked Zeander, whose full name was Andromeda, without any issues. Indeed, it symbolized brilliance. "My grandmother was also named after a constellation." He even introduced his surname first, and emphasized it. The tone he used. Zeander couldn't suppress his laughter this time. Draco and Harry quickly noticed Xander's amusement, with Draco evidently preparing to unleash his rejected anger upon Zeander. "And who might you be? I fear I do not yet know your name." He elongated his voice in inquiry. "I apologize," Zeander immediately responded. "I am Zeander Fiennes. I did not mean to intrude." "Fiennes? I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with such a surname among pure-blood families." "My father never mentioned it," Draco taunted. "Have you heard of Crabbe, Goyle? You can't possibly be a filthy mudblood, can you?" The trio erupted into laughter. In stark contrast, Ron's expression turned grave. "How dare you?" He stood up, drawing his wand. Harry looked on, bewildered by the rapid escalation of tensions, yet he resolved to side with Ron. Although Harry did not fully comprehend the term mudblood, it was clear that it was an affront to Zeander. He too rose to his feet. Zeander, however, seemed largely unfazed by the insult, even attempting to calm Harry and Ron. "There's no need for such agitation, Ron, Harry. After all, this young Malfoy does not appear to be particularly bright." Zeander glanced at Draco and couldn't help but chuckle again. "Mudblood, indeed. Well, ha ha ha. If my father were to hear you refer to me in such a manner, ha ha ha." Harry felt increasingly perplexed, unsure whether to confront Malfoy or to pat Zeander on the back as he laughed to the point of coughing. However, Malfoy's expression clearly darkened further. Ron, meanwhile, lowered his wand and offered Zeander a tissue. "Well, you decide how to handle this," Ron said with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, thank you, I apologize. I seem to have developed a lower threshold for humor." Zeander accepted the tissue, struggling to contain his laughter. He turned to Draco with a forced smile. "Young Malfoy, it is evident that your father has not fulfilled his educational duties. I truly worry for the future of the Malfoy family. It seems, young Malfoy, that you must strive harder. After all, the Malfoy family, unlike the Weasley family, lacks the means to produce a second child." Harry looked on in astonishment as Zeander spoke in a tone more haughty than Draco's. Ron chuckled beside him. Clearly, Draco wished to continue his tirade. But with a subtle flick of his wand, Zeander pushed them outside. With another wave of his wand, the door was secured. Outside, there was an angry kick against the door. In response, Zeander reinforced the enchantment on it. Harry gave Zeander a thumbs up. Ron settled back down and remarked, "I can't believe Malfoy had the audacity to utter that word." "What does that word mean?" Harry inquired. "It is a derogatory term for those of Muggle descent," Zeander replied. "Oh, he has insulted Hagrid before," Harry added. "Have you encountered him before?" Ron asked. Harry recounted his encounter with Malfoy in Diagon Alley. "The Malfoy family. I've heard they even followed the Dark Lord back in the day. However, they were among the first to switch sides after he vanished." "Claiming they had lost their way," Ron said. "But my father believes that was merely an excuse. Their allegiance to the Dark Lord required no additional justification." Zeander refrained from interjecting at this moment of explanation, as he had pretended ignorance before Harry. If he were to admit that he had previously mocked Malfoy using the Malfoy family secrets, he could not guarantee that Harry wouldn't catch on. Someone knocked at the door. It was Hermione Granger. "What is going on?" she inquired, evidently referring to the earlier quarrel with Draco. "Nothing," Ron replied. "Why did you lock the door?" "I went to the front, and the driver said we would be arriving shortly. You should hurry and change." "You haven't caused any trouble before reaching Hogwarts, have you?" Hermione asked from outside. "We locked the door to change. Can you please be quiet, girl?" Ron retorted. "Well, I just saw a cat squatting at your door," Hermione said dismissively. It seemed to be holding onto a mouse. Ron opened the door, and Obsidian leapt into Zeander's arms, while the mouse dashed into Ron's pocket with an agility unbecoming of its age. "You weren't even changing," Hermione remarked. Ron expressionlessly closed the door again. "Boys," Hermione muttered outside. "At least now, I feel unfit to converse with her," Ron said to Zeander. Zeander burst into laughter. The three then donned their black robes, leaving their luggage in the compartment as they flowed down the aisle with the crowd. They gathered around Hagrid, who was calling out for the first-year students. Ascending the steep path, boarding boats, traversing the tunnel, and finally arriving at a grand oak door. This was the entrance to Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 20, Sorting. But with a twist. The door swung open, revealing a witch clad in a flowing emerald green robe. It was unmistakably Professor McGonagall. The young wizards were led into an adjoining empty room to prepare. At that moment, Zeander felt an inexplicable sense of unease. How could they accurately determine which house we belonged to? Zeander overheard Harry asking Ron. "It must be some sort of test," Ron replied. "Fred, one of my twin brothers. remarked that it would be quite detrimental to us, although he was likely jesting. Ron chimed in, and Harry visibly tensed. Zeander comforted Harry, suggesting it was unlikely to be a magical examination, but perhaps more akin to a personality assessment. Upon uttering this, Zeander himself was momentarily taken aback. Ah, the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat's mind-reading capabilities. Zeander felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he fervently rummaged through his mental archives, recalling a description that hinted at a form of host protection, indicating that the Dark Lord likely possessed a level of mental occlusion that would prevent others from discerning his innermost thoughts. This thought provided Zeander with a modicum of relief. Once the Sorting Hat concluded its song, the line began to move, and one by one, it announced each individual's house. The characters Zeander remembered were sorted into their respective houses, with Ron and Harry, as expected, being placed in Gryffindor. Alexander finds. It was Zeander's turn. He donned the hat with a hint of trepidation. Without a doubt, that familiar whisper echoed in his ear. Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat declared. The Gryffindor table erupted into applause and cheers. Zeander noticed Ron and Harry clapping especially enthusiastically. He removed the hat in a daze, pondering whether the Sorting Hat had indeed lost its wits by placing a descendant of Slytherin into Gryffindor. With this thought, he glanced up at the staff table, confirming that Professor Quirrell was indeed wearing his turban. He also cast a glance at the pocket watch stowed away in his belongings, deciding to trust in the capabilities of his own Dark Master. As the sorting concluded, Dumbledore stood to deliver his customary address, filled with nonsensical exclamations. "See, I told you that you could be sorted into Gryffindor," Ron said, sitting beside Zeander. "So, was that a prophecy?" Zeander inquired while serving himself some lamb chops. "It was a blessing." Ron shot him a glare, taking a bite of roast meat. "I thought you could see it too," he mumbled. "So it's merely fragments?" Zeander speculated about the seer's perspective, tentatively suggesting, "I certainly cannot see clearly. Why ask if you already know?" Ron swallowed his meat. "When do you plan on doing that thing?" "Well, I suppose we should finish our meal first," Zeander replied, taking a bite of his lamb chop. "After the main course." Once the table was cleared for desserts, Zeander couldn't resist sampling a bit of everything before stopping. Nearby, Neville was sharing a story about a toad gifted to him by his Uncle Algy. Ron pulled out a mouse missing a toe and whispered, "It seems to be asleep. What should we do? Should we throw it onto the staff table?" "I think I could give it a try," Zeander said, retrieving his wand. Harry leaned in with curiosity, asking, "What are you planning to do?" "Perhaps turn the mouse into a person or something," Ron suggested. Zeander waved his wand gently, emitting a brilliant blue-white light. The moment Ron saw the mouse begin to transform, he flung it away, and it landed right on the adjacent Slytherin table. Draco yelped and jumped up, finally experiencing the fright he had missed earlier. Immediately, the young wizards from Slytherin and Gryffindor in proximity to this area began to scream and scatter as a rat sprouted a head and limbs, transforming into a filthy, bald, dwarfish man. The entire hall descended into chaos. It seemed that a Muggle-born wizard was shouting phrases like the living dead. The man appeared as if he had just been awakened, and upon realizing the unfolding events, he swiftly seized a wand from a young wizard. Yet, someone was quicker. Dumbledore, with a composed demeanor, stood up. Xander did not hear the incantation he uttered. Only a few beams of light shot forth, causing the wand in Peter Pettigrew's hand to fly away, while the tableware transformed into ropes that bound him. Students from every house returned to their dormitories as Dumbledore amplified his voice with magic, overpowering the din of the hall, while the prefect led the first-year students away. Dumbledore then exchanged a few words with the professors. Subsequently, the heads of houses descended to assist in the evacuation of students. Xander suspected that the professor, presumably Snape, had cast a fierce glare in their direction. Harry whispered to Xander, "This is so cool. You really turned Scabbers into a human. I just feel a bit nauseous." Xander replied, noticing Professor McGonagall striding directly toward them, sensing trouble brewing. "At least I don't want to share a room with him," Ron muttered. Professor McGonagall approached them, sternly inquiring, "Who did this?" Xander promptly lowered his head in submission to the future headmistress, saying, "I'm sorry, Professor." "Me too, Professor. I apologize," Ron added. Harry glanced at his two friends, steeling himself, and said, "Professor, I'm sorry. I was involved as well. Can I go too?" "Stop talking, Harry," Ron interjected. "Your acting is terrible." "Harry, I noticed you were dozing off. Perhaps you should return to sleep," Xander suggested. Professor McGonagall's expression softened somewhat. "Mr. Potter, if you wish to accompany us, that is acceptable. It is not a grave matter. Children, follow me." Dumbledore had already conducted a preliminary examination of Peter Pettigrew, levitating him with his wand toward the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall led them in Dumbledore's wake. "You won't get into trouble, will you?" Harry quietly asked Xander, tugging at his sleeve. "I doubt it," Xander whispered back. "I merely wanted to see if I could turn Scabbers into a person. Perhaps it's more about me throwing the rat onto the Slytherin table that poses a greater issue." Ron whispered similarly. Professor McGonagall's pace shifted slightly as they walked. "It seems it's not that serious," Xander mouthed. Unable to contain himself, Harry's lips curled into a smile. They ascended the stairs to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore had already secured Peter Pettigrew to a chair. The latter trembled, shrinking back, his gaze darting around the doors and windows. However, it was evident that he could not escape the grip of Dumbledore's magic. Dumbledore conjured several chairs with transfiguration. "Children, please take a seat." He offered a smile to the three, stating that he had summoned them primarily to enlighten them about the significant matters they had engaged in. Chapter 21. Interrogation and Inquiry. Dumbledore turned towards the bound Peter Pettigrew, his tone growing colder. Perhaps the hero, Mr. Pettigrew, who had met his demise at the hands of Sirius Black, could elucidate why he had transformed into a mouse and infiltrated Hogwarts, even attempting to harm its students? Peter squeaked in protest. "I did not. I was transformed into this by Black, a sophisticated form of animagus, learned from the Black family, or perhaps from that name we dare not speak." He continued, "I have never harmed any student. If I intended to harm Harry, I could have done so in the carriage, couldn't I?" He seemed to find his defense growing increasingly articulate. "Is that so? A sophisticated form of animagus? Professor McGonagall will conduct an examination shortly," Dumbledore remarked with an inscrutable expression, embodying the grandeur of the greatest wizard. Yet he pondered why your first instinct upon regaining human form was to seize a student's wand. Professor McGonagall stood protectively in front of the three children, wand in hand, her gaze equally icy as she fixed it on Peter. A figure clad in black robes, with a hawkish nose and greasy black hair, entered the room. "Ah, Severus, your timing is impeccable. Have you brought the potion?" Dumbledore inquired. Snape cast a glance at the three children who had just taken their seats, then silently placed a small glass vial containing a clear liquid on Dumbledore's desk. Peter emitted a sharp, stunted cry, resembling a rodent grasped by the throat. He shook his head incessantly, appearing as though he would kneel before Dumbledore if not restrained to the chair. Zeander scrutinized the potion's master, admiring his cold, vacant gaze reminiscent of the original text. Truthfully, Zeander was uncertain how to approach him. Initially, Zeander had believed he might be sorted into Slytherin, allowing for potential exchanges with Harry from Gryffindor, perhaps even creating a sense of déjà vu. Now, sorted into Gryffindor, Zeander could not guarantee he would manage his emotions well if targeted by this Slytherin head. However, how could the obviously closed-off expression not raise suspicion in the original Voldemort? Zeander could not help but silently critique. Dumbledore pried Peter's mouth open and administered 3 drops of the potion. Snape appeared eager to personally ensure the entire vial was consumed. "What is that?" Harry inquired, somewhat apprehensive, as he leaned closer to Zeander and Ron, whispering. "It seems to be a truth serum," Zeander replied quietly. "I've read about it in books." Snape glanced over. Dumbledore asked, "I hope you will tell us why you transformed into a mouse." Peter looked desperate to close his mouth, but the effects of the serum compelled him to confess, "I am an animagus, therefore I can transform into a mouse." "An unregistered animagus?" Professor McGonagall stared at him. "Where have you been all these years?" Dumbledore inquired calmly. "In my home, masquerading as an ordinary mouse." Ron whispered that he had performed admirably as a rat, save for living too long. At this, Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Though it was merely a glance devoid of embellishment, Ron promptly fell silent and recoiled. Peter's words echoed Ron's assertion. "I transformed into a rat and escaped from the explosion, hiding in the sewers. To eavesdrop on the Wizarding World. I concealed myself in the Weasley household as a pet." "Why did you choose to hide?" Dumbledore inquired. "Initially, it was to evade capture by Sirius Black. Subsequently, I feared being discovered alive. So, the spell that obliterated an entire street and claimed the lives of dozens was unleashed by you?" Professor McGonagall asked, her countenance betraying suppressed fury. "Indeed." Peter trembled as he continued. "To escape, I severed one of my fingers to feign a shattered appearance." "Why did Black seek your capture?" Dumbledore softly probed. "For what reason?" "Because I was the secret keeper for James and Lily," Peter replied. "Sirius, he had an exceptionally close bond with James, one that bred envy. It was only natural for him to be their secret keeper originally. However, Sirius persuaded the Potters to temporarily change the secret keeper. He argued that if everyone knew he was the Potter's secret keeper, it would be perilous. He claimed that should it be me, I would attract less attention. That fool." Snape ground his teeth, visibly seething, as if he wished to strangle Peter. "You betrayed them." "Yes," Peter confessed, "for the preceding year. I had been providing information to the Dark Lord." "What does that mean?" Harry interjected, his voice betraying his rising agitation. "What is he saying?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he began to comprehend the implications. "You," Harry erupted, standing abruptly and shouting at Peter, "you sold my parents to Voldemort?" "Yes," Peter, still under the influence of the Veritaserum, involuntarily admitted, "it was me." Harry's eyes glistened with fury, and he too seemed poised to harm Peter. Yet he was restrained by Zephyr. "Enough, I understand now," Dumbledore declared, halting the interrogation. "The remainder shall be left to the Ministry of Magic. Severus, Minerva, please handle him for now." Professor Snape escorted Peter from the headmaster's office, clearly struggling to refrain from administering his own form of justice. Professor McGonagall followed closely behind, her concern for Harry evident as she frequently glanced back. Dumbledore turned to Harry, wearily rubbing his temples. "Oh, Harry, I believe you have grasped the situation. Indeed, I know. He is the one who betrayed my parents," Harry stated somewhat stiffly, "but it seems only now are you discovering it is he? I can hardly believe it. You failed to capture him. So who did you apprehend?" Harry asked. "The Ministry captured Sirius Black. I am truly sorry, my child. They sent Sirius to Azkaban without trial. The wizarding prison," Dumbledore explained. "Oh, you sound as though you are not aligned with the Ministry of Magic?" Harry questioned, sharp and confrontational. "Is not the Ministry the governing body of the wizarding world? Cannot it represent wizards?" This time, even Zephyr recoiled in apprehension. He truly did not anticipate the formidable strength of Harry's attack. Had he known, he certainly should have exposed Peter in their third year. Chapter 22. Answer, Godfather. Return to the dormitory. In response to Harry's inquiries, Dumbledore exhibited little emotional turbulence. "Harry," Dumbledore sighed, "you are quite astute. I have no need to conceal anything from you. However, you must understand that when Voldemort had just vanished, the populace was in turmoil, and the Death Eaters remained rampant. Among them, the most loyal faction wreaked havoc, torturing others in hopes of discovering their master's whereabouts. In times of war, the Ministry of Magic felt compelled to suppress every Death Eater, and even those suspected of being one, to stabilize the wavering middle ground and avert further tragedies. It was indeed shocking." Zeander lowered his gaze to the floor as Dumbledore defended the Ministry of Magic. Harry, undeterred, continued to fixate on Dumbledore, awaiting his next words. "As for me, I am merely a headmaster. It is not I who represents the wizarding world, but rather the Ministry of Magic," Dumbledore stated. "I cannot prevent the Ministry from hunting down the Death Eaters. That is within their jurisdiction. I must also agree with their actions, as it ensures the safety of the students." At that time, all available evidence pointed towards Sirius Black. He did not utter a word in his defense, willingly entering Azkaban like an unrepentant Death Eater. Who would believe such a thing? Even Harry, who had just entered the wizarding world, could not accept it. Zeander blinked and chose to continue staring at the ground. "Why would he go to Azkaban?" Harry inquired. "According to that rat, he is innocent, is he not? I believe it is likely due to his sense of guilt," Dumbledore sighed again. "He probably feels that his persuasion of Mr. Potter to alter the secrecy surrounding the matter led to the ensuing revelations. He blames himself entirely, believing he misjudged whom to trust and betrayed a dear friend, thus shouldering the guilt of his friend's demise." "So, you are saying," Harry said slowly, "that he thought the rat was dead, and then he voluntarily imprisoned himself, taking on the mistakes of that rat to seek solace? And allowing the true culprit to remain at large? Foolishness." Harry coldly reiterated Professor Snape's words, clearly still agitated. If Zeander had been drinking water at that moment, he would have surely choked. Who would dare believe such a thing? Harry concurred with Snape's assessment of Sirius and declared that his godfather was a fool. "It is not difficult to comprehend Sirius's profound sense of guilt," Dumbledore calmly remarked. "If you had witnessed the bond he shared with James, you would understand how deeply intertwined their lives were. They were as close as brothers, devoid of any blood relation, inseparable each day. James meant the world to him." Harry's lips trembled. "Sirius grew up in a family that revered blood purity," Dumbledore continued, "yet he displayed remarkable courage by leaving that household. He was embraced by the Potters, your grandparents, and nearly became their second son. At that time, few would have believed he would betray James. Regrettably, Sirius lost his brother, whom he cherished as family, and this overwhelming sense of guilt engulfed him." Harry's expression softened slightly. The circumstances surrounding Sirius's imprisonment were indeed marred by the Ministry of Magic's blunders. "This is an undeniable fact," Dumbledore continued, stating that had the trial proceeded as it ought to, the jury would have swiftly realized that he was not the culprit. Unfortunately, the Ministry acted with undue haste. Meanwhile, Sirius was so consumed by his guilt that he neglected to assert his own defense. Once Peter was apprehended and tried by the Ministry, Sirius would have been liberated to fulfill his responsibilities. Sensing something, Harry inquired, "What responsibilities?" Dumbledore smiled gently. "I had yet to share this with you. Sirius Black is your godfather. I believe he would be more than willing to care for you." Harry's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Dumbledore observed as the weight of various troubling thoughts receded from Harry, akin to the retreating tide. "My godfather?" Harry's voice trembled with a hint of surprise. "My family? Would you resent him for his late arrival?" Dumbledore asked. "No, of course not." Harry exclaimed in delight. "When will he be released?" "Oh, I mean, how long does the Ministry's process take?" Zeander finally lifted his head, the previous atmosphere of despair seemingly dissipated. After conversing with Harry, Dumbledore turned to Ron, advising, "Next time, it would be wise to dispose of dangerous items in a deserted area or hand them over to a professor, rather than throwing them directly into a crowd. Do you understand?" Ron nodded vigorously. Dumbledore then addressed Zeander, saying, "In the future, it is prudent to consult your professors before attempting any spells. Practicing magic independently can be perilous, understand? Zeander nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Dumbledore chuckled, remarking, Mr. Zeander, it seems that the effects of the Muggle hair gel are less than satisfactory. Zeander awkwardly touched his hair, which indeed had a few unruly strands. Now, let us proceed. I shall escort you back to the Gryffindor dormitory, as it is quite late. The three young lions obediently followed Dumbledore, who held a lantern. Along the way, Zeander heard Harry softly murmuring about when Sirius would be released. Dumbledore ushered them through the portrait of the fat lady, informing them that the password was Dragon Dung, before guiding them up the staircase to the boys' dormitory and arriving at their door. Each dormitory door bore a nameplate, and they shared a room with Neville and Seamus. The three children bid farewell to the headmaster and entered their dormitory. Once the door was closed, Harry suddenly turned to Ron and Zeander, asking, So the matter you mentioned on the train pertains to this? Exposing Peter and then freeing my godfather? Harry's bright green eyes scrutinized the two. His keen perception startled Zeander. However, Ron was the first to respond. Don't you like it? He met Harry's gaze with a sense of conviction in his blue eyes. I believe you do. I saw it. Wow, that's quite direct, Zeander chuckled, returning Harry's gaze. I too think you would appreciate it. Well, I do, Harry confessed. Harry chuckled, expressing his gratitude. He embraced Ron and Zeander in succession, only to stifle a yawn. Ron followed suit, yawning as well. Zeander glanced around, nearly succumbing to the contagion of yawning. Their luggage had long been placed beside the bed, and after exchanging goodnights, the trio climbed into their beds, swiftly drifting into slumber. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore and the children, the smile on his face faded. A furrow formed on his brow as he pondered the source of the dark magic traces on Harry. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Encounter with Quirrell. On the first day of school, thanks to the healthy routine cultivated during the previous holiday, Zeander inevitably arose late. Meanwhile, Harry, having woken too early the previous morning, coupled with the impactful events he had experienced and a late night, found himself unable to rise early this time as well. It was Obiscat who roused Zeander. The black cat, having been confined in the cat bag all night, was now perched indignantly on Zeander. Oh, Obiscat, how fortunate I am to have you. I would have been lost without you to wake me on time, Zeander remarked, embracing the black cat with gratitude. It was then that he realized something was amiss. Who opened the cat bag? Zeander inquired. Do I even need to answer that? Ron replied, swallowing the last bite of his bread. Seamus and Neville left ages ago. Harry has gone to freshen up. You should hurry as well. I've already gone out to fetch breakfast. Why did you open the cat bag before waking me? Zeander pressed. She scratched at the bag all morning. When I opened it, that oddly named cat clawed me, Ron said, his tone laced with vexation. I truly admire your ability to sleep through that. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zeander rose to wash up. Zeander and Harry quickly completed their morning routines and finished breakfast. The three of them set off for their first class of the day, Transfiguration. This class was taught by Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. And being late would not bode well. Unfortunately, they found themselves lost. Ron, Zeander asked, didn't you go out earlier? The path I took this morning didn't look like this, Ron replied, displaying signs of anxiety. We should have gotten up earlier, Harry lamented. It's always easier to find the way with the larger group. Do you think we'll be penalized? Zeander wondered. Probably not, he concluded. Professor McGonagall is aware we were left behind last night. Let us hope she doesn't hold it against us too much. Let us just not be too late. Ron added, and which floor is this? The three exchanged glances. If the floor we just came from was the third, then this should be the Transfiguration classroom, Zeander surmised. But the door is closed. Harry exclaimed. Did we take a wrong turn? What if they've already started the class? Zeander pulled out his pocket watch for a glance. It wasn't tea time yet. So, Harry hesitantly suggested, should we give it a push? Suddenly, a sharp meow echoed through the corridor. Is that Obiscat following us? Harry asked. No, wait, something seems off, Zeander remarked, listening intently. Ron's expression changed. I've heard Fred and George mention that the school's caretaker, Argus Filch, has a cat. It was late when a gaunt, dark gray cat appeared before them, its bulbous eyes fixed intently upon them. It let out another cry. Can we still make it in time? Ron inquired. Give it up, Zeander replied. You cannot outrun a cat. Perhaps we could inquire about the location of the Transfiguration classroom. Harry suggested. Isn't it because we have yet to err? He added. What are you doing here? Filch rushed towards them, shouting, this is a restricted area. Sorry, Harry replied. We were unaware. Indeed, they were oblivious. This matter was supposed to have been announced by the headmaster at the previous evening's banquet, but unfortunately, a significant event had transpired. Zeander mused. Apologies, Mr. Filch, Zeander said. We intended to attend Transfiguration class, but lost our way. Transfiguration? Filch clearly disbelieved. This is the 4th floor. If you meant to reach Transfiguration class, why are you here? Even Mrs. Norris would not believe your fabrications. I ought to lock you miscreants in the dungeons. Mrs. Norris, the cat, had been observing them intently, but at that moment, she suddenly turned towards the staircase as if sensing something amiss. Instantly, she pounced in that direction. Clearly, she startled someone, for a scream echoed from the staircase. Filch hurried after the noise and soon saw Professor Quirrell ascending with the cat in his arms. "That cat nearly pulled off my turban," Quirrell exclaimed upon noticing Filch and the three children. "Ah, Filch, what brings you here?" "I, seem to be a bit lost." Quirrell stammered. The staircases at Hogwarts can be rather tricky. Zeander thought to himself that this was not a convincing excuse. Quirrell had been a professor of Muggle studies prior to his current role as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, and considering his time as a student, he had likely spent over a decade at Hogwarts. Quirrell then turned to the three children. "Are you also lost?" "Yes," Zeander affirmed. "We were headed for Transfiguration class, but we seem to have lost our way." Quirrell sighed with relief. "Shall I escort you down?" "Thank you, Professor," Zeander replied eagerly. "We truly need this." Filch appeared to have more to say, but in deference to the professor, he merely cast a resentful glare at the trio. The three followed Quirrell down 2 flights of stairs to the door of the Transfiguration classroom. Upon entering, Professor McGonagall was already at the front. Somewhat surprised to see Harry and his friends escorted by Professor Quirrell. After bidding farewell to Quirrell and greeting McGonagall, they slipped into the back of the classroom. As soon as they sat down, Ron couldn't help but comment, "Is there garlic wrapped in his turban? The smell is rather peculiar." "Don't say that. At least Professor Quirrell helped us out," Harry replied, though the odor was making his head ache. "Oh, Harry, your headache is likely not due to the smell," Zeander thought. Glancing at Harry, "After all, you bear a fragment of Voldemort's soul upon your head, and Voldemort is lurking just behind Quirrell, observing you intently. It is quite difficult to reconcile the image of this Voldemort concealed beneath a turban with that of Tom," leading Zeander to suspect that perhaps the resident at home is not Voldemort at all. It is hard to imagine that a person with such high standards for appearance and lifestyle could be the same individual who has spent a year under the garlic-scented headscarf. Perhaps it serves to protect against certain dark magical entities, considering he is the professor of defense against the dark arts, is he not? Zeander provided a brief cover for Quirrell. Regardless, he intended to use the content of the first lesson as an excuse to privately probe Quirrell afterward, aiming to maintain the demeanor of a diligent and trusting student. "The results I've seen are rather disheartening," Ron whispered, hoping he could endure this year. It had been rumored that every professor of defense against the dark arts in recent years had been unable to teach for a second year. They exchanged a few more words before falling silent as Professor McGonagall commenced the lesson. Chapter 24, The Diligent Zeander. Zeander poked the matchstick with his wand, and it transformed into a needle with a swift flick. Quite simple, he thought. Zeander stifled a yawn, making only a slight motion. Much of what Professor McGonagall discussed was not found in the textbook. To embody the role of a diligent student, Zeander diligently noted nearly every word she uttered, though his hurried writing rendered it somewhat illegible. If he were to organize it into proper notes, he would need to transcribe it again. However, to be candid, the content of this course seemed rather suited for an 11-year-old first-year student, while for 18-year-old Zeander, who had already previewed the material, it felt rather elementary. Why not attempt a wandless spell? Zeander set down his wand and grasped the needle, attempting to transmute it into gold. Alas, he suspected that his imaginative prowess was lacking, for he could not envision how iron could transform into gold. In fact, he found it even harder to conceive how it might become metal. Regardless, the idea of turning a wooden match into a wooden needle sounded more scientifically plausible. With a sense of resignation, he placed the needle back on the table. "Have you succeeded?" Harry inquired upon seeing the needle resting on the table, a flicker of understanding mixed with a hint of disappointment in his voice. "I knew you would excel." "I didn't manage to make my match change at all," Ron admitted. "Neither did I," he added. "But I doubt anyone else could make a match change in the first lesson." Professor McGonagall, having observed the preceding students, smiled at Hermione, praising her. "Miss Granger has done well. She has sharpened her matchstick." Hermione wore a self-satisfied expression. Ron felt somewhat embarrassed. "Zeander, you really ought to show the professor what you can do." Professor McGonagall approached the back row and, noticing that Zeander's match had transformed into a needle, expressed her surprise. "Mr. Fiennes has completely transformed his matchstick into a needle. I shall award Gryffindor 2 points for this. Perhaps, Mr. Fiennes, you could demonstrate for everyone how to convert a matchstick into a needle." Zeander, somewhat indifferent, stood up, took his wand, and pointed it at the needle, which promptly reverted back into a matchstick. With a mere flick, the match transformed into a needle. As he took his seat, he perceived a glimmer of competitive spirit in Hermione's eyes. After class, Professor McGonagall assigned an essay on the topic of how to transform a match into a needle. Zeander felt a sudden urge to raise his hand and inquire about the essay format. However, noticing Harry and Ron's eagerness to dash off for lunch, he relinquished the thought. Nonetheless, the format of the essay was indeed worth questioning. Details such as font, title, and cover could be meticulously explored. During lunch, Zeander broached the subject with Percy, who was dining nearby. "Essay format. Not many teachers require that," Percy replied, somewhat astonished. If you need a reference, I can share my previous essays with you. I've kept them all, but no plagiarizing, understood? Zeander nodded obediently. With a template, he would at least know what kind of work would yield what grades. After their meal, Zeander, Harry, and Ron returned to their dormitory to rest, only to find a crowd gathered around a notice in the Gryffindor common room. What is that? Harry inquired. A notice, an older Gryffindor boy responded. The trio exchanged glances and squeezed into the throng to inspect the announcement. Zeander skimmed it, noting it contained details about what Dumbledore was supposed to discuss at the start of term feast. The fourth-floor corridor. Ron exclaimed, his complexion paling. Zeander and Harry understood the implication. It was the very place they had nearly ventured into that morning. The notice ominously warned that anyone wishing to avoid unexpected, dire consequences should steer clear of that area. The thought of having almost encountered the three-headed dog sent a shiver down Zeander's spine. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins declared their intention to circumvent Filch and explore the Forbidden Zone. A few Gryffindors applauded them. I think it's best if we keep our distance from there, Ron said, his face ashen. I have a feeling we encounter something far more terrifying than a little spider. Harry, relieved to have escaped a close call, nodded in agreement. The remainder of the classes passed without incident. During the first charms lesson, the diminutive Professor Flitwick stumbled in excitement when he called out Harry's name, comically disappearing into the pile of books beneath him, just as depicted in the original text. However, Zeander suspected this was a deliberate theatrical effect, given the considerable attention from students towards the boy who lived. From a student's perspective, Professor Flitwick was undeniably humorous and engaging. Even a theoretical lesson devoid of wand usage retained a captivating allure, befitting the beloved head of Ravenclaw House. In stark contrast, Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor, was as monotonous as ever. His droning voice stirred within Zeander a dread of English listening comprehension. Although this ghostly professor had taught history of magic since Hogwarts' inception and was, in truth, a living encyclopedia, perhaps more accurately, a deceased one, he occasionally recounted tales not found in the textbooks. Yet, even Zeander, who had an affinity for history of magic, found it a fitting subject for writing assignments in other classes. The observation of the celestial sphere during astronomy class should be an intriguing endeavor. However, the late hour makes it exceedingly difficult for Zeander to willingly attend. He feels that his 11-year-old body requires at least 12 hours of sleep each day to function adequately. Ron, on the other hand, possesses a genuine interest in astronomy. Perhaps it is this innate prophetic ability that makes him well-suited to studying celestial phenomena. He might share a common language with the centaurs. As for the thrice-weekly herbology classes, where one observes plants at varying times throughout the day, Zeander quickly realized on his first day that excelling in this subject would be an elusive goal. After all, he had never managed to nurture anything in his previous life. In this life, he could only rely on Tom, his servants, and the timely provisions from the Hogwarts house elves to care for his pets. Zeander mused that entrusting himself with the delicate magical plants would undoubtedly lead to disastrous outcomes. Nevertheless, it appeared that first-year herbology did not assess practical skills, which relieved him somewhat. Finally, it was time for the defense against the dark arts class to commence. As anticipated, Zeander found himself in the midst of what had become a farcical lesson. Even Harry, who had initially harbored a fondness for Professor Quirrell, expressed his disappointment. Yet, despite this, Zeander put forth his utmost performance. He not only listened attentively as Professor Quirrell stuttered through a tale of aiding an African prince against a resurrected zombie, but also took the initiative to quell the raucousness of Gryffindor around him when Quirrell blushed and faltered under the scrutiny of Seamus. As they exited the classroom, Zeander defended Quirrell in front of Harry and Ron, suggesting that perhaps the professor possessed genuine abilities but simply lacked teaching skills. I believe that if he was appointed to teach defense against the dark arts, he must have some merit. It would be unjust to occupy such a position without fulfilling its responsibilities, especially for those aspiring to it. We ought to trust the professor. He merely seems inexperienced. Ron displayed a peculiar expression, evidently wishing to counter this argument, yet abruptly fell silent. It was not until they had walked a considerable distance that he suddenly remarked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something dangerous was lurking just now, though I cannot pinpoint its source. Harry found this odd, though he himself sensed nothing amiss. Only Zeander felt a surge of delight within. The plan was proceeding flawlessly. After dinner, Zeander approached Professor Quirrell's office door, clutching his class notes, and knocked. Professor, I have a few questions regarding the material covered in class. May I inquire about them? He called out clearly. Oh, do come in, Professor Quirrell replied, flustered. Zeander internally scoffed, wondering if the professor had just been conversing with Voldemort. Was it truly necessary to be so agitated? As he opened the door, he noticed Quirrell's turban securely in place, dispelling his previous suspicions. Perhaps it was merely the shock of being possessed by Voldemort that left him so jittery. What questions do you have, Mr. Fafins? Quirrell stammered. Professor, regarding the revenants you mentioned in class, I once encountered descriptions of them in Muggle literature, which trace their origins to the Vodou practices of Africa. The text suggests that revenants are believed to be spirits captured by priests and sorcerers. Some portray revenants as beings that, despite retaining the characteristics of life, have had their souls severed from their bodies, while others assert that a properly created revenant is indistinguishable from a human. Which perspective holds true? Zeander inquired thoughtfully. Mr. Fifians. I believe this confusion arises from many muggles conflating revenants with ghouls. Shiloh replied, explaining that ghouls lack a soul, whereas revenants imprison their souls within their corporeal forms. I once read that sprinkling salt on a revenant can prevent it from returning to its grave and may even liberate it. I have also encountered claims of invoking deities to resurrect revenants, such as the Haitian myth of the god Ged. Zeander pressed on, asking, is this effective, Professor? I fear I have not heard of any divine entities. Salt is indeed one of the more accurate methods. However, its efficacy is not as pronounced, and the notion of liberation may be misguided. Professor Chilo, you mentioned that your scarf was a gift from an African prince. It appears to be a magical artifact designed to ward off vampires. Are there vampires in Africa? How does this scarf provide protection? Zeander attempted to steer the conversation into more perilous territory. Indeed, Mr. Fifians, it is indeed a magical item that repels vampires. While Africa does have vampires, there are far more instances of humans being slain under the guise of vampirism. As for how it wards off vampires, it does so by isolating the breath, Chilo elucidated. Isolating the breath? How does that work? Does garlic truly repel vampires? I have also read in Muggle texts about other means of vampire deterrence, such as silver, holy water, and crucifixes. Are these effective? Zeander probed cautiously. Mr. Fifians, your curiosity is commendable, Chilo acknowledged with a glance, deftly redirecting the topic. I have heard you are a wizard of Muggle lineage. I would advise against immersing yourself too deeply in Muggle interpretations of magic, as they are rife with fanciful notions, fabrications, and misrepresentations. Most of their content is unreliable. The African prince fell victim to such beliefs, resulting in his scarf being imbued with an unpleasant aroma. Professor, what book should I read then? Zeander felt compelled to change the subject as well. As a wizard of Muggle descent with limited knowledge of the magical realm, I believe that reading extensively is the best way to swiftly grasp the intricacies of the magical world. However, indiscriminate reading can be inefficient. As a novice, I fear that certain unruly spellbooks may not be suitable for me. If possible, could you provide me with a reading list? I would like to seek them out at the library. Chilo retrieved a piece of parchment from his desk and began inscribing a list of titles. Zeander noticed that there were lesson plans scattered across the professor's desk, revealing that Professor Chilo was indeed well prepared. Chilo handed the list to Zeander, stating, you may refer to the books listed here. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out again. The subsequent volumes are either from the forbidden section or unavailable in the library. If you thoroughly grasp the previous readings, you may peruse them in my office. Thank you. Professor, you are truly kind. If I have questions while reading, may I come to you for clarification? Zeander inquired. Certainly, however, I still recommend that you finish these books before seeking me out, and do not let it hinder your other studies, Quirrell advised. Zeander politely bid farewell and exited the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Strange, Zeander pondered. If Voldemort, residing in the back of Quirrell's mind, possessed the memories of Tom Riddle, he ought to seek him directly, for Zeander bore an uncanny resemblance to Tom's past self. Could it be that his father merely wore a Horcrux? What, then, might be the connection between Zeander and Voldemort? Had Voldemort realized their shared link? Yet, Quirrell's words were equally perplexing. It seemed he implied that Zeander should refrain from visiting for a while and linger longer when he did. However, for Voldemort, a potential threat to his plans, sparing him would be considered merciful. What could this situation imply? Did Voldemort truly aspire to educate? Yet, given Voldemort's weakened state during the time depicted in the original narrative, he might simply intend to pass the time without the means to intervene. Wait, could it be that Voldemort wished to regain some strength before attempting to possess him? Zeander was suddenly struck with alarm. This theory not only seemed plausible, but also quite probable. Even if Voldemort recognized their connection, his original personality, devoid of love, could easily lead him to pursue such an endeavor. Even if not through possession, it was entirely plausible that he could deceive himself into assisting in the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, Zeander mused. However, despite contemplating Quirrell's suggestion to reach out more frequently, Zeander could not fathom why Quirrell had recently discouraged him from doing so. What precisely were Quirrell's intentions? During this period in the original storyline, no significant events transpired. Even the deception involving Hagrid should not have consumed much time. Zeander glanced at the lengthy list of titles in his possession, doubting whether he could complete them within a month. If he wished to avoid delaying his other studies, presuming he would require a separate reading list from other professors, it might well take him until Halloween to finish even one round. This was, of course, the optimistic scenario. Zeander rolled up the parchment and tucked it into his pocket. Deciding it prudent to approach other professors now, aside from the yet-to-be-held potions class, he would need a reading list from each. if he sought deeper knowledge. Acquiring a recommended list was essential. Among the titles Quirrell had provided, only a few were familiar to Zeander, or rather, the Hogwarts library contained many volumes unavailable for purchase outside. It was likely that the other professors' lists would be similarly exclusive. And if Zeander intended to delve deeper into his studies, he must seize every moment available within the school. Chapter 26, The First Potions Class. The professors at Hogwarts warmly welcomed Zeander, eager to foster the ambition of a student so keen to learn, tailoring a study list to suit his academic needs. Professor McGonagall, in particular, was so impressed that she awarded him an additional point. A commendable notion indeed, to provide a curated reading list for novices. Professor McGonagall expressed her willingness to tailor a list for each student, should they be inclined to seek her guidance. Even Professor Binns selected a few titles for Zeander. It was difficult to envision the spectral professor, who often recited lessons in a robotic manner, displaying such a look of surprise and contentment when Zeander requested a book list. Perhaps the seamlessness of this request was also due to the absence of a query directed towards Snape. This was Zeander's first-hand experience during the potions class the following day. After Snape delivered his classic opening remarks, he cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the room and then summoned Harry. Potter, what will be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to the wormwood infusion? I believe it is the elixir of life, Professor, Harry replied, casting a surprised glance at Zeander. Zeander had previously advised Harry to prepare in advance, even emphasizing the 3 questions. After all, Snape's notorious difficulty was well known among Gryffindor and other houses alike, and at the time, Harry sensed no issue. It seemed that the illustrious Mr. Harry Potter was quite adept at potions. Very well, let us observe how he performs next, Snape remarked, his gaze drifting to Zeander, who sat beside Harry. Before he moved on without posing the next question, merely snorting in disdain as the lesson commenced. The subject matter was the preparation of a scabious potion. Zeander was paired with Harry, while Ron was unceremoniously allocated to the equally solitary Hermione. Ron, incredulous at being thrust upon Hermione, exchanged a bewildered look with Zeander. But it was only a sheepish glance from Harry that offered any consolation. Snape, akin to a bat, glided around the classroom in his long black robe, chastising nearly every student. However, Zeander had practiced potions during the holidays, thus his group did not incur Snape's ire. Snape lingered beside them for a considerable time, nearly causing Harry's hands to tremble before he ultimately departed in silence. Ron and Hermione's pairing also encountered few issues, save for Hermione receiving a reprimand for her sluggishness in crushing the venomous fangs, and Ron being scolded for insufficient stirring. Zeander mused that this might foster a sense of camaraderie amidst the impending romantic pair. As he swiftly completed his group S potion, Zeander glanced up to see Neville preparing to drop a hedgehog spine into the still-boiling cauldron. He grasped his wand, using magic to restrain Neville's hands. Neville, bewildered, looked around in confusion, only to find Zeander gazing at him with a questioning expression. With no time to explain, Zeander, not wishing to discover whether the potion might explode with a few more seconds of boiling, guided Neville's hands to remove the cauldron and add the hedgehog spine instead. Neville paused, glanced at the book, and suddenly enlightened, flashed Zeander a grateful smile. Zeander returned the smile before lowering his gaze to bottle the potion. As Snape had somehow drifted back over. After class, Harry could no longer contain his grievances. I suspect Snape is targeting me. He was watching us the entire time. I do not share that sentiment, Ron countered. He didn't even scold you. It was evident that Zeander performed exceptionally well, as Snape stood there for an extended period without finding any faults. Harry, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, if it were just me, I would surely be subjected to harsh criticism. I believe Professor Snape may simply be concerned for you, Zeander replied with a smile. Consider how much he despised that little rat, Peter Pettigrew, on the day school commenced. He must have known your parents, hence his elevated expectations of you. As long as you continue to strive, all will be well. Perhaps, Harry mumbled softly. Harry had previously received a note from Hagrid, inviting him for tea. However, Zeander had no interest in the rock-hard rock cakes. He had little desire for the Philosopher's Stone either. If he truly wanted the stone, he could have easily pilfered it from Hagrid's pocket back in Diagon Alley. After all, the only information he would glean from that visit was about the Gringotts robbery. It would be far more productive to seek Snape for a book list and spend the afternoon studying. Thus, Zeander graciously declined Harry's invitation. Ron, curious about the towering Hagrid, accompanied Harry to the giant's hut that afternoon. When Zeander approached Snape for the book list, he was met, as expected, with sarcastic mockery upon entering the office. Why do you seek the attention of your rather mundane potions professor, when you have captured the attention of the esteemed Mr. Fiennes, the hero who apprehended the rat, Pettigrew? At the feast? Did you not excel in potion-making during class? Snape said with a scowl, when Zeander disregarded the taunts and requested the book list. Snape's expression soured even further. It seems Mr. Fiennes has delved quite deeply into the textbooks. Not only can he brew potions for his classmates, but he also aspires to learn more. Snape continued, posing several questions to Zeander. some of which were beyond the scope of lower-year syllabi. Fortunately, Zeander had retained some recollection of those key points. Snape glared at him, but ultimately provided a written list, along with several books, albeit laced with an abundance of derision. Zeander, however, filtered this as a reminder to remain grounded in his ambitions. With a cheerful expression, he expressed his gratitude, eliciting a peculiar and unspoken reaction from Snape. Initially, Zeander had yearned for the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. Yet these volumes contained notes from the esteemed potions master Snape, reflecting more mature insights as well. Zeander was confident that he would not need to brew every potion personally in the future, but acquiring greater knowledge would undoubtedly prove beneficial. At the very least, he would not be duped with mere water when the need for Veritaserum arose. Meanwhile, in Hagrid's cozy hut, Ron and Harry were engaged in conversation with Hagrid, struggling to chew on the inedible rock cakes. They reminisced about their encounter with Malfoy on the train, the capture of Peter Pettigrew during the feast, and the trials posed by Snape, affirming that the week had indeed been eventful. When Harry discovered a newspaper on the table and mentioned the Gringotts robbery, Hagrid awkwardly averted his gaze, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. "I recall, Harry, that you encountered Zeander and his father in Diagon Alley, did you not? He arrived a bit later. Perhaps he knows when the Gringotts robbery took place." Well, Harry changed the subject. "By the way, Hagrid, what were you discussing with Mr. Fiennes?" Hagrid increasingly avoided Harry's gaze. "Oh, it was merely some inconsequential matters." Harry, demonstrating consideration, shifted the topic once more. Nevertheless, his internal perplexities multiplied. Chapter 27, The First Flying Lesson. The tranquil academic life persisted for a while. As Zeander immersed himself in reading, the narrative finally progressed to the next juncture. A notice was posted in the Gryffindor common room about the upcoming flying lesson with Slytherin on Thursday afternoon. Flying lessons ranked highest in Zeander's curiosity among all subjects. Yet he felt utterly unprepared, having never practiced. During the holidays, he had been preoccupied with honing his skills in magic and potions, almost forgetting this subject altogether. He hadn't even purchased a broomstick. Moreover, he found the idea of riding a broomstick somewhat ridiculous, as it was hard not to think that there were spells capable of making one fly. Although it seemed that only Voldemort and Snape could achieve that, wasn't a flying motorcycle far cooler than a broomstick? Zeander did not expect to witness the flying swords of China in England, but even a flying skateboard appeared far more entertaining than a broomstick. Thus, he struggled to empathize with those young wizards from wizarding families who boasted about their prowess in riding broomsticks. Furthermore, he preferred team-oriented sports like basketball and soccer over Quidditch. Ron remarked that Zeander was indeed a wizard of Muggle origin. He had previously quarreled with Dean from the neighboring dormitory over soccer. Ron told Zeander, "Various balls can perfectly showcase a wizard's reflexes and agility. That is the true game of wizards. The thrill of Quidditch lies in making a comeback with the golden snitch." Yet, Zeander remained indifferent toward Quidditch. On Thursday morning, during breakfast, Neville received a memory ball from his grandmother. If one forgot something, the memory ball would emit a red light when held. Zeander was quite curious about the mechanics of the memory ball, contemplating purchasing one during the holidays to examine it. Draco suddenly snatched the memory ball from Neville's hand as he passed the Gryffindor table. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, clearly eager to confront Draco, perhaps having already been provoked on the train. Zeander, clutching half-eaten pastries, hesitated to stand. However, Professor McGonagall appeared in the blink of an eye. And just as Zeander had stuffed a pastry into his mouth, the commotion dissipated before he could reach for his wand. Observing Draco deliver his typical villainous threats, Zeander opted to shove another piece of pastry into his mouth. When afternoon arrived, and they attended the flying lesson, Zeander's aversion to the broomstick seemed to be sensed by the broom itself. While even Hermione's broom could perform a role, Zeander's broom lay motionless on the ground, feigning death. Much like Neville's. Frustrated, Zeander grasped his wand from his pocket, and only then did the broom leap into his hand. "Merlin, I hope I won't have to hold my wand while riding a broomstick," Zeander thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. Madame Hooch, the instructor of the flying class, was correcting the grip on the brooms amidst the crowd. Many students who boasted of their broom-flying prowess were pointed out for their mistakes, including Draco Malfoy, who had consistently failed to hold his broom correctly. Even Zeander was chastised for his errors, but grasping the broom with both hands meant he could not wield his wand. A sense of trepidation gnawed at Zeander, fearing he would be unable to take flight later. Everyone awkwardly learned to hold their brooms, and Madame Hooch was about to count down from 3 to initiate their ascent. Unfortunately, Neville, perhaps fearing the embarrassment of being left on the ground, took off prematurely, soaring into the air like a cork from a champagne bottle. Zeander did not intervene, even though the memory of Draco seizing Neville's memory ball that morning flickered in his mind. He watched, almost indifferently, as Neville plummeted back to the earth, his face a mask of astonishment and disbelief. This was unlike the incident in potions class, Zeander mused. Without this occurrence, Harry would have found it challenging to join the Quidditch team in his first year, which could affect his duel with Draco later that evening. They would miss the three-headed dog and the trapdoor. In pivotal moments such as this, it was wiser to remain motionless. Zeander observed Madame Hooch, her face pale as she helped Neville to his feet. Madame Hooch, Zeander called out, may I also visit the hospital wing? I feel a bit dizzy. He had no intention of participating in the unfolding drama. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain why he refrained from using magic. Madame Hooch glanced at him, her voice still somewhat shaky. Oh, Mr. Fiennes, Professor Dumbledore has informed me of your condition. If you wish, perhaps it would be best to go to the hospital wing for a brief respite. Harry, standing nearby, whispered, your condition? What's going on? Zeander replied, it's nothing serious. Merely a recommendation against vigorous activity. He found it peculiar that Tom had divulged his ailment, and why Dumbledore would also think there was something amiss. He followed Madame Hooch and Neville as they departed. Just as they were out of earshot, Draco Malfoy burst into laughter. Did you see that look on his face? That big oaf? And Fiennes, afraid even of a flying lesson. Other Slytherin students echoed his mockery. Shut up, Malfoy, Parvati Patil snapped sharply. Yet, it was evident that the beautiful, dark-haired Indian girl's defense was inevitably distorted in that moment. Oh, defending Longbottom or Fiennes? Or do you fancy both? Pansy Parkinson of Slytherin chimed in. I never imagined you were such a person, Patil. Look, Draco exclaimed, picking up the memory ball from the grass. This is the one that oaf Longbottom's grandmother gave him. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry demanded, his gaze fixed on Draco with an indescribable intensity. Gradually, everyone ceased their chatter, their attention drawn to the confrontation. Draco continued to sneer. I'll place it in a tree and let Longbottom fetch it. How about that? Hand it over, Harry shouted. The indescribable sensation intensified. Ron cast a glance at Harry and discreetly distanced himself by a step. Meanwhile, Draco mounted his broomstick and soared into the air, defiantly shouting. Come and get it, Potter. Harry seized his broom, disregarding Hermione Granger's attempts to dissuade him, and ascended into the sky. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey assisted Neville in settling onto a bed. Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts nurse, briefly examined Neville before retrieving a vial of potion from the cabinet. A trifling matter, she remarked. Drink this potion, sit for a while, and you will be well. She then turned her attention to Xander. Are you the troublesome case that Professor Dumbledore mentioned? Why have you only come now? Xander smiled awkwardly, for he did not perceive himself as ill. Xander contemplated this in his mind. Madame Pomfrey cast several spells to examine Xander, yet her brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment, causing Xander to feel a pang of anxiety. Rolanda, wait a moment. Madame Pomfrey called to Madame Hooch, who was about to leave. Please fetch Dumbledore for me. Xander's eyes widened in astonishment. Could I truly be gravely ill? Chapter 28. Xander's Affliction, Aftermath of the Wizard Duel. Dumbledore arrived shortly thereafter. Madame Pomfrey, perhaps sensing that the patient's presence was unwelcome, closed the door and spoke with Dumbledore outside. Unlike Neville, who lay incapacitated, Xander pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop, even casting a spell to enhance his hearing. Unfortunately, the quality of the hospital wing's door was such that he could only discern fragments of their conversation. It seemed that Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore were embroiled in an argument, with terms like soul, irreversible, exacerbated, curse, and dark magic surfacing in their discourse. What on earth is happening? Xander mused anxiously as he listened. After a while, sensing that their argument had concluded, he hurriedly returned to his bed. Dumbledore entered, followed by a solemn-looking Madame Pomfrey. Dumbledore's expression was equally grave as he cast a multitude of diagnostic spells upon Xander. Xander suspected this was far more than what had been employed during their last encounter at his home. Dumbledore inquired softly, Xander, have you experienced any dizziness? Well, I felt a bit before, but I feel much better now. Truly, Xander responded, attempting to assert that he was not unwell. Dumbledore turned to Madame Pomfrey, saying, You were right. I fear I am indeed lacking in expertise in this matter. I must summon Severus for a further examination. Xander sat on the hospital bed, bewildered, as Snape hurried in, appearing as though he had just concluded a potions class. Snape leaned down and conducted a thorough examination of Xander, casting yet another array of diagnostic spells. Xander felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of spells he had encountered that day. Snape, who usually bore a discontented expression during Xander's post-class inquiries, now looked even more perturbed. He stood up and addressed Dumbledore, who stood nearby, saying, You have truly presented me with a significant dilemma. Snape departed swiftly, his footsteps echoing with urgency. Xander, almost trembling with trepidation, inquired of Dumbledore, Professor, what exactly is my situation? Dumbledore smiled gently at him, assuring him that since Severus had agreed, there was no cause for alarm. It is nearly time for dinner. You should go and eat. Xander accompanied a somewhat recovered Neville to the now sparsely populated dining hall, where they had a light meal before making their way back to the Gryffindor dormitory. Upon their return, they found Harry and Ron engaged in a heated discussion. Xander naturally surmised it concerned Harry's duel with Draco. They rushed over to greet Xander and Neville. Are you both all right? Harry inquired anxiously. I'm nearly fine, Neville replied, but Zeander seems to be having some issues. What? Harry pulled Zeander closer, scrutinizing him with concern. It's nothing. Professor Dumbledore assured me it's all fine, Zeander sighed, undergoing another round of examination. Ron gazed thoughtfully at Zeander for a moment before glancing at Harry, as if he had something to say to Zeander, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Zeander then asked, "How was your class?" "Something happened." Harry briefly recounted the events of their Quidditch lesson. The previous day, Harry had chased after Malfoy to retrieve Neville's memory ball. Fearing a collision with Harry, Malfoy had thrown the memory ball away. Though it was Harry's first time on a broomstick, he successfully dove 50 feet to catch the memory ball unharmed. Albeit under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye. That sounds just like the original story, Zeander mused. You won't get into trouble, will you? Zeander feigned concern. Harry hesitated for a moment. Leaning closer to Zeander to whisper, Professor McGonagall discovered my talent in Quidditch and wants me to be the seeker for the Gryffindor team. That's splendid. Zeander exclaimed with a smile. By the way, what were you two just discussing? Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Nothing, Ron replied. I don't think it's a problem. You needn't worry. If you're feeling unwell, make sure to get to bed early, Harry added. All right, Zeander thought, recognizing their desire to protect him. Although their words only heightened his concern, he pondered that if he were to join the night escapades or the wizard duel, it would be difficult to refrain from using spells, potentially altering the course of events significantly. However, with Neville opting out, he wondered if the narrative could still proceed as intended. After much contemplation, Zeander resolved to trust in Dumbledore's wisdom, for he seemed to be a true patient in need of care. He settled down peacefully to sleep. The following morning, Zeander awoke to find Harry and Ron sporting significant dark circles under their eyes, yet brimming with excitement. So, are you two inclined to share what transpired last night? Were you out thieving? Zeander asked, exasperation evident in his tone. Unable to contain their enthusiasm, Harry and Ron narrated the events from their duel with Malfoy to their unexpected nighttime adventure with Hermione, who had intended to stop them but was compelled to join in. They recounted how Malfoy failed to show up for the duel, leading to their chase by Filch and his cat, and finally, the encounter with a three-headed dog that seemed to be guarding something. In conclusion, Harry also mentioned a small package that Hagrid had brought from Gringotts. Clearly, Dumbledore was well prepared. Zeander reflected. That object is either extraordinarily perilous or exceptionally precious. During breakfast, Ron was still discussing this matter. Harry interjected, suggesting that it might possess both qualities. Zeander shook his head in resignation, pondering that perhaps its value was what rendered it dangerous. After all, precious items undoubtedly attract the desires of many. On that day when I visited Diagon Alley, Gringotts had already been robbed once. Harry and Ron seemed increasingly excited, prompting Zeander to remind them that they had potions class that day and to temper their enthusiasm. He refrained from mentioning that he had seen Quirrell hurriedly exiting Diagon Alley, still uncertain about the nature of Quirrell's predicament, choosing to maintain a neutral stance for the time being. If the need arose to expose Quirrell, he could disclose that later. However, during potions class, Snape appeared equally listless, as if he too had endured a sleepless night, even neglecting to deduct points. After class, he called Zeander over and handed him a small glass vial containing a potion. Drink this after lunch. Once a week. Come to me for more, Snape instructed darkly. What is this potion, Professor? You seem rather fatigued. Did you not sleep well last night? Zeander inquired. Don't ask too many questions, Snape replied with a glare. Just remember to drink it. Zeander shrugged and departed with the potion. Harry and Ron had initially intended to discuss with Hermione the secrets that lay beneath the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog, but Hermione appeared utterly disinterested, even reluctant to engage with them. She had ceased speaking to Ron during class. The adventurous 11-year-old boy struggled to comprehend Hermione's intense reaction. After all, according to Ron's perspective, he had long predicted that no mishap would occur, and thus there was no reason to be fearful. Yet, from the viewpoint of an 11-year-old girl, nearly being devoured by a three-headed dog was indeed a harrowing experience. Ron complained several times in the dormitory about their lack of communication regarding class matters, only to be ridiculed by Seamus, who teased him about having a crush on Hermione, prompting Ron to drop the subject. In any case, they seemed to be embroiled in a silent war. Initially, it may have been Hermione's lingering fear and resentment from her brush with death, but now it had escalated into mutual animosity. They appeared to be in a contest of who would forgive whom first. Zeander felt it prudent to refrain from meddling in such a complicated emotional entanglement. Once, Hermione had confided in him about academic matters, but now she had ceased to speak to him altogether. Perhaps the resolution of this dilemma would have to wait until Halloween when they would confront the troll together. Zeander decided to let it be, as his reading list remained unfinished. Chapter 29, the night before Halloween. Time flew swiftly, and whenever he had free moments, Zeander immersed himself in the library, diligently working through his reading list. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. He frequently approached various professors, aside from the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, with questions, and it was likely that no teacher could forget his name. During this period, Zeander had a strong desire to seek out Quirrell for inquiries, yet he restrained himself. After all, if Quirrell truly wished for Zeander to approach him, it would suffice for him to ask a simple question about the reading after class, rather than hurriedly exiting as if attempting to evade him. Perhaps there will be a transformation after Halloween? Zeander's wandless magic has made no discernible progress. He has even begun to doubt whether his magical abilities rely solely on the few talents bestowed by the system. Yet, even if Zeander wished to seek assistance from the system, both the daily and main quest columns have faded to gray. Unaccustomed to checking the system, he remains oblivious to when this change occurred. Only the long-term task still shines brightly. However, Zeander cannot rely on his wandless power to pilfer a philosopher's stone or to inquire at the room of requirement if Ravenclaw's diadem is present. Then there is Zeander's ailment. After every potions class on Fridays, he follows Professor Snape to fetch his potion. Consuming the potion does indeed make walking feel somewhat easier. Yet, whether due to the potion's side effects, Zeander's sleep duration has been increasingly prolonged. In recent weeks, he has found himself falling asleep immediately after dinner, necessitating a request for a cup of coffee from Hogwarts house elves before attending the evening astronomy class. He has spent some time in the library searching for information about this potion, but unfortunately, has found no similar descriptions. Could it be located in the restricted section? Zeander muses. Alas, no responsible professor would grant a first-year student permission to enter the restricted section, especially with Lockhart absent. On the eve of Halloween, Professor Flitwick finally permitted the students to begin practicing the levitation charm. With a casual flick of his wand, a feather soared into the air, earning Gryffindor a point. This was far too effortless for him. Zeander glanced around in boredom. Most of his peers struggled to make their feathers move at all, including Harry and Neville. Seamus set his feather ablaze. Hermione was unapologetically pointing out Ron's pronunciation errors. The Cold War between Hermione and Ron concluded a week later when Hermione finally recognized that her silence towards her teammates would adversely affect her own performance in class. However, their relationship had not improved significantly. The end of the Cold War was replaced by a more critical Hermione towards Ron, as if she wished to seize his wand and perform the spell herself. Zeander's previous act of requesting book lists from every teacher evidently irked Hermione. She too requested a book list, but while Hermione needed to practice, Zeander did not. The gap between them widened, and Hermione grew increasingly anxious. She raised her standards, which in turn elevated her expectations of Ron. I don't believe the pronunciation of the levitation charm needs to be so precise, Ron said coldly to Hermione. Zeander can make the feather float without such effort. Bored, Zeander discreetly changed the feather's color back, attempting to diminish his presence. That was Zeander. He didn't even need to recite the incantation. Hermione retorted without hesitation. If you could perform it as he does, I wouldn't have to exert so much effort on you. Ronald. With that, Hermione cast a perfectly executed levitation charm, and the feather floated steadily in the air. Zeander began to question whether his prior attempts to play matchmaker for this budding couple had been misguided. Otherwise, why had the fire turned upon him? After class, Ron lamented to Harry and Zeander about Hermione, questioning whether there was no one else willing to partner with her. Why must she bother me? Clearly, there are hardly any students in the entire classroom capable of making a feather float. Hermione hurried past the three, accidentally bumping into Harry. It seems Hermione heard your words. Ron, Harry remarked. She appears to be crying. I think you ought to chase after her. Zeander suggested. Forget it, Ron replied, somewhat anxious but stubbornly insisting. I spoke the truth. She needs to realize that herself. Zeander had no intention of prompting Ron to actually pursue her. It was evident that shared adversity was a swifter means of fostering camaraderie. The next class, Hermione did not appear. Her absence was even noted during the Halloween feast. Zeander swiftly grabbed some food to satiate his hunger, awaiting Quirrell's entrance to complete his performance. As chaos ensued due to Quirrell's alarming news of a troll roaming about, he feigned urgency, reminding Ron and Harry, Hermione is unaware of this. We must find her. Ron visibly panicked, his face paling and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I understand. He bit his lip, then as if struck by a sudden realization, dashed outside with purpose. Harry followed closely behind. Zeander found the unfolding drama tedious and devoid of impact on the overarching narrative concerning the Philosopher's Stone. He took a couple of steps in the opposite direction of the crowd, seeking out Professor McGonagall, calling out, Professor McGonagall, Hermione is missing. Harry and Ron have gone to find her. McGonagall's expression turned grave as she scanned the area and indeed found no trace of her. I understand, Mr. Fiennes. You and Percy should return. I will locate Miss Granger. With that, Professor McGonagall hurriedly pushed Zeander back toward the throng of Gryffindors and rushed off. Relieved, Zeander returned to the dormitory. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he intended to lie down for a while. However, when he awoke once more, he found himself in the hospital wing, seated beside the kind-eyed yet concerned Dumbledore. Upon regaining consciousness, Zeander received 3 pieces of news that struck him like a bolt from the blue. Firstly, he had slept for 3 days. When no one could rouse him on Halloween morning, the situation escalated into a horror story more terrifying than the troll incident. Had he not awakened soon, Madame Pomfrey would have sent him to St. Mungo's for treatment. Secondly, officials from the Ministry of Magic had visited the previous day. They had completed the process of exonerating Sirius and came to interview the hero who captured Pettigrew. Seeing Zeander in his comatose state, Minister Fudge might have wished to set a precedent, promptly taking a photo of him in slumber for promotional purposes. Perhaps he would see himself in the newspaper that week. Thirdly, Professor Quirrell, feeling inadequate in his role as defense against the dark arts instructor, had requested an extended leave for personal development. Until his return, other professors would take turns substituting in the class. Was he still dreaming? Was this truly not an illusion? Zeander found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Chapter 30. The Fragmentation of the Soul. Professor, Zeander inquired with confusion and despair, what exactly is my ailment? Why have I been asleep for so long? Dumbledore gazed at him in silence for a moment before slowly responding. Zeander, I know you are an exceptionally intelligent child for your age, and I believe you possess great courage. What do you mean by that? Zeander became flustered, as though Dumbledore had personally delivered him a death sentence. Sir, could you please be straightforward? Dumbledore paused before continuing. My dear child, I must inform you that there exists a profound fissure within your soul. What? Zeander was taken aback. This crack has divided your soul in two. One half remains intact, while the other is fragmented. I do not quite comprehend. Before the term commenced, I conducted an examination on you, but I found no issues with your soul. Dumbledore regarded him intently. This is my oversight, and I apologize, my child. Zeander stared back at Dumbledore in bewilderment. Previously, Madame Pomfrey also performed an examination on you. Dumbledore stated, the results indicated a rift in your soul. The examination that Severus and I conducted corroborated this finding. So the potion I ingested was a soul stabilizer, my child. I noticed your curiosity about this potion. However, if you wish to find information regarding it, you will likely need to venture into the restricted section. Dumbledore sighed. Yet, that has not alleviated the issues pertaining to your soul. This latest examination revealed that the fissure has completely severed your soul. Why would there be a problem with my soul? Zeander questioned, though a sense of foreboding lingered within him. Initially, we believed it to be the result of some malevolent dark magic, as only dark magic has the capacity to alter the soul. However, we now lean towards the belief that this is a long-standing curse, gradually intensifying over time. It began with dizziness, progressed to excruciating headaches, and ultimately, your soul will fragment into pieces, or perhaps worse, disintegrate into dust. Dumbledore acknowledged this notion, casting a compassionate gaze upon the young boy. He was far too young to endure such a dreadful curse. Professor, do you possess a means of healing? Zeander's expression shifted to one of hope mixed with desperation. I am truly sorry, Zeander, Dumbledore replied. This matter concerning the soul has been a perplexing issue throughout history. Dumbledore did not elaborate further, for he had already witnessed tears streaming down Zeander's cheeks. Zeander's gaze was unfocused as he choked out. It is so unfair. I finally entered Hogwarts to learn magic, only to discover that wizards, like Muggles, are powerless against death. His words devolved into sobs. Indeed, a child from a Muggle background, just stepping into the realm of magic, facing such a terrifying ordeal. Dumbledore silently placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and stood, intending to grant the young wizard a moment of solitude. Yet, just as he reached for the doorknob, Zeander called out to him. Professor, Zeander lifted his head to gaze at him, his expression a mixture of despair and a hint of madness. Could you grant me permission to enter the forbidden section? Zeander continued to shed tears, yet he endeavored to keep his voice steady and free from quivering. Since the instructions for the soul stabilizer are located within the forbidden section, it stands to reason that other texts related to the soul must also be therein, does it not? Perhaps. A sense of doubt began to infiltrate Dumbledore's mind for the first time. I concede, my child. I concede. Dumbledore promised Zeander, should you encounter any difficulties, you may come directly to me. I shall provide you with answers. With that, he departed, leaving Zeander to gather his emotions in solitude. Not long after Dumbledore's exit, Zeander ceased his weeping. In truth, he had already begun to formulate a plan regarding his soul's affliction. He fixated on the system interface, which illuminated a segment of the main quest, lost in contemplation. Main quest. Seize the Philosopher's Stone. Two souls of distinct origins are engaged in a fierce struggle within you, exacerbating the damage to your soul. The Philosopher's Stone may prove beneficial to you. This academic year represents your final opportunity. Please seize the Philosopher's Stone before its destruction. The task of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone had transitioned from a long-term objective to a main quest, possibly due to the worsening of his condition elevating its priority. But what did it mean to possess two souls of differing origins? Zeander furrowed his brow. Could it be that this body still housed its original owner? Had his soul, having traversed realms, clashed with that of the original inhabitant? And why, now, had the system reintroduced a main quest? Furthermore, what had prompted Quirrell's departure from Hogwarts? Did he no longer desire the Philosopher's Stone? Would he return? Zeander found himself at an impasse. Devising a plan to seize the Philosopher's Stone was not something that could be accomplished in haste. By his bedside lay numerous cards and letters wishing him a swift recovery. Zeander decided to begin opening the letters. Many of his acquaintances had sent their regards. Hermione, having seemingly reconciled with Ron and Harry, had also included a card, accompanied by notes from their recent classes. Ron penned a brief letter recounting recent amusing events, coupled with an exceedingly optimistic prophecy regarding Zeander. Zeander suspected it was more of a blessing than a prophecy. Harry wrote an extensive letter, discussing everything from trolls to his recently released godfather, Sirius, concluding with well wishes for Zeander to awaken soon to meet Sirius. Even several of his professors had sent cards of encouragement. Snape had even contributed a card, albeit with the fewest words. Zeander pondered whether he should marvel at his daily interactions with various teachers or lament that he was indeed enjoying the privileges of a terminally ill patient. Quirrell had also sent a letter, which included a key. The letter stated that it was the key to his defense against the dark arts classroom, should Zeander wish to peruse the books not available in the library. It also mentioned that he would return on Christmas Eve, and if he could not, he would still send apples and Christmas gifts. Wait a moment. Is the custom of sending apples on Christmas Eve a homophonic tradition exclusive to China? Zeander suddenly realized. This implied that Quirrell's primary soul was also his father? This was a subtle hint from the primary soul. Zeander contemplated that, given the circumstances, securing the Philosopher's Stone seemed increasingly attainable. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore set down his quill, a freshly penned letter resting before him. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to place the letter in his drawer, refraining from sending it. Perhaps a little longer, Dumbledore mused. Chapter 31. Research on the soul. Since Xander's departure from the hospital wing, even those unaware of his soul predicament treated him as if he were fragile. Just imagine, he was forbidden from engaging in vigorous activities and could succumb to a deep slumber at any moment. The Weasley twins humorously dubbed him the Cursed Sleeping Beauty, naturally, the wizarding version of the tale, and soon this moniker spread throughout the entire school. Harry and Ron, too, seemed to amplify the situation. When Xander ventured into the restricted section, Harry and Ron stationed themselves at the nearest table in the open area of the library, diligently working on their assignments. Periodically, they would glance up to ensure Xander had not suddenly collapsed. You ought to trust your prophecy, Ron, Xander remarked with exasperation. Even if the outcome is favorable, it doesn't guarantee I won't faint while ascending the stairs or end up dozing the night away in the restricted section. Harry interjected, with Ron nodding in agreement. When Xander confided his frustrations to Hermione, she immediately affirmed Harry and Ron's sentiments and joined their ranks. I should have anticipated this. Not only can we enhance our skills together, but we can also look after Xander, Hermione stated as she settled beside them with a book in hand. They had initially intended to partake in reading the text Xander had chosen, but he firmly rejected the notion. The teachers privy to the details exhibited exaggerated concern. Any minor achievement by Xander warranted extra credit, as if merely attending class was a commendable feat. What a form of hospice care. Xander couldn't help but scoff. Meanwhile, Snape's attitude towards Xander incited envy among the Slytherins. He not only ceased his usual sardonic remarks, but also refrained from targeting Gryffindor when Xander was present. This favoritism did not sit well with Slytherin, who took to mocking Xander. Malfoy derisively claimed Xander was an ignorant mudblood, asserting that he fainted for 3 days upon hearing news of the troll. Harry and Ron nearly engaged in a confrontation with Malfoy. Fortunately, Professor Snape soon arrived. Upon understanding the situation, the typically biased head of Slytherin surprisingly lost his temper and deducted 5 points from Slytherin, neglecting to penalize Gryffindor. One can only imagine the expressions on the faces of Slytherin students at that moment. Naturally, Gryffindors attributed this turn of events to Xander, despite his belief that it was likely not due to his actions. Xander found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the restricted section as a worthy prohibition. It was not merely because many books reacted dramatically when withdrawn. The texts concerning the soul within the restricted section held many peculiar theories and experiments. However, it is not only the correctness of the viewpoints that requires careful scrutiny, but also the majority of the experiments are enough to make Xander feel nauseated. An antiquated tome titled The Decision of the Soul posits that the soul and the body are intricately intertwined, if a portion of both is severed simultaneously. The corporeal segment cannot regenerate, even with the aid of potions. Yet, simply removing a part of the body does not inflict harm upon the soul. This notion aligns somewhat with the textbook teachings. Subsequently, to demonstrate that a transformation in the soul would precipitate changes in the body, the author employed a soul-switching spell to exchange the souls of a domestic house elf and a Muggle for a span of 3 months. The Muggle's body became emaciated and gaunt, resembling that of a house elf, while the house elf's body astonishingly grew 2 inches taller. In the book The Unity of Soul and Flesh, it is asserted that alterations in the body can also affect the soul, exemplified by the exchange of souls between a cat and a mouse. The mouse, now possessing the cat's soul, quickly learned to hunt and consume mice, while the cat, bearing the mouse's soul, adeptly learned to evade its feline pursuer. The soul within the flesh suggests that the physical form can indeed influence the soul. A pair of twin Muggle infants had one of their hands severed and were raised to adulthood. Ultimately, when their souls were extracted and weighed, it was discovered that the soul of the complete child was heavier than that of the incomplete one. This volume elaborates on the methods of soul extraction and even ventures into speculations regarding the influence of gender on the characteristics of the soul. The first half of The Source of Magic appears to be a historical account elucidating how wizards acquire magical power, vehemently dismissing bloodline theories. However, the latter half shifts dramatically to discuss the correlation between soul and magic, even suggesting that merging the souls of other gifted wizards could confer talent, and even proposing the exchange of soul fragments, with language that is quite provocative, yet failing to provide any methods for soul fusion or precise soul division. The Thanatos manuscript, derived from the notes of a wizard post-mortem, references the membrane of the soul. He describes the soul as akin to an apple. When intact, it ages naturally. But if it is pierced, the oxidation process accelerates significantly. The introduction reveals that the manuscript's owner had attempted dark magic, only to fail and subsequently age rapidly to death. Zeander suspects this may be a result of a failed creation of a Horcrux, for he had scoured the forbidden section for a long time without finding a method to sever his own soul. The only mention of a means to shatter the soul pertains to murder. Could it be that the dark wizard Zeander crushed in that tavern led to the fragmentation of his soul? He suppresses this thought deep within. He cannot divulge to the professors that his affliction stems from having taken numerous lives. Zeander reflects calmly, believing that his ailment is not solely attributable to this. It is evident that the murderous dark wizards are not limited to his father alone, and others seem to suffer no such consequences. Thus, the principal issue lies within that layer of the soul's membrane. Voldemort's soul was compromised because he inflicted a wound upon himself to create a Horcrux, thereby rupturing the soul's membrane. What, then, could have caused Zeander to lose that membrane? How might he restore it? Zeander relocated his position in search of books that might reference the healing of souls. Upon extracting a volume titled Life Extraction, he swiftly sensed a deterioration of his vitality. The title aptly reflected its content. Zeander grumbled, clutching the phoenix feather gifted by Dumbledore in his pocket, a warm sensation enveloping him entirely. Reluctantly, Life Extraction relinquished some of his vitality back to him. This phoenix feather functioned as an extraordinary filter against dark magic. Zeander hardly perceived any enchantments emanating from the tomes in the restricted section, such was its efficacy. The fact that this particular book could bypass the feather's life-draining properties was already impressive. Within its pages, it was noted that the act of life extraction could amplify one's magical power. However, the quality and compatibility of vitality varied among different beings. The author posited that vitality was more easily assimilated from beings of similar nature, with superior quality emanating from plants and sacred entities. Conversely, should a sentient being possess a robust will, the forcibly relinquished vitality might induce a rejection response. Zeander speculated whether the intertwining of soul and magical energy implied that the extraction of life to enhance magical power could be effective in healing souls. Dumbledore dismissed his hypothesis, sternly noting that forcibly stripping another being of life bore a striking resemblance to murder. He cautioned Zeander that such actions would exacerbate the wounds upon his soul. This reasoning struck a chord with Zeander, who found himself increasingly troubled. Chapter 32, Nicodemus. While Zeander immersed himself in the restricted section, Harry, Ron, and Hermione secretly searched the library without his knowledge. This clandestine endeavor was spurred by the events leading up to Harry's inaugural Quidditch match. Although Snape's demeanor softened slightly in Xander's presence, this did not extend to his treatment of other Gryffindor students. If one were to inquire among the fourth-year Gryffindors under Snape's tutelage in defense against the dark arts, they would surely lament that Snape had acquired an alarming propensity for deducting points. The trio of Harry, a Potter, a pureblood perpetually at his side, a frail companion prone to frequent absences, and a Muggle-born witch, when combined with that rat, could hardly fail to evoke a sense of déjà vu for Snape. Yet, despite any semblance of familiarity, Snape remained convinced that none could compare to Lily. Consequently, his attitude towards the other three deteriorated daily. Zeander, facing imminent demise, felt little concern over the displeasure of others. What did it matter if their disposition was less than amiable? Dumbledore would not impose stringent expectations upon Snape regarding this matter. However, the students were oblivious to the backstory. In fact, the past bore no relevance to them whatsoever. Harry, unjustly deprived of Quidditch through the ages by Snape for reasons he found utterly perplexing, remained unaware of his father's history, and thus felt a deep sense of injustice. Later that evening, as he approached Snape's office to reclaim the book, he learned that Snape's leg injury had been inflicted by a three-headed dog. He felt compelled to venture near the creature guarding whatever it was. Holding his breath, Harry whispered to Ron and Hermione that Zeander might have fainted due to consuming Snape's potion. "I don't like him," Ron remarked, but I trust Professor Dumbledore. My intuition suggests that it should not be this way. Ron, I fail to comprehend why you are so steadfastly convinced of your prophecy, Hermione retorted. I am uncertain whether Snape intends to steal anything. However, I harbor suspicions that Zeander's previous ailment was a result of something Snape added to his potion. Observe, now that Zeander has ceased taking the potion, he has not suffered another episode of illness. Clearly, she had begun to question Snape's integrity long before this. Harry nodded in agreement and added, the troll was inadvertently released by Professor Quirrell, providing Snape with an opportunity to venture into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Yet, this was not a part of his premeditated scheme to incite chaos. He had previously tampered with Zeander's potion, one crafted for a Gryffindor he despises. But it proved ineffective and was discovered by Professor Dumbledore, which prompted him to desist. Perhaps the headmaster ceased allowing Zeander to consume the potion precisely because he harbored doubts about Snape. Very well, Ron sighed, then chuckled. You have convinced me. I too believe that the exacerbation of Zeander's condition is linked to Snape's potion. You have made me feel as though I am the superstitious teacher in this scenario. Hermione shot him a glare, and Ron shrugged his shoulders. They began to discuss anxiously how to intercept Snape, and before long, they spotted Zeander emerging from the restricted section with a book, prompting them to silence themselves. It was evident that they had tacitly decided to keep this matter from Zeander, who had enough to worry about regarding his health. The following day, with Quirrell absent, Harry successfully captured the Golden Snitch, culminating his first Quidditch match. Zeander, known for his frail health, was warmly wrapped in a blanket by the enthusiastic Gryffindors as he watched the game. Hermione even thoughtfully provided him with a jar of blue flames. Is it possible I could use a warming charm? Zeander said with resignation. Using magic might adversely affect your health, Ron replied. You do not understand my situation as well as I do. Nonsense, I can hardly even read anymore. Zeander complained with a smile. After the match, Zeander intended to seek out Dumbledore to pose some inquiries, while Hermione followed closely behind to keep watch. Harry and Ron seized the rare opportunity to visit Hagrid's hut for tea. When Hermione accompanied Zeander back to Gryffindor Tower, she noticed Harry and Ron engaged in hushed conversation. What is the matter? She inquired, as she watched Zeander, now drowsy, enter the boys' dormitory. That three-headed dog is something Dumbledore borrowed from Hagrid to guard something, Ron explained. And that something is related to a man named Nicholas Flamel, Harry added. Therefore, Hermione concluded, we must first ascertain who Nicholas Flamel is. The three of them echoed in unison. However, their quest to locate Nicholas Flamel did not progress smoothly. With Christmas fast approaching, they had yet to yield any results. We have scoured the tomes on notable wizards and significant discoveries from modern and contemporary times, Harry stated. Could it be that Flamel is entirely obscure? That cannot be the case. If he were unknown, Snape would not have any desire to steal, Hermione asserted. Surely, there are still many books we have yet to explore. My head is spinning from all this reading, Ron lamented. I could really go for a chocolate frog right about now. Zeander emerged from the restricted section, and the others quickly covered their papers with books such as research on the development of modern witchcraft. Oh, are you writing a thesis on transfiguration? ISNT that due next week? Zeander glanced at their desk. We're almost done, Harry replied awkwardly. Better to write early than late, right? Zeander waved the book in his hand and said, I need to ask a few questions in the headmaster's office. You really don't have to accompany me. Ron had already stood up, disinterested in writing the thesis or perusing those books, opting instead to accompany Zeander. Are you hiding something from me? Zeander inquired as they walked. I don't think so, Ron blinked. Well, if you need my assistance with anything, feel free to ask, Zeander said. I'm not that weak. Ron seemed to recall something, pondering. When he returned to the library to join Harry and Hermione, he proposed a new idea. Is it possible that Nicholas Flamel can only be found in the restricted section? But we don't have permission to enter the restricted section. Hermione had already flipped to a new book. Wait, do you mean we should ask Zeander? Harry suddenly understood. But Zeander has his own matters to attend to. We've searched for so long without finding anything. It would delay Xander's reading. Are you talking about me? Xander suddenly appeared behind them, having deliberately circled around the bookshelf. The three froze, their books still spread open on the table. Xander curiously picked one up and asked, What are you looking for? Why this? Nicholas Flamel, I suppose, Ron replied, feeling particularly awkward. Oh, Xander revealed a subtle expression. Then why are you looking at contemporary books? What? The three exclaimed in surprise. Nicholas Flamel lived in the 14th century, Xander said, feigning innocence while internally chuckling. He's over 600 years old, Hermione asked in astonishment. Xander continued, I believe Nicholas Flamel is most renowned for his contributions to alchemy, particularly for creating the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? The three gasped, attracting the attention of Madame Pants, who managed the library. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone. Xander placed the book he had retrieved from the restricted section on the table, opened it, and pointed to a passage, reading aloud. The creation of the Philosopher's Stone represents the pinnacle of ancient alchemy. The stone possesses astonishing properties. capable of transforming any metal into pure gold and producing the elixir of life, granting immortality. However, its creator, Mr. Flammel, has stated that he prefers not to disclose the principles behind the elixir of life during interviews. Zeander paused his reading, closed the book, and asked, "So why are you inquiring about Nicholas Flammel?" The three exchanged glances, and Zeander noticed Ron discreetly nudging Harry. Thus, Harry cleared his throat, attempting to adopt an air of authority befitting a notable figure, and stated, "In fact, we suspect that the Philosopher's Stone is currently at Hogwarts, entrusted to Flammel's friend, none other than Professor Dumbledore. Currently, the Philosopher's Stone is being guarded by the three-headed dog we previously discussed, stationed in the corridor on the 4th floor. Is that correct?" Zeander deliberately adopted a contemplative expression, laying the groundwork for his future plans. "Moreover, we suspect that someone intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Ron stated. "Do you have any suspects in mind?" Zeander inquired with a look of intrigue. "It must be Snape," Harry whispered, yet with unwavering conviction, explaining that on the eve of Halloween, he had ventured to the 4th floor first and was bitten by the three-headed dog. "But why would Professor Snape need the Philosopher's Stone?" Zeander questioned, noting that he is one of the few master potion makers of our time, and the potions he produces are far more valuable than any gold transmuted by the stone. Many apothecaries would eagerly offer their wealth for potions signed by Professor Snape. Just the materials in his office alone must surpass 10,000 galleons. Ron retorted dryly, "No one would ever complain about having too much money." Hermione suggested, "Perhaps it is for the pursuit of immortality? Surely, no one would disdain that." "But Professor Snape is only 31, Zeander exclaimed. "While the average lifespan of a wizard is at least over 100 years. The former headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, lived to a remarkable 355 years without the elixir of life. Is there truly any need for such urgency?" Internally, Zeander scoffed. His father is certainly in a hurry, having created a Horcrux at merely 16. However, outwardly, Zeander maintained a staunch defense of his professor. "I fail to understand why you harbor suspicions against Professor Snape. If you believe someone intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, you ought to report it to Professor Dumbledore instead of speculating about the professors." Zeander returned to the restricted section. Harry observed Xander's retreating figure and muttered, "Snape must have drugged him." "Hermione, I misjudged you," Ron lamented. "It is Zeander who reveres the professor as a saint." Hermione shot him a glare, asserting, "Zeander makes a valid point. Snape has no reason to risk theft of the Philosopher's Stone. This could be two separate matters. Who, then, is the three-headed dog guarding against?" "Surely not Professor Quirrell," Harry countered. "Perhaps we must investigate who is aware that the Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts." Hermione fell silent. "As it stands, Snape remains the primary suspect." Zeander retreated once more to the restricted section, reopening the book. The tome bore the title Ancient Alchemy and Soul Magic. The subsequent paragraph he read stated, "According to the recently discovered manuscript of Mr. LeMay's deceased friend, Mr. Conchi, the principles of the Philosopher's Stone are related to emotional magic. This diverges from the academic community's previous speculations regarding the stone's life-extending abilities, which suggested a more feasible theory of vitality restoration. It has been previously mentioned that within the classification of ancient magic, emotional magic is, in fact, a branch of soul magic, both possessing the capacity to influence the emotions and souls of both the caster and the recipient. Thus, the magical stone that grants immortality may not solely represent a breakthrough in alchemy, but also a significant advancement in the realm of soul magic." The author speculates that following the discovery of the third ability of the Philosopher's Stone, enhancing magical power, it may possess a fourth capability, that of healing the soul. Mr. Lemaire has yet to respond to this matter. The Philosopher's Stone, which grants immortality to the soul, leaves Zeander's expression complex, a blend of yearning, excitement, and hesitant confusion. As he struggles to maintain a facade of composure, he gazes intently at the book, absently stroking its pages while pretending to mutter to himself, fixating on a particular passage. His countenance shifts as he remains motionless for an extended period, before abruptly slamming the book shut. "I cannot do this," Zeander whispers to himself. Yet he clutches the book tightly. It seems he is engaged in an internal battle, and ultimately, as if one emotion has overwhelmed another, he forcefully returns the book to the shelf. "I do not need that," he softly reassures himself, convinced there must be other possibilities. Nevertheless, it is evident that he is deeply disheartened. "Ah, so this is the beginning of my descent into darkness," Zeander cannot help but ponder. In an effort to suppress a laugh, he strives to appear melancholic. Catching a glimpse of someone quietly exiting the portrait, he concludes his performance. He had anticipated this. Dumbledore would never allow a first-year student to wander freely in the restricted section. Whether for protection or caution, someone must be keeping watch. Zeander casually picked up another book. Unfortunately, although the restricted section contains many intriguing theories, few offer practical methods. Zeander harbors grave doubts that the most advanced magic is anything but a product of generations of transmission and hands-on instruction. After all, Even a slight mispronunciation of the levitation charm could lead to considerable chaos. Such complex magic is certainly ill-suited for self-study. Moreover, Zeander, who has the ability to unleash magic through sheer thought, is even more apprehensive about the potential for disastrous outcomes due to lack of control over his intentions. It is best to exercise utmost caution when employing such power on oneself. In truth, when it comes to soul magic, there exists a more suitable mentor than Dumbledore, his father. Dumbledore's research into soul magic and immortality pales in comparison to that of Voldemort, a fact that is readily apparent, despite the unfortunate fate Voldemort met in the original narrative. While Voldemort's reckless Gryffindor-like bravado in this area is certainly worthy of criticism, it cannot be denied that he possesses far more experience than the uninitiated Dumbledore. Furthermore, regarding the issue of the membrane surrounding the soul, it is evidently more appropriate to consult Voldemort, who has experience in creating Horcruxes. If he could ask Dumbledore, why would Zeander have to feign struggle and indecision? Why did he fail to locate the detailed tome on Horcruxes, Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic, in the restricted section? Even though Dumbledore's educational methods have evolved since his time with Voldemort, Zeander cannot shake the feeling that Dumbledore harbors doubts about him. Regrettably, one father states he will return at Christmas, while another writes not to return to the Fiennes estate over Christmas. Thus, he is left to await his father's teachings at school. Zeander stifles a yawn, feeling drowsy once again. Chapter 34, Before Christmas. December in England is undeniably frigid. However, it is not merely the chill in the air that stirs the students, but rather the anticipation of the forthcoming Christmas holiday. Zeander has resolved to remain at school. Tom had previously sent a letter advising against returning to the Fiennes residence. Though Zeander is uncertain of the reasons, he is inclined to heed his father's counsel. The Weasley children must also stay at school, as their parents plan to visit their second son, who seems to be raising dragons, in Romania. Harry finds himself in a state of indecision. On one hand, he is eager to stay and keep his two friends company. On the other, he longs to spend Christmas with Sirius, his godfather. The last time Sirius Black visited Hogwarts was on Halloween, during which Zeander was still unconscious. It is said that the bureaucratic process took 2 months due to the disappearance of the one who should have been held accountable, old Barty Crouch, who has been missing for several months without a trace. On one side, the last heir of the Black family languishes in prison without trial. On the other, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is missing, and the Ministry of Magic struggles to maintain its credibility. To avoid simultaneous pressure from Dumbledore, Minister Fudge worked tirelessly to expedite Sirius's release while attempting to cleanse the ministry's reputation. Had it not been for this urgency, Sirius might not have been freed until the following year, given the historically sluggish pace of political maneuvering. Speaking of which, the news reporting Zeander's coma emerged the very next day, portraying him as a self-sacrificing warrior, a tragic hero. Ron remarked that Zeander's expression at that time was nearly enough to render everyone who read the news utterly forgetful. Ultimately, Harry decided to stay and spend the holiday with his friends, as most of them were also remaining behind. Hermione, however, intended to return home, as her parents were quite concerned about how their daughter was faring in the unfamiliar magical world. Before her departure, Hermione made sure to instruct Ron and Harry to keep a watchful eye on Zeander. Consequently, despite their longing for leisure, Harry and Ron prepared themselves to keep an eye on Zeander in the library. "What are you thinking? This is a holiday," Zeander exclaimed in exasperation. "Who would choose to spend their break in the library? I'll definitely sleep until noon." Ron replied with an expression that was hard to decipher. "Mate, weren't you in the library all last weekend?" Harry added. "Wouldn't that interfere with your plans?" Hermione interjected. "Sleep until noon? How can we ensure you haven't fallen into a coma again?" Zeander was momentarily taken aback. This was not due to quarrel, or rather, the return of his dark father. If there were questions, it would be best to ask him directly. As for his health, he prepared for both possibilities, choosing to trust both Dumbledore and Voldemort. Finally, Zeander conceded. "All right, you three, I can find a way to borrow safer books to read." At this, the three friends finally believed him. Zeander nestled in a chair by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, cradling a copy of the Dimensions of the Soul, while holding a rare black cat, a Bisca, who had ventured into Hogwarts. He had previously inquired with Dumbledore and received permission to bring restricted books back to his dormitory. He had also inquired of Dumbledore what Christmas gift he desired, to which Dumbledore retorted that shouldn't a Christmas gift be a surprise. Thus, one could hardly blame Zeander for preparing to present him with a pair of purple woolen socks. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry were engaged in a game of wizard's chess, the clamor of the pieces arguing far louder than Ron's instructions to Harry. The warmth of the hearth made it exceedingly difficult for Zeander to immerse himself in his book, especially given that it was a lengthy and tedious tome, replete with theories that overlapped with others he had encountered. He hastily flipped through its pages, ultimately finding more pleasure in watching Ron and Harry play chess, while savoring the freshly roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes from the fire. The piping hot potatoes, when peeled and sprinkled with a bit of salt, were delightful, while the sweet, honeyed roasted sweet potatoes evoked fond memories of his childhood. Zeander recalled the days after school when he would buy roasted sweet potatoes at the doorstep. Ron made a move, declaring checkmate. The chess pieces erupted into a cacophony. Wait. Harry glanced at the board. You could have made this move several turns ago. No. In fact, making it now ensures a more decisive victory. Devoid of the risk of you turning the tables, Ron chuckled. You still have much to learn, Harry. It must be the pieces' fault. They were far too loquacious. Harry, with a grin, asked Zeander, were the pieces too loud for you? Not at all, Zeander replied, swallowing a mouthful of sweet potato. Would you like some roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes? I believe we should ask the house elves for some meat and a roasting rack. You ought to simply place your order. That way, you needn't lift a finger, Ron suggested, picking up a roasted potato, blowing on it, and peeling it. The joy lies in doing it yourself. Roasting it yourself brings a certain satisfaction, Zeander countered. Harry, focused solely on peeling his roasted potato, soon finished half of it, dipping it in salt to enjoy. Gazing into the flickering flames, Zeander suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, how I long to play in the snow. If memory serves, just days ago you were complaining about the cold weather," Ron remarked, "and you even said snow was the dirtiest." "That's different," Zeander replied. "This time is this time, and that time was that time. I hardly ever saw such heavy snow back home. Now, the snow is turning to ice. That wouldn't be ideal for a snowball fight," Ron commented. "But one could still build a snowman," Zeander laughed. "Those snowballs would soak your clothes. It's too cold." Harry silently continued peeling potatoes, having already consumed 3. When Zeander noticed Harry had been quiet for a while, he glanced at the pile of potato skins beside him and couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you hungry? Dinner is merely half an hour away. You can't fill up on roasted potatoes. During the Christmas holidays, the food is quite lavish. Wouldn't it be a shame to only eat potatoes?" Zeander suggested. Harry offered a shy smile. Yet he felt that sharing roasted potatoes by the hearth with friends was exceedingly enjoyable. "Tomorrow is Christmas. Just remember to leave space for the grand feast." Ron finally finished peeling his potato. "Harry, how can you peel so quickly? I've only just managed to peel one." When dinner time arrived, Harry indeed ate less. Zeander, holding a bowl of creamy pudding, decided it was time to jest with him. Before him, Harry wore a look of resignation. But soon his gaze shifted in astonishment towards Zeander's rear. Just as Zeander was about to turn, a hand placed a neatly wrapped gift box upon the table. It was Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort. Zeander could sense it from the depths of his soul. He no longer donned that scarf. Instead, he had exchanged it for a more refined outer robe, seemingly paired with a Muggle-style suit beneath, the faint scent of a men's cologne wafting as he drew near. He stood tall, holding an umbrella, evidently just returned. His demeanor was such that one would scarcely believe he had any connection to the Quirrell of the previous term. Every gesture exuded elegance. His entire being seemed to proclaim, "I am no longer in disguise." Zeander suspected even his appearance had diverged from the original Quirrell. "Your apple." Professor Quirrell smiled at Zeander, speaking fluently and naturally. "And perhaps I might inquire whether you have completed my reading list?" Oh. It seemed he had forgotten to check the items in his office. Zeander slowly placed the pudding bowl on the table, offering a smile reminiscent of a child seeking forgiveness from a father for past misdeeds. Chapter 35. The New Professor Quirrell. Professor Zeander attempted to defend himself. "I have been busy in the library reading books related to my illness." "Is that so?" Professor Quirrell briefly furrowed his brow. "After your meal, please come to my office. I shall conduct an examination." "Oh," Zeander replied obediently. "Continue eating. Do not be so tense," Professor Quirrell advised. "I am merely your professor." He patted Zeander on the shoulder and proceeded towards the head table. Harry leaned over, astonished, and asked, "Zeander, who is he?" He is Professor Quirrell." "Did you not recognize him?" Zeander responded with a question of his own, fully aware of how difficult that might be. He picked up a glass of sweet milk, preparing to drink. "I don't believe it," Ron's voice trembled. "I would rather believe some monster devoured Professor Quirrell and disguised itself as him than accept that this is Professor Quirrell." Zeander nearly choked on the milk. "Have I never truly seen Professor Quirrell's face?" Harry mused aloud. "Can a person change so dramatically in less than 2 months? Perhaps it is because Professor Quirrell finally vanquished the vampire that was pursuing him. Maybe he has resolved some inner turmoil." Zeander fumbled through his explanation, stuttering much like the former Quirrell. To be honest, he had not anticipated Voldemort's fragment daring to exhibit such overt suspicion. The large scarf was indeed suspicious enough. George and Fred approached as well. "Are you saying?" George elongated his tone. "That person is Professor Quirrell?" Fred chimed in. They exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of surprise. Similarly, nearly all the faculty at the head table displayed astonishment at the transformed Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore had squinted his eyes during Quirrell and Zeander's conversation, but now his expression bore no greater astonishment. At this moment, Quirrell ascended to the guest of honor's seat, where Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "Ah, Quirinus. How remarkably you have changed." "Indeed, I feel the same," Quirrell replied with a beaming smile. "This journey has bestowed upon me an abundance of insights. I believe I am now adequately equipped to teach the defense against the dark arts. You have grown more confident, and I am delighted. Quirinus, Dumbledore said, gazing at him slowly. I eagerly anticipate your classes, hoping the students will enjoy them. Quirrell chuckled, assuring him, you shall not be disappointed. Professor Zeander sat perched on a high stool, hesitating before inquiring of the circling Quirrell. Have you discerned any issues? Of course not, Quirrell retorted. Do you suppose I am a machine, capable of identifying problems with mere observation? I have yet to employ any magic, Zeander. By the way, you may address me however you wish. There is no need to dwell on formalities. Quirrell produced his wand, casting a flurry of inspection spells. Given that, was it truly necessary for you to scrutinize for so long? Zeander could not resist the urge to remark. I trust you can forgive me this indulgence, Zeander, Quirrell replied, displaying no urgency regarding his inquiry. He leaned back into a recently transformed Muggle-style swivel chair and flashed a radiant smile. I have just been resurrected. Naturally, I must take a good look at my long-lost son. Just resurrected? Zeander asked in astonishment. When did you obtain Harry's blood? What? Oh, you refer to that ritual involving a father's bone, an enemy's blood, and a servant's flesh? No, that was not the ritual I employed. Quirrell shook his head in denial. I directly extracted Quirinus Quirrell's soul and reclaimed some Horcruxes. That ritual is utterly abominable. Enemies and servants are not eternally fixed. How troublesome that would be for stable resurrection. Quirrell elaborated on this topic, asserting that if he could obtain his mother's blood and his father's flesh or bone, establishing an unchanging blood relationship, the resurrection would be far more flawless. Zeander, disinterested in the resurrection ritual, pressed Quirrell further. What Horcruxes did you reclaim? Quirrell paused, studying Zeander intently. Zeander noticed a glimmer of red light in his gaze. Then Quirrell continued to smile. I thought you would inquire about your own situation first. Rest easy, Zeander. I have not touched Tom Riddle. He is the original. I fear being consumed by him. I merely took the resurrection stone ring from the Gaunt residence. Wait, he is the original? Zeander asked. What about my situation? Did he not inform you? You might have to wait until the summer to ask him. He must explain that to you himself. Both questions, Quirrell said, pulling the black gemstone ring from his pocket. Here, Zeander, let me show you your Christmas gift. It seems the appearance may not quite suit you. Quirrell then produced what appeared to be a gold serpent bone chain from his pocket, tapping the resurrection stone ring with his wand to transform it into a gold and black gemstone pendant, which he finally draped around Zeander's neck. Why not just ask you directly? Do you, Voldemorts, categorize identities so distinctly? And is it truly permissible to recklessly alter ancestral antiques? Zeander listened intently as Chilo, evidently eager to converse since he no longer stuttered, shared a plethora of thoughts, which only served to cultivate a multitude of questions within him. Unable to restrain himself, he finally inquired, shouldn't I be the one unwrapping my Christmas gift tomorrow? At least afford me the opportunity for a surprise. We are not British, after all. Why the fuss? Without a hint of concern, Chilo replied, the curses and soul fragments on the ring have all been removed. You can play with it as you wish. The resurrection stone is rather intriguing and might even be somewhat beneficial for your situation. Can we add some effects to it? Perhaps something that still resembles a Horcrux? Zeander asked. What burden are you trying to shift onto me? You don't secretly wish to steal the Philosopher's Stone as well, do you? Chilo raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that danced between admiration for Zeander's audacity and acknowledgement of his potential. A parent knows their child best, Zeander mused internally, masking his thoughts with a bashful, innocent smile. Chilo scrutinized Zeander once more, and this time, a veil of mist clouded his eyes. Zeander surmised it was some form of magical assistance for examination. A splendid idea. The Philosopher's Stone is perfectly suited for your circumstances. It can facilitate the merging of your soul, Chilo chuckled. Very well. I shall assist you in pilfering it, as I have no further need for it myself. When the time comes, I shall simply die and switch bodies. You can offload as many burdens as you wish. It would mark a flawless conclusion to my illustrious career as a defense against the dark arts professor. Zeander could not help but internally scoff at the notion of a career ending in death. Chapter 36, Snape's Suspicions, Christmas Gifts. However, Chilo continued. If we are to adhere to the storyline you previously mentioned, the optimal moment to acquire the Philosopher's Stone is indeed at the end of the term. That would not interfere with your examinations. Yet, your body may not endure such a prolonged wait. Is it truly that dire? Zeander asked, perplexed. Why do I not feel anything? Chilo glanced at him and replied, not feeling anything is a good sign. If you did feel something, it would be too late. Then do I need to consume unicorn blood? Zeander's anxiety escalated, recalling the potent curse associated with it. Some analyses suggested that the original version of himself suffered due to the enhancement of the curse and misfortune by unicorn blood. No need. You are not suffering from a missing soul. Unicorn blood is unnecessary. I can procure some materials and brew a potion for you. Chilo furrowed his brow. But Snape previously administered numerous potions to me with no effect, Zeander protested. He provided you with a soul stabilizer, possibly with a mild calming agent. It is unsurprising that it yielded no results. The fact that it hasn't worsened significantly is already a positive sign, Chilo remarked, casting another glance at Zeander. Strangely enough, you should not be in such a grave state. So, Zeander pressed. It's not a significant issue, Chilo assured him. I shall resolve it. As Zeander departed from the defense against the dark arts classroom, the hour was nearing curfew. Consequently, Chilo took up a lantern and guided Zeander back to the dormitory. Initially, Harry and Ron had intended to accompany him to the office, but Chilo insisted on escorting Zeander himself, with Chilo's transformed demeanor appearing far more trustworthy. Harry and Ron reluctantly acquiesced. On their way back to the dormitory, Chilo and Zeander fortuitously encountered Snape approaching. Snape cast a cold, hollow gaze upon the two, inquiring, "What are you doing out so late?" Chilo replied with a smile, "Severus, I am merely escorting this child back to the dormitory. I conducted a few examinations, which delayed us." As Zeander had not wandered the campus at night before, Chilo accompanied him back. Snape scrutinized Chilo with skepticism, then glanced down at Zeander, who aptly displayed a bashful smile. "We shan't disturb your nocturnal patrol any longer. I must return this child before his friends grow concerned," Chilo continued with his smile. He then took Zeander's hand and led him away. Upon reaching the portrait of the fat lady, Zeander bid farewell to Chilo and entered the Gryffindor common room, reuniting with Ron and Harry, who had been waiting for him, wide awake. As the portrait swung shut, Chilo turned around and found himself once again face to face with Snape. "Oh, Severus, you are quite the diligent one," Chilo remarked. "Are you worried about that boy?" "No," Snape denied. "I am simply curious about your sudden transformation." "Is that a question?" Chilo laughed. He seems to have been smiling since his return. "I have merely cast off the burdens that have long troubled me, that is all." "Severus, do you perhaps harbor a different opinion of me?" "I hope that is indeed the case." Snape snorted coldly and swept away. Chilo watched his retreating figure, chuckling softly. Meanwhile, Zeander was soothing his anxious friends, fatigue soon overtaking him, and he quickly fell asleep. The following day, Christmas Day, Zeander had intended to sleep in a bit longer. Yet he naturally awoke in the morning, feeling far less fatigued than before. Could this be the power of the Resurrection Stone, merely wearing it alleviating his symptoms? Such is the strength of the Deathly Hallows? Filled with curiosity, Zeander couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the parcel at the foot of Harry's bed before washing up. Once he had completed his morning routine, he saw Harry just getting out of bed. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Zeander greeted him. "Happy Christmas to you as well," Harry replied. "I can't believe I've received several gifts." "Merry Christmas to you both," Ron said sleepily. "Why are you up so early?" He added, "Harry, it would be strange if you hadn't received any gifts." Zeander began to unwrap his own presents. Candies, scented candles, and a mug. Well, regardless of magic or not, they were all rather similar. At most, the scented candle had genuine calming effects, while the patterns on the mug would move. Tom had sent a large parcel, and upon opening it, he discovered a birdcage containing a raven with red eyes, which had been intently watching the blade he used to unwrap the package. The card inside read, "Write home more often." Zeander thought it bore an uncanny resemblance to the feeling of an empty nester. Moreover, since both fathers had sent Christmas gifts, he pondered whether he would have received many gifts had all his fathers been alive. However, sending a living creature sealed within a parcel seemed rather peculiar. As Zeander examined the large raven, he was astonished to find that its eyes were crafted from gemstones. He then felt around and discovered something akin to a metallic structure at the base of the raven's wings. "Is this an alchemical creation?" Zeander once again caressed the raven, which allowed him to do so, its ruby eyes fixed upon him. He pondered whether it was crafted by Tom himself or commissioned. The raven had a pleasant texture and a warm body temperature. In light of Obsidian's frequent absences, having something tangible to touch brought Zeander great comfort. He resolved to name the raven Sarah. The next parcel was plump and upon opening revealed a thick, pale yellow hand-knitted sweater and a box of candies. To his surprise, Zeander never anticipated receiving a gift from Mrs. Weasley. Ron leaned in, clutching a piece of chocolate. He sighed and remarked, "This is likely from my mother. I suspect she knitted you a Weasley sweater because I mentioned your ill health." Harry received one as well. Zeander fondled the soft, thick sweater and said, "Perfect. We can wear them together. I wonder how long it took Mrs. Weasley to knit this. She truly is industrious." Beside them, Harry had already unwrapped Hagrid's flute, the luminous watch from the Dursleys, Mrs. Weasley's sweater, Hermione's chocolate, a large stack of Quidditch magazines from Sirius, and upon opening the last parcel, a shimmering silver-gray fabric cascaded to the ground. "What is this?" Harry questioned, lifting the water-like woven material, turning to his companions. Ron gasped. "That must be an invisibility cloak." "Harry, quite rare and precious. Try it on. I've never seen one before." Indeed, the portion of Harry covered by the cloak vanished from Xander's sight. Truly, it was one of the Deathly Hallows. Though Zeander had never seen another invisibility cloak, this one was undeniably remarkable. A note slipped out from within. Ron pointed it out. Harry picked up the note inscribed in delicate, swirling script. Is this from my father? He asked in astonishment. Then your father must have been quite the nighttime adventurer. Ron replied. An invisibility cloak is perfect for evading Filch. Suddenly, the dormitory door burst open, and George and Fred rushed in. Merry Christmas, the twins exclaimed, urging the trio to don their Weasley sweaters. Percy, hearing the commotion, poked his head in and was forcibly adorned with his own sweater before being dragged away. Harry and Ron laughed while putting on their sweaters, and Xander slipped into the pale yellow garment. Although slightly oversized, it was incredibly comfortable and warm. Xander began to understand why the Harry from the original narrative yearned to belong to the Weasley family. Chapter 37, The Mirror of Erased. The Christmas feast was exceedingly lavish, to the point where Xander suspected that few had actually returned home. With 100 turkeys on display, could the scant number of students remaining truly consume them all? Nevertheless, Xander relished the meal, particularly intrigued by the cranberry sauce. Dipping roast turkey into the sauce reminded him of the delightful experience of roast goose accompanied by plum sauce. The roasted meats were delightful, and Xander specifically requested roasted pork belly, seasoned with Sichuan pepper. Harry was engrossed in playing with colorful firecrackers, having unwrapped quite a few items. Xander also unwrapped one, discovering a small ceramic ornament. In the afternoon, Xander watched as Harry and the Weasley brothers engaged in a snowball fight while he built a snowman. He inserted branches for arms, added 2 buttons for eyes, and a carrot for a nose, contemplating whether to lend his scarf to the snowman. Merry Christmas, Xander. Quirrell emerged from a corner to greet him. Merry Christmas. Xander ultimately opted for the safest form of address. Professor, are you building a snowman? Quirrell inquired. Using pure Muggle methods? It seemed quite peculiar to Xander that one would require magic for such a task. Xander noticed Quirrell's gaze linger on his sweater and added, This is a Christmas gift from Mrs. Weasley. It's quite oversized and not particularly stylish. Quirrell remarked, Would you like me to help you tailor it a bit? No, it's the thought that counts, Xander replied. Besides, I'm still growing. It may fit better in the future. Quirrell chuckled, appearing about to speak when Snape hurriedly approached, interrupting their conversation. Dumbledore is looking for you, Snape informed Quirrell. Quirrell shrugged and mouthed to Xander. In an instant, Xander understood. It was a reference to the potion. Essentially, it meant that the potion was ready, and he should seek Quirrell later to collect it. Quirrell left with Snape. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, who had been in the midst of the snowball fight, ambled over, snowballs still in hand. What does Snape want with Professor Quirrell? Harry asked skeptically. It's a matter concerning Professor Quirrell from Dumbledore, Xander replied. Could it be regarding the protections of the Philosopher's Stone? Ron pondered, recalling that Hagrid mentioned Quirrell had also devised a protection mechanism for the stone. When did you manage to gather that information? So quickly? Xander marveled. What if Snape overheard Quirrell and Dumbledore discussing the protective measures? Harry seemed keen on following them to investigate. Xander felt compelled to assert, Professor Snape has no reason to steal the Philosopher's Stone. You shouldn't doubt him. They are more likely preparing against intruders from the outside. Well, you're right. Harry reluctantly suppressed his burgeoning curiosity before his friends, but it was evident that his suspicions about Snape had not been entirely quelled. In the distance, George and Fred were hurling snowballs at each other. One of them shouted over, Are you still fighting, or what? Harry and Ron then threw their snowballs back and dashed off to continue their playful skirmish. Xander gazed at the snowman, ultimately tightening his own scarf around his neck, then grasped his wand to conjure a scarf of ice and snow for the snowman. After a day full of play, everyone was exhausted. Ron nearly fell asleep as soon as he dropped his bed curtains. Xander, however, remained awake, attentively listening to the sounds coming from Harry's side. There were faint rustling noises, followed by the gentle creak of a door. He parted his bed curtains, satisfied to find Harry's bed empty. Initially, Xander had been concerned that informing Nicholas Flamel prematurely might affect Harry's visit to the Mirror of Erased. But it seemed that Harry's desire to use the invisibility cloak had prevailed. Xander drifted off to sleep peacefully. The following day, Xander indeed observed Harry in a state of disarray. What troubles you? You appear as though you have not slept a wink, Xander inquired. I beheld my parents in a mirror, Harry replied. Yesterday, I attempted to test the invisibility cloak and inadvertently stumbled into a room. Within it, the mirror revealed my family. Alas, it was an illusion, Xander contemplated. It is merely a mirror that reflects one's innermost desires. You ought to have roused us, Ron interjected, his brow furrowed. Shall we go together tonight? I can show you my parents, Harry exclaimed with enthusiasm. After a moment of reflection, Xander posed a question to Harry. Is that mirror located in the 4th floor restricted area? Why can't we visit it during the day? You are correct, Harry exclaimed, a spark of excitement in his eyes. I also wish to see your family, Xander. You could glimpse your mother as well. This time, Xander was truly taken aback. He had never encountered his mother in the flesh. He remained silent until they stood before the Mirror of Erased. I see nothing, Ron remarked to Harry, who stood before the mirror. Try stepping over here. Harry relinquished his position to Ron. Now I can only see myself, Ron stated, a hint of discomfort in his voice. I appear older, adorned with the badge of the head of the student council. Let me see again. My family must be here. Zeander gazed at the inscription etched upon the mirror, stating, "It does not show your face, but rather your desires." "What?" Harry asked. "That is the inscription upon the mirror." Zeander explained. "I apologize, Harry. May I also have a look?" Harry stepped aside, still pondering Zeander's words. Zeander positioned himself before the mirror of Ariste. The reflection smiled back at him, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man was Tom, or rather, Dan Ryder. Behind him stood two kind-hearted elders, resembling Dan Ryder. The woman, beautiful and gentle, was attempting to smooth Zeander's tousled hair in the mirror. Though he had never met her, he recognized his grandparents behind her. That was his mother. All the figures within the mirror smiled at him. Yet, for Zeander, the most significant aspect was the backdrop. It was the living room of his previous life's small apartment. No large, blocky television, no mobile phones, computers, or game consoles, but rather a bookshelf filled with textbooks from Hogwarts in the 21st century. But he could not return. He had irrevocably lost his homeland. The life he had lived for 18 years. Zeander was uncertain of what precisely was causing his sorrow. Tom Anchi's mother had passed away during childbirth, and his grandparents had also departed long before his middle school years. He had no grandparents, as his father had grown up in an orphanage. The figures in the mirror were nearly all gone. He had few friends from his past, and no one else of particular significance. Even if he were to return to the time before his journey, it would still be just him and his father. Yet here, there was also Tom, and the world of Harry Potter he had always cherished. However, he found himself enveloped in profound sadness and overwhelming melancholy. Magic is indeed fascinating. Yet why does he suddenly feel such an overwhelming sense of grievance? When Zeander regained his composure, tears streamed down his face. Harry and Ron watched him with concern. Chapter 38, The Script. However, the present circumstances were of greater significance. Without the Philosopher's Stone, Zeander's life would not last much longer. He had to continue the performance and devise an excuse to explain his tears. Zeander sighed internally. He decided to maintain his gaze on the mirror, allowing the tears to flow freely, as he genuinely felt the urge to cry. He subtly adjusted his expression of sorrow, intending to fixate on the location of the dark-haired lady in the mirror, when suddenly the scene within the mirror shifted. Zeander remained motionless, observing the altered image from the corner of his eye. Within the mirror, he was holding a red gemstone, tossing it into a cauldron to brew a potion. Well, this wretched mirror changes quite rapidly. It appeared to be brewing the elixir of life. Zeander felt a sense of resignation, yet continued to weep vacantly, pretending to murmur, "Mother." He truly missed his late mother, but after 18 years, it wasn't as if he were obsessed like the 11-year-old Harry Potter. He was certainly not reminiscing about the deceased, as he was now performing. Wait, the deceased? Zeander suddenly had a new thought. He slowly grasped the resurrection stone pendant hanging from his neck through his clothing, speaking to the mirror with a detached tone, "You are but a fabrication. Shall I truly meet you again?" Yet, his tears did not cease. Harry cautiously inquired, "Zeander, what do you see?" "My mother," Zeander replied. "May I step outside for a moment? I wish to be alone." "Your state is genuinely concerning," Ron remarked. "If you feel it necessary, do as you wish." Zeander exited the room, walking faster and faster, ultimately racing to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Trembling, he fumbled with the key to open the door. Inside, Quirrell heard the noise and opened the door first. Upon seeing the tear-streaked Zeander, Quirrell appeared startled and quickly asked, "Zeander, why are you crying?" Zeander choked out, "Professor, may I see my mother again?" Quirrell paused in silence before slowly asking, "What do you mean?" Zeander produced the resurrection stone pendant from his collar, his eyes filled with anticipation. Quirrell swiftly pulled him into the office and locked the door. Quirrell cast a series of spells to ensure no one else was present, soundproofing the room as if it were Christmas Eve, before turning to Zeander and asking, "Are you serious? How could that be possible?" Zeander ceased his tears, responding calmly, "I know my mother was younger than my current registered age. It would indeed be strange if this resurrection stone could summon a living soul. As long as you understand," Quirrell said, giving him a deep, resigned glance. "So, what exactly have you added to the script?" Zeander blinked and briefly recounted the previous events, then shared his script. It goes something like this. You take the resurrection stone and tell me it can delay the worsening of my illness while demonstrating the stone's capabilities. Then you deceived me into stealing the Philosopher's Stone, claiming it would entirely resolve my issues, and now you've added the ability to resurrect. However, the resurrection stone is a Horcrux, and your true intention was to have the Horcrux resurrect within me. The Philosopher's Stone is meant for soul fusion. What is your expression? "Oh, nothing." Chilo remarked, "Your script is rather clever. You've shifted all the blame onto me. Your identity is indeed quite suitable for scapegoating," murmured Zeander. "So, you incorporated the power of the resurrection stone into the narrative to bait Dumbledore?" Chilo inquired. "Yes," Zeander nodded. "According to the original plot, when Harry and Ron gazed into the mirror of Ariste, Dumbledore watched from a distance using the disillusionment charm. Now that I have visited them during the day, I wonder if Dumbledore is still present. Yet, even if he is not, the portrait shall inform him. If Dumbledore is as defenseless against the resurrection stone as you claim. Chilo chuckled. May I revise the script further? What do you intend to alter it to? Zeander asked with keen interest. First and foremost, Voldemort would never allow his Horcrux to resurrect. He evidently does not consider the living to be trustworthy, nor does he believe in those of his kind. Chilo stated. Thus it could be reimagined so that Voldemort's fragment of soul completely expels Chilo's spirit, taking control of his body. However, Voldemort finds this body weak and ineffectual. He decides to seek a young wizard to inhabit. And I, with a fragmented soul, am perfectly suited for invasion? Zeander inquired. Indeed, Chilo smiled. You are an impeccable vessel. Your soul unstable, yet brimming with magical prowess. Voldemort resolves to approach you, using the Horcrux resurrection stone to entice you into relinquishing your life. The Horcrux swiftly succeeds, but it intends to resurrect itself. To stall Voldemort, it claims it will assist in stealing the Philosopher's Stone to revive him, but in truth, it plans to use the stone to amplify its power and eliminate Voldemort. Yet, at the very moment the Philosopher's Stone falls into its grasp, you absorb its power, completing your soul and reclaiming your body, expelling the fragment. The Philosopher's Stone is so easily manipulated? Zeander questioned in surprise, though the core point seems somewhat flawed. For you. Indeed. Your situation is rather unique, Chilo replied. Thus, should Dumbledore ever seek to borrow the Resurrection Stone, you may choose whether to relinquish it or not based on the circumstances. Refusing to hand it over means the Resurrection Stone remains a Horcrux, controlling you through your obsession with resurrecting your mother. When you do choose to part with it, you may do so with confidence, feigning that you have already become the Horcrux in control, devoid of any soul fragment. When the time comes for you to be persuaded back, you will have a solid reason. Your father is still alive. Do I need to change my eyes to red at any point? Zeander asked. Perhaps incorporating a switch for the Resurrection Stone. If you wish, Chilo waved his wand, and a light penetrated the pendant of the Resurrection Stone. Zeander curiously touched the pendant, and Chilo conjured a mirror, placing it before him. Wow. Zeander gazed at his reflection with red eyes. Why do I feel I look somewhat different from my previous life? Does this switch have the power to alter my appearance? I think not, Zeander. This magic will merely change the color of your eyes. Quietly, Chilo remarked. You are undergoing a process of regeneration, which may have altered your appearance due to environmental factors. Or it could merely be an illusion of your own making. Zeander gazed intently at his reflection in the mirror for quite some time. What is it that you see that brings you to tears? Chilo suddenly inquired. I just miss home a bit. Father, Zeander replied, lowering the mirror and fixing his gaze upon Chilo. Can we ever return? Chilo offered no response, merely enveloping Zeander in a silent embrace. In that moment, Zeander understood the answer. Chapter 39. The conclusion of the holiday and the new dark arts defense class. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zeander once again found himself under the attentive scrutiny of Harry and Ron. I am fine, really, Zeander reassured them. I was just a bit overwhelmed for a moment. That mirror truly has issues. Zeander, Ron cautioned, becoming obsessed with it is not a good idea. The reflections within are mere illusions, Harry added earnestly. As Professor Dumbledore said, it can only reveal your innermost desires. We should all refrain from looking at it, shall we? Zeander couldn't help but internally scoff. Harry, you, of all people, are lecturing me about being obsessed with the mirror of Erist. I truly understand, trust me, Zeander said with resignation. On the eve of the new term, Hermione returned to Hogwarts, bringing with her fresh insights regarding who might have stolen the Philosopher's Stone. While Zeander was visiting the Dark Arts Defense Professor's office, the three of them quietly discussed the matter in the library. I believe there is a possibility, Hermione stated seriously. Retrieving a Muggle mystery novel from her bag, the individual who stole the Philosopher's Stone may not necessarily need it for themselves. They could be acting on behalf of someone else. Take Snape, for example. He doesn't lack for money or seek immortality, yet he might wish for someone he knows to attain eternal life. Thus, the question becomes, who would need the Philosopher's Stone to prolong their existence? Ron queried. It would have to be someone for whom Snape is willing to risk everything to steal the stone, Harry added. The trio pondered deeply, yet no leads emerged. In the absence of a resolution, the conversation inevitably drifted back to Professor Chilo, who had returned from the Christmas break. He truly seems different now, Harry observed. I never noticed before that he is rather good-looking. I find him quite peculiar, Ron remarked, but my instincts tell me that his upcoming lessons should be quite engaging, at least better than those taught by other substitute teachers. We had Professor McGonagall as a substitute, which was decent, Ron continued. Previously, George and Fred had Professor Trelawney, who teaches divination. She walked into the classroom and pointed at George, predicting he would be struck by malevolent dark magic, but upon seeing Fred, she claimed she was uncertain. I suspect she couldn't tell them apart, hence her predictions were utterly flawed. Harry, This isn't a matter of appearances, Hermione interjected. And, Ron, stop believing in those prophecies of yours. Your predictions are no better than Professor Trelawney's, even with her inaccuracies. I do not believe a professor who cannot even read from a textbook properly could achieve such an extraordinary improvement in just 2 months. You should be doubly suspicious of him. Yet, Hermione soon found herself changing her stance. The first morning after the holiday concluded was dedicated to the defense against the dark arts class. Perhaps out of curiosity regarding the seemingly transformed Professor Quirrell, everyone arrived early. By the time Professor Quirrell entered the classroom, it was already filled to capacity with students. After more than 2 months, I am delighted to see you all again. Welcome, he said, surveying the bustling classroom. In order to enhance our future lessons, I believe it is essential for me to ascertain how much you have grasped regarding the subject of defense against the dark arts during this time. A sense of foreboding washed over Zeander at this familiar phrase. Quirrell smiled and waved his wand, causing a test paper to materialize on each student's desk. Close your books. You now have half an hour, he said with a gentle tone, a simple quiz. I trust your abilities will suffice to complete it. Your grades will determine the direction of our subsequent lessons. If you cannot manage even this, I fear we will not be able to delve into topics beyond the syllabus. A murmur of discontent rippled through the students. Even Hermione would not appreciate an examination for which she was unprepared. Quirrell tapped the desk, and suddenly, everyone realized they could no longer speak. Quietly, he addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from whispering during the quiz. This will not affect your final grades, nor will it impact your house points. It is merely a reflection of your learning progress. I hope you will treat it with the seriousness it deserves. After all, the results are yours, and so is the magic. Honesty has always been a virtue. The familiarity of the situation twisted Zeander's expression into one of discomfort. As he wrote, he pondered whether his father might have been a teacher in a past life. The test was indeed quite simple, at least for Zeander. Once most had completed their papers, Quirrell lightly touched his wand, and each test was suddenly marked, complete with comments. Everyone could see how many they had answered correctly and incorrectly. Quirrell remarked, I have indicated key areas for review for those who did not perform well. For those who excelled, I have also attached a recommended reading list. In conclusion, congratulations. None of you have failed. With a smile, Quirrell declared, I will take you to see something different. He raised his wand, and the surroundings began to twist and change. In an instant, everyone found themselves seemingly transported to a snowy mountain, complete with desks and chairs. Zeander heard some classmates scream. Hermione whispered beside him, What kind of magic is this? If we were to describe it in Muggle terms, it would be an illusion, Miss Granger, Quirrell replied with a smile. If you move just a little, you will discover that you are still standing on the classroom floor. I have merely altered what you perceive. You do not feel any colder, do you? For first to third years in defense against the dark arts, it is more aptly described as the study of magical creatures rather than true defense against dark magic. If you wish to learn spells applicable in real combat, I regret to inform you that you must wait a few more years. Professor Quirrell said, Now, let us turn our attention to this snowy expanse. Who can tell us what we are about to observe? Hermione was the first to raise her hand. When called upon, she replied with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. It's a Yeti, Professor, a magical creature of level 4, capable of reaching heights of 15 feet in adulthood. Somewhat resembling a troll but entirely covered in white fur. It is frightened by fire. A mere flame can drive it away. Excellent. Quirrell applauded. Indeed, what we are about to see is a Yeti. No sooner had Quirrell spoken than a towering Yeti, 4 meters tall, burst forth, only to be halted by a shimmering, translucent barrier. It pounded furiously against the membrane, sending ripples of distortion through its surface, provoking another round of shrieks. Chapter 40. The Yeti. Quiet down, children, Quirrell sighed, raising his wand. The Yeti froze in place. Do you remember what I mentioned? This is an illusion. This Yeti exists solely in my recollections of the creature. I could even make it form a heart shape for you, but that might leave you with some peculiar impressions of Yetis, which I deem undesirable. Quirrell shrugged, prompting laughter from the students. Even those who had previously screamed. The Yeti is one of the most poorly concealed creatures in the magical realm, Quirrell remarked. There have been numerous Muggle sightings of Yetis, largely due to their behavior. Yetis tend to attack and consume everything they encounter, which is why no wizard has been able to approach them for further study. As Miss Granger just noted, Yetis are classified as level 4 by the Ministry of Magic, indicating they are dangerous. However, fire is sufficient for merely driving them away. Quirrell smiled. Mountain trolls are also classified as level 4 creatures, and in many respects, Yetis and trolls share similarities, such as their imposing stature. I recall that it was Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter who bravely defeated the 12-foot mountain troll last Halloween. Would you care to share your experience with confronting the troll? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Harry and Ron lowered their heads, their faces flushed, despite having boasted of the incident. It was evident to all that their victory over the troll was purely a stroke of luck. There was no need to mock them. Mountain trolls are indeed perilous beings. Their skin possesses formidable magical resistance, rendering most spells ineffective against them. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley displayed remarkable cleverness. One valiantly subdued the troll, while the other cleverly utilized the troll's own weapon to incapacitate it. Quirrell grew serious. However, I must sincerely apologize to Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Potter. Due to my oversight and limited abilities, I inadvertently unleashed the troll, placing you in danger. This was my fault, and I am truly sorry. Zacharias stared in disbelief as Quirrell bowed in their direction. A hush fell over the crowd. Hermione, Ron, and Harry exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how to respond. They clearly wished to assert that this was not Quirrell's fault. Do not be anxious, everyone. They earned this. To be fair, do you believe I taught well last semester? Quirrell chuckled. The atmosphere suddenly lightened. Quirrell encouraged them. Now, you three brave Gryffindors who have faced a fourth-year creature, why not select one of you to demonstrate how to conjure flames in front of the snowman? Hermione stood up. Let me give it a try, Professor. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual excitement. I have yet to attempt a spell before such a colossal creature. Come forth, my child. Quirrell smiled. You need not fear. Hermione stepped forward. With a flick of his wand, Quirrell dispelled the barrier, and the enormous snowman began to stir. It charged at Hermione with a scream that could shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. The foul stench emanating from it was palpable even to those seated in the front row. Yet, Hermione remained resolute, undeterred, and articulately cast her spell. A brilliant, warm blue flame erupted from the tip of her wand, expanding rapidly. The snowman halted, its movements growing hesitant. A blend of excitement and joy illuminated Hermione's face as she took a step forward, brandishing the flames. The snowman recoiled, retreating a step. She advanced again, prompting the snowman to emit a shriek and turn to flee. Hermione was indeed a quintessential Gryffindor. She appeared almost eager to pursue it. Exemplary flame conjuration and remarkable bravery. I shall award 2 points to Gryffindor. Quirrell applauded once more. Let us extend our gratitude to Hermione for her demonstration. The other students, particularly those from Gryffindor, joined in the applause. As Hermione returned to her seat, a smile graced her face. I understand now, she remarked. I really like Professor Quirrell. He is quite cool. Oh, Ron said, somewhat astonished. Hermione, you seem to have undergone some transformation. By the way, I did mention that Professor Quirrell's class would be fantastic. In high spirits. Hermione nodded at Ron, begrudgingly acknowledging his prediction. Harry raised his hand. Professor, may I also give it a try? Certainly, Mr. Potter, Quirrell replied. In fact, if you all wish, you may have a turn. He conjured another snowman. By the end of the class, everyone had faced the snowman, including Zacharias. They were utterly exhilarated. Several female classmates even shouted, wanting Professor Quirrell to make the snowman form a heart. Quirrell indulged them, creating playful variations. Zacharias believed everyone yearned for a magical camera in that moment, capable of capturing the snowman's heart formation. The scene was both comical and awe-inspiring. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this so-called illusion could be photographed. As the class neared its conclusion, Quirrell tapped the lectern once more. Students, I hope you grasp the essence of this lesson. Maintaining composure in dangerous situations and thinking of the correct approach before resolutely acting upon it is the key to defending against dark magic. This principle holds true whether confronting perilous magical creatures or, indeed, facing other individuals. Quirrell stated, however, for first-year young wizards like you, should you encounter a situation beyond your defenses, remember to escape or call for help promptly. The spark spell from your textbooks is an excellent choice. Laughter erupted once more. This class was truly delightful. The assignment was to pin down your reflections on the encounter with the snowman, without any restrictions on word count or length, as long as it is genuine. Quirrell reminded them not to forget to review their previous tests, as there would be another surprise check next time. The classroom faded, and the scene of the snowy mountains warped and vanished. Yet the students' excitement remained undiminished. They discussed this lesson for nearly the entire afternoon, even drawing in students from other years to listen. A snowman that can make a heart shape? I truly wish to see that, Fred remarked, mimicking the snowman's heart gesture as described by the first years. We are in third year now. Perhaps we shall witness even more fascinating things, George added. I believe you should focus on preparing for the quiz before class, Percy interjected. Otherwise, you may miss out on all the interesting experiences. Suddenly, everyone was awakened to the realization, and a wave of enthusiasm for reviewing defense against the dark arts swept through Hogwarts. Chapter 41. The routine before the Quidditch match. In the new term, Zeander found himself visiting Professor Quirrell's office almost every other day, yet no one regarded this as peculiar. On one hand, Zeander was already accustomed to darting between the library and various professors' offices. On the other hand, Professor Quirrell's office was perpetually crowded. Students devised countless ways to enter Quirrell's office, inquiring about quiz questions, the activities planned for the next lesson, and even attempting to negotiate a detention with him. Of course, many were also curious about Quirrell's whereabouts during the past 2 months, seemingly eager to replicate his travel itinerary. Zeander even heard rumors that participating in this journey could enhance one's attractiveness. At times when Zeander sought Quirrell, he found the professor unavailable, leaving him to pass the time in the common room. This occasion was no different. Hermione and Ron were engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Zeander settled beside them, extracting a pristine astronomy book from his bag, although its contents were rather outdated. Unlike the academically proficient Voldemort of his student days, to convincingly embody a Horcrux, he needed not only to be versatile, but also to recall the lessons from decades past. As he read, Zeander contemplated how to exhibit changes in a manner that would alert his friends to his peculiar transformation. If even his close friends failed to notice anything amiss, then it was unlikely that Dumbledore, with whom he had less interaction, would sense any issues either. As Zeander pulled out the book, Hermione glanced at him, but promptly returned her focus to the chessboard. Had this been at the beginning of the term, such a distraction would have caused her great anxiety. However, she had become accustomed to it now. Ron had previously made a brilliant move. Hermione concentrated intently on contemplating her next play. Ron, feeling bored, tossed the crystal dice in his hand, a Christmas gift from Zeander. Ron, Hermione's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard. Don't use your divination while playing, she admonished. I'm not, Ron retorted. Why do you always believe I possess prophetic abilities only at times like this? There are many wizards who can foresee the future. Hermione, exasperated, raked her fingers through her hair. I simply cannot win against you. I must deliberate over each move for an eternity. This is clearly the same as international chess. She shifted a piece, and the chessmen erupted in protest, declaring her move incorrect. Your moves are already commendable, Ron reassured her. It's entirely normal to ponder during a game. I need to think as well. No one can play chess without contemplation, nor can anyone win every single move. Harry entered the Gryffindor common room, still clad in his Quidditch training attire. Upon spotting his friends, he approached and settled beside Ron. Let me think, Ron was saying, when he suddenly noticed Harry's pallor. What is the matter? You look rather unwell. Lowering his voice, Harry revealed Snape's intention to officiate at the Quidditch match. He will undoubtedly deduct numerous points from Gryffindor. He has always harbored a dislike for you. Ron remarked, if the opponent were Slytherin, it would be even worse. Fortunately, it's Hufflepuff, but we triumphed over Slytherin last time. Hermione interjected. If Snape wishes to exact revenge, it's entirely possible. She cast a glance at Xavier, but refrained from elaborating. Perhaps you should consider not attending, Ron suggested. I have a lingering sense that you will encounter peril this term. Harry, if someone intends to harm you, a Quidditch match is the perfect opportunity. If he discovers that you are aware of those matters. No, I must go, Harry insisted. Gryffindor has no other seeker. If I do not participate, there is no one to take my place. Even if the referee is Snape, I intend to win handsomely. Xavier remained aloof from the discussion, understanding that Snape's application to be the Quidditch referee stemmed from a desire to protect Harry. After all, Quirrell was exceedingly suspect. In the original text, Quirrell was indeed quite dubious. Dumbledore and Snape likely suspected Quirrell of being a Death Eater, repeatedly trying to persuade him to abandon his dark allegiance and cease serving Voldemort in his quest for the Philosopher's Stone. Unfortunately, they failed to realize that Voldemort resided within Quirrell's very head. Even if Quirrell wished to act otherwise, he was incapable of defying Voldemort. However, now that Quirrell had undergone a dramatic transformation, Dumbledore likely began to suspect he was in league with Voldemort himself. Yet Snape presumably remained oblivious. If he had known, he would never have openly displayed a desire to protect Harry Potter in Voldemort's presence. Dumbledore would not have disclosed his suspicions either. For only in ignorance could such behavior be perceived as a guise of a double agent. At that moment, Neville tumbled into the common room. Having been the victim of a leg-locking charm, his legs firmly adhered together, evidently having hopped up the stairs. Many were amused by this comical scene. Xavier's contemplation was interrupted by the laughter. Frowning, he raised his wand, and the spell afflicting Neville was instantly lifted. Hermione rushed over to assist Neville, guiding him to a secluded corner. Thank you, Hermione. Thank you, Xavier, he expressed gratefully. Neville's legs trembled, and once again, you aided me. Neville, what transpired? Hermione inquired. It was Malfoy. Neville swallowed hard. He was outside the library, seeking someone to practice with, blocking several people to refine that curse. Although Professor Quirrell did not teach any combat magic beyond the textbook in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes for 1st to 3rd years, students from 4th year onward, especially those in advanced classes, could witness more intricate combat spells and techniques, even dark magic, under Quirrell's guidance. Owing to Quirrell's practical requirements, upper year students genuinely needed to hone their magical abilities during this period. Clearly, Malfoy merely exploited this opportunity to torment those who were less adept at resisting. You ought to report this to Professor McGonagall, Zeander advised Neville, then lowered his head, quietly returning to his reading. You should file a complaint, Hermione asserted. He ought to lose points for such behavior. Neville shook his head. No, I don't wish to stir up trouble again. You must be braver, Ron urged. If you so easily yield before him, it makes his victory far too effortless. Perhaps I shouldn't remain in Gryffindor. I'm too timid, Neville stammered. Malfoy said as much. Do not speak of yourself that way, Neville. You were chosen for Gryffindor, while Malfoy is unworthy of even entering it, Harry reassured. He even offered some sweets to Neville. Malfoy? Zeander scoffed without looking up, a coward. He even fled from a duel that risked his family's honor, which is truly a disgrace to the Malfoy name. If his grandfather saw him like this, he'd surely receive a severe reprimand. Feeling somewhat reassured, Neville asked, Is that truly the case? Of course, Ron replied. He faltered in his bravado, and it deserves our mockery. Harry added, Look, Malfoy is even more cowardly than you. You are stronger than a dozen Malfoys combined. Neville managed a weak smile. Chapter 42, Competition Day, a playful practice of magic. In the weeks leading up to the competition, Harry was not having a particularly pleasant time. I do not understand, Harry complained. Why do I encounter Snape everywhere I go? Could he possibly be stalking me? It's not out of the question, Ron remarked. I suspect Snape might have realized you discovered his intention to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He fears you may reveal this to Professor Dumbledore. I dread he is plotting our demise. Hermione proposed a more dire speculation. His demeanor towards Zeander has also worsened. That must be because I T approached him with questions privately this entire semester. I rush out of potions class as soon as it ends. Zeander, holding a book, seated himself beside the two. That clearly cannot be the reason, Harry retorted. No, Zeander countered internally. It is indeed quite plausible. However, the crux of the matter lies not solely in failing to consult Snape, but rather in the fact that Zeander has spent nearly the entire term in suspicious company with Quirrell. Snape likely suspects that the flawed soul of Zeander might be under the influence of some malevolent dark magic. While Snape may not be concerned about Zeander, he undoubtedly cares deeply for the well-being of Harry, the savior. Xander exhibited a demeanor that unmistakably suggested he wished to avoid Severus Snape, raising suspicions in a most natural manner. However, it was rather peculiar that Snape did not directly confront Xander. You no longer mind our suspicions regarding Snape? Ron inquired, astonished. Snape, Xander scoffed softly. I have come to learn something else. He is likely not to be trusted. How splendid. You are finally willing to doubt him, Harry remarked. What other information? Hermione pressed. Xander's gaze flickered towards Harry before he fell into a brief silence, ultimately stating, I cannot divulge that to you just yet. More mystery. Harry muttered. The day of the competition swiftly approached, and Harry retreated to the changing room for pre-match preparations. Xander, Ron, Hermione, and Neville congregated together. Goodness. The spectators in the stands gasped. Even Professor Dumbledore and Quirrell have come to witness the match. Snape's countenance was decidedly grim, a fact Ron easily noticed, especially since they had discussed the possibility of Snape endangering Harry just days prior. As long as Headmaster Dumbledore was present, Harry would be safe. And Professor Quirrell was there as well, which provided Hermione with some reassurance. The source of Snape's dismal expression likely stemmed from Quirrell's presence, a thought that secretly amused Xander. Suddenly, Ron exclaimed as someone struck him on the back of the head. Draco Malfoy laughed heartily, evidently the culprit, while his two cronies grinned maliciously. My apologies, Weasley. I didn't see you there, Draco taunted. You are truly pitiable in your inconspicuousness. One pureblood traitor, one dimwit, and two mudbloods. Before Ron could rise to confront him, Xander swiftly grasped his wand. Mr. Malfoy, Xander whispered in a soft voice. Once is a matter of courtesy, twice is a sign of my patience. But this marks the third time. A rope materialized out of thin air, binding Draco tightly from head to toe. As Xander lifted his wand, Draco found himself suspended in midair. In my country, we have a saying, 3 times is a charm, Xander stated coolly, caressing the pendant that hung from his chest. I quite admire this phrase, and thus, I bestow it upon you. I hope you will remember it well for what lies ahead. The rope constricted around Draco's neck, rendering him helpless as he struggled in vain, unable to emit a sound. The other spectators remained transfixed on the competition, oblivious to the unfolding scene. Crabbe and Goyle recoiled in terror, but a mere glance from Xander left them paralyzed. Ron, Hermione, and Neville stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by how the situation had escalated so swiftly. Xander, what are you doing? Professor Quirrell suddenly appeared behind Xander, gripping his shoulder. Xander lowered his wand, and Draco fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly. Xander did not glance back at Draco or Quirrell. Instead, he lowered his gaze to fiddle with his wand and quietly remarked, Professor, I am merely practicing my magic, much like Mr. Malfoy did with Neville. Quirrell squinted, directing his attention towards Neville and Draco. Draco, still coughing, regarded Xander with evident trepidation. After a moment of hesitation, Neville nervously affirmed, Xander is right. There is no necessity for first years to practice such magic. Quirrell responded, I believe this exceeds acceptable limits. I may have to. Xander lifted his head to meet Quirrell's gaze. Professor, this is merely a jest. Quirrell retorted, I fear I do not perceive it as a joke. Xander then turned his attention to Draco, who had just managed to cease coughing. It's merely a friendly jest, nothing of great consequence. Is it, Draco? You did the same before. He absent-mindedly touched the pendant hanging from his neck. Draco stared at Zeander, taking a while to respond, his voice trembling. Yes, it's just a joke, he replied, completely disconcerted by Zeander's sudden use of his title. Professor, Zeander addressed Quirrell, may I return to watching the match? Hufflepuff just received a penalty, and I am quite concerned for our Quidditch team. Quirrell hesitated before advising, if you feel the need to practice magic, I suggest you do so under the supervision of a professor rather than merely joking with anyone. Mr. Malfoy should heed the same advice. With that, Professor Quirrell departed, and Zeander turned his attention back to the field. At that moment, Harry executed a splendid dive, hurtling towards the golden snitch near Snape's ear. Harry succeeded. This would set a new record. The match lasted less than 5 minutes and concluded, igniting a frenzy in the stands. Gryffindor students cheered as they surged onto the field. Fortunately, it did not take too long, and I did not miss this moment. Zeander smiled at Draco, who still appeared to be trembling and on the verge of collapse. Congratulations, Draco, you were not struck out. You may leave now. Do not disclose what transpired here. Draco stepped back in fright, and then turned to flee, nearly tripping. Crabbe and Goyle quickly steadied him, assisting him as they ran off. I shall return. It is too noisy here, due to the brevity of the match. Zeander had not brought any books. He informed Ron and Hermione, I think I will head to the library for a look. Neville had already rushed down with the Gryffindor team. Ron and Hermione continued to watch Zeander's retreating figure. He seems a bit off, Ron hesitantly began. I noticed it too. If you're referring to how his eyes changed color, Hermione interjected. Did you observe anything else amiss, I mean, with your perceptive insight? I cannot be certain, Ron murmured. It feels no different. Good. Clearly ineffective, Hermione chuckled. It should not be anything serious. Perhaps Zeander's condition has improved? Ron suggested. The two shifted their focus back to Harry, who was being hoisted up in celebration, waving at him. Chapter 43, Quirrell and Snape's Conversation. Harry was about to return his broom to the broom shed. The victory in Quidditch filled him with immense joy, and he sensed that the evening air had grown pleasantly comfortable. He had secured a lead for Gryffindor, even under Snape's scrutiny. At that moment, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun, Harry suddenly spotted a hooded figure swiftly making its way towards the Forbidden Forest. It was Snape, and Harry recognized him immediately. This was highly suspicious, a person stealthily venturing into the Forbidden Forest during dinner time. Harry silently mounted his broom and followed suit. He alighted gracefully upon a dense tree, peering down through the gaps in the leaves. Below, in the clearing, stood not only Snape, but also Professor Quirrell. What was Professor Quirrell doing here? What could he possibly be discussing with Snape? Harry pondered in confusion. I am quite surprised, Severus, Professor Quirrell remarked, stroking his wand with a smile, that you would summon me alone, and in such a place. I will not let the students learn of this, Snape replied coldly. I trust you are well aware of your actions. I do not understand, Quirrell's smile broadened. Surely, I have not committed any wrongdoing. After all, our potions professor, who claims to care for students, has done far worse than I, wouldn't you agree? Quirrell elongated the last phrase with emphasis on his concern for students. Snape's expression darkened further at this. You are evading the issue. I believe you know much about the Philosopher's Stone. Snape stepped closer, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to strike Quirrell. How much do you know? Have you already figured out how to subdue Hagrid's three-headed dog? I must confess, I no longer need to contemplate how to subdue it, Quirrell replied nonchalantly, smiling. Severus, what purpose does your inquiry serve? Harry felt he understood Quirrell's implication. If he had no intention of stealing the Philosopher's Stone, why would he concern himself with how to subdue a three-headed dog? Very well, Snape gritted his teeth. You must consider whom you are loyal to, Quirrell. Whom I am loyal to. Severus, you are the one who should be contemplating that, Quirrell laughed heartily. As far as I know, you still bear the mark upon your left arm. Snape drew his wand, aiming it at Quirrell. How remarkable that you would point your wand at me, Quirrell said, his laughter ceasing, yet he made no move to draw his own wand, merely whispering softly. Do you truly believe I would fear facing you? Harry thought it was only natural. Quirrell was the defense against the dark arts professor, undoubtedly far more powerful than Snape. Snape glared at Quirrell with intense hatred before finally lowering his wand. I will extract the truth from you, Snape declared. We shall converse again another day. You are unaware? Quirrell laughed heartily once more. So Dumbledore does not trust you as much as he should. How amusing. Disregarding Quirrell's words, Snape donned his cloak and strode away with purpose. Quirrell, shaking his head with a sigh yet still smiling, remarked, a poor, misguided child indeed. I would welcome him back, should he choose to return. Having spoken, Quirrell departed. Harry, burdened with thoughts, mounted his broom once more. He needed to swiftly locate his friends to discuss this matter. Our previous deductions were indeed correct. Snape was intent on acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. He was threatening Quirrell to assist him in obtaining it. He sought to discover how to bypass Hagrid's three-headed dog and navigate Quirrell's barriers. After finding a secure location to relay the entire story to his companions, Harry reached a conclusion. I believe Professor Quirrell would not succumb to threats, Hermione remarked. He is powerful and possesses extensive magical knowledge. Yet, if he was indeed threatened, why did he not confide in Dumbledore? Ron inquired, bewildered. He must prefer to resolve it on his own, and he has the capability to do so, Hermione asserted firmly. Perhaps he has already spoken to him. Hasn't Dumbledore begun to suspect Snape? They likely aim to catch Snape red-handed, which would facilitate his imprisonment in Azkaban. Suddenly, Harry asked, "What is that on his left arm?" "I think I know." Zeander, who had been wearing a pensive expression, spoke up quietly, gazing at Harry. "It is the dark mark." "Harry, Snape was once a Death Eater." Hermione and Ron turned pale, fear evident in their expressions as they looked at Harry. "The dark mark? Death Eaters?" Harry asked, bewildered. "What is the dark mark? What are Death Eaters?" "The dark mark is the symbol of the Dark Lord," Hermione whimpered, appearing utterly terrified. Ron continued, his face ashen. "Death Eaters are what the Dark Lord's followers call themselves. Most have been imprisoned in Azkaban, yet a few, like the Malfoys, have evaded the law." "Why then, is Snape allowed to teach at Hogwarts?" Harry exclaimed, filled with anger. "Dumbledore vouched for him." Zeander murmured softly, "Remain calm, Harry. Do not act impulsively. Dumbledore claims that Snape turned to the light side before Voldemort's downfall, taking the risk of becoming a spy." "Dumbledore must be mad," Harry said irritably. "Snape is likely a double agent." "Oh," Hermione suddenly gasped, her complexion growing even paler. "I understand now," she murmured, her voice trembling. "What?" "I know for whom Snape seeks the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione struggled to raise her voice, though her trepidation was evident. A flash of insight calmed Harry. "He did not perish," Harry stated calmly. "Who?" Ron was still trying to grasp the situation. "Voldemort. He did not die. He is lurking here, waiting for his servant to bring him the Philosopher's Stone, and then he will rise again," Harry declared, fire igniting in his green eyes. "Do not utter that name," Ron exclaimed in alarm. "Names possess a particular magic. What if he can sense it? I mean, if he is right here, then he could come and eliminate me directly?" Harry retorted sharply, "Why should I not simply await my demise? Everyone says the Dark Lord only fears Professor Dumbledore. With Dumbledore here, the Dark Lord is not a threat." "Is he?" "He would not dare to seize the Philosopher's Stone himself," Hermione said, attempting to reassure them. "Since Headmaster Dumbledore has already begun to harbor suspicions regarding Snape, it seems there is little left for us to do," Zeander remarked. "Such matters should be entrusted to the professors. After all, we are merely first years. We must place our faith in the faculty. At the very least, Professor Quirrell would undoubtedly resist any influence from Snape." Hermione's voice trembled still, but it was noticeably steadier than before. "As long as Professor Quirrell remains silent, Snape cannot navigate the defenses surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. So it is. One can only hope," Ron added. Harry, however, bowed his head in silence, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 44. How to Stir Up the Limitations of Muggle Thinking. For an extended period thereafter, Professor Quirrell appeared unchanged. In contrast, Professor Snape's temper remained consistently foul. Each time they passed the fourth-floor corridor, the growl of the three-headed dog, Fluffy, echoed ominously. The Philosopher's Stone was momentarily secure, yet the lurking presence of the mysterious figure within the school kept Hermione and Ron on edge. Ron even made another prophecy, envisioning Harry lying in a hospital bed, eyes closed and face contorted in pain. Harry reassured them, saying, "Doesn't that imply I won't perish? Don't speak of life and death." Hermione interjected, "What if you end up like Neville's parents, confined to St. Mungo's for eternity?" This led them back into their worries. The only silver lining was that Malfoy had ceased his tormenting, seemingly avoiding the quartet. Harry had once been curious about this development, but Zeander merely brushed it off, claiming he had fought with Malfoy. Harry was not one to pry into his friend's affairs, and he soon lost interest in the matter. As Hermione took charge, dragging Ron and Harry into their preparations for the final exams, it was hard to fathom how she could juggle so many concerns. "Hermione, the exams are still quite far off," Ron complained. "Not far at all. We have only 10 weeks left," Hermione insisted. "If you had organized your notes from the beginning, we could progress more swiftly." "Not everyone is as diligent as you and Zeander," Ron lamented, almost collapsing over the table. However, he quickly straightened up under the watchful gaze of Madame Pants. Harry focused intently on transcribing notes. He had Quidditch practice, making him even busier than Ron. Yet the fatigue from physical exertion and mental study was of a different nature. He would much prefer to tire himself out riding a broomstick than endure 12 hours of study. Zeander, on the other hand, was not in the library studying alongside them. After meticulously comparing textbooks from decades past to the present, first-year exams seemed effortlessly achievable for him. He chose to remain in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, delving into other studies. Quirrell had secured for Zeander a copy of Secrets of Advanced Dark Arts. At that moment, Zeander sat across from Quirrell, perusing the section on Horcruxes. "Father, could you teach me how to perform like you?" Zeander inquired. Quirrell, initially engrossed in grading assignments from an unknown year, lifted his gaze at the question. "How would you like me to explain this?" Quirrell chuckled. "Are you seeking to conduct a character analysis? A biographical sketch of an actor? For instance, Let us commence with the inquiry of why one would endeavor to create a Horcrux. The narrative reveals that you, during your student years, engaged in the creation of such an object. Zeander smiled coyly, displaying a facade of innocence. Are you familiar with the London Blitz? Chilo suddenly inquired. Yet, it was evident that he did not expect Zeander to possess such knowledge, for Chilo promptly answered his own question, the London Blitz, which commenced in September 1940 and persisted until May 1941, constituted Germany's aerial bombardment of Britain, with London as its primary target. This relentless assault consumed my entire third year at Hogwarts. Chilo scoffed, acknowledging, yet, during my time at Hogwarts, I was utterly oblivious. By the time I returned, the orphanage had been reduced to ruins. The plight of the Muggles mattered not. This is the grand wizarding world. It is difficult to fathom such a sentiment. Chilo rose, pacing the room, embodying a sense of helplessness, sorrow, and cowardice. I am uncertain how much you comprehend of my time in the orphanage, but I must confess, I harbored no fondness for its inhabitants. However, I empathized with them, for I too could not protect myself amidst the bombings. The sensation of being unable to seize control of my own life was nearly suffocating. I yearned to survive, to ensure that no one could ever again strip me of my existence, to possess the autonomy over my own life. Thus, I delved into the study of formidable dark magic, forging a Horcrux. Chilo turned to face Zeander, asserting, Dumbledore could not fathom my rationale. He deemed my thoughts malevolent. It is peculiar. Has he ever experienced a moment when his life was not within his grasp? How can he presume to understand me? I was indeed too eager. I must concede. Those dark arts and Horcruxes are undeniably vile. Yet, what alternative exists that is swifter or more efficacious? Grindelwald had nearly conquered all of Europe, casting a wary eye upon Britain, and the specter of war loomed ominously over the wizarding community. I had to safeguard myself, child. He unleashed a true world war, a conflict between wizards and Muggles. You ought to recognize the potency of Muggle weaponry. Chilo sighed. A single nuclear bomb can obliterate a city. Even the most formidable wizards struggle to achieve such devastation. Should war erupt, ordinary wizards would possess no means of protection. The Ministry of Magic was somewhat more competent then. Not entirely incapable of casting a decent shield charm, yet not every wizard could manage it. If conflict arose, how could wizards contend with a professional Muggle army? When the wizarding world is overturned, where would I find refuge? Unlike those pureblood families, I lack a legacy of magic. I am left with no choice but to study those perilous and nefarious dark arts. I had to do so. Ah, Zeander remarked, I am beginning to grasp your perspective. You understand nothing, you foolish child, Chilo retorted. What? Zeander asked, perplexed. You are aware of what I ultimately did, yet you fail to perceive any flaw in my logic? Chilo replied, I was merely illustrating how to perform. You ought to learn to exhibit fervor rather than be swayed by my words. Had you been in my position, you would likely have rushed to align yourself with Grindelwald. If you mention pure blood, I would certainly notice the discrepancies, but Muggle weapons are undeniably formidable, Zeander murmured. Are you referring to nuclear bombs? Chilo inquired. Indeed. If we consider the explosive power of a nuclear bomb, the ironclad charm would likely prove inadequate. Moreover, there's the terrifying radiation, Zeander remarked. Your thinking is constrained by Muggle limitations. Not to mention the possibility of using the Imperius curse to control the operators of a nuclear bomb, rendering it incapable of launching. Even if it were launched, why focus on the aftermath of the explosion? Chilo asked. Why not transform the undetonated nuclear bomb into a bird and let it fly away? Zeander's eyes widened in realization. He suddenly grasped the terrifying potential of wizards in warfare. Chapter 45. Understanding the Pureblood Theory. However, the war between wizards and Muggles is not yet at hand. The more pressing concern now is how to embody Voldemort's Horcrux. No, Zeander insisted, you still need to enlighten me about the Pureblood Theory. After all, it is your foundational promotional slogan. I must learn how to perform it. Zeander, you must understand that even brainwashing should be targeted. Chilo sighed. How could someone like you, who holds no affection for the Pureblood Theory, ever accept it? In my time, I had a distinct promotional slogan aimed specifically at Muggle-born young wizards. Let's discuss the Pureblood Theory, Zeander insisted. I can only be deceived by that which I do not believe in. Very well, Zeander. I believe the narrative suggests that I am not pure blood, am I? I have a Muggle father with the same name as mine. I even share his visage. Can you guess why I resemble him so closely? Chilo asked. I cannot surmise, Zeander replied. Because of my mother. She is a witch. Chilo explained that she wished for me to possess the same face as my father, and thus I grew to resemble him. This astonished Zeander. The advantages of wizarding families lie here. The blessings and hopes for newborns from wizards can indeed manifest. Are you familiar with curses? The principle is quite similar. Both invoke profound emotions and a touch of magic to effect change. Chilo smiled. Therefore, children born of two wizards are almost invariably wizards themselves. This phenomenon transcends mere heredity, as the probability of a squib is exceedingly low and inconsistent with genetic laws. Similarly, Chilo continued. The strength of descendants may also be influenced by their parents or even ancestors. For instance, I inherited Parseltongue from Slytherin, despite being generations removed from him. Parseltongue is a gift, a form of magic. Many serpent-related spells yield effects unattainable by other forms of magic. This illustrates the advantage of lineage. The merit of pure blood lies in legacy. Among the tomes of those ancient families, the number of manuscripts and notes from their ancestors is unfathomable. Each portrait serves as a teacher who has lived for many years. They were immersed in magic from a young age, practiced it diligently, and had the finest mentors and the richest experiences of cultivation. Their prowess should hardly be surprising. The habit of utilizing magic, cultivated from childhood, is something that Muggle-born young wizards cannot emulate. Even wizards and Muggles living in the Muggle world, constrained by the statute of secrecy, find themselves unable to achieve such a feat. Ask yourself, can you possess the agile mindset in wielding magic as those children raised in the Wizarding World do? Quirrell inquired. Zeander recalled the transfiguration he had just overlooked, confirming his lack of that nimble magical thought. Thus, does the theory of purebloods hold any merit? He could not help but ponder. Zeander, I truly wonder how you have managed to reach the age of 18, Quirrell chuckled helplessly. Did you not perceive my previous attempt at redirection? And now, with my insufficient and unnecessary conditions, you still fall for it? Where lies the flaw? Zeander was taken aback. All is flawed, Quirrell exclaimed, covering his eyes in despair. It is indeed true that wizarding families are more likely to produce wizards, and that wizards can bless their children. However, this does not necessitate wizard pairings. I am a living example of a wizard and a Muggle producing a half-blood. Even a blessing can arise from a wizard conducting a baptism alone. Insisting on wizard pairings results only in consanguinity, yielding madness and deformities. It is correct that genetics can inherit ancestral magical talents, yet magical aptitude can also arise independently. The essence of magical talent lies in the prolonged engagement with a particular type of magic or the impact of environmental factors on one's body and soul. Akin to genetic modification in Muggle science, some family traditions, such as an affinity for magical creatures developed through childhood exposure, fall into this category. Moreover, these talents do not always guarantee inheritance. Let us not forget that the Gaunt family preserved Parseltongue solely through extreme consanguinity, while my own talent primarily derived from my mother's sacrificial demise. Considering the time spent, you might as well learn to become an animagus, Quirrell remarked. In essence, the barriers to inheritance stem from the reluctance of those pure-blood families to share knowledge, which engenders such a legacy advantage. If they were willing to disseminate their wisdom, the advancement of magic could be significantly facilitated. Furthermore, while many ancient spells wield considerable power, contemporary cutting-edge magic is equally formidable. If one finds modern magic lacking, it is often due to neglecting research journals and failing to grasp the concepts within, focusing solely on published books and entertainment magazines. Lastly, the requisite magical mindset cannot simply be cultivated by growing up in the wizarding world. It demands both innate talent and extensive combat experience, Quirrell stated. I had hoped you would explore Shakespeare's plays, but now I believe you would benefit more from an introductory textbook on logic. I fear I have overshot in my dramatic embellishments. Perhaps you should refrain from portraying Horcruxes and spare me the embarrassment. Wait, that is not right. A suddenly enlightened Zeander realized. You have refuted the theory of pure bloods entirely, yet you have not articulated your support for it. Do you truly wish to compose character sketches? Quirrell laughed. In truth, the concept of pure bloods has long ceased to exist in any meaningful sense. Prior to the statute of secrecy, wizards and Muggles had intermarried for countless generations. However, after the statute, the romance between wizards and Muggles faced obstacles, leading to an increase in marriages among wizards and the emergence of so-called pure-blood families. Speaking of which, are you aware of the reasons behind Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, departing? Was it due to his reluctance to accept wizards of Muggle descent? Zeander inquired. Indeed, as Quirrell explained, it was because Muggle-born wizards have Muggle relatives, making them susceptible to the influence of factions that could jeopardize the secrecy of Hogwarts' location. For this very reason, Slytherin's ideology was revisited centuries later, with anonymous individuals attributing the so-called blood purity theory to Slytherin himself. However, this is utterly absurd. During Slytherin's era, Muggle-born wizards were considered more gifted, often referred to as Muggle-borns. The current assertions of blood purity seem more like a political stance, proclaiming an aversion to intermarriage with Muggles and a desire to distance themselves from them. Quirrell remarked, as for why I established a faction supporting blood purity, one might consider the ramifications of Grindelwald's influence. The pureblood movement did not simply dissipate following Grindelwald's defeat. Their adversaries extend beyond Dumbledore and other wizards. Muggle forces lurk within their ranks as well. Muggle forces? This notion dawned on Zeander for the first time. Chapter 46, Conversations. Is this truly surprising? Quirrell smiled. How many spies did Muggles embed within opposing forces during their Second World War? How many enemy officers were turned? Why? When it comes to the conflict between wizards and muggles, is this reality so readily dismissed? No one is an island. No one can exist in isolation. Just as Slytherin believed, Muggle-born wizards can easily be swayed by Muggle influences. Moreover, half-blood wizards and those who fall in love with Muggles are also more susceptible to defection. Who would wish to harm their beloved kin? Quirrell continued. This implies that any wizard who shows affection towards Muggles may stab you in the back during this war. Therefore, wizards asserting blood purity may, to some extent, be regarded as more dependable. Should I attempt to rally a band of wizards before Grindelwald vanished from the Muggle scrutiny? How could I expect this group to escape the insidious infiltration of Muggle forces? Thus, forming a faction of self-proclaimed purebloods is evidently a more prudent choice. Quirrell gazed at Zeander, noting that similarly, due to the misconceptions surrounding Slytherin's ideologies, pureblood wizards would naturally place greater trust in a descendant of Slytherin. Blood status is less significant than the demonstration of cruelty towards Muggles, especially in the absence of any Muggle relatives to restrain them. If I were to pursue a venture within the wizarding community, these individuals would not betray me. Quirrell sighed, for loyalty is the foundation upon which to build a team. Zeander was taken aback. Do you believe this? Quirrell asked. It's perfectly fine to believe it. Continue to do so, even if you doubt it. You must appear to believe it if you wish to leverage the Death Eaters. Are you deceiving me again? Zeander questioned. Not entirely. You can attempt to discern the truth for yourself, Quirrell replied. My engagement with the blood purity theory is mainly driven by a systematic obligation. Aren't you part of the fraud system? That was merely a fade to mislead you. Suddenly, I find myself losing interest in character analysis. It's all a ruse, Zeander remarked. If you are to remember anything, I believe it is paramount to understand the theory you wish to exploit, Zeander. Quirrell remarked that rather than wholly subscribing to a singular theory and attempting to impose it upon others, one must possess the authority to interpret the theory independently, rather than allowing others to construe it. Children, he added with a smile, are particularly susceptible to deception. As Zeander departed Quirrell's office, he continued to ponder these theories. The absence of dragon eggs rendered their studies even more tedious, with Ron and Harry lamenting daily. Hermione had devised an exceedingly detailed revision schedule for them. With earnestness, she implored, if we cannot even pass the exams, how can we defend against the Dark Lord? Hermione held no particular expectations for Zeander, as he had already mastered the first-year curriculum. Since Zeander had mentioned Quirrell's involvement in treating his ailment, Hermione seemed to harbor newfound confidence in his recovery, encouraging him to visit Professor Quirrell each day. Consequently, Zeander continued to frequent Quirrell's office. The number of visitors to Quirrell's office had significantly dwindled, though it remained unclear what discussions transpired between Quirrell and his students. The only issue was that Quirrell had also become increasingly elusive, often absent from his office. On this occasion, Zeander arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts office before Quirrell did. Quirrell eventually arrived, bearing a bag of assorted sweets for Zeander. Where did you procure these confections? Zeander inquired as he indulged in them. Surprisingly delightful, these candies are, he added. From the headmaster's office, Quirrell replied nonchalantly. What business do you have in the headmaster's office? Zeander's anxiety began to rise. Recalling the myriad conspiracy theories he had encountered regarding the headmaster's office and the truth serum-laced sweets, merely routine academic activities, Quirrell responded with a hint of exasperation. Why would a teacher avoid the headmaster? We dine at the same table daily. Zeander wished to voice further inquiries, but a knock on the door interrupted him. Quirrell opened the door to reveal Professor Snape, who entered with a wooden box in hand. His cold gaze swept over the two, lingering momentarily on Zeander. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is quite the favorite, Snape remarked in an unusual tone. Zeander discreetly set down the candies he had been holding and swallowed the ones in his mouth. Severus, do not be so harsh, Quirrell said. If you were a touch more considerate, the children would surely take a liking to you. Zeander, unwilling to meet Snape's gaze, chose to render himself invisible. I am precisely here to discuss some matters concerning student welfare. Snape elongated his tone, slamming the box onto Quirrell's desk. Such a brutish display, Severus, Quirrell sighed. These are fine goods brought from the East. As the potions professor, you ought to appreciate that. Snape scoffed, redirecting his gaze back to Zeander. Hastily packing his bag in preparation to leave, Zeander declared, I shall not intrude any further, professors. I will take my leave. Quirrell waved his wand, sending the bag of sweets into Zeander's arms. Do not forget the candies. They are for you. Zeander accepted the sweets, closed the door, and hastened away. It was evident that Snape was eager to usher him out. Although Zeander was quite curious about the conversation at hand, it was evident that Quirrell's office was not conducive to eavesdropping. Furthermore, the antagonistic demeanor of the two was somewhat intimidating. It would be unfortunate if Professor Snape were to harbor a grudge. Once the door closed, Quirrell poured himself a cup of tea and inquired, So, Severus, what brings you here? Would you care for some tea? I do not require any, Snape replied coldly. I am merely here to deliver something that Dumbledore requested I bring to you. Oh, yet you seem to have much to discuss with me, Quirrell chuckled. I am rather intrigued, Quirrell, Snape retorted. How have you managed to lower Dumbledore's guard? What exactly did you say to him? Of course. Just some tender and considerate remarks regarding the students. Quirrell continued to smile. What is it that worries you? How could Dumbledore be swayed by my magic? He is, after all, the greatest white wizard, is he not? That simply indicates that Dumbledore has truly lost his wits, Snape huffed, and I shall keep a watchful eye on you. With that, Snape rose and departed, while Quirrell smiled as he watched him leave. Chapter 47. A chat with Dumbledore. Zeander felt somewhat despondent. His attempts to play the role of a dark wizard were not going smoothly. Hermione was absorbed in her studies, and Harry was preoccupied with Quidditch practice. It was only natural that they did not perceive any issues. However, even Ron, who possessed a sense of foresight, seemed oblivious to Zeander's predicament, which truly saddened him. Perhaps only Draco, who was still avoiding him, would sense something amiss. Was his acting truly so lacking? Occasionally, Zeander would practice in front of the mirror, attempting to embody the brooding and sinister demeanor of young Voldemort, but it never felt quite right. The only benefit he gleaned was the realization that one's environment indeed shapes one's identity. His appearance had subtly diverged from that of his past life. Frankly, he looked more handsome. Should he attempt to keep his eyes red throughout the day? Yet, Zeander understood that he could not be overtly conspicuous. He lacked his father's prowess, and being too ostentatious with his Horcrux would be ill-advised. Dumbledore had not shown any particular interest in the Resurrection Stone either. It would be exceedingly peculiar for a Horcrux to approach Dumbledore to showcase the Resurrection Stone. As Zeander turned a corner in the corridor, lost in thought, he inadvertently collided with someone, causing their belongings to scatter across the floor. It was Professor Sybil Trelawney, the divination instructor at Hogwarts. She gazed at Zeander with her unusually large, bleary eyes, clearly intoxicated, having likely consumed an entire bottle of sherry. Though Professor Trelawney often spouted nonsensical prophecies, it did not diminish the fact that she was capable of making genuine predictions, and Zeander held a modicum of respect for her. He quickly apologized and helped retrieve the crystal ball that had fallen to the ground. After ensuring it was unscathed and wiping it clean with a cloth, he returned it to Professor Trelawney, who did not take it. Professor? Professor Trelawney? Zeander called softly. Ah, thank you, dear child. I can see that you have a remarkable future ahead of you. Professor Trelawney abruptly awakened, seizing the crystal ball and murmuring in a hazy tone. You must have been born in winter, am I correct? Many renowned figures in British history were born during this season. Those who have endured the rigors of the cold tend to possess a stronger will than those born in summer. My apologies, Professor, Zeander replied with an awkward smile. I was born in summer. Professor Trelawney's large eyes widened even further. Then, dear, you must have been born at the end of July, correct? Actually, that is not the case, Zeander clarified. My birthday is in August. He pondered how he could not share the same birth date as the Savior Harry. Professor Trelawney fell silent, and Zeander surmised that she felt a twinge of embarrassment as the atmosphere grew tense. My apologies, Professor, but I really must be going, Zeander said, unable to tolerate the awkwardness any longer. As they brushed past one another, Professor Trelawney suddenly spoke. Confused child. Since you are neither born in winter nor at the end of July, perhaps you should seek a conversation with Professor Dumbledore. Older individuals often possess better advice. The youth should sometimes heed their words. After uttering this, Trelawney wandered off. Zeander sought out Professor Quirrell and recounted the peculiar encounter. Upon hearing Trelawney's remarks, Quirrell's expression grew oddly contemplative. Her visions seemed rather unclear. Perhaps her prophetic abilities only manifest in a hypnotic state, Zeander remarked. That is not necessarily the case, Quirrell hesitated. You should remember that you entered this world at the end of July. Zeander paused, taken aback. I suggest you heed her advice and speak with Dumbledore. Quirrell continued after a lengthy silence. You can adapt as needed. There is no obligation to follow my guidance strictly. This implied that he need not adhere rigidly to the role of a Horcrux. Zeander felt somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp Quirrell's sentiments. Should he modify his script? In any case, Zeander now found himself seated in the headmaster's office, directly across from Dumbledore. The headmaster initiated the conversation. Would you care for something to drink? Tea or pumpkin juice? Zeander hesitated before inquiring. Is there any iced milk? I prefer it sweet. Dumbledore conjured 2 cups, tapping the table, and Zeander's cup was soon filled with sweet milk. Dumbledore lifted his own cup of pumpkin juice, blissfully squinting as he took a sip. It is rare to encounter a child who shares my fondness for sweets. You have only come here to ask questions in the past, and left immediately after. Had it not been for Quirrell informing me, I would not have known you also enjoy confections. Would you care for some snacks? Unsure of how to respond, Zeander cradled the milk and nodded in agreement. Dumbledore then produced a tin of chocolate biscuits and placed it on the table. Zeander, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Dumbledore inquired. Yet Zeander remained uncertain of how to reply, ultimately choosing to say, Professor Trelawney believes it would be beneficial for me to speak with you. Oh, Dumbledore responded with mild surprise. What did she say? As Zeander recounted the tale once more, Dumbledore scrutinized him with his pale blue eyes. Very well, Zeander. Let us engage in a casual conversation, Dumbledore chuckled. How have you been lately? I am well. Professor Quirrell provided me with something to alleviate my condition, and I feel much improved, Zeander replied, retrieving a chocolate biscuit from the tin, a genuine Muggle delicacy. Devoid of any peculiar flavors, rich in milk chocolate. Do you ever find yourself longing for home while at school? Dumbledore inquired. Quirrell mentioned that you hail from China, where customs seem quite different from here. Are you managing to adapt? Sometimes I miss home, but I am getting used to it. Professor Quirrell looks after me quite well, Zeander said, smiling shyly, though inwardly he pondered what exactly Quirrell had discussed with Dumbledore. It seems you hold him in high regard, Dumbledore remarked, feigning a sigh with a playful smile. I find myself a tad envious. I recall our first meeting. You appeared rather displeased with my presence. That left quite an impression on me. My apologies, Professor. It was not intentional. Zeander attempted to fabricate an excuse, but found himself at a loss for words. Do not feel embarrassed, my child, Dumbledore reassured him with a gentle smile. It is entirely natural for a Muggle-born to be apprehensive about the wizarding world. I have encountered numerous instances of this. Zeander acutely sensed the delicacy of the subject and opted for silence. Speaking of which, Zeander, how does Quirrell conduct his lessons? Dumbledore asked. Well, he employs illusions and other techniques to confront various perilous dark magical creatures, Zeander explained. I have heard that the older students practice magical dueling in class, which sounds rather more exciting. He teaches rather well, it seems. No wonder he is so popular, Dumbledore mused, a hint of regret in his tone. Was the source of this regret the initial rejection of Voldemort's offer to teach defense against the dark arts? Zeander speculated. Quirrell mentioned that during the 2-month break, he traveled eastward for assistance. Not only did he resolve his vampire troubles, but he also gained a wealth of knowledge. He should have embarked on that journey sooner. Don't you agree? Dumbledore said with a smile. Zeander, having grown up in China, you must possess considerable knowledge about it, he continued. How could Zeander possibly know such things? At this time in his previous life, he had yet to be born for over 2 decades. With knowledge limited to a 21st century China devoid of magic, his understanding of China's supernatural lore was confined to myths and legends, and he had never set foot in the magical realm of China. I was unaware of my magical aptitude while I was there, Professor, Zeander replied. Thus, I had no exposure to Eastern magic. I suspect China has its own confidentiality laws, so I could only glean information akin to that of the Muggles here, through legends. Indeed, your father lacks magic, Dumbledore sighed. Perhaps I should make time to venture eastward and broaden my horizons. Nonetheless, Zeander thought intuitively, Quirrell likely did not travel east, and your journey would yield little benefit. However, he certainly did not voice any objections. I recall that Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw also hails from China. Perhaps you might find it worthwhile to consult her, Zeander suggested. Just don't come looking for me, he thought. Dumbledore appeared somewhat disheartened, yet quickly grew animated, asking, would you like me to examine you again? I am curious to see the effects of Eastern remedies. Quirinus, I have procured numerous ingredients for potions from the East. No wonder the potion Quirrell administered resembled traditional Chinese medicine. It could indeed be just that, Zeander mused internally. As for the examination, Zeander had no objections, allowing Dumbledore to cast a plethora of diagnostic spells. A kaleidoscope of colors flitted through the air as Dumbledore performed his checks. However, as he continued, he seemed to discern something amiss, furrowing his brow. Zeander, Dumbledore inquired, what exactly did Quirrell give you to suppress your condition? Finally, Zeander obediently removed the resurrection stone necklace from around his neck and handed it to Dumbledore. The latter did not take it immediately. Upon seeing the black diamond gem, Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and his expression revealed a moment of astonishment. Yet, almost instantly, he regarded Zeander with a peculiar, almost unsettling gaze. How have I never noticed before? Dumbledore muttered to himself. However, he quickly curtailed his thoughts, refraining from elaborating, and simply accepted the necklace. May I keep this for a while? Just a week. It will not interfere with your condition, Dumbledore proposed. I wish to study this object. Of course, Zeander promptly replied, his curiosity piqued by Dumbledore's unspoken words. Professor, what did you mean by that? Who do I resemble? Just a mere resemblance. I suddenly realized you bear a striking likeness to someone I know. Dumbledore responded with a smile. Zeander remained perplexed. What did resemblance entail? Who could possibly resemble him? Do you have the phoenix feather I gave you on your person? Dumbledore inquired suddenly. I do, Professor, Zeander affirmed, producing the long feather from his pocket. Do your utmost to keep it with you, Dumbledore said solemnly. With a flick of his wand, he transformed the feather into a bracelet resembling its original form, placing it upon Zeander's wrist. In the end, Zeander departed the headmaster's office clutching a box of sweets and a multitude of questions. Clearly, Professor Trelawney's prophecies were utterly inaccurate. Conversing with Dumbledore had not resolved any of Zeander's inquiries, but rather deepened them. The term resemblance seemed to be a specialized term when uttered by Dumbledore. However, Zeander remained unaware of what it truly indicated, at most feeling a sense of familiarity. During dinner, Zeander posed the question of resemblance to several of his friends. Yet neither Hermione, the omniscient bibliophile, nor Ron, the pureblood wizard from a wizarding family, had any answers. Harry, evidently, was even more in the dark. Perhaps the Weasley family, being a runaway pureblood household, suffered from a gap in knowledge? As Zeander pondered, he happened to spot Draco Malfoy cautiously attempting to pass by without disturbing him. Upon raising his gaze, Zeander immediately caught sight of him. "Hey, Draco," Zeander called out with a cheerful smile. Draco flinched instinctively. Do you need something?" he stammered, visibly trembling. "Why are you so afraid of me?" "I didn't do anything last time," Zeander remarked, perplexed by the boy's fear. Draco stared at him, yet his shivering intensified. Well, Zeander thought, perhaps he has frightened this 11-year-old, making him believe that his life was truly in peril. "Do you know what similarity is?" Zeander inquired, disregarding Draco's apprehension and posing his own question. Draco's face turned even paler. He remained silent, darting away like a frightened rabbit. What? Is similarity a perilous concept after all? Zeander pondered this until he fell asleep. His slumber was restless. Perhaps due to the day's earlier discussions, his thoughts had manifested into dreams of a past life. However, in this dream, his ordinary existence was infused with elements of Chinese folklore, such as ghost brides and paper effigies, as well as supernatural entities related to feng shui. Awakened from the chaotic dream, Zeander felt an impulse to visit the headmaster's office to reclaim the resurrection stone. He rose from his bed and splashed water on his face, hoping to awaken his senses, but upon gazing into the mirror, a revelation struck him. Zeander suddenly comprehended the essence of similarity. A chill crept into his heart, and he felt a shiver envelop him. Chapter 49, Doubt, Confusion, and Disbelief. Zeander stared at his reflection in the mirror. He abruptly understood why he had been filled with questions the previous day, yet his subconscious had not compelled him to seek out Quirrell. The figure in the mirror was no longer an exact replica of his previous self. While this was not inherently problematic, as one's environment can indeed alter one's appearance, the issue lay in Zeander's realization that he bore a resemblance to the current Quirrell. He was entirely different from the original Professor Quirrell. However, the present Quirrell had undergone significant changes in appearance. When Zeander had perused the restricted section's texts on the soul, he had encountered various records and assertions indicating that the soul could influence the body. Quirrell's transformation was evidently a result of Voldemort's soul asserting dominance. Thus, was Zeander's alteration in appearance also leaning towards that of Voldemort's? But from where would Zeander have acquired Voldemort's soul? Zeander recalled the system's task mentioning 2 sources of souls. Could it be that I am also a living Horcrux of Voldemort? He thought, feeling a chill spread throughout his body. He also remembered Quirrell's earlier mention of being a suitable vessel, which inevitably led him to contemplate possession. In Eastern concepts, possession often entails requirements concerning similarity or compatibility. Factors such as birth dates, geographical origins, names, and even blood relations fall within the realm of compatibility. What if Quirrell intended to possess him? Zeander endeavored to soothe himself. Yet, his heart remained embroiled in turmoil. Quirrell exhibited an extraordinary fondness and tolerance towards him, a feat unattainable by Voldemort in the original narrative. Only his biological father, Danlid, would behave in such a manner. However, who could ascertain whether Voldemort would extend such kindness to his living Horcrux? This matter was not addressed in the original text. Before the demise of his piece of soul, Voldemort was unaware that Harry was his Horcrux, which is why he cast the killing curse upon him without hesitation. Moreover, if Voldemort wished, he could easily manifest a charm that would endear him to anyone. Zeander despaired at this thought. But would Voldemort truly be acquainted with the myriad customs of the Chinese? Zeander pondered this further. The peace fruit, akin to a Christmas Eve gift, was not something one would expect Voldemort, a British wizard, to know of. Wait, no, Zeander felt his heartbeat slow. The Spring Festival. They had completely forgotten about it. Even if the Spring Festival did not entail a holiday, as a Chinese individual, it ought to be remembered. Zeander, lost in the realm of magic, might overlook such details. But how could Quirrell forget? No matter how occupied Danlid might be, even if he could not return home for the new year, he would never forget to send Zeander a red envelope filled with lucky money. He always insisted on providing a portion for Xander's late mother as well, presenting double the amount each time. Yet, Zeander was acutely aware that Quirrell understood the system, was familiar with Tom Riddle, and even knew of the conversations Zeander had shared with Riddle. Thus, could Riddle truly be trusted? Was he genuinely Danlid? Although he bore a resemblance to Danlid, was it not possible that Voldemort had consumed Danlid instead of Danlid taking precedence? But why? Zeander found himself baffled. Why had he not been directly controlled? Had not the original Professor Quirrell easily lost his body? If it was merely necessary for his body to serve as a vessel, why was he brought to Hogwarts for education? And why act theatrically towards a child like him? Zeander did not perceive himself as possessing any capacity for resistance. Surely, it could not be that he was merely being tolerated until the Philosopher's Stone was acquired. If Quirrell harbored ill intentions, what recourse did Zeander have? The system was the first thought that crossed his mind. But could the system truly be trusted? His previous master was none other than Tom Riddle. According to Quirrell, the prior system seemed to be that of the Dark Lord. Then why did Voldemort seek to extricate himself from it? Was it possible that this system was, in fact, a ticking time bomb? Zeander felt a shroud of confusion and helplessness enveloping his heart. His current magical abilities relied almost entirely upon what the system provided. Without a wand, he seemed to lack even the capacity for a magical surge. Unlike ordinary young wizards, he had not experienced any magical outbursts throughout his life. On his first day here, he received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts and procured a wand. What if he were actually a Muggle? Zeander despondently mused. The soul determines magic. Could someone who lived in a non-magical world truly possess magical abilities? Thus, it was highly probable that his magic stemmed entirely from the fragment of Voldemort's soul within him. What if he sought assistance from Dumbledore? Zeander swiftly dismissed this thought. After all, he was Voldemort's Horcrux. Zeander is not the child of prophecy. What right does he have to compel Dumbledore to weave intricate schemes in search of a glimmer of hope? Perhaps succumbing to death would serve as a more effective means of confronting Voldemort. Moreover, Zeander's soul is already tainted. How could he dare to seek Dumbledore's assistance? He does not refer merely to the scars upon his soul, but to the souls of all those who have perished within the tavern of Knockturn Alley. Taking lives truly does harm the soul, and Zeander bears the weight of more than one such death, even if it was unintentional. Even if he is still but a child. As for seeking help from others, that is out of the question. Everyone knows that Voldemort fears only Dumbledore. How could anyone else stand against him? Zeander spent the entire night unable to sleep. The following morning, Zeander knocked on the office door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. The moment Quirrell opened the door, Zeander rushed into his embrace. What troubles you? Quirrell asked, a rare hint of panic in his voice. Did you have a nightmare? Zeander buried his face in Quirrell's shoulder and gave a muffled sound of acknowledgement. Are you longing for home? Quirrell inquired delicately. Zeander remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to meet Quirrell's. His eyes were still red, heavy dark circles framing them. You couldn't have possibly gone a night without sleep, could you? Quirrell asked helplessly. I want to go home, Zeander stated, looking at Quirrell, back to China. But I cannot return home either, Quirrell hesitated. Xander's eyes widened, and tears streamed down his cheeks. I want to go home, he repeated in Chinese. Quirrell, startled, forgot his magic and hastily took a handkerchief to wipe Xander's tears. I'll write to Fines, asking him to take you back to China during the summer vacation. All right. Quirrell awkwardly reassured the child. This China is still China, just the same. Zeander buried his head deeper into Quirrell's embrace, falling silent once more. Let us write it now, no need to rush. Quirrell finally remembered his magic, soothingly stroking Xander's head as he controlled a feather quill and parchment to compose the letter automatically. Zeander clung a little tighter. The letter would be sent out shortly. The holiday was not far off. Once the exams were completed, he could return home. First, get some sleep. I'll excuse you from class. Just say you're unwell. Quirrell suggested, or you could sleep here with me. In your office, Zeander replied. I want to see the letter sent off. Zeander only followed Quirrell into the inner office after watching the letter being completed and taken away by the owl. Quirrell tucked Zeander in, advising him to take a good rest. I'll go find Madame Pomfrey for a note. You needn't attend class today? Zeander nodded, watching Quirrell leave. This was a test, a half-true, half-false trial. It was somewhat peculiar. Why did it seem that Quirrell genuinely cared for him, yet had never looked after a child before? Zeander pondered in confusion. However, the outcome of the test appeared favorable. Quirrell did not seem inclined to harm himself upon acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Zeander could only hope that this was indeed the case. Exhausted from a night of sleeplessness, Zeander gradually fell asleep. Chapter 50. Departing to join in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Upon waking in Quirrell's office after a day of slumber, Zeander returned to the Gryffindor common room to find Hermione glaring angrily at Harry and Ron. Hi. Zeander tentatively greeted them. Zeander, how is your health? Hermione immediately turned around, expressing her concern. Professor Quirrell mentioned that you were feeling unwell. Harry and Ron also cast worried glances in his direction. I'm all right, just had a bit of trouble sleeping last night and felt a bit dizzy. Zeander replied with a smile. Hermione then redirected her attention to Harry and Ron. Harry, Ron, how could you not notice that Zeander was unwell while sharing a dormitory? Did he have to seek out the professor on his own? Harry and Ron, sheepishly acknowledging their oversight, exchanged guilty looks with Zeander amidst Hermione's incessant scolding. There's no need for that, Zeander said, shaking his head in resignation. He then reassured Hermione. I truly am fine, really. By the way, what did you cover in class today? Where are you in your revision? Hermione suddenly exclaimed, as if just remembering. She dashed up to the girls' dormitory and quickly returned with her notebook, handing it to Zeander. The first exam is just around the corner. You all need to put in some effort, she stated earnestly. Harry and Ron, who had seemed relatively unfazed moments ago, now appeared increasingly anxious. Zeander couldn't help but smile mischievously. Final exams were quite straightforward for him. He could even make a pineapple dance to a rhythmic tune. The written exam was even easier, consisting of only the most fundamental knowledge with few obscure questions, presumably to ensure that students could pass, as failing would hinder their progression to the next grade. After the exams, the four wandered about casually. Hermione was eager to compare answers with Zeander, repeatedly mumbling over the history of magic questions that had puzzled her. The exams are over now. Hermione, Ron said, relax a bit. Your grades will be a concern for next week. Zeander added, I doubt you'll have any issues. I'm not even sure if I can surpass you, Hermione. Hermione clearly did not believe Xander's words. I feel like something is amiss. Harry appeared somewhat uneasy. Zeander, if you were to face a three-headed dog, what do you think would be the best approach? Are you still pondering the Philosopher's Stone? Zeander asked with a puzzled expression. As long as Dumbledore is around, there is nothing to worry about. But if you ask me, I can only recount Muggle myths. Cerberus, the three-headed dog of the underworld, serves as the guardian of the gates of Hades. It seems to be easily subdued by music. I recall that Orpheus played enchanting melodies on his lyre to lull the beast to sleep in order to retrieve his deceased wife from the underworld. There are also various myths about individuals using hypnotic pastries to make it slumber. It seems like luring the three heads into a quarrel with a piece of food might be another strategy. Harry, what's wrong? Xander inquired. Hypnotic drugs, Harry replied. Snape is the potions professor. Even if he doesn't know how to deal with a three-headed dog, he could easily put it to sleep. Hermione and Ron's expressions turned serious at once. We should seek out Professor Dumbledore, Xander advised. The four quickly retraced their steps to the classroom building. Except for Hermione. The others had visited the headmaster's office before and were now quite familiar with the route. Xander confidently raised his hand, adorned with a phoenix feather bracelet, sweeping it across the stone gargoyle. The gargoyle leaped aside, and the wall cracked open. Xander boldly ascended the stone staircase, only to discover that the oak door, adorned with brass rings, stood desolate behind it. No one was present. He turned to the three companions trailing behind him and remarked that the situation might soon become troublesome. Dumbledore is likely not at the school, Ron stated. Snape is about to make his move, Harry added. We should seek out the other professors, Hermione suggested. The four of them hurried downstairs once more, encountering Professor McGonagall along the way. What are you doing? She inquired. Professor, do you happen to know where Headmaster Dumbledore has gone? Xander asked. He just received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and has gone to London. What is it that you need him for? McGonagall replied, slightly taken aback. Xander, is your condition acting up again? Absolutely not. Xander quickly retorted. Someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry interjected. McGonagall gazed at them in astonishment, but replied, the Philosopher's Stone is under tight security. No one can steal it. Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow. You need not worry about the stone. Well, it seems no professors believe that anyone could actually steal the stone. Xander remarked after McGonagall walked away. We should investigate the fourth floor ourselves, Harry suggested. If we mention Snape's name, fewer people will believe us. And if we speak of the Dark Lord, then even fewer will. What are we to do? Hermione asked anxiously. Ron and I will guard the fourth floor while you. Hermione, try to locate Snape, Harry instructed. If you are headed to the forbidden area on the fourth floor, it would be wise to take your invisibility cloak, Harry. Xander advised. You are right, Harry replied, looking at Xander with concern. Xander, I recall your rapport with Professor Quirrell. Could you seek his assistance? Indeed, Hermione agreed. Xander, considering your health, it would be best if you did not accompany us on this perilous venture. Xander chuckled, all right. He then parted ways with the other three and made his way to Professor Quirrell's office for defense against the dark arts. What should I do? Xander asked. Feign illness. Quirrell suggested with a smile, producing a wheelchair from nowhere. Give it a try, Xander. Xander wore a look of disbelief. No. Where did you get such an idea? Very well, Quirrell replied, his expression tinged with disappointment as he made the wheelchair vanish. Do you still possess the resurrection stone and the watch that finds sent you? Yes. Xander confirmed, as he always kept those items close. Dumbledore had returned the resurrection stone prior to the examination. But what purpose does the watch serve? It turns your eyes red, Quirrell stated. Let us wait for them below. Xander obediently transformed his eyes to a crimson hue and followed Quirrell outside. Upon reaching a certain point, Quirrell spoke to a portrait in Parseltongue, causing it to swing aside and reveal a hidden passage. Where does this lead? Xander inquired with curiosity as he followed Quirrell inside. To the checkpoint I oversee, Quirrell replied, his voice laced with amusement. Dumbledore is unaware of this passage. There are certain advantages to being a descendant of the founders, are there not? As they traversed the secret passage, Quirrell raised his wand, and a green light shot forth, causing the guardian of the checkpoint to collapse. Is that a Yeti? Xander remarked, glancing at the fallen figure. Indeed. I initially intended to capture a giant eight-eyed spider from the Forbidden Forest. However, both Dumbledore and Hagrid forbade it, Quirrell remarked. They swiftly traversed through the door and beheld a row of potions displayed before them. Quirrell exhibited no interest in the topics or potions. He immediately cast a spell on himself and Zeander, then led him through the flames into the final chamber. The mirror of Ariste stood there, solitary. Chapter 51. Waiting for opportunity, presented an abundance of unexpected encounters. Shall we give it a try? Quirrell chuckled. Perhaps you might retrieve it. Zeander leaned closer to gaze into the mirror, where he saw himself already possessing the Philosopher's Stone, healed. I certainly cannot, Zeander complained. Only those who seek it without the desire to exploit it can attain it. I am exceedingly eager to exploit it, Quirrell laughed. By that logic, wouldn't a collector be able to acquire the Philosopher's Stone? Zeander rolled his eyes and shifted the topic. When do you think Harry will arrive? It should be a while longer. The preceding challenges are quite time-consuming, Quirrell replied. Thus I believe the wheelchair is a splendid idea. It allows for a moment of rest. If anyone spots you along the way, it would be challenging to explain. I will simply say you were controlling me. Zeander retorted as he shed his outer robe, transforming it into a chair to sit upon, his crimson eyes serving as undeniable evidence. Quirrell shrugged, conjuring a chair for himself as well. He even produced a book from seemingly nowhere and began to read. After approximately half an hour, four figures squeezed through the black flames. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Zeander's mind was flooded with questions. What is happening? Was it not stated that the potion for passage was only sufficient for one? Shouldn't it be that only Harry could come through? The four of them appeared equally astonished upon their entrance. Neville looked utterly perplexed. Zeander, what are you doing here? Hermione paused, astonished as she gazed at them. Ron's gaze flitted between Zeander and Quirrell. Harry was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, pointing his wand at Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, please explain why you are here. What have you done to Zeander? After all, it was unlikely he was here to protect the Philosopher's Stone, the boy who lived to tell the tale. What use is a wand now? You do not believe you can contend with me, do you, Harry? Quirrell closed the book in his hands, rising with a smile. As for Zeander, I must express my gratitude for your convenient delivery. I have gleaned much from his mind. Truly, you are clever children. Zeander remained motionless in the chair, his red eyes vacant, fully embodying a state of involuntary control. So you deceived us? Hermione asked, her face pale and trembling. Why? Quirrell burst into laughter. That sounds rather delightful. Why would I deceive you? If I were to deceive anyone, it would be Dumbledore. No, it would be Professor Snape, wouldn't it? Neville murmured. I genuinely feel sorrow for Severus. It is disheartening that none of you believe in him. With a smile gracing his face, Quirrell remarked on the lengths he had gone to prevent me from harming the students, even volunteering to referee a Quidditch match despite his evident lack of skill in the sport. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Ron grimaced, asserting that we were utterly incapable of detaining him. I have an affinity for self-aware children. Should I award some points to Gryffindor? Quirrell applauded, reminiscent of his demeanor in defense against the dark arts class. The wands of the four of us were suddenly sent flying, landing at a considerable distance. It was the disarming charm, silent and wandless, Hermione said, her face pale. Who are you? Harry asked, a dawning realization washing over him as he repeated the question. His voice tinged with shock. Do not provoke him, Ron whispered urgently. A pertinent inquiry indeed, worthy of a 10-point bonus for Gryffindor. A question that even Ravenclaw might struggle to conceive. Quirrell chuckled. Who am I? I am the one who left you with that scar, Harry. I truly admire your brave parents, yet alas, mere bravery is insufficient. Quirrell lightly admonished an enraged Harry. Have you forgotten your friends? A chill enveloped Harry. He glanced at the quiet figure of Zeander, whose red eyes fixed intently upon him, then turned to the worried Ron, who clung closely to him, and the pale Hermione, shaking her head in dismay, as well as Neville, who had lost all courage in the face of the mysterious man. Well, I knew you would make the right choice. Quirrell stood before the mirror, his smile unwavering, though now it incited a fierce resentment within Harry. Harry, come here, stand before the mirror. Harry approached, coldly replying. Please refrain from calling me Harry. I thought our relationship was not so intimate. You truly sadden me. Harry, Quirrell feigned a dramatic expression. Zeander, go. Keep an eye on the remaining three. Zeander rose quietly, wand in hand, and with a gentle flick, bound the three with ropes that flew towards them. Hermione looked on in anguish, while Neville remained speechless, stunned by Quirrell's true identity. I should not have let you seek him, Hermione whispered in self-reproach. I should have realized sooner that your red eyes were a sign of trouble. Ron seemed eager to say something, his gaze fixated on Xander's crimson eyes, yet he hesitated. Finally, he softly reassured Hermione. It's all right, we will be fine. We have already sent the letter to Dumbledore. He will return soon. The means of wizarding travel are quite convenient. Xander, however, acted as if he heard nothing, performing the role of a robot with ease. He simply hoped Quirrell would reign in the duration of the performance. If Quirrell had not revealed his identity, but instead claimed that he needed the Philosopher's Stone to cure Xander, perhaps Harry could have been swayed. After all, Quirrell had earned an abundance of trust during the first semester of the year. Yet, he could never sway Harry. Rather, Quirrell had to provoke him, continually reigniting his hatred for Voldemort. Only then could Harry resolutely wish for Voldemort not to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, fulfilling the condition of desiring the stone without the intention to exploit it, allowing it to come to Harry as it did in the original narrative. At last, the curtain fell on that act. Chilo forcefully extracted the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's pocket using magic, casually binding Harry before tossing him towards Zeander. Zeander silently shifted aside, casting a cushioning charm for Harry. Ron, who had been closely observing Zeander, was taken aback. He glanced at Chilo, who was preoccupied with conjuring a large cauldron some distance away, and whispered, "You are still you, aren't you?" The eyes of the other three brightened with realization. Suddenly, Zeander comprehended why Ron had not noticed anything amiss during the time he had impersonated a Horcrux. It was because Zeander had always been a Horcrux. When awakening in this world, Zeander must have already carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul. By the time the clairvoyant Ron encountered Zeander, he had existed as a Horcrux. Thus, Ron naturally perceived no distinction in Zeander's portrayal. Now, Zeander wished to cease speculating about the state of the finds at home. Silently, he raised his wand and rendered the four unconscious. Chapter 52. The Iron Pot Stewing Zeander. Who exactly is Chilo? Zeander gazed at the four fallen figures, sighed, and turned to approach Chilo. "What are you doing?" Zeander inquired. Chilo was busy pouring an assortment of ingredients into a cauldron that bubbled without flames beneath it. As Zeander beheld this cauldron, large enough to contain himself, he couldn't help but recall the scene in the original tale where Voldemort was resurrected in his 4th year. "I am preparing a bath for you. Although you can directly utilize the Philosopher's Stone, some additional aids will certainly enhance the experience," Chilo replied, retrieving various potion ingredients, or rather, herbal materials, from a box Zeander had previously seen, including ginseng, which he recognized, and tossing them into the cauldron. "Using this for a bath?" Zeander asked, pointing at the seemingly boiling cauldron. "And shouldn't you consider the timing of adding the herbs and any necessary pretreatment?" Chilo emptied the ingredients, brushing off the powder from his hands. No need. With my magic assisting, and besides, this isn't meant for consumption. It's to aid your absorption of the Philosopher's Stone." Chilo suddenly paused, then filled a small vial with potion from the cauldron. He approached the unconscious Harry, crouched down, and forced the potion down Harry's throat. Zeander stared in astonishment at Chilo's actions. After examining Harry, possibly employing some form of detection magic, Chilo stood up. "Perfect, no issues." "Zeander, check the water temperature," he instructed. Zeander reached out to touch the liquid within the cauldron. Although it appeared to be bubbling vigorously, the concoction exuded a strong herbal aroma and felt pleasantly warm to the touch, not hot or cold. "The temperature is acceptable," Zeander exclaimed, only to be unceremoniously pushed into the cauldron by Chilo. Zeander sputtered a few mouthfuls of potion and immediately felt his consciousness begin to blur. A warm sensation enveloped him, akin to the imagined embrace of a mother. On the brink of losing awareness, Zeander pondered whether he had erred once more. The resurrection stone and the pocket watch he possessed were enveloped in spherical bubbles, rising from the cauldron. Chilo grasped the two items, casting a glance at Zeander, who had succumbed to unconsciousness within the cauldron. He toyed with the pocket watch momentarily, adjusting the time before tossing it back into the pot. Subsequently, he retrieved a magical stone and cast it into the cauldron as well. Then, as if severed from a power source, Chilo collapsed, and a figure emerged from his form. This individual, with ebony hair and dark eyes, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his corporeal presence devoid of the typical translucence associated with souls. He appeared to be a mere youth of 16 or 17 years. He kicked Chilo's body aside and conjured a chair to sit beside the cauldron, staring vacantly at the bubbling liquid while idly toying with the resurrection stone. "I expected you would join me, Tom," came Dumbledore's voice, revealing his presence behind the youth. "I must say, your arrival is rather late. I thought you would appear while I was administering the potion to Harry. But rest assured, it will not harm him." Indeed, this was the young Voldemort, Tom Riddle. "Oh, I am quite surprised you still refer to me as Professor Tom," Dumbledore remarked. "You appear remarkably youthful. Which brings to mind your days at school." "No, I am no longer young," Tom replied. "In fact, I have surpassed a century in age." "I cannot believe I have missed so much of your development," Dumbledore said, conjuring a chair to sit alongside Tom. "I am quite curious," Dumbledore continued. "What is your relationship with Zeander?" "He is my most cherished possession, my most exquisite creation," Tom declared, still fixated on the surface of the cauldron. "I seldom see you value someone so highly, Tom. You have changed significantly. Tell me, do you now comprehend the essence of love?" Dumbledore inquired. "How peculiar, Professor." Tom replied in a hushed tone. "Why would you presume I do not understand? Perhaps I have known all along. Do you truly grasp the nature of love?" Dumbledore remained silent. However, Tom continued, "Professor, I do not understand. Why do you dismiss my notions of resurrection and immortality? Is it because you are incapable of achieving them?" Dumbledore regarded Tom calmly, asking, "Were you indeed residing within the resurrection stone? You survived through Horcruxes, did you not?" So you were previously unaware, Tom remarked oddly, but quickly added, it is understandable that you did not wish to delve into such matters. I am curious, have you retracted the Horcrux? Dumbledore asked. Tom laughed heartily. Professor, do you truly believe I would feel remorse? Only repentance can restore the soul, as inscribed in the knowledge of Horcruxes. You possess an excess of soul fragments. Dumbledore stated calmly, if you had severed such a significant piece in your 6th year, you would have long since lost your sanity. If you are a collection of multiple Horcrux fragments, that would indeed explain much. Tom's demeanor shifted, his tone becoming peculiar and subtle. Perhaps I had already gone mad before then, he said. Is there something else within the resurrection stone? Dumbledore inquired. Or shall we engage in a duel? Tom rose, drawing his wand. With pleasure, Tom, Dumbledore replied. Dumbledore also rose to his feet, ready to speak only if it was absolutely necessary. Tom cast a spell that sent the cauldron skidding into the corner, landing beside the 4 unconscious children. Dumbledore, in turn, employed a charm to shield that area. Do we need to bow first? Tom inquired, though the wand in his hand was already emanating a luminous spell. Green and red lights swirled towards Dumbledore. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore raised a stone floor that quickly rose to form a shield, enveloped in a radiant spell, blocking Tom's incantation. Immediately, dozens of stone arrows shot forth from the stone shield towards Tom. Tom retaliated with a spell that shattered the arrows into dust, which he then coalesced into a shield suspended in midair. The tip of his wand unleashed a multitude of lights, shattering the stone shield before Dumbledore. Unhurriedly, Dumbledore conjured more stone shields, simultaneously deflecting a serpentine black-red spell. A transparent spell pierced through the stone shield, aiming for Dumbledore, but it did not escape his keen perception. With a single incantation, he obliterated it. Suddenly, Tom rolled away, narrowly escaping a barrage of spiked ceiling shards that fell where he had just been. Although he evaded the attack, it disrupted his rhythm. Stone slabs sprouted from the ground, pressing downward under Dumbledore's command, intent on entombing Tom. One by one, stone giants emerged from the earth, and even the floor beneath Tom transformed into a swamp, threatening to engulf him. I detest wands made of unicorn hair and transfiguration. Tom sighed, levitating above the mire, but soon he chuckled. You cannot capture me, Professor, without the intent to kill. No sooner had he spoken than Tom vanished from sight, disappearing within the confines of Hogwarts, where apparition was forbidden. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, gazing at the spot where Tom had just been. Now only a wand belonging to Quirrell remained. After a long pause, Dumbledore waved his hand, restoring the transformed surroundings. Chapter 53. The difficulty of fabricating excuses. Zeander felt an unprecedented sense of restfulness from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find the world transformed into an extraordinary tableau, composed of vibrant blocks of color, with countless crystalline threads weaving before him. Startled, Zeander sat upright. The color blocks melded together yet remained distinct. They appeared to flow, yet were confined within fixed shapes. The sparkling threads danced in harmony with Zeander's movements, as a fish stirring the water. Am I losing my mind? Zeander pondered. Is this an illusion? Zeander has awakened. A female voice exclaimed. Footsteps approached, hinting that someone was drawing near. Yet, Zeander could only discern 2 indistinct, humanoid shapes of light moving towards him, one pale blue and the other beige. He appeared relatively normal. At least his eyes had returned to their black hue. Wonderful, now only Harry remains asleep, remarked the voice emanating from the pale blue light. The beige light responded, indeed. As memories gradually returned, Zeander recalled what had transpired just before he lost consciousness. Zeander tentatively inquired, Ron, Hermione? Zeander, it is truly a relief to see you well. A beige orb enveloped Zeander. We were so worried about you, the light blue orb remarked. No, Zeander thought. From this perspective, I cannot see clearly. I must restore my normal vision. As this thought emerged, the colorful patches, halos, and threads before him gradually faded away. Zeander beheld Hermione, Ron, and Neville at the foot of his bed. They appeared to be in the infirmary now. I am deeply sorry, Zeander confessed. I knocked you all out. That was not your fault, Hermione replied. We not only sent you alone to confront the mysterious figure, but we also allowed you to choose someone to face him. You were not in control of your actions. It was not your true intention, Ron added. That is not entirely accurate. I was not completely controlled. Zeander's face reflected guilt and remorse. I believed his words. He claimed that the Philosopher's Stone could cure my ailment, and he promised to assist me. So, at that moment, Dumbledore entered the room, observing the scene, and remarked, It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. Professor Dumbledore, you are not going to hold Zeander accountable, are you? Hermione asked. All eyes turned to Dumbledore. No, he replied with a gentle smile. Many wizards older and more knowledgeable than he have been deceived by Voldemort. The school will not seek to blame him. The trio sighed in relief. Yet Zeander sensed that Dumbledore had more to say. Indeed, Dumbledore continued. However, I do have some matters to discuss privately with Zeander. Perhaps you 3 could visit Harry next door? Hermione, Ron, and Neville exchanged worried glances with Zeander before slowly departing. Dumbledore fixed his sharp, blue gaze upon Zeander. "I have some questions for you, Zeander," he said slowly. "Why do you think Voldemort assisted you in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone?" I do not know," Zeander replied with a wry smile. "I had not considered that matter. I suppose I was somewhat overwhelmed." "It is all right, Zeander," Dumbledore calmly responded. "He has always been adept at manipulating others' minds. Please share your conjectures. Perhaps he sees some similarities between us?" Zeander hesitantly suggested. "That is an intriguing perspective," Dumbledore acknowledged. "You do indeed share certain traits with him. However, it seems unlikely that this alone would be the reason," Zeander said, troubled. "I believe the mysterious figure might also desire the Philosopher's Stone for himself. Has he perhaps already taken it? Do not fear to utter his name, Zeander. It is beneficial to refer to things by their correct titles," Dumbledore advised. "Voldemort did not take the Philosopher's Stone. He wholly invested that stone into you." Zeander was taken aback, and then anxiety washed over him. "Professor Dumbledore, does this mean that Voldemort has left something behind within me? I have found no indications of such a thing. It is likely that there is nothing to worry about," Dumbledore remarked. "However, I bring you delightful news, Zeander." "What is it?" Zeander inquired. "You have made a complete recovery. Your soul is intact, unmarred by any scars," Dumbledore affirmed. Zeander found himself at a loss as to whether to display surprise or some other expression. Ultimately, he opted for a state of bewilderment. "Zeander, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you," Dumbledore continued. "Yesterday, I received a response from Nicholas. He has agreed to my request to utilize his assistance in your healing." This revelation left Zeander genuinely astonished. "Most of the time, you need not rely on dubious methods, Zeander," Dumbledore stated with a hint of gravity. "The conventional path can also yield what you seek, albeit sometimes with a delay." Zeander remained silent. "Do you have any further inquiries for me, Zeander?" Dumbledore asked. "If I understand correctly, does this mean Voldemort is still alive?" Zeander questioned. "Indeed," Dumbledore sighed. "I am limited in my abilities and have been unable to capture him. However, he does not truly live, and thus, it seems he cannot genuinely perish. Are you troubled by this?" "I do not know, sir," Zeander replied. "For reasons unknown, he has treated me well. It is difficult for me to truly harbor hatred toward him. I am uncertain whether I am more concerned about his continued existence or the possibility of his death. It is indeed challenging to accept when someone you trusted transforms into something else. But Zeander, as you mature, you will come to discern what is right and what is wrong," Dumbledore advised. "Perhaps so," Zeander conceded. "Well, my child, it is all concluded. Voldemort has not harmed you. Should this not be a cause for celebration?" Dumbledore said with a smile. "Have a sweet, perhaps some chocolate? I recall your fondness for it." Dumbledore casually retrieved a box of candies from the small table by the bed, filled with strawberry white chocolate and cranberry milk chocolate. "I have had these before. They are quite delectable," he winked at Zeander. "Thank you," Zeander replied, though he could not shake the feeling of warmth in his eyes. Chapter 54, The Well-Deserved House Cup. Once Dumbledore departed, Hermione, Ron, and Neville immediately rushed in. "What did Professor Dumbledore say to you?" Hermione asked, noticing the faint redness in Zeander's eyes. "Nothing much," Zeander smiled. "I have splendid news to share with you all. I am completely cured. I will no longer faint at the slightest provocation." Ron gasped. "So, does this mean the Dark Lord is really—" "I am not entirely certain about that," Zeander said. "It is rather perplexing." "What happened next?" Neville inquired. Zeander then recounted the incident involving Quirrell using Harry as a test subject and his own fall into the cauldron. "It seems you have turned misfortune into fortune," Hermione concluded. "Perhaps that potion was intended for Voldemort himself? I wonder what effect it had on Harry. I have a feeling he will be bedridden for another couple of days." Ron expressed with concern. "By the way, how did you manage to pass the previous obstacles?" Zeander asked curiously. They exchanged glances before Hermione began to recount their adventure. Chiron did not bestow upon Hagrid the means to deal with the three-headed dog, thus the scene of the dragon's escape was omitted. Consequently, Gryffindor was not penalized those 150 points, and Neville chose to join in their adventure rather than expend his courage to thwart them. With his expertise in herbology, Neville significantly aided them in facing the devil's snare. In the challenge of capturing the keys, the correct key was deftly seized by the skilled seeker, Harry, just as in the original tale. In Professor McGonagall's chess match, Ron had prepared to sacrifice himself. However, Hermione, with a sudden flash of insight, prevented him from making that move, sacrificing a few extra pieces instead to preserve everyone's safety. This time, Hermione finally triumphed over Ron in Wizard's chess. As for Snape's logical conundrum, Hermione quickly deduced which potion was the correct one. Yet, confronted with the choice of a single sip of the potion for progression and a large vial for retreat, an oblivious Ron insisted that the two were the same. He even took a sip from the vial meant for retreat and directly touched the advancing black flames, and Hermione did not stop him. However, since it was not a challenge meant for a single person to face, how could Harry's friends allow him to confront an adult wizard alone? Thus, they all entered the final chamber together. Hermione added that both potions were likely fire-resistant, as she later researched. You all experienced quite an exhilarating adventure, said Zeander. The pressing question now is, when will Harry awaken? What is the purpose of that potion? I suspect Professor Snape is investigating this matter, Hermione replied. Should we apologize to him? Let it go. He is probably lamenting his inability to deduct more points from us, Ron remarked. As for Harry, he will undoubtedly miss today's Quidditch match. After Zeander was confirmed to be in good health, he returned to the dormitory that day. Seamus Finnegan complained to them. Can you imagine the feeling of discovering that all my roommates had vanished last night? The other three exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. As for Harry, he indeed slumbered for 3 days. By the time he awoke, the end-of-year feast was merely a day away. Dumbledore, as in the original narrative, had a conversation with Harry. Although Hagrid did not inadvertently reveal the method to confront Fluffy, he still crafted an album filled with pictures of Harry's parents, which he gifted to Harry with heartfelt concern. However, this time, when Harry entered the Great Hall, it was adorned with golden and scarlet decorations. A massive banner emblazoned with the image of a majestic lion hung on the wall behind the guest of honor's table. This signified that Gryffindor had triumphed in the House Cup, while Slytherin's quest for a 7th consecutive victory was thwarted. You have all experienced a remarkable year. Surely, your minds have been enriched with valuable knowledge, Dumbledore joyfully declared. I hope you can digest all that information over the summer. However, before indulging in this feast, we must first announce the recipient of the House Cup. Dumbledore continued. In 4th place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. 2nd place, Slytherin with 487 points. And in 1st place, Gryffindor with 492 points. Congratulations to Gryffindor for winning the House Cup this time. Indeed, without the deduction of 150 points and thanks to the efforts of Zeander, Gryffindor narrowly triumphed over Slytherin by a mere 5 points. The long table of Gryffindor erupted in cheers, while Slytherin sat in utter silence. However, it was of little consequence, as even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joined in the celebration for Gryffindor. Perhaps the students of Slytherin should learn to alter their demeanor, though such a transformation would not occur overnight. Dumbledore cleared his throat, bringing silence to the hall. I trust you won't mind if I add a few points for matters that require discretion? He winked with a jovial smile, declaring that for Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Harry Potter, Zeander Fines, and Neville Longbottom, who exhibited composure, wisdom, bravery, and unity in a particular endeavor, each would earn 50 points for Gryffindor. The hall erupted in an even louder cheer. The current scores reflected a resounding victory. Countless students surged forward to embrace the 5 and inquire about the nature of the event. Regrettably, they had pledged to Dumbledore not to disclose the details. Zeander found himself encircled by the crowd, unexpectedly enjoying the warmth of their adulation. Clearly, amidst this atmosphere, the students scarcely noticed Dumbledore's mention of Professor Quirrell's resignation. Perhaps in the upcoming academic year, they would particularly yearn for Quirrell's defense against the dark arts classes. When the examination results were announced, Zeander secured the top position, closely followed by Hermione. As I suspected, Zeander, you merely claimed to perform worse than I, Hermione remarked with a hint of disappointment. Goodness, Hermione. Are you truly upset about this? Ron exclaimed dramatically. What are Harry and I to do? Neville was on the verge of tears. While Ron and Harry's scores did not match those of Hermione and Zeander, they were commendable nonetheless. As for Neville, though he barely passed, he was quite satisfied with his results. Hermione playfully tapped Ron, prompting laughter to ensue among the group. Soon, the 5 of them were engulfed in joyous laughter together. Chapter 55, The Changes in the System and the Effects of Potions. In the days leading up to the end of the term, Zeander dedicated himself to studying his system. In fact, upon awakening, he discovered that the system had undergone significant changes. This time, the task interface was entirely closed, rather than appearing gray as before. It had completely vanished. Only a single phrase remained. To become the Dark Lord, what you require is not tasks, but a goal and the strength to achieve it. This phrase flickered before Zeander's eyes before disappearing. Unsure of its meaning, he instinctively felt that this alteration in the system was connected to Quirrell and Voldemort. Could it be the initials? Moreover, since Chilo possesses the ability to alter his own system, could it be that the previous task system malfunction was somehow related to him? Zeander pondered. The storage compartment remained accessible, with the resurrection stone nestled within. Initially, Zeander believed that the pocket watch gifted to him by Tom had vanished. However, as he focused his attention on the newly emerged system time, the watch abruptly materialized in his hand. Upon further concentration, the watch disappeared once again, reverting to the display of year, month, day, and a 24-hour clock. How astonishing! Zeander felt a tinge of wonder, yet his curiosity deepened. What was so special about this watch that prompted Chilo to specifically inquire whether he had it in his possession? Why had Chilo chosen to conceal this watch within the system? The system had also unveiled a new section, which Zeander referred to as the database. As its name suggests, It contained an array of information ranging from profound analyses of ancient magic to the latest gossip within pureblood families. If only half of it were not locked away. It often left Zeander wondering why certain functionalities of the system frequently became inaccessible. Nevertheless, the database illuminated for Zeander the nature of his vision upon awakening. He perceived the flow of magical energy, akin to the seer's third eye, albeit entirely distinct. While seers glimpsed fragments of the future and echoes of fate, Zeander witnessed instantaneous fluctuations in magical power. It was said that the most accomplished wizards could, to some extent, detect the ebbs and flows of magic. However, a clarity of magical vision like Zeander's was likely rare. Every entity possessed some measure of magical energy, albeit those unrelated to magic contained only a scant amount. Wizards brimming with magical power appeared to Zeander as luminous orbs. For instance, the seemingly inert Felch emanated a dim glow, merely tainted by the residual magic of other wizards. Zeander refrained from gazing at Dumbledore, fearing he might be blinded by the brilliance. Previously, a mere glance at Professor McGonagall through his magical vision had already left him dazzled. Magical energy exhibited distinct properties, manifesting as a spectrum of colors in Zeander's perception. He was uncertain of the significance of these colors, but he seldom encountered two wizards whose hues were identical, save for the twin brothers, George and Fred, whose fiery auras burned bright together, resembling a conflagration. As an aside, through Zeander's magical sight, the entire Hogwarts institution radiated a faint golden light. He suspected this might be a form of protective magic. Most delightfully, Zeander discovered that he could now wield nonverbal magic. This revelation came one morning when, while searching for his wand, it flew into his hand of its own accord. Zeander speculated that a prior flaw in his soul had hindered his ability to perform nonverbal spells. Thus, it became evident that the integrity of one's soul was of paramount importance. After all, he still could not compare himself to his father. In addition to exploring his magical vision and the system, Zeander remained exceedingly curious about the purpose of Chilo's large cauldron of potions. Consequently, he made a point to seek out Professor Snape after the conclusion of the Academy Cup ceremony and the announcement of results. Do not inquire why he chose to visit so late. Zeander was certainly not deterred by the prospect of losing points. He merely wished to afford Snape ample time to study that particular potion. Truly, Professor, what exactly is the function of the potion brewed by Professor Quirrell? Zeander inquired as he knocked on Snape's office door. Has the top student, Mr. Fiennes, already begun to delve into such profound matters? Snape's expression bore the unmistakable mark of annoyance at being disturbed, his dark circles prominent. Why not directly inquire with your favored Professor Quirrell? Professor, you are the expert. Zeander exclaimed, his eyes wide with feigned innocence. Who else could I possibly turn to for assistance if not you? It appeared that Snape was unaware that Quirrell was, in fact, Voldemort in disguise, and he remained oblivious to the happenings on the fourth floor, even ignorant that Quirrell had not resigned. Perhaps it was better for him to remain in the dark. Dumbledore was right to keep it from him. Otherwise, if Snape were to discover how he had once treated the Dark Lord, Zeander couldn't help but smirk slightly at the thought. Oh, am I truly the one you must turn to for help? Snape retorted. Professor. Zeander gazed at Snape with starry eyes. You are our potions instructor, a renowned master of the craft. All our knowledge of potions stems from you. You are, to my knowledge, the most knowledgeable and insightful person in this field. I dare say you must know what it is. I fear you have some misconceptions about me. I do possess certain knowledge, Snape replied. But why should I divulge it to you, ever curious Mr. Fiennes? Zeander noted a slight upward curve at the corner of Snape's mouth, indicating that his earlier praise had struck a chord. Please, do not jest, Professor. I am, after all, one who has used that potion, Zeander argued. Moreover, while I seem to be unscathed, Harry has been in a coma for 3 days. I am deeply concerned for his well-being. That is why I sought your guidance to understand the nature of that potion. Snape fixed his gaze on Zeander, who returned the stare. Ultimately, it was Snape who relented. The ingredients from the East differ from our usual potion materials, yet there are similarities. Clearly, it is a rare potion that enhances the soul. The manifestation within you may be a fusion of your own soul. In Mr. Potter's case, the amplified soul energy has resulted in an inability to adapt, causing overflow. Snape explained. So, Mr. Fiennes, may I suggest you take your leave? I have matters to attend to. Thank you, Professor. You truly care for us. Zeander remarked with a smile, before hastily departing. Upon hearing this, Snape's face contorted momentarily, yet he ultimately slammed the door shut with vigor. Zeander paused after traversing 2 corridors. The potion's effect was soul fusion? Then it seemed that the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry had likely merged completely with his own. Reflecting on the sight he had witnessed through his magical vision, he recalled Harry's aura, a harmonious green glow akin to moss. It appeared that as long as Harry remained alive, Voldemort could not perish. The prophecy, it seemed, had likely become a convoluted knot, perhaps doomed to remain unfulfilled, Zeander pondered. Chapter 56. The holiday begins, the dilemma. Before the holiday commenced, Zeander took additional preparation steps compared to his peers. This certainly does not refer to packing luggage, as there are house elves present. Rather, it pertains to Zeander's quest to locate his cat. Obsidian is an astute black feline who vanishes the moment she is placed in the vast grounds of Hogwarts, often eluding sight. Zeander harbors no concerns for her safety, for she possesses remarkable intelligence. Yet, he seldom catches a glimpse of her. She only returns to the Gryffindor dormitory when she is in a good mood, precisely finding her way to Zeander's bed. After searching in vain, Zeander even entertained the notion that Obsidian might have ventured into the Forbidden Forest. However, just as he resigned himself to her absence, she appeared aboard the Hogwarts Express, nearly toppling Hermione's belongings as she darted into their compartment. One wonders how Obsidian managed to board, whether she had found a ship of her own or if a house elf assisted her. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Zeander occupied a compartment together, discussing their holiday plans. Inevitably, the conversation veered towards the notice prohibiting the use of magic during the break. How splendid! Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley are completely unaware that I cannot use magic outside school, Harry exclaimed gleefully. I can frighten Dudley. Zeander, however, paid little heed to the announcement. This was not solely due to the fact that he had a dark wizard residing in his home, a truth directly uttered by Quirrell. More significantly, Tom had already sent him a letter, informing him that he would be staying in China this holiday. Could the British Ministry of Magic possibly regulate his actions while he was in China? As he shared this with his friends, a wave of envy swept through them. I have yet to visit such a distant land, Harry remarked. Neville chimed in, my grandmother would never take me on such a journey. Doesn't that mean you can practice magic at will? Hermione interjected, her focus distinctly divergent from the others. Stop worrying about grades, Hermione. Oh, how I wish you all could visit my home during the summer, Ron said. My mother is always eager to welcome guests. I shall go, Harry nearly instantaneously agreed. Dumbledore said I only need to stay at Aunt Petunia's for a month each year, which is splendid news. But summer lasts over 2 months. I can also spend some time at Sirius's before coming to your house. Neville and Hermione did not immediately acquiesce. One needed to consult his grandmother, while the other sought parental approval. Nonetheless, they both assured that should their families consent, they would certainly visit. As they queued to exit the platform, many greeted them. Particularly Harry. Zeander spotted Tom from afar, dropped his luggage, and excitedly rushed over to embrace him. Carty quietly approached to push Zeander's belongings along. Dad, when are we going to China? Zeander eagerly inquired. Today, tomorrow, or the day after. Today is not feasible, it's rather late, and we wouldn't make it in time. However, if you wish, you can depart tomorrow, Tom replied. But why haven't you written me more letters? Did I not instruct you to write frequently? Zeander had forgotten. He truly lacked the habit of letter writing. Yet, he resolved to feign innocence, as writing seemed an arduous task. Dad, when will you invent a smartphone? Why don't you graduate yourself? Tom chuckled. How many years will it take for smartphones? Sasami, the pet black snake of Zeander, peeked out from Tom's suit sleeve. I miss you so much, Zeander, hissed Sasami. I miss you too, Sasami, replied Zeander. Tom smiled as he watched them. Harry walked past Zeander and, upon seeing Sasami, approached to greet him. Do you remember me, Sasami? Of course, you are Harry. There are so few who can speak parcel tongue. I remember everyone clearly, Sasami responded. You are truly impressive, Harry remarked. Goodbye, Sasami. Goodbye, Zeander. Farewell, Mr. Fiennes. Have a pleasant holiday, Harry, Zeander said. Harry bid them farewell and walked towards his aunt and uncle. When Zeander returned to the Fiennes residence, taking advantage of Carty's time spent organizing luggage, both from school and for their upcoming trip, he turned to Tom and said, Dad, I think we need to talk. Tom, maintaining his smile, replied, All right, let us have a discussion. How about the study? They entered the study, where Tom settled into the executive chair while Zeander took a seat in the armchair across from him. Where should we begin? Tom leaned back contentedly, as though he had anticipated this moment. Let us start with why you and Carty were glowing in my magical vision, Zeander said. Only wizards emit light in my magical sight. Carty's silvery glow is quite bright. But, Dad, your white glow nearly blinded me. Were you pretending not to know if the wizarding world was deceiving me? Not entirely, Tom replied cleverly. Why don't you share your thoughts first? What should I share? Zeander leaned back. I had already guessed who Carty was. His name was too obvious. Not to mention I know your name is the Dark Lordess, Carty Brooke. If you switch the initials, it becomes Barty Crouch. Carty must be little Barty Crouch. But I never thought you would deceive me regarding your affairs. Well, it seems I must start from the beginning, Tom laughed, asking Zeander, when do you think I crossed into this world? Zeander stared at Tom, realizing that this was also the reason for the peace of soul within Quirrell having his memories. Didn't you initially tell me you arrived here 3 months before I did? In fact, Tom sighed slightly. I crossed over at the moment Tom Riddle was born. I lived through his entire life, from the orphanage, to schooling, to creating Horcruxes, from establishing the Death Eaters to being killed as an infant. All of it was me. Zeander straightened in his seat, sensing that Tom was about to tell a lengthy tale. Chapter 57, Tom's Story. So why wait? Zeander suddenly recalled something. Could it be an issue with the system? No. Although there was a push from the system, every crime was committed by my own hand and with full awareness. Tom smiled at Zeander, though he did not seem entirely pleased, because the system presented conditions I could not refuse. This corroborates Zeander's conjecture that the system, when in Tom's possession, may have possessed a semblance of independent consciousness. After all, Tom had mentioned initially that he engaged in dialogue with the system. However, in Zeander's hands, the system functioned merely as a tool for reward, devoid of any communicative capabilities, and even the aspect of punishment was absent. Zeander speculated that Tom may have tampered with the system. Yet, Tom's current demeanor instilled in Zeander a more ominous foreboding. Is it related to me? Zeander inquired. What is wrong? It is my failure to care for you, Anchi. I was too engrossed in my work. Tom paused. It is my fault. I left you alone at home. So I am dead. Zeander replied with a calmness that surprised even himself. I do not recall. But it surely cannot be your fault. Are you implying it was a home invasion murder? Indeed. I leveraged connections to hire the finest lawyer, ensuring the perpetrator faced justice. Tom responded. Yet, my greatest desire was for you to be alive. Did the system compel you to assume the identity of this world's Tom Riddle, with the reward being my resurrection? Zeander remarked. That sounds like a ruse. Father, you should not place your trust in such things. But what attachments do I have left in that world? Tom smiled. And while it may indeed be a deception, the fact that you are alive now suffices. Zeander fell into silence. When the system showcased its extraordinary power to traverse time and space, it was challenging not to believe in it. I adhered to each of its tasks as though clutching the last lifeline. When I discovered my magical abilities, I was elated. I believed it to be the hope of resurrecting you. Subsequently, Professor Dumbledore arrived at the Woo's orphanage, imparting knowledge about the Wizarding World. The system provided me with an extraordinarily detailed script for my performance before Dumbledore. How wondrous was the unknown magical realm. Yet, regrettably, every book I could find in the bookstore, even those in the Hogwarts library, all conveyed the same message: the dead cannot be revived. My hope still rested solely with the system. Until the demise of Moaning Myrtle, when I created the first Horcrux, I uncovered the flaw within the system. Killing Myrtle was never my intention, Tom asserted. After all, the only task the system assigned me was to periodically unleash the basilisk to create petrification incidents. Yet, immediately following Myrtle's death, the system issued a task to create a Horcrux. This indicated that it intended for me to commit murder to fulfill that purpose. I was not particularly concerned about taking a life or damaging my own soul, as my objective was of greater significance. Resurrection always demands a price, does it not? I had speculated on this. However, as I severed my soul, I found my memories of my past life becoming somewhat obscured. A Horcrux, by its nature, should only possess memories from the moment before the soul is severed. Tom continued. Yet, when I was 16 and cut my soul, the memories belonging to Tom Riddle became blurred. This realization made me aware that within my being resided two overlapping souls, one belonging to Tom Riddle and the other to Tandy Riddle, with Tandy having entered the body too early, preventing Tom Riddle from attaining consciousness. When I severed my soul, I was effectively wielding the knife upon both souls simultaneously. However, what if I were to receive another task in the future and had to sever my soul once more? Would I not forget all of you? Would the significance of my mission still hold? I immediately confronted the system. It revealed its true nature. It was, of course, incapable of resurrection, even if it could transport my soul to a parallel realm. Yet, it presented the essence of you, Anchi. Tom remarked upon a frail, fragmented soul. Having spent several years in the magical world, I understood the profound implications of the soul. Should I cease my tasks, the system would obliterate your soul, rendering you effectively dead once more, right before me. This was an outcome I could never accept. Nevertheless, I would not allow an untrustworthy and futile entity to govern me. In that moment, the only being I could place my trust in was myself. Tom calmly stated that although the Horcrux harmed my soul, its thoughts would evade the system's grasp. As I recklessly followed the script, severing my soul to forge Horcruxes, the repercussions of my soul's depletion became evident. My memories of my past life dwindled, and I spiraled further into madness, increasingly resembling the character depicted in the system's narrative, that of the Dark Lord. Yet, my Horcrux remained rationally contemplative. At last, I awaited the opportunity. Trelawney's prophecy proclaimed the child destined to conquer the Dark Lord. Tom asserted that a true prophecy must come to fruition. However, prophecies can also be distorted. If that child, born at the end of July, could vanquish the Dark Lord, then he could likewise triumph over the Dark Lord system. I succeeded. The reflected killing curse not only extinguished my corporeal form, but also severely wounded my soul, shattering the system in the process. Tom revealed that he had preserved your soul, nurturing it with my own essence. Nevertheless, escaping that place was of utmost importance at that moment. Coincidentally, I encountered a frail Muggle on the brink of death. He was Tom Riddle, the original owner of this body. He shared my name and birth date, possessing a fragment of Chinese heritage, and was about to embark on a journey to attend his grandfather's funeral in China. The remarkable similarities and favorable circumstances prompted me to seize his body with great delight. Leaving his family in England to journey to China. Upon my arrival in China, after the funeral, I promptly wrote to Riddle's family, informing them of my love for a Chinese woman and my desire to spend my life in China. In an age of communication barriers, they had no means to verify my claims, nor could they seek me out. By merely changing my residence, it would be difficult for them to find me. Thanks to Tang Li's memories, I instinctively made my way to his homeland, where I encountered an unforeseen possibility. Tom bore a complex expression as I met my mother, pregnant and on the verge of abandoning me, the mother of Tang Li. Chapter 58. The Miracle of Resurrection and Secrets Unknown to Zeander. Does this world also hold you? Zeander asked in astonishment. At that moment, I was unaware that she was the mother of Tang Li in this world. Tom remarked that I merely played the role of a law-abiding, moral individual, delivering her, on the brink of childbirth, to the hospital. The nurse at the hospital mistakenly believed I was her husband, though I did not even know her name. Driven by a peculiar intuition, I chose to remain. When the nurse placed her newborn child into my hands, I discovered that the child's soul seamlessly merged with my own, creating a perfect union. In that moment, I comprehended that this was another version of myself. To prevent this essence from perishing, I wielded magic to tether its life, ensuring that even a mere shell could sustain itself. As for my mother, she passed away shortly after giving birth to me. Like Melop, I struggled to understand why both my mother and wife met their demise under such circumstances. I hesitated to investigate whether she, like Melop, had been abandoned by a man, resulting in her solitary collapse in the snow. This might be a cruel twist of fate or perhaps a curse. It could also be the reason the system chose me. Tom continued, however, this signifies that I have discovered a means to resurrect you, Anchi. Zeander was taken aback. You mean the bones of my father? Not precisely those from the original text, but the essence remains. Normally, the resurrection magic I could find was bound by stringent conditions that rendered it inapplicable to you. Yet, possessing the body of my counterpart changes everything. Tom explained that a less damaging form of resurrection magic proposed that the first life is constituted by the mother's flesh and blood, while the second life ought to be supplied by the father's flesh and the mother's blood. Thus, I merely needed to locate your mother. It took considerable time to find her. I met your mother during high school, yet I remain unaware of her specific address before she moved. All I know is her name, Tom remarked. However, after obtaining her blood, my plans for resurrection did not progress significantly. I crafted a vessel, but your soul was too feeble to inhabit it. At that juncture, the Ministry of Magic from Hogwarts approached me. They detected a surge of magical energy from a wizard in the vicinity and came to investigate. Tom noted that they seemed to possess their own methods for discerning good from evil. I initially feared I would have to act in my homeland. Yet it appeared that the pure soul of the infant misled their judgment, leading them to assume I was a benevolent individual. How ironic it is to be deemed a good person. I do not deserve such an accolade. They are the true good souls. Tom sighed, noting that upon discovering a child with an incomplete soul in my home, they felt immense sympathy and goodwill towards me. Believing I was a devoted father caring for a child alone, they periodically brought me gifts and even shared various esoteric texts related to the soul, despite my outward appearance as merely a foreigner fluent in Chinese. Thus, I gleaned insights into reconstructing the soul's vessel and enhancing its essence. Over the past decade, I have dismantled the system while delving into the mysteries of the soul. I have traversed so far down the path of immortality and resurrection that no one could offer me further assistance. Tom concluded that my final choice was to sever another fragment of my own soul. Due to the duality of my soul and Tom Riddle's, despite having created several Horcruxes, the weight of my soul surpasses that of an ordinary individual. I placed the surplus portion into your body and fused your soul with that fragment using shards of the system. Yet, you did not awaken. It was I who emerged. My soul effectively suppressed yours. Tom closed his eyes momentarily before continuing, revealing that Fine's parents were gravely ill and had sent word wishing to see me one last time. I claimed you as the child of the woman I had once feigned affection for, bringing you back to England. I was uncertain if I was recognized as no longer being their child, yet I still inherited their fortune. At that time, I encountered my former servant, young Barty Crouch. I was rummaging through Nocturne Alley for the information I sought when, for some unknown reason, Barty recognized me, having escaped from home. Tom remarked that perhaps a decade of tranquil living had softened me, and I assisted him in resolving his issues. However, in England, I also conceived a new strategy. The only way to awaken your consciousness was to weaken my own power. Thus, I endeavored to diminish my strength. I concocted a potion to purge magical energy. During the period of your awakening, I was nearly a Muggle, my ability to speak Parseltongue fluctuating inconsistently. The injury I sustained was courtesy of Zeander. It was not intentional, merely a lapse in vigilance due to my accustomed strength. Tom casually noted that it was merely jealousy over my sudden reappearance after a decade, inheriting a substantial fortune. Although you have awakened, my method of suppressing my magical prowess merely addresses the symptoms. Two conscious souls within one body will perpetually deplete one another. The soul remedy is the fusion and reconstruction of the soul's shell, which is essentially what transpired at Hogwarts. Now, recount the events of this past year. Tom smiled, expressing his own ignorance on the matter. Zeander blinked, summarizing the year's occurrences, particularly emphasizing Quirrell. What is his situation? Zeander inquired curiously. He is the Horcrux ring, merely exploiting your mistaken belief that Quirrell harbored the main soul. Tom chuckled, cautioning against excessive belief in the narrative, for there are many discrepancies from the novel. Zeander exclaimed, pulling out the resurrection stone pendant from his compartment to examine it closely. Tom took the pendant, transforming it back into a ring, feeling it before reverting it once more to a pendant. Tom smiled, stating that he is clearly now entirely independent of the Horcrux. Since I reconstructed the soul's shell, my connection to them has weakened. Perhaps he has fled to some unknown locale by now. Keep this resurrection stone. It is, after all, one of the Deathly Hallows. Zeander, in a daze, accepted the pendant, overwhelmed by the amount of information he had acquired today, realizing he needed to contemplate it thoroughly. After Zeander departed the study, a wisp of black smoke emerged from Tom's palm, gradually transforming into a youth of 16 or 17. Why did you not mention that the resurrection stone contains his mother's soul, and that you initially intended to resurrect her? The youth inquired. Oh, how so? Tom spoke with an air of indifference, expressing the notion that he could have vanquished the still youthful version of her to resurrect her future self. Yet he found himself incapable of doing so. He contemplated the possibility that his mother's soul had long since departed, leaving behind irreparable damage, rendering the chances of a successful resurrection nearly non-existent. This uncertainty felt too precarious. What I truly require is nothing more than a being capable of living. Perhaps it would be best not to disclose to Zeander that I ever entertained such thoughts. The young soul, originally residing within the resurrection stone, let out a sigh, conceding, very well, let her rest in the resurrection stone. At least this way, we can consider ourselves a family still united. Tom cast a cryptic glance at the soul fragment, but chose to remain silent. Chapter 59, A Prophetic Reading. Upon returning to his chamber, Zeander discovered his two pets nestled comfortably upon the freshly made bed. He couldn't shake the feeling that Tom was concealing many matters from him, or perhaps not being entirely truthful. It was not unfounded for Zeander to harbor suspicions. Tom had a penchant for teasing him since their previous lives, and in this one, he had become adept at deceiving him. Sazami, do you know if Tom speaks Parseltongue? Zeander inquired of the black serpent. He has always been able to, Sazami replied, somewhat perplexed. Though at times, it seems he doesn't comprehend. I suspect he merely feigns ignorance to avoid engaging with me. Indeed. Zeander, somewhat irate, stroked the back of a bisca, reveling in its furry warmth. According to Tom, Zeander's previous ailment was likely due to a rejection reaction stemming from the dissonance between Tom's soul and his own, which had intensified over time. Dumbledore had arrived at the Fine's residence on the very day Zeander awoke. It was plausible that Tom had only just stabilized his soul, thus failing to notice any issues. Upon reaching Hogwarts, the combination of one ring and one Harry, two Horcruxes, might have heightened the resonance of the souls, compounded by the damage inflicted upon Zeander's own essence, resulting in an exacerbated conflict between the two souls within him. After a year of close proximity, it was nearly impossible to avoid amplifying the wear on his spirit. Nevertheless, one question continued to elude Zeander. Why had he succumbed to unconsciousness during the days surrounding Halloween? Whose influence had he been under? Harry had merely encountered a troll, which should not have been sufficient to affect Zeander. Quirrell did not appear to be suppressing his own magical power either, and it was improbable that he would suddenly cease doing so at that moment, given that he had only taken a leave of absence after Zeander had begun his stupor. The likelihood that Tom had affected Zeander was far greater. What, then, had Tom been engaged in during those days? Though Zeander found himself perplexed, he surmised that, true to Tom's character, he would only divulge information when absolutely necessary. If he were to inquire now, he would likely be deceived once more, leading him to resolve not to ask at all. Instead, what lay ahead was the anticipation of the upcoming holiday. Are you feeling all right? Tom raised an eyebrow, questioning Zeander. I recall you never suffered from motion sickness. It is undoubtedly the vehicle's fault, Zeander replied, his complexion pale and his tone weak. The ride was far too bumpy. It is certainly not my issue. Such thinking betrays a lack of driving experience, Tom chuckled. The vehicle is important, but the road is even more so. Do you believe the roads here resemble those of 2 or 3 decades hence? I have been traveling for quite some time. Zeander understood, but found it difficult not to voice his complaints, recalling the previous flight, followed by a ferry ride, and now this bus journey. Very well. Take your time to recuperate. Tom sighed and remarked that it was you who insisted on traveling using ordinary means of transportation. Fortunately, There were storage compartments available, allowing him to travel without the burden of luggage. Zeander thought with relief. It took Zeander several minutes to regain his composure and continue walking. He glanced around and found the surroundings somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a place he had visited in his childhood. Have I been here before? Zeander inquired. This is the area around your grandparents' home, Tom responded, casting a sidelong glance at Zeander. Would you like to see your mother? She should have moved here this year. Zeander hesitated, wondering if she was still in elementary school. Almost. She is at the central primary school over there. It seems like they haven't taken their break yet. Tom pointed out. My house is right next to the school. You might get a chance to see her once classes are dismissed. Zeander regarded Tom with a peculiar expression. What are you thinking? Tom shot him a look and lightly tapped his forehead. Regardless of my age in this life or the last, I could be your mother-in-law's contemporary. My true age, spanning 2 lifetimes, exceeds 100 years. Do you truly believe I would harbor such intentions? Moreover, she is no longer the same person. Oh, Zeander replied after a moment of silence. Does that mean she is still my mother? Tom too paused momentarily. By blood, yes, he said. But if you do not wish to meet her, you are under no obligation to do so. They arrived at Tom's residence, a 2-story small building with a modest yard. Slightly smaller than the Fane's house back in England, resembling more of a self-built home. Tom appeared to be quite well known in this area, even after a year's absence. Numerous people greeted him along the way, likely due to his distinct mixed heritage. Tom retrieved a key and unlocked the wrought iron gate of the yard. After a year of neglect, the plants had flourished abundantly, with a tree laden with fruit. Inside the house, a thick layer of dust had settled, but for a wizard, it was merely a magical matter. Without batting an eye, Tom waved his hand, and the entire house was instantly cleaned. Slippers are in the shoe cabinet. The first room upstairs is mine. You may choose any of the others, Tom instructed Zeander, who obediently agreed while internally pondering the nature of Tom as friend. However, Zeander soon discovered the answer. Upon finishing his tidying and descending the stairs, he saw Tom seated with a man he did not recognize, sharing a cup of tea. The man was dressed in a long, azure cotton and linen robe, with long hair that exuded an antiquated charm. Yet, his hair was casually tied with a ribbon, and the sunglasses he wore added an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of a fortune-teller set up beneath a bridge. However, he appeared to be in his early 20s, making it hard to believe he could convince anyone of his divination skills under such circumstances. Zeander instinctively wished to use his magical sight to examine the man, but as he switched his vision and opened his eyes, he found his eyes covered. Hey, take care. Using that to gaze at others is rather impolite. The man's voice resounded. To Zeander's astonishment, he had suddenly appeared right in front of him. What is this? A form of lightness skill? Zeander asked, excitement bubbling within him as he reverted to normal vision. He appeared quite traditional, yet acted like an uninformed foreigner. The man curled his lip and returned to sipping his tea. You should pay attention, Li Shuqing, Tom remarked, gripping his teacup and casting a glance at the individual. Before you is a foreigner. That is my son, and indeed, he is a foreigner. Isn't it just that your Chinese is remarkably proficient? Li Shuqing spread his hands in a somewhat careless manner. Shall I cast a fortune for him? Tom remained silent, taking another sip of tea. Zeander leaned in, curious, and asked, how do you do that? Just toss some coins, Li Shuqing replied, producing 3 pristine 1 yuan coins from his sleeve and handing them to Zeander. Chapter 60, a small learning task. When you toss the coins, think about what you wish to determine. Toss all 3 at once, 6 times. And I will keep track of the results. Just toss them well. As Li Shuqing spoke, he did not look at Zeander, instead focusing on his tea. But what am I supposed to determine? Zeander glanced at Li Shuqing, then at Tom, who was also sipping tea but smiled gently at him. Oh, casting a fortune requires sincerity of heart, Li Shuqing suddenly interjected, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. If you are not thinking of anything specific, it's better not to cast. Zeander suddenly recalled a phrase. He now suspected it referred to the ring. Although he did not aspire to become a Dark Lord, he indeed seemed to lack a clear goal. Perhaps I should determine when I will find my objective. With this thought in mind, Zeander tossed the coins. He tossed them 6 times. The first was met with surprise, but by the 6th, doubt had set in. Why does it keep landing on tails? Zeander exclaimed. All 6 lines have changed, resulting in the hexagram for Qian. Qian symbolizes heaven, representing strength and integrity. The matter you contemplate will develop positively. Do you think there is something wrong with my coins? Li Shuqing turned to Zeander. Would you like to toss again? Zeander, no longer whispering his intentions in his mind as per the divination's requirements, casually tossed the coins and surprisingly achieved heads. How marvelous. Zeander repeated the coin toss with excitement. Does this mean I will soon discover my goal? He pondered. Who knows? Tom replied to Li Shuqing. Your skills are lacking, and your predictions are often inaccurate. Can you not question that? My predictions are consistently accurate, except when it comes to you, Li Shuqing retorted. That is your issue, not mine. Your son is quite peculiar. This is the 2nd time I have encountered such a visage. Is this a matter of reincarnation or of the soul? Zeander wondered, intrigued. Oh, The method of face reading as a means of categorizing Chinese individuals cannot simply be applied to foreigners, Tom chuckled. You truly lack precision in your studies. Zeander, would you care for some tea? This variety is quite delightful. On second thought, I find tea too bitter. Zeander shook his head, returning the coins to Li Shuqing and settling beside Tom. If given a choice, he would prefer milk tea. Hey, my readings do not solely depend on appearance. Even in terms of aura, you both share a certain peculiarity. Li Shuqing took another sip of tea and asked Zeander, would you be willing to learn the way from me? Can studying the way lead to immortality? Zeander blinked. Is it possible to achieve eternal life? Ah, you little rascal. Just like your father, always asking about that, Li Shuqing remarked, it is simply unattainable. However, if you wish to learn the art of prolonging youth, that is indeed possible. Why not take a guess at my age? You seem to be in your 20s, Zeander cautiously replied, though it's hard to discern clearly through your sunglasses. I am over 50, Li Shuqing said with a hint of delight. Do I not appear remarkably youthful? This is the result of my cultivation. Would you care to learn from me? But your mental age does not reflect that of someone over 50, and your companion Tom, who has not practiced cultivation but rather dark magic, appears to be less than 30 despite being over 100. Zeander couldn't help but retort. Zeander was already attending Hogwarts in England. Tom politely declined on Zeander's behalf, expressing curiosity about Eastern practices and a desire to learn some spells, especially since his mother hailed from that region. Could you teach him something practical? Zeander flashed an obedient smile at Li Shuqing, though uncertain of his father's intentions. He was genuinely intrigued by the magical arts. That, I cannot do, Li Shuqing replied, glancing at Zeander with a look of regret. There are no precedents for instructing outsiders. Your situation was quite different. Well, considering that Zeander's condition has finally improved, how about I lend you a couple of books? Thank you, Mr. Li, Zeander responded, unsure of how to address him. Mr. Li? That works, Li Shuqing chuckled. You may call me whatever you like. Li Shuqing stood up, retrieving several books from his sleeve and placing them on the coffee table. The matter is settled and the tea has been consumed. I must take my leave, he said to Tom. I trust you to manage affairs here. Until we meet again. He stepped outside, mounting his flying sword and soaring into the sky amidst Zeander's astonished gaze. Flying on a sword. How I long to learn that, Zeander exclaimed. You wouldn't be able to balance. Tom continued sipping his tea. Flying on a sword requires more talent than riding a broom. You might consider purchasing a flying carpet instead. All right, Zeander said, slightly disheartened. Is divination easier to learn? Tom glanced at him and replied. Do you know why he wears sunglasses? Zeander shook his head. Because his eyes can directly perceive fate, Tom explained. The secrets of destiny are not to be divulged. Hence his necessity to wear sunglasses. Even with them, he will not live to see half the average lifespan of a wizard in Hogwarts. He is a naturally gifted seer, and the omens he produces hold significant meaning. This is akin to the divination you will study at school, which also requires innate talent. And where does my talent lie? Zeander inquired. Symbols, Tom smiled, yellow paper and vermilion ink. What is extraordinary? It is the creator of the symbols who possesses the uniqueness, requiring the infusion of magical energy and will. Individuals like you, who can perceive the flow of magic, are most suited for crafting symbols. After your time at Hogwarts, you will study ancient magical scripts, which is also a fascinating discipline. Upon delving deeper into ancient scripts, you will discover many similarities to symbols. Ancient texts possess the ability to sense the magic of the world, and wizards can draw letters with magical energy, anchoring their intent, allowing magic to be inscribed on talisman paper or even other objects. This method of harnessing magical power through other objects sometimes proves to be more effective than directly employing magic. Tom waved his hand, and a stack of books cascaded down from the upper floor, landing atop the volumes that Li Shuqing had just arranged. Zeander stared, wide-eyed, at the imposing pile of books, nearly as tall as himself. Upon opening it, he found the pages filled predominantly with classical Chinese text. You should complete these this month. Eastern magic places greater emphasis on comprehending and internalizing the classics before attempting any practical application. The content in Chinese should be more accessible than the ancient spells from foreign lands, Tom remarked with a smile. I recall that the book list for the next grade at Hogwarts won't be released until August. Learning a few spells now will give you time to practice. Consider it supplementary tutoring. We can return to England in August to delve into the core subjects and familiarize ourselves with ancient magic. This was dreadful, suddenly. Zeander lost all interest. Chapter 61. Playfulness, Entertainment, and Unexpected Events. After 2 days of study, Zeander could no longer contain his impatience. He set the book down, adopting a serious expression. Dad, even at Hogwarts, there are breaks and weekends, Zeander earnestly informed Tom, who was engrossed in a newspaper. The elementary and middle schools next door have already dismissed for the day. Here, we have yet to experience a weekend. Tom glanced at him and countered. Weren't you quite happy spending time in the library before? Learning requires interest. Only by igniting a child's motivation can we enhance their efficiency, Zeander asserted with utmost seriousness. Balancing work and leisure is more conducive to nurturing a child's development. Ah, so you wish to go out and play? Tom chuckled, hearing the sounds of children playing outside. Do you want to join them? Dad, it's a holiday. The weather outside is splendid. Zeander instantly shifted his expression, looking quite aggrieved. Moreover, this isn't even material from the syllabus. It's more challenging than the classical Chinese I studied in high school. The content at Hogwarts seems simple by comparison. This is the nature of magical law. The greatest challenge lies in understanding, and understanding is of utmost importance, Tom observed. How have you fared in your studies? Zeander presented the portions he had completed to Tom. Well then, going out to play is not out of the question, Tom conceded. Just remember not to use magic in front of others, and if you do, ensure it goes unnoticed. There are confidentiality laws here as well. Zeander obediently acknowledged this and set out with the pocket money Tom had given him, although uncertain about the day's potential amusements. The prospect of not studying was a welcome relief. The distinction between the desire to learn and the pressure of compulsion is palpable. While wandering the streets, Zeander noticed a group of students exiting the school and decided to follow them into a nearby convenience store. He purchased a bottle of soda in a glass container and some candy. After borrowing a bottle opener from the shopkeeper, he was savoring his drink when he overheard what sounded like whispers directed at him. With keen perception, Zeander turned to face them. It was a group of students just released from school, their ages varying from 5th to 6th grade, with some appearing to be nearing the end of middle school. Upon noticing Zeander's gaze, they became somewhat bashful, realizing their conversation might have been overheard. A slightly older boy stepped forward to greet him. Hello. May I ask what grade you are in? We don't seem to have crossed paths at school. Could we get to know each other and perhaps become friends? Oh, I am currently attending junior high school in another city, and now that summer vacation has arrived, I have come here to visit the place where my father once resided. Zeander smiled shyly and said, Of course, I can make a friend. Is your holiday so early? They exclaimed in surprise. Which school do you attend? In England. Zeander replied. Their astonishment was palpable. One student suddenly realized and asked, Do you live in that house over there? Pointing to Zeander's home. Zeander nodded. Is your father Mr. Fines? Another student inquired. Your Chinese is as good as Mr. Fines's. I wish my English could be as proficient as your Chinese. I always struggle to remember words. Zeander had pondered the same in a previous life, so he merely smiled. Since you are new here, how about we take you out to have some fun? The older boy enthusiastically suggested, appearing to be the leader of the group. We are going to the river to catch fish. Catching fish? Zeander's eyes lit up. He had never tried that before. He returned the empty soda bottle to the shopkeeper and followed the group of children. They traversed an alley, turned a couple of corners, and soon a small river, about waist-high, appeared before them. Along the way, they exchanged names. The leader, named Wang Lei, mentioned that others called him Shirtu-Go, and that Zeander could do the same. Wang Lei distributed nets to everyone, and the group removed their shoes, stepping directly into the river. Zeander hesitated, concerned that his candy might get wet. Wang Lei glanced at him and called out, Don't want to get your clothes wet? Can't swim? Zeander pointed to his clothes. Wang Lei waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that this area was the shallowest. You can fish from the shore, just help us keep an eye on the bucket. Fishing from the bank proved to be enjoyable, yet Zeander's skills were lacking. He only managed to catch a couple of small fish. He saw no need to resort to magic in such matters, so he simply observed others, finding that far more entertaining. The group was indeed adept at catching fish, reeling in one after another. Although most were merely finger-sized, their small numbers accumulated to fill nearly half a bucket. Wang Lei caught the most, truly deserving of the title Shirtu-Go. Suddenly, a few boys in the river exclaimed in astonishment. Zeander leaned forward to see a large fish that had broken free from the net. In a flurry, they all attempted to capture the fish. Ultimately, it was Wang Lei who succeeded, clutching the fish, which was about the length of his forearm, tightly to his chest as he approached Zeander triumphantly. Impressive, right? You've never experienced this, have you? Wang Lei asked with a grin, as if cradling a trophy. The fish flopped vigorously, its tail slapping Wang Lei's face, prompting Zeander to stifle a laugh. Wang Lei sheepishly placed the large fish into the bucket. The boys in the river had now abandoned their nets and resorted to catching fish with their bare hands. Wang Lei's catch seemed to have instilled confidence in them. They were no longer interested in the small fish, aiming instead to compete in size. Unfortunately, large fish were scarce, and as dusk approached, they managed to add only a couple more palm-sized fish to the bucket. However, they bore no resentment, merely stating that next time they would surely surpass Stone Brother. Wang Lei laughed heartily, exuding an air of confidence reminiscent of a leader. As they strolled towards my home, he suggested, I'll ask my mother to fry the small fish and prepare a soup with the larger one, so we can all share. The group continued to frolic along the riverbank. My mother's fish soup surpasses that of any chef. You must come and taste it, Wang Lei remarked to Zeander. Next time, wear some clothes you don't mind getting dirty, and in the evening, I'll take you to the rice fields to catch frogs. Catch frogs? Zeander inquired, intrigued. Indeed, Wang Lei replied with a smile. It's summer now, and the rice fields are teeming with frogs. Here's the trick. If you shine a flashlight on them, they become motionless. That's when you can easily catch them. Is it really that magical? Zeander asked, astonished. Absolutely, Wang Lei said proudly. I caught a whole bunch last time. I can even teach you how to make a trap for loaches another day. Suddenly, Zeander stepped on a moss-covered stone and, losing his balance, began to fall into the river. Wang Lei swiftly caught him, but in doing so, lost his own balance and plunged headfirst into the water. With a splash, everyone froze in shock. Whether it was a collision with a stone, entanglement with water plants, or simply the depth of the water, Wang Lei did not resurface, and all that could be seen was the tumultuous surface of the water. Quick, call for an adult, Zeander shouted. The others finally snapped into action, abandoning their fish to scatter in search of help. As Zeander watched them run off, he noticed Wang Lei's struggles in the water diminishing. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved his wand from his storage compartment and cast a levitation spell. Pulling Wang Lei to the surface, Wang Lei sputtered water but had not yet lost consciousness. Coughing, he gazed in astonishment as he was drawn back to solid ground. Zeander waved his hand, casting a warmth charm, and asked, Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine, Wang Lei replied, glancing at the wand in Zeander's hand and then back at him, excitement coursing through him. What is this? A spell? Is it like those in the Journey to the West on television? Can I learn it? I'm afraid not, Zeander said awkwardly. It's innate. There's no way to learn it. Wang Lei felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly regained his enthusiasm. Innate? Are you perhaps a reincarnation of some deity? Well, I am a foreigner, Zeander responded. Ah, I understand now, Wang Lei said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Zeander, at your school abroad, do they teach you these magical abilities? Surely, we must have similar figures in China, deities in reincarnation, keeping it all secret from us ordinary folk. I get it. Zeander was left speechless. Just then, a child who had run off to fetch help arrived, accompanied by an adult. Upon seeing Wang Lei safe by the riverbank, both were taken aback. Zeander promptly concealed his wand as they approached. Wang Lei first winked at Zeander, then cheerfully addressed the newcomers. I'm fine. You know how well I swim, uncle. I got tangled up for a moment, but managed to break free and swim up. I just frightened this little one. Sorry for worrying you. The elderly man shook his head, relieved that the child was safe. You all must be more cautious during your playtime. He took his still trembling child by the hand and departed. Zeander gazed at Wang Lei in astonishment. You don't wish for anyone to know, do you? Wang Lei replied with a smile. I'll help you keep it a secret. They lingered for a moment longer, reassuring the other children and adults who had gathered. However, news spread swiftly, and soon Wang Lei's mother arrived, her concern palpable. You had me worried sick. She scrutinized Wang Lei from head to toe before enveloping him in a tight embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. After releasing him, she turned her attention to Zeander with heartfelt concern. Child, were you scared as well? Would you like to come to our home for a bowl of soup? Mom, make fish soup. Your fish soup is the best, Wang Lei exclaimed with a grin, lifting the red bucket from the ground. I caught a massive fish today. Wang Lei's mother, momentarily losing her previous concern, playfully swatted his head. You little rascal, always chasing after fish. You nearly got eaten today, and yet you're still thinking about fish. Wang Lei feigned injury. Stop hitting me, Mom. You'll make me foolish. Zeander watched them, chuckling. The trio continued on their way. Arriving at Wang Lei's home, Wang Lei's mother served Zeander a generous bowl of fish soup, purportedly made from the fish Wang Lei had caught the day before. Wang Lei continued to chatter about using today's big catch for soup, but his mother shot him a stern look. Do you not understand how long it takes to make soup? It's already getting dark. You'll need to escort our guest home. He just moved here and doesn't know the way. Zeander silently savored the soup. It was indeed delicious. Once he finished, Wang Lei walked him to the entrance of his home. Just before parting, Wang Lei lowered his voice, unable to contain his excitement. Can I see some other spells someday? As Zeander was about to respond, another voice interrupted. I fear that may not be possible. Li Su-ching had appeared beside them, brandishing a feather duster. Impeccably dressed, but still wearing sunglasses. He regarded the two with a calm demeanor. Wang Lei appeared even more exhilarated, on the verge of exclaiming immortal. However, Li Su-ching lightly swatted Wang Lei's head with the feather duster, rendering him unconscious. Surely you should be aware of the International Wizarding Confidentiality Act? Li Su-ching turned to Zeander. Were it not for my oversight in this area, you might have found yourself in serious trouble. But he would have drowned if I hadn't saved him. Zeander protested. Then you should have acted in a place where no one could see. Li Su-ching replied coolly. Using magic while he was still conscious is against the rules. In the past, one could conceal such matters with supernatural distractions. But now we uniformly employ memory-erasing spells. I have already erased his memory. He will only recall swimming to the surface by himself. But he can keep a secret, Zeander argued, and he has already helped me deceive others. That is still not permissible. Li Su-ching remained unmoved by his words. Sometimes, it isn't merely a matter of wanting to keep something secret. Others will inevitably find out. Zeander wished to say more, But Li Su-Qing interrupted. If you have questions regarding the confidentiality laws, you may discuss them with your father. Speaking with me will yield no results. Li Su-Qing cast another glance at Zeander, then mounted his flying sword and departed. Zeander turned his head and found Tom leaning against the door, observing him. I thought you had decided not to return for dinner without informing me. Tom raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised at the significant matter Zeander had undertaken. Before Zeander could respond, Wang Lei unsteadily rose to his feet. What was I going to do again? He rubbed his head, and upon noticing Zeander's expression, suggested, Zeander, tomorrow is a day off. Would you like to go out and play? I can take you frog catching. Zeander fell silent for a moment. Aren't you going to play? We can do other things. Wang Lei added. No, Tom interjected, startling Zeander. He was not inclined to venture out at that moment. I won't allow him to roam freely with you. It's too perilous. Wang Lei gazed at Zeander in surprise, who nodded silently. All right, Wang Lei said, a hint of disappointment and grievance in his tone. I'm sorry if I frightened you. It's not your fault. Sure to, Zeander quietly replied. It's mine. I just find myself at a loss when faced with certain situations. I also failed to consider your feelings. Shall we meet again in the future? Wang Lei asked. Zeander nodded, watching Wang Lei depart before slowly returning to his room. Dad, what are your thoughts on the secrecy law? Zeander inquired. Well, that's a topic I need to elaborate on. Zeander, Tom smiled, as if he had been awaiting this moment. Chapter 63, The Significance of the Secrecy Law. First and foremost, Zeander, who do you think would prevail in an all-out war between wizards and muggles? Tom asked. It should be the wizards, right? Zeander responded, recalling Chilo's earlier remarks. Then why did wizards choose to vanish from the sight of muggles and conceal themselves? Tom chuckled. Was it impossible for wizards back then? Or can they now triumph over muggles? Zeander was momentarily taken aback. Do you think every wizard possesses the caliber of myself and Dumbledore? Tom sighed. Look at those in your class who struggle for half a semester just to barely cast a single spell. Do you believe they would ever manage to perform nonverbal magic in their lifetimes? Without their wands, they would likely be no different than muggles. That is the crux of the matter. The vast majority of wizards are ordinary. Zeander listened quietly. You should know about Sir Nicholas, the ghost of Gryffindor. He nearly lost his head because he was imprisoned without his wand and could not escape using magic, ultimately dying at the hands of muggles, Tom explained. He perished in 1492, during the 15th century, when muggles had already begun killing wizards for their failures in casting magic on their behalf. By the 17th century, one can only imagine the extent of muggle persecution against wizards. Wizards living among muggles had to exercise extreme caution in concealing their identities. Yet young wizards often struggled to control their magical abilities. Their situation was dire. Indeed, even Dumbledore would acknowledge that the brutality of muggles at that time could lead any wizard who chose to befriend muggles to be doubted or even ostracized by their own community. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, established by the International Wizarding Federation, was signed in 1689 and formally instituted in 1692. Tom inquired about the significance of this time frame. I can directly enlighten you, my child. The year 1689 marked the passage of the Bill of Rights by the English Parliament, which curtailed the religious factions of the monarchy. In that very year, the first church was erected in Salem, North America. Subsequently, in 1692, the infamous witch trials unfolded in Salem, resulting in the tragic demise of actual witches. It became apparent to nearly every enlightened individual that if wizards wished to preserve their existence in perpetuity, they needed to enact a law safeguarding the magical realm from the prying eyes of muggles. Thus, wizards around the world united to segregate the magical world from that of the muggles. Yet, I sense a discrepancy in your assertions, Zeander remarked. Why does it seem that even after the establishment of the statute, wizards have not regarded muggles with the seriousness they deserve? I often encounter materials derived from muggles in the restricted section. Indeed, Tom raised an eyebrow and stated, this is arguably the most egregious flaw of the statute. The law has led ordinary wizards to adopt the erroneous attitudes of formidable wizards. It is crucial to understand that historically, powerful wizards have held muggles in contempt. In ancient times, dark wizards, upon discovering a gifted muggle, would even resort to village massacres to seize them. Likewise, formidable white wizards have found it challenging to treat muggles with any semblance of respect. The term muggle itself is rooted in derogatory connotations, far less palatable than the term muggle used in the American magical community. However, due to extensive usage over time, even those muggles aware of the magical community have reluctantly accepted this label. Regrettably, some wizards, while using such demeaning terminology, remain oblivious to their own inferiority compared to muggles. If muggles are indeed so formidable, why do they acquiesce to the current state of affairs? Zeander queried. I believe this is quite disrespectful. Some muggle elites govern entire nations, yet they must passively accept information from the wizarding world. This must be quite difficult to endure. Ordinary muggles may inadvertently witness magic, only to have their memories whimsically altered. There are two issues at hand, Tom explained. First, muggles are not entirely unprepared. Second, Muggles too are unwilling to accept the outcomes of an all-out war. Rather, if such a war were to erupt, it would likely result in mutual annihilation. Why? Zeander asked. Indeed, I have previously stated that wizards of my caliber, like Dumbledore and myself, are exceedingly rare. However, they do exist. Tom smiled, positing that if the current situation is maintained, every powerful wizard has individuals they wish to protect. As long as those being safeguarded remain unharmed, the two factions can coexist in a tenuous peace. However, should an all-out war commence, it would signify a complete antagonism between wizards and Muggles. At that juncture, if a singular top-tier wizard were to lose those they most wished to protect and succumb to madness, the magic they wielded would stem from their very core, with its efficacy relying on will, emotion, and magical power. The entirety of the Muggle world would be unprepared for the destructive potential and agility of a top-tier wizard driven by extreme emotions, unimpeded by other wizards. Thus, the two parties currently precariously maintain a semblance of balance, with the Statute of Secrecy serving as a crucial barrier against the emergence of fundamental conflicts between them. As long as the vast majority of Muggles remain oblivious to the existence of the Wizarding World, the likelihood of a widespread witch hunt is significantly diminished, and wizards are unlikely to take direct action against Muggles. Tom remarked that for the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards, upholding the Statute of Secrecy is of utmost importance. I believe that if I were to truly resurrect as you have witnessed in the narrative, as long as I do not overtly contravene the statute and restrict my activities to the wizarding realm, even the International Confederation would hesitate to act against me. After all, it is not their responsibility to administer justice among wizards, and their blood purity debates yield no definitive conclusions. They may, in fact, fear that if I were cornered, I might expose the magical world to Muggles. After all, my previous demeanor was not particularly concerned with the Statute of Secrecy. However, this cannot be concealed indefinitely. Zeander stated that with the progression of time and the proliferation of surveillance, an increasing number of magical incidents will inevitably be witnessed. Consequently, with the advancement of the internet, the speed of information dissemination will accelerate. Given the current ignorance of wizards regarding Muggles, they may remain unaware that they have already been exposed to the world. Merely erasing memories does not ensure that all is well. You are correct. This represents the final opportunity for wizards. If more time passes, it will be too late. Tom smiled, declaring that this is indeed the most opportune era, one that allows Muggles and wizards to reconceptualize their relationship. We can enable wizards to harness the power of Muggle technology while also providing Muggles with the benefits of wizarding magic. All we need to do is overturn the Statute of Secrecy. Chapter 64, The Accident. Zeander blinked, asking Dad, "Do you wish for me to join you in overthrowing the Statute of Secrecy? Do you not long to witness a world where magic and technology intertwine?" Tom mimicked Zeander's blink. "I do," Zeander replied, gazing intently at Tom. "However, Dad, could you refrain from enticing me further? Your instruction in charms and runes, is it not also a means to prepare for the integration of magic into Muggle life? Will I need to study alchemy in the future? Dad, you can be straightforward with me. I am not oblivious to your intentions. I am certainly not like those who were truly raised in the wizarding world, whose entrenched thoughts regard the overthrow of the statute as a terrifying notion. You could place a bit more trust in me." Tom looked at Zeander in silence. Zeander chuckled and said, "Dad, you are taking too long. I'm nearly starving. Is there any food left? I haven't eaten dinner yet. Just had a bowl of soup outside. By the way, Dad, the fish soup was quite delicious. Perhaps you could make it again next time." "You rascal." Tom pretended to give him a playful thump on the head, knowing he was solely focused on food. Zeander quickly shielded his head and darted to the dining table. The prepared dishes flew out from the kitchen, setting themselves on the table, still steaming. The two sat down and began to eat. However, halfway through the meal, Tom said thoughtfully, "Since you comprehend, shall we hasten our progress?" Zeander nearly choked, exclaiming, "Dad, that is utterly impossible. Do not place such faith in my abilities in this regard." This time, it was Tom who burst into laughter. While Zeander engaged in his lengthy extracurricular tutoring, his friend Harry in England encountered a significant event. However, the tale begins when Harry disembarked from the train. At that moment, Harry bid farewell to his friends and made his way toward the Dursleys. To be honest, Harry found the Dursley family rather peculiar. Uncle Vernon's expression seemed strange and subtly shifted into the usual disdain he held. Dudley appeared somewhat thinner. It was unclear whether he had been ostracized at Smeltings for indulging too much or if the school's meals were inadequate to sustain him. Aunt Petunia remained as grim and odd as ever. Although Uncle Vernon still bore his customary dislike, he surprisingly assisted Harry in loading his luggage into the car's trunk. This astonished Harry, who began to suspect that Uncle Vernon might be up to some mischief. "What is going on?" Harry inquired. Uncle Vernon shot him a glare and retorted, "Ask your godfather, you little brat." Oh, Harry realized that Sirius must have sent a letter to the Dursleys, perhaps even employing threats. This made Harry chuckle. Uncle Vernon glared at him once more. In high spirits, Harry took a seat in the back, holding Hedwig's cage, while cousin Dudley occupied the other side. "You were talking to snakes again," Dudley suddenly remarked as the car started. "I saw you." "Huh," Harry chuckled. "Talking to snakes is a wizarding ability, you know?" He concentrated and produced a hissing sound. He was pleased to see Dudley retreating in fear, his expression one of terror. Aunt Petunia, sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly asked, "Have you encountered other wizards who can talk to snakes?" "Of course," Harry replied. "I don't think it's that rare." "Is that the child you were just with? He can speak Parseltongue?" Aunt Petunia pressed on. "Is Parseltongue that unusual?" Harry asked, casting a puzzled glance at Aunt Petunia. She fell silent. In fact, Uncle Vernon had also ceased speaking since earlier. Thus, they returned to number 4, Privet Drive, in an uneasy silence. Harry found this quietude quite satisfying. He was even pleasantly surprised that his room had not reverted to a storage space. It had been tidied up. However, given Aunt Petunia's fastidious nature, it was unlikely she could tolerate a room filled with dust, even if it was meant for Harry. In the ensuing days, Harry felt as though he were invisible. Aside from Uncle Vernon's initial reminder not to make too much noise, they paid him little mind. It was as if Harry's presence was only acknowledged when mealtime arrived, like a character who occasionally reappeared. Dudley, too, seemed to avoid Harry altogether, leading Harry to wonder if Dudley had become excessively subdued. This made executing his plans to prank Dudley rather challenging. The atmosphere within the Dursley household was equally strange. Ordinarily, he would expect to hear Aunt Petunia cooing over Dudley, but everyone appeared to have fallen silent. Harry did not concern himself with these matters. He spent his days engrossed in his Hogwarts books and the album gifted to him by Hagrid. This would make him feel that magic is not a mere illusion. At the dinner table that evening, Aunt Petunia announced a significant matter. They were to go to the cinema the following day, as it was Dudley's birthday. However, Aunt Petunia also stated that Harry must accompany them. This must be a consequence of Sirius's warning. Harry had intended to express that he could forego the outing, but he suspected that the Dursleys would not permit him to remain home alone. Did Harry truly remain unaware of the Dursley sentiments? That night, he overheard a conversation between Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. "Petunia, we don't have to take that boy, do we?" Vernon remarked, suggesting it might be easier without him. "No, I have made up my mind," Aunt Petunia insisted unexpectedly. "It will have the best outcome." Harry, who had grown weary of their discourse, retreated to his room. The next day, Harry once again occupied the back seat of the car, albeit this time alongside Aunt Petunia. Before entering the vehicle, Aunt Petunia solemnly embraced Dudley. Harry surmised that Dudley was reluctant to sit beside him, a notion that pleased Harry, as Dudley occupied significantly more space than Aunt Petunia. Once inside the car, Harry intended to close his eyes and doze off, especially since he had no idea what film they were to see. After all, what could be more captivating than the world of magic? The atmosphere in the vehicle remained tranquil. Uncle Vernon did not voice any complaints, which allowed Harry to drift into slumber. However, the jarring sound of brakes abruptly roused Harry. He opened his eyes to find himself suddenly tackled. Following this was a tremendous crash, accompanied by a whirlwind of chaos. Dazed, Harry awoke to discover that the front half of the car had been crumpled, while the back seat, where he sat, remained intact. The door had been forced inward, the front end severely compressed, and the airbag had deployed, though it seemed of little use in such a situation. Blood seeped quietly from the front seat, obscuring Harry's view of the scene ahead, but it was evidently a sight from which survival, according to Muggle standards, was highly improbable. Aunt Petunia, seated in the back, had one leg pinned beneath the deformed door, shattered glass from the window scattered across her body, and blood trickling down her forehead. She lay unconscious, still maintaining her protective posture over Harry. Staring vacantly at this scene, Harry raised a hand to his face, feeling a cut from the broken glass. Aside from that, he bore no other injuries. Chapter 65, Aftermath of the Accident. Harry cautiously touched Aunt Petunia and felt her breath. He was about to awaken her when he lifted his hand and noticed it smeared with blood. His throat felt parched, rendering him speechless. He needed to do something. He had to act. The door on his side was merely bent, and with considerable effort, he managed to pry it open. He exited the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings. It was an intersection, devoid of structures. A truck lay overturned, its front crumpled and emitting smoke. Another private car was similarly damaged, flipped onto its side. Harry also beheld a scatter of vehicle debris, along with severed limbs and pools of blood. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He averted his gaze and stumbled around to the opposite side of the vehicle, nearly tripping over the scattered debris along the way. He attempted to pull open the rear door, but the twisted iron was beyond the strength of a child not yet 12. Harry then tried to tug at the front door, yet it remained obstinately shut. Through the shattered remnants of the window, he beheld Uncle Vernon's head, grotesquely tilted by the airbag, blood streaming down his face. Dudley was in a similar state, although Harry could not see his cousin's face clearly. The blood-soaked hair at the back of his head was unmistakable. The front seats had contorted into unrecognizable shapes. and Harry could scarcely bear to imagine the twisted forms of their bodies. Blood quietly dripped from the crevice of the door. Harry thought to himself how much he wished he had brought his wand. If only he could use magic, at the very least. He could force the door open or staunch the bleeding. Though underage wizards were prohibited from using magic outside school, did that really matter in this dire situation? Magic, yes. Magic. Clinging to this fragile hope, Harry concentrated, striving to recall the sensation of his previous surge of power. Make this door vanish, or something else. Hurry. He was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Yet the door did not dissolve like the glass of the reptile house. It was as if magic were an illusion. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to pry the door open from the gap. The rear door, though deformed, was the least damaged of the three. Stay calm. I can do this, Harry reassured himself. I am capable. Gripping the remaining shards of glass in the window frame with one hand, he wedged his other hand into the door's gap. As if by some miracle, or perhaps the door finally succumbed to the pressure. Or maybe his magic had indeed taken effect. Harry managed to pull the iron door down. But then what? Harry gazed at Aunt Petunia's gruesome wounds and the blood-soaked cushion beneath her. His magical abilities were insufficient to save anyone without his wand, and he had never learned how to tend to such severe injuries. His limited medical knowledge made him hesitant to touch those wounds. He could only watch helplessly as the blood continued to flow unabated. Helplessness and confusion enveloped him once more. He crouched down, reflecting on how he had never possessed the strength to confront such matters alone. The same had been true when facing Voldemort. His magic had not been enough to save his friends, and he had been coerced into delivering the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort. Now, he was powerless to prevent the death of his own kin before his eyes. Did he truly deserve the accolades he had received? Those patrons at the Leaky Cauldron had praised him for vanquishing Voldemort, yet it had been his mother who had defeated the Dark Wizard, while he had merely been the one shielded all along. Always. A vehicle gradually came to a halt not far from the scene of the accident, driven by a young man who looked on in astonishment before pulling out his phone. Hearing the commotion, Harry immediately turned towards the source of the sound. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes as he regained his footing and rushed to the young man, clutching at his clothing. The young man had just hung up the phone. Please, help me. Harry's voice was hoarse, laced with the breathlessness of his run. The young man was startled by the bloodied child before him. He paid no heed to the crimson stains that marred his clothing, instead focusing on comforting Harry. Do not be afraid, child. What has transpired? Are your family still in the car? Fear not. I have already contacted the police and the hospital. Harry swallowed hard, attempting to moisten his parched throat enough to articulate a complete sentence. They are in the car. Yet, words eluded him. In desperation, he tugged at the young man's shirt and pointed towards the Dursleys' vehicle. The young man then sprinted in that direction, and Harry yearned to follow. However, darkness clouded his vision, and a wave of weakness engulfed him. Perhaps it was the aftermath of a surge of magic, or perhaps a mild concussion from the accident, or perhaps it was simply the release of all his anxieties. In any case, Harry could not hold on any longer and succumbed to unconsciousness. He mused that the young man might be even more frightened than he was. When Harry regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital. He sat up in his bed and gingerly felt around the bedside until his fingers brushed against his glasses, which he promptly donned. He noticed that the wounds on his face had been treated, and his head was wrapped in a bandage. The room was empty. Climbing out of bed, he found his shoes neatly placed beneath it. He slipped his foot into one, but did not manage to fully wear it, though he paid it no mind. He opened the hospital door, seeking someone who could clarify his whereabouts and the status of others. A group of doctors and nurses hurried past. Pushing a gurney down the corridor, Harry stepped back cautiously, not wishing to intrude. Several family members of patients sat in the hallway, some weeping openly while others shed silent tears. Harry felt it inappropriate to disturb them. Another nurse wheeled out a bed covered with a white sheet. Harry dared not inquire, fearing he might hear the answers he dreaded. As he exited the corridor, he noticed a few nurses filling out forms while eating. Excuse me, may I know where the others involved in the accident are? Harry asked cautiously. Accident? There are countless accidents. Many have been brought here. Which one are you referring to? One nurse replied impatiently. Harry was taken aback. Another nurse glanced up at him and remarked, I believe several people died in your accident, and 2 others are still in surgery. Perhaps you should check by the operating room? Grateful. Harry made his way in the direction the nurse indicated. Outside the operating room, he spotted a woman seated quietly, her gaze fixed on the bright lights within. In an instant, he recognized her as Aunt Petunia. Her head was also bandaged, with a thicker wrap than his own, and her leg appeared to be encased in plaster. A cane rested in her hand, with a wheelchair positioned beside her. Harry slowly settled beside her. Chapter 66, Harry and Petunia. Aunt Petunia remained still, but Harry was convinced she sensed his presence. Summoning his courage, he asked, Aunt, what of Uncle Vernon and Dudley? Aunt Petunia turned her head, her pale gray eyes, resembling glass beads, locking onto Harry's gaze. Harry almost believed that Aunt Petunia would, as she had on every previous occasion, blame him for the unfortunate events. However, Aunt Petunia simply stated calmly, Harry, if you are not suffering from a concussion. You should have put on your shoes before coming out. Your haste cannot alter the situation. I'm sorry, Aunt, Harry instinctively replied. He bent down to fasten his shoes, yet felt that something was amiss. Aunt Petunia appeared even more peculiar. She watched him finish putting on his shoes before saying, Vernon is still inside. Trying to save the situation, Harry wisely refrained from inquiring further about Dudley, and the atmosphere shifted back to an oddly quiet state. Suddenly, Harry wished Aunt Petunia would speak a bit more, even if it were to scold him. Aunt Petunia, he said, if I had my wand. What nonsense are you speaking? Petunia interjected, that would be of no use. Harry cautiously glanced at her. Minors are prohibited from using magic outside of school. I am aware. Petunia replied coolly, and besides, you are only in your first year. What magic could you possibly learn? Harry was taken aback. How do you know? Do not forget, I have a wizard sister. Petunia sighed. I am curious as to why you believe I am entirely ignorant of the magical world. It is merely that such knowledge is of no use when dealing with Muggles. Muggles have their own set of knowledge and rules for understanding the world. I assumed you had learned that in your first 11 years. Harry found himself at a loss for words, yet Petunia seemed eager to continue. Wizards are always like this. Even when they appear indistinguishable from Muggles, they are invariably different. Wizards would never meet their end in a car accident. Their instincts would ensure their safety. But Muggles can perish in such accidents. Harry recalled the almost unscathed compartment of the train and instinctively murmured, I'm sorry. Do not apologize. You need not express regret for being a wizard. Moreover, that is not what I was referring to, Petunia clarified. I was speaking of my parents, who are also your mother's parents. Harry felt as though something had seized his heart. My grandparents? He asked. They died instantly, even if taken to St. Mungo's. The wizarding hospital, they would not have survived. Besides, St. Mungo's does not treat Muggle injuries unrelated to magic, Petunia explained. To Muggles, it is merely a natural death. Quite fortunate, really. If only now, Harry began. Harry, Petunia looked at him again, her tone laced with warning. Wizards always feel superior once they acquire magic. Even when raised among Muggles, they tend to adopt this attitude. You all seem to believe that the absence of magic is a tragedy and continually attempt to impose your solutions on Muggle issues. However, such approaches may not suit Muggles at all. Wizards often struggle to genuinely comprehend the plight of Muggles and are indifferent to their perspectives. I do not wish for you to adopt this mindset, Harry. Harry did not fully grasp Aunt Petunia's meaning, noticing the expression on his face. Petunia could not help but sigh. Harry, if I were to venture to Diagon Alley now to procure a potion, it is indeed possible that Vernon could miraculously recover. However, what would the doctors and nurses, who are acutely aware that he was meant to perish, do? Should I tell them that, by some divine intervention, Vernon has fully healed, devoid of any wounds? Petunia asserted that nobody would believe such a tale. Subsequently, the Ministry of Magic would arrive to obliterate everyone's memories of the incident. This would not only be a deeply humiliating affair, but wizards are indifferent to any potential side effects of memory erasure on Muggles. Their sole concern lies in avoiding exposure to the gaze of more Muggles. Harry longed to counter with a no, yet he found it difficult not to recall those of Muggle descent whom even wizards looked down upon. Thus, perhaps a Muggle's modest demise could be deemed a stroke of fortune for the greater Muggle community, Petunia remarked. I do not consider wizards to be superior, Harry replied, but I simply do not wish to witness anyone's death. A good child, Petunia said, her tone filled with admiration, though her face revealed little emotion. Unfortunately, it was too late. After all, you have yet to master apparition. At some point, the lights in the operating room dimmed. The doctors and nurses wheeled out a gurney, covered with a white sheet. Harry immediately turned his gaze to Aunt Petunia. She was laboriously attempting to support herself with a cane, striving to transfer into a wheelchair. Harry stepped forward, aiming to assist her, but Petunia declined his help. I've merely sustained a few scrapes, she insisted. Leaning on her cane, she managed to sit in the wheelchair and propelled herself toward the gurney draped in white. Harry silently followed. Petunia pulled back the sheet, revealing indeed the face of Uncle Vernon, ashen and lifeless, his eyes shut. She promptly covered him again. I understand, Petunia said. Harry, you may return to your own hospital room now. This process does not require the involvement of a minor. Petunia's back was straight, yet Harry sensed that it appeared precariously unstable. He cast a worried glance at his aunt before slowly departing. Perhaps Aunt Petunia wished to shield a wizard from witnessing Muggle tears, Harry mused. They swiftly completed the discharge formalities and returned home. Petunia appeared resolute in her insistence that she required no assistance from Harry, even with one leg incapacitated. She opted to ascend the stairs unaided and continued to tidy the entire house and prepare meals. In those moments, Harry would quietly grasp his wand, ever prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Aunt Petunia's demeanor seemed consistently steady. Even at the funeral, she did not weep as openly as Aunt Marge had. Yet, there was no doubt in Harry's mind that she was grieving. Once, Harry awoke in the middle of the night to find the downstairs dining room still illuminated. Petunia was slumped over the dining table, surrounded by an array of empty bottles. She had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Harry was uncertain whether to drape a blanket over her or rouse her to ascend to bed. However, as soon as he approached Petunia, she startled awake. Penny, still under the influence of sleep and intoxication, mistakenly mistook Harry for Lily, embracing him and murmuring an apology. In that moment, Harry couldn't help but reflect upon the fact that they were the last remaining family members in this world. However, Penny quickly regained her composure, urging Harry to retire to bed. When Harry awoke the following day, everything had been meticulously tidied, as if it had all been merely a dream. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed since Harry began his stay at number 4, Privet Drive. When Sirius knocked on the door, Harry was oblivious to the fact that his birthday was merely days away, and he was about to embark on a new life with his godfather. Chapter 67, Dobby. Sirius was well prepared for the occasion, dressed in a standard Muggle suit. Had Harry not opened the door while Sirius was adjusting his sleeves, he could easily have been mistaken for a respectable gentleman. Harry also noticed a brand new Muggle car parked outside. "Hello, Harry," Sirius exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing his godson. "How have you been? You haven't replied to a single letter I've sent." "Wait a moment, Sirius." Harry glanced back at Aunt Petunia in the room. "Can I delay my visit to you for a couple of days?" "Why?" Sirius frowned. "Do they really have any say in where you go?" "It's not what you think." Harry quickly responded. "I just want to wait a few days until I get the cast removed." Aunt Petunia wheeled herself to the door, casting a dispassionate glance at Sirius. "I remember you, Black," she said to Sirius, a friend of Potter. The tone of her voice was exceedingly peculiar. Sirius squinted, replying, "I remember you too. Another Evans. I hope I haven't offended you." Aunt Petunia turned her gaze away from Sirius, coldly addressing Harry. "I'll be fine soon, Harry. You can go live your wizard life." "But, Aunt," Harry interjected, "just don't adopt any of Black's ridiculous wizard temperaments," she admonished, wheeling herself back inside. Harry felt compelled to hold Sirius back. "Sirius, please listen to me." After reluctantly recounting the events of the past few days, Sirius fell silent for a moment, his expression tinged with embarrassment and pity. Perhaps he ought to apologize to her. Sirius attempted to engage Aunt Petunia in conversation. However, Harry believed he truly needed to intervene, for after their discussion, Aunt Petunia shattered a cherished vase and pointed at Sirius, instructing him to leave. Yet, Sirius remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he had inadvertently caused. "She's more peculiar than any which I've ever known," Sirius later complained to Harry. In any case, Aunt Petunia now stood at Harry's door with her cane, observing him as he packed his belongings, exuding an air that suggested she would assist him if he did not depart. "Aunt, I really think I can stay for a couple more days," Harry said. "It would be easier for you to manage alone once the cast is off." "I hardly require the pity of a wizard," Aunt Petunia replied. "It's not pity, Aunt, it's concern," Harry insisted, looking at her earnestly. "You are my family, and it's only natural for me to care about you." Aunt Petunia turned her head away. "You truly ought to remain in the wizarding world. There is still much for you to learn." She ultimately remarked, "I shall be perfectly fine in the Muggle world." With that, Harry resumed packing his belongings. Once all his luggage had been loaded onto Sirius's vehicle, Harry cast one last glance at number 4, Privet Drive. Petunia did not emerge to bid him farewell, yet she quietly observed him from the second-floor window. Harry waved goodbye to her before boarding the car. "Sirius, let us be off," he attempted to reassure his godfather, who was also harboring resentment. "I am eagerly looking forward to staying at your home." "Well, that might disappoint you." Sirius's tone unexpectedly shifted to one of uncertainty. However, upon finally arriving at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry did not feel disappointment. Aside from a foul-mouthed house elf named Creature who incessantly complained and some lingering traces of dark magic, the Black residence held many curiosities for Harry. Moreover, the very existence of a godfather who endeavored to amuse him daily was a source of joy in itself. On his birthday, Harry had no particular expectations. Yet, Sirius surprised him by inviting Hermione, Ron, and Neville to celebrate. To facilitate this, Sirius ensured that Creature would remain in the kitchen, opting to prepare the meal himself. Although Sirius's culinary skills left much to be desired, it was a rare birthday filled with family and friends, and Harry felt elated. The comfort from his friends significantly alleviated the gloom that had beset him over the past month. Aunt Petunia sent a photograph of Harry's mother, though it was static. Harry was nonetheless overjoyed. This perhaps indicated that Aunt Petunia would no longer maintain her previous sullen demeanor. Zacharias also sent a birthday greeting, accompanied by a piece of yellowed parchment that contained his well wishes. He mentioned that he had crafted it himself. Zacharias indicated that he would be returning to England in about 2 weeks. Harry joyfully tucked the letter away, prompting Ron to jest. "So you care about Zacharias's letter so much? Why didn't you respond to mine? You wrote me a letter?" Harry exclaimed, taken aback. "What?" Ron responded in astonishment. "Didn't you receive it? That is odd." "I sent one too," Neville quietly added. "I wrote one as well," Hermione chimed in, "perhaps number 4. Privet Drive possesses some special protection to prevent those from the magical world from locating you." They deliberated for a moment and concluded that this was likely the reason. As night fell, Harry saw his friends off. Neville and Ron departed via the fireplace. Hermione did not have access to Floo powder, but since she lived in London, Sirius would drive her home. Just as Harry was preparing to ascend the stairs to sleep, he suddenly heard a commotion. Following the sound, he discovered two house elves engaged in a scuffle. One was Creature, whom Harry recognized. He had somehow escaped again. The other elf was a stranger to him. "What are you doing?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. "Stop fighting." At the wizard's command, the two elves ceased their altercation. A house elf intruding in another's home. Unrefined. A disgrace. Creature shrieked. Another small elf was shrieking. Dobby must protect Harry Potter. Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. There are terrifying and dangerous plots afoot. The volume of the two elves caused Harry a slight headache. "Please, quiet down," Harry implored. "Dobby, what plot are you referring to?" Dobby let out a sob and made to bang his head against the wall. Having grown accustomed to dealing with Creature, Harry quickly interjected, "Do not move. I will not permit you to do that. Just tell me the truth." Dobby ceased his actions, wide-eyed, and slowly shook his head. "It is what your master intends to do," he replied. "Listen, Dobby, my friends will be at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore will be there too. I shall not be in danger. Unless your master is Voldemort." Dobby appeared utterly terrified, pressing his head closer to the wall. Creature, upon hearing the name, reacted poorly, screaming and fleeing. Harry felt compelled to rephrase his assurance. "Even the Dark Lord pales in comparison to Dumbledore. I will be fine, Dobby. You need not worry." Dobby burst into tears, exclaiming, "Oh, Harry Potter, how kind and great you are. I have made a grave mistake." Suddenly, a thought struck Harry. "You haven't intercepted my letters, have you?" Dobby, still weeping, attempted to crash to the floor, but Harry, no longer in the mood for idle chatter, seized his clothing and demanded, "When did you start running to Privet Drive? Was it as soon as I was on holiday?" Just then, the sound of the door opening signaled Sirius's return. Dobby let out a high-pitched scream and vanished in an instant. "What happened?" Sirius inquired, observing Harry's continued stance. "Nothing," Harry replied, casting a glance at the spot where Dobby had just been. Chapter 68. A reunion of friends. Zeander sat in an ice cream shop, savoring his treat while waiting for someone. However, even after finishing his ice cream, the person he awaited had yet to arrive. "Dad, do you think Harry has wandered into Nocturne Alley again?" Zeander asked, bored, glancing across the table at Tom. "It's not impossible," Tom chuckled, "but surely Sirius wouldn't be so careless as to lose track of a child. If we wait much longer, Caddy will finish her shopping." Zeander stirred the remnants of his melted ice cream with his spoon. "Also, Dad, when will you tell me about that prophecy? I'm genuinely curious." During the holiday, Zeander had previously questioned Tom about why he didn't simply eliminate Harry when he had the chance. Tom's response had been a mysterious smile, coupled with a rhetorical question. "Why do you think the prophecy remains the same?" Zeander was eager to press further about the contents of the prophecy, but Tom consistently refused to divulge, insisting that the time was not yet right, as if he were a seer himself. "This time was no different," Tom reiterated. "This is still not the moment for you to know." Zeander struggled to suppress an eye roll. "However, being friends with the Chosen One is advantageous," Tom remarked. "Let us not forget what we intend to do. Perhaps the protagonist's aura will aid us." Indeed, they were on a quest to locate the Horcruxes. Tom conveyed unsettling news to Zeander, revealing that due to a fundamental transformation in his essence and the suppression of his magical powers for an entire year, his Horcrux might have awakened, akin to the Resurrection Stone Ring. Furthermore, given the disconnection between the memories of the Horcruxes and their original selves, these entities might engage in actions that neither Zeander nor Tom would wish to witness. Thus, they needed to ascertain the status of the Horcruxes and ensure that all of them fell into their possession. Tom articulated this concern. Zeander privately mused that Tom had spoken too late. Since the ring had been awake for a year, the other Horcruxes could have long since wandered off. In any case, today they intended to retrieve the diary first, provided the narrative remained unchanged. At that moment, Harry hurriedly arrived, accompanied by Neville, Ron, and Hermione. "I thought you all would have to navigate international procedures like I did," Zeander jested. "I'm sorry for being late," Harry replied. "I took a wrong turn and ended up in Nocturne Alley." "Nocturne Alley? Are you all right?" "Your safety is evidently more important than your tardiness, Harry. And it's been a while." Neville, Ron, Hermione. "It's a pleasure to see all four of you again," Zeander stated, embracing each of his friends. Harry briefly recounted his encounter in Nocturne Alley, having accidentally entered Borgin and Burke's, where he stumbled upon the Malfoys selling items, before finally escaping the alley by running into Hagrid. This appeared to align closely with the original narrative, suggesting that Harry had not encountered any of the peculiarities. Was the inertia of the plot genuinely a phenomenon? "Actually, Nocturne Alley sounds quite intriguing," Ron remarked, only to be promptly admonished by Hermione with a light tap on the head. If Harry hadn't encountered Hagrid, it could have been perilous, Hermione exclaimed. Zeander astutely noticed a subtle change in Hermione. Her teeth seemed to have become more aligned. However, this transformation should have occurred prior to the fourth-year ball. "Hermione has changed significantly, hasn't she?" Ron observed. She looked like this the last time we met. It seems her parents finally consented to use magic on her teeth. He added. Hermione quickly covered Ron's mouth, saying, "Thank you, Ron. Please don't say any more," her ears flushing with embarrassment. Harry smiled, noting that Hermione claimed she would perform better than him this semester, assuming he hadn't studied over the break. This time, Hermione was covering her own face, her cheeks ablaze. Neville appeared to be considerably more lively as he chimed in. "I can attest, Hermione did say that. What on earth did you all discuss about me during your last encounter?" Zeander raised an eyebrow. "I was planning to treat you all to ice cream. But that idea is off the table now." The other four erupted into laughter. Harry pulled out some money and bought ice cream for his friends. Zeander certainly had no objections to indulging in another sweet treat. The group of children strolled leisurely down the street for a while, finishing their ice cream and purchasing other intriguing items. Tom observed them from a distance, while the other adults busied themselves acquiring essential items, such as textbooks. As the children continued their exploration, they arrived at Flourish and Blots. "Why are there so many people here?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Hermione immediately noticed the banner announcing Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event. All the titles on the list were authored by him. "Indeed. It seems as though he is set to be our instructor," Ron remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I truly hope you are right this time." "He must be capable and quite exceptional," Hermione replied. "My grandmother is also an admirer of his works," Neville added. Zeander chose to remain silent at this moment. For if Lockhart truly arrived at Hogwarts, the truth would inevitably unravel. The group squeezed into the crowd, making their way to where Sirius, Neville's grandmother, the Weasley couple, and the Grangers were queuing. Xander's only intention in pushing through was to secure a nearby viewing spot. He had little interest in obtaining a signed textbook from Lockhart, suspecting that Carty had long departed and would not have created such an extensive line. Tom, however, found an opportunity for conversation, inserting himself into the discussion between Arthur Weasley and Sirius. Sirius was initially conversing with Arthur about how to handle the dark artifacts from the Black family home, but Tom's few remarks led them to discuss magical items that Muggles could possess. As the queue progressed, Lockhart drew ever closer. Xander observed the handsome, golden-haired charlatan with intrigue. He undeniably possessed the allure to deceive so many. Under the glaring flashes of cameras, he maintained his signature smile, a rare quality that would surely make him a beloved star in the Muggle world, Xander mused. Suddenly, Lockhart lifted his gaze and looked in their direction. "Ah, is that Harry Potter? And his two friends who captured the rat, Peter Pettigrew. Even the last of the Blacks is here." Xander realized, to his dismay, that he too had become a figure of notoriety. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to turn and flee. Chapter 69. Alas, no fisticuffs ensued. Lockhart stood up and approached Xander and the others, the excited crowd parting to make way for him. It was now too late to run, Xander thought. The short photographer aimed his camera at Xander and the others, capturing a flurry of flashes. Lockhart placed one hand on Harry's shoulder and the other on Xander's, displaying his signature radiant smile. Ron, who had nearly succeeded in slipping away, was shoved into the frame by Mrs. Weasley, standing dazedly beside Harry. Sirius lingered a short distance away, his expression less than pleased as he had just forcefully pushed away the camera pointing at him. The photographer muttered a few curses about his camera, but soon redirected his focus to where Lockhart stood. Neville and Hermione watched this scene unfold beside their families. Hermione's eyes filled with envy. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart's dazzling white teeth and golden hair sparkled. "It is my honor that the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, Harry Potter, and his brave friends have graced my book signing event. I shall gift them a set of signed books free of charge, but even more fortuitously, I have been invited to be their defense against the dark arts instructor. Yes, everyone, they will have a genuine, magical me." The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Madame Weasley's hands had turned crimson. As for Tom, he had been suppressing laughter since the very beginning, tilting his head to the side. Harry, Ron, and Zeander were reluctantly compelled to pose for several minutes until Lockhart was satisfied, capturing a photograph worthy of the headlines. With a beaming smile, Lockhart winked at them, proclaiming, "This will enhance your reputation, children." Fortunately, once Lockhart finished his photo shoot, he returned to continue his book signing. Otherwise, they would have had to linger a while longer. The group finally managed to extricate themselves from the throng and found a quieter spot. "These books are quite heavy," Ron murmured, complaining about the overpowering scent of Lockhart's cologne. "And I can't shake the feeling that Lockhart is rather peculiar, if it weren't for the free books." "Little Ronnie, too famous a prophet might just get eliminated," Fred jested. Ron's complexion paled at this remark. Harry noticed that Ginny still lacked a book, so he turned to Madame Weasley and said, "Sirius has already purchased a set of books for me. I believe you ought to have this signed edition." Madame Weasley's immediate reaction was to refuse, exclaiming, "How could that be? In fact, I have already bought a set myself, just like Harry, which leaves me with an extra." Zeander interjected, "What does a signature mean to us, who will see Lockhart daily at school?" Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched her stack of books, no longer fixating on those in the arms of the three boys. Harry placed the book into Ginny's cauldron and smiled at her, causing her to appear slightly dazed. By the way, isn't something missing at this moment? Zeander raised his head and glanced around, only to spot the Malfoy duo approaching. However, this time, Draco followed his father with an expression of utter despair. Why is Draco still so afraid of him? Zeander pondered, somewhat perplexed. Draco had already spotted Zeander and was aware that his father intended to confront the Weasley family. Upon seeing Zeander mingling with the Weasleys, he felt a sense of doom. After all, Zeander was quite familiar with the Weasley clan at school. In fact, he had always suspected Zeander was the one, and even if he wasn't there was undoubtedly a close connection. Consider this: Crimson Eyes, wielding what appeared to be advanced dark magic, capable of silently casting spells with a volatile temperament that could disregard lives when enraged. His everyday disguise managed to deceive all the professors, even Dumbledore himself. He must harbor a grand conspiracy. Yet, Draco could not divulge this to his father, for Zeander had warned him against sharing such information with anyone else. Wasn't the implication quite clear? Who else could Draco confide in? When Lucius Malfoy remarked that Draco's grades were inferior to those of 2 Muggle-born students, Draco dared not utter a word in protest. Regardless, Draco was adamantly unwilling to disrupt Zeander's plans. However, now it was his father who was proactively seeking confrontation. He had no other excuse to dissuade his father. Draco gazed in near despair as Lucius mockingly called out to Arthur Weasley. Lucius nodded coldly to Mr. Weasley. I have heard that you are quite busy with your official duties. With all the inspections, I presume you aren't even receiving overtime pay? Mr. Malfoy remarked, extracting a tattered Transfiguration textbook from Ginny's cauldron. It is rather unfortunate for one to be considered a disgrace in the wizarding world and yet not receive a decent compensation. Don't you think? Mr. Weasley's face flushed with indignation. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy sneered, his gaze sweeping over the Granger couple and eventually settling on Tom Riddle. Xander also glanced at Tom, surprised to see him holding a slim volume with a black cover. What's the matter? Tom asked with a smile. How did you? Xander's expression was one of confusion. Typically, one cannot cast spells like the summoning charm on a Horcrux. I believe it is because this is a riddle book imbued with magic, Tom replied with a grin, delivering a clever double entendre. Tom always enjoyed speaking in such a manner, Xander mused inwardly. However, this remark proved quite useful. Mr. Malfoy's demeanor shifted upon hearing the word riddle. Clearly, he was unaware of how this book, or rather, this diary, had come into the possession of this man dressed in Muggle attire. In fact, Lucius might not have even realized the diary had vanished from his grasp. Draco, observing Xander and the tall, handsome man beside him, noticed Lucius's gaze fixate on that man, intensifying his sense of foreboding. Although Draco seldom employed it, he possessed the ability to read the room. He understood that he needed to do something to alleviate the tense atmosphere. We haven't purchased our books yet, Draco said, tugging at Lucius's sleeve in a hushed tone. Lucius's expression shifted as he glanced at Draco, and with a cold huff, he tossed Ginny's textbook back into her cauldron before leading Draco away. Once the Malfoys departed, the tension in the air dissipated. It seems Lucius still cares about his reputation, Mr. Weasley commented, noting the multitude of onlookers. I thought they were about to come to blows, Ron whispered to his friends. I doubt it would escalate to that, Harry replied quietly. It almost would have, Xander thought. A brawl among wizards would have been quite fascinating. Chapter 70. The missing locket box. The group exited Flourish and Blots. After encountering the Malfoy father and son, Mr. Weasley had lost all interest in shopping. Fortunate that they had already procured what they needed. The Grangers also vividly recalled the tense atmosphere from earlier. Neville's grandmother decided it was time to leave with him, resulting in most of the group bidding farewell at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry and Xander took turns saying goodbye to their friends, only to turn and see Sirius and Tom still engaged in conversation. What are they discussing? Harry inquired. I cannot answer that, Xander replied. For I have another question. How long will they continue to talk? Well, Harry responded, if you have time, I would like to invite you to visit me at number 12, Grimmauld Place. You haven't been there yet. Of course, Xander remarked. I have heard that the Black family is an ancient pureblood lineage. Do they have a house elf? Indeed, Harry replied, though creature's temperament leaves much to be desired. And does every pureblood family possess a house elf? Xander inquired, feigning ignorance. I encountered another house elf. Harry hesitated. It seems he came to warn me that his master may have a scheme at Hogwarts that could be detrimental to me. Really? Xander exclaimed, astonished. Is there someone who can act against others at Hogwarts? Which family does this elf belong to? It can't possibly be. I doubt it, Harry responded. However, judging by his demeanor, it is likely that his master is connected to that individual. The house elf introduced himself as Dobby. Sirius, who had somehow overheard fragments of their conversation, interjected, Isn't that the Malfoy family's elf? Are you discussing the Malfoys? Harry seemed to grasp something. Yet he merely responded vaguely to Sirius, something like that. Strange, Xander pondered. Why is Harry being evasive with Sirius? This seems rather off. Sirius appeared oblivious to how their conversation had veered towards the Malfoy family's house elf, and he resumed his chat with Tom. While the adults conversed, Zeander cast a puzzled glance at Harry. Harry smiled faintly and whispered to Zeander, "I don't want to worry him." A perfectly reasonable explanation, consistent with Harry's character. Zeander then turned his attention to the dialogue between Sirius and Tom. Tom seemed to have adopted the persona of an antiquities enthusiast, inquiring if Sirius had any antique items he could sell to Muggles. Naturally, Sirius was more than willing to part with those antiquated possessions that he found intolerable, the only concern being the curses they might harbor. Ultimately, Sirius declared, "I can offer some uncursed antiques, but I cannot sell any enchanted items." Tom readily agreed, clearly with the intention of acquiring Slytherin's locket. Thus, the four of them traversed the fireplace to the Black ancestral home. Sirius went in search of the uncursed antiques. Zeander noticed Tom frowning. "May I browse freely?" Tom asked Harry. "I suppose that should be fine, but some peculiar items are best left undisturbed," Harry cautioned, "as certain things may be quite hazardous." "I shall be cautious," Tom smiled. "Harry, Zeander, you may continue your conversation." Zeander was uncertain what Tom had discerned, yet now, as a powerful wizard with magical abilities, he was unlikely to encounter peril. Therefore, Zeander decided to redirect Harry's attention. "So, based on what Dobby said, the Malfoy family is up to something." Zeander prompted Harry to revisit their earlier topic. "That seems to be the case," Harry replied. "If memory serves, Lucius Malfoy was once a Death Eater, but how could he possibly orchestrate a scheme at Hogwarts? It can't be Draco, can it?" Zeander speculated. "In keeping with the Malfoy family's style, you would never find them at the scene of a crime, even if you were aware they were responsible." Well, Zeander ought to express his gratitude that Mr. Malfoy did not engage in a physical altercation with Mr. Weasley this time. Otherwise, his statement would have appeared rather unconvincing. "According to your assertion, Draco Malfoy does not seem to embody the characteristics typically associated with the Malfoy lineage." Harry remarked that fixating on Draco would likely prove futile. "I doubt they would divulge their plans to a house elf that struggles to articulate itself. Their machinations are likely beyond the comprehension of such a creature. Nevertheless, Hogwarts is under the aegis of Dumbledore." Zeander commented that as long as he does not depart as he did previously, there should be no issue. Harry felt a desire to say more, but at that moment, Tom returned alongside Sirius. Tom was indeed carrying several antiques, and a hint of anxiety marred his expression. However, given Zeander's familiarity with Tom, this semblance of anxiety seemed more akin to irritation. "Zeander," Tom said, "it appears we neglected to inform Caddy of our whereabouts." "What? Oh dear." "He must be waiting anxiously." Zeander promptly exhibited a trace of panic, apologizing to Harry, stating that he regrettably could not stay for dinner. "It's all right," Harry replied, feeling a bit disheartened, though not excessively so. There would be another opportunity. Zeander and Tom hurriedly traversed the fireplace of the Black residence, arriving at the leaky cauldron. "So, Caddy was truly left behind?" Zeander inquired. "What are you thinking?" Tom retorted, "He is no fool. I have made some other discoveries. We shall discuss them upon our return." Tom escorted Zeander back to the Fine's residence and entered the study. It was then that Tom solemnly stated that the locket was not at the Black household. "What?" Zeander was genuinely taken aback this time. "Moreover, their house elf exhibited signs of having been controlled by the locket," Tom continued. "But it seems the locket has likely found a new host. Who else has visited the Black residence?" Images of Ron, Hermione, and Neville flashed through Zeander's mind, and his eyes widened in alarm. "Yet, my friends appear to be unscathed," Zeander queried. "They likely have not yet been seized." At this moment, Tom appeared significantly calmer, asserting that, in any case, he believed they might all accompany him to Hogwarts. "What does this signify? With the diary gone, now a locket?" Zeander pondered. Is there truly a narrative inertia at play? Chapter 71, Malfoy's Invitation and the Ordinary Commencement of Term. The morning following their return from Diagon Alley, Caddy discovered an additional letter in the mailbox at the entrance of the Fine's residence. "What? For me?" Zeander exclaimed, astonished as he took the letter from Caddy and glanced at the envelope. His expression then shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. "It's from Draco. Why does it have a stamp?" "Lucius's handwriting, likely an attempt to show greater respect for your Muggle heritage." Tom observed the letter in Zeander's hand, commenting that it seems your relationship with young Malfoy is rather amicable, or else Lucius would not endeavor to make an effort in this regard. He must be inviting you to visit Malfoy Manor. It is indeed an invitation, Zeander reflected. Yet the extent of my rapport with Draco seems limited to his unilateral apprehension of me. Very well then. Tom suggested that he should write a letter and send it back to refuse him. Zeander inquired. But if it is Lucius Malfoy's handiwork, shouldn't it be a test? A test to see if you are the Dark Lord or something of that nature. Zeander, you may not be entirely aware of my previous demeanor, Tom chuckled. If he truly harbors such doubts, he ought to come forth and atone, after which I would bestow upon him a few piercingly painful lessons. After all, it is evident that he has committed numerous transgressions against me. Zeander blinked, casting a glance at Caddy, who stood respectfully to the side. Unlike young Barty, who had just emerged from imprisonment to face Tom again. Lucius Malfoy had used the excuse of the Cruciatus Curse to depart from the ranks of Death Eaters, employing the artifacts entrusted to him by the Dark Lord to ensnare his political adversaries. His current actions likely serve as a test to ascertain whether any incidents have transpired since the diary came into my possession. He dares not suspect that Voldemort has returned and stands before him, Tom continued. Since as long as I have not genuinely reignited the Dark Mark to summon the Death Eaters, he can feign ignorance as an excuse. Perhaps he intends to ease tensions. For regardless, your prowess and future are undeniably worthy of forging alliances and investments. Tom lifted his cup and took a sip. How should I write it? Zeander asked. Should I say my father forbids me from playing outside? Or should I mention that his father's previous remarks were rather uncomfortable? Tom paused momentarily in his drinking. Zeander. He set down the cup, a hint of exasperation in his tone. When it comes to the mutual invitations among children, one must certainly mention both parents. You seem quite eager to imply my identity. Ah, caught red-handed. Zeander flashed a mischievous, ingratiating grin. After all, he thought having a Dark Lord as a father was rather cool. You may write as you please, Tom sighed. For the Malfoy family would not disclose such matters to the outside world. All right, I shan't write those things, Zeander replied. I will simply say that my grades are not sufficient, and I must dedicate my time to studying the following year's material. Thus I cannot accept the invitation. Oh, you. Tom chuckled, always bullying others and then blaming them for fearing you. Zeander indeed penned a letter with such content. However, he added a personal touch by inquiring whether Dobby was the Malfoy family's house elf. That extra line might ensure that the Malfoys keep Dobby in check, at least to avoid affecting Harry's schooling. The summer vacation passed swiftly. Before the new term commenced, Tom devised a study plan for Zeander focusing on magical texts. According to Tom, in conjunction with the system's database, this would facilitate better learning. He even contemplated giving the diary to Zeander for guidance at school, especially since Zeander had mentioned the unreliability of the new defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart. Zeander was quite inclined to refuse. Having one locket that could traverse to school was already sufficient, and besides, Zeander himself, along with Harry and the Ravenclaw crown, would be present there. Yet, the prospect of having such a versatile reading device was indeed perfect for Zeander's self-study of magical texts. Thus, in the end, he truly brought it along. On the day of the term's commencement, Zeander arrived at the platform quite early. He had secured a compartment and awaited his friends' arrival one by one. Neville and Hermione arrived relatively early. Ron was the last to arrive, and considering his entire family had to get to school, it was a blessing that they were not late. Harry arrived slightly earlier than Ron, as he faced no hindrance from Dobby, allowing him to enter smoothly without any further incidents. However, with Sirius Black accompanying him, it seemed unlikely that Dobby could have prevented Harry from attending school. At this juncture, Alexander felt compelled to observe whether there were any changes among his friends. Ironically, during the previous school year, Alexander had been performing the role of a Horcrux, while this year he would be assessing if any of his friends appeared to be under the influence of such an object. Have you read Traveling with Vampires? Hermione exclaimed. It's astonishing. Professor Lockhart successfully convinced a vampire to switch to a diet of lettuce. Hermione seemed quite normal, particularly since she had always admired Lockhart in the original works. To be fair, Lockhart's writing was indeed commendable, even though Alexander was already aware of the truth. His skillful storytelling was remarkably impressive within the Muggle world. I find his writings rather dubious, Ron remarked. Consider our defense against the dark arts professor from last year. He struggled against a vampire. That's an entirely different matter. Hermione countered. That man must have been an imposter. Yet, isn't it remarkable that Professor Lockhart could handle a vampire in such a manner? I suppose it is somewhat perplexing, Ron muttered. Percy still regards that individual as a role model, weighing the merits of being a professor against those of a ministry official. Let us not discuss that man any further. Harry interjected. Although Lockhart seems rather enamored with fame, it's certainly preferable to having someone with ill intentions as a professor. This sentiment elicited nods of agreement from Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Harry and Ron appeared to be in good spirits, while Neville, though not often vocal, maintained a low profile, which was quite typical and posed no issue. As it happened, Alexander joined the conversation, noting that the position of defense against the dark arts professor seemed to be cursed for decades. No one had managed to hold the position for more than a year. Perhaps Professor Lockhart will break that record, Hermione expressed with a glimmer of hope. You certainly have faith in him, Ron replied, seemingly restrained from mentioning how the mysterious figure had never lasted beyond a second year. He might just be here for research purposes, Alexander suggested. To write a book, such as The Year I Taught Harry Potter, and then depart. Let us not entertain that notion. Harry quickly countered. Why can't you believe he might actually teach well? Hermione retorted indignantly. Is it perhaps because they took photographs with Lockhart? Neville whispered. That's right. Well said. Harry, Ron, and Alexander chimed in almost in unison. Hermione shot them an exasperated glare. Chapter 72. Assassination, Compromise. Tom escorted Alexander to the train. and just as they were about to leave King's Cross Station, he spotted someone. Petunia Dursley was standing in the shadows, fixated on the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Tom glanced over as well, and there he saw Harry Potter squeezing through the barrier of platform 9, followed closely by Sirius Black. Penny Dursley exhaled with relief, turning around to also catch sight of Tom Fiennes. She quickly donned a very official smile as she approached him. "Mr. Fiennes, I have been waiting for you. Since your return to the UK, we have yet to have a discussion." Penny said, "Could we perhaps resume our conversation? Downing Street intends to incorporate advancements in magic in next year's white paper, and there are certain aspects that require your verification." "Of course," Tom replied. "I have heard some things. My condolences, Mrs. Dursley." Penny paused momentarily. "In fact, some of us believe that more radical measures might be beneficial. After all, Vernon was not originally a Dursley, and he long wished to abandon this lifestyle." "Oh," Tom remarked, "I was unaware of that." There was no way to uncover the truth now. It was unfortunate that a decade ago, wizards did not search for information in the Muggle manner. Otherwise, they would have discovered that I was not using the name Penny at that time. "Shall we find a more suitable place to converse?" Penny suggested. She exited King's Cross Station and approached her vehicle. Her gait was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, though a closer inspection would reveal that one leg habitually bore less weight. Tom raised an eyebrow and followed her into the car. Penny drove to a newly constructed building. "This will serve as our office for the new department related to the magical world," she stated, "with certain protective measures for wizards, ensuring greater security." Tom smirked subtly as he stepped inside. They entered a pristine conference room, illuminated by soft lighting yet bathed in sunlight. Tom naturally seated himself, facing the window, while Penny stood by the bright glass panes, about 3 steps away from him. "Mr. Fiennes," Penny inquired, "would you like me to draw the curtains?" "I believe it is unnecessary," Tom replied. "I have a question." Suddenly, Penny drew a pistol and aimed it at Tom. "Have you now let your guard down against Muggle weaponry?" The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. "So, you staged your husband's and son's deaths." Watching Harry board the Hogwarts Express, Tom tilted his head. "Merely to kill me?" Penny remained silent, merely firing a shot that grazed Tom's ear by a mere centimeter, embedding itself in the wall. "Well," Tom remarked, "the combination of anti-disillusionment charms and a sniper is indeed fitting. But placing a loaded gun in your pocket can lead to accidental discharge. There's more than that." Penny's expression remained eerily calm, yet her grip on the pistol tightened. "I thought you might notice that there are thermal explosives underground. Since you engage in such dealings, you should be aware of their effects." "You seem to have questions for me," Tom said. "Would you care to articulate them directly?" "I have come to a realization, sir," Penny stated. "Your child is a Parselmouth. According to what we know, the Gaunt family is the only lineage to have inherited Salazar Slytherin's gift of Parseltongue. The descendants of the Irish branch of the Gaunt family eventually migrated to the Americas, and those who survived have fully integrated into Muggle society. Meanwhile, a branch of the Gaunt family in Britain ultimately settled in Little Hangleton. The last known descendant of Slytherin, who inherited the serpent's tongue, was indeed verifiable." Penny finally directed her gaze towards Tom's eyes, her hand holding the gun unwavering. "Sir, it is challenging for me not to harbor skepticism," Penny stated. "I sincerely hope my thoughts are erroneous." "Mrs. Dursley," Tom sighed, "your conjecture is remarkably astute, even if your reasoning leaps too far. Thus, these objects cannot harm me." A bullet ricocheted off the wall, grazing Penny's hair before circling back and landing on the table. "What we typically employ is not deduction," Penny sighed as well. "You concede that a mere Muggle like myself could never inflict harm upon you. Such a level of anti-disillusionment charm would likely not deter you. And I possess but a single bullet in my gun." Penny carelessly tossed the gun to the ground and casually took a seat on a chair. "I resign." "My Lord Voldemort," she said coldly, "this matter does not concern my colleagues. They are unaware of my intentions. I do not know where my family has been taken. Probing my memories would be futile. The only assurance I can provide is that even in death, I will convey the truth of your identity as the Dark Lord to Harry and Dumbledore." "You seem to have misunderstood," Tom replied. "I am not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. I presumed you remembered my original surname was Evans?" Penny scoffed. "And I have a nephew named Harry Potter, who is bereft of parents." Tom remained silent. "I genuinely wish to see you dead. However, my superior has long fantasized about collaborating with a top-tier wizard to gain certain advantages. It seems now that such a prospect is indeed feasible. A top-tier wizard is not something we can easily cultivate, and the inherent value of such an alliance has incited a desire to ingratiate myself with you at any cost. To that end, he is even contemplating some intriguing ventures." Penny remarked, "Perhaps you will discover that in the Muggle realm, even if you continue to advocate for blood purity, you might still garner their assistance, provided you share a portion of the spoils. I have resigned, and someone else will succeed me in my previous role. If you wish to mingle among Muggles, they would not mind you continuing as their Dark Lord. They may very well have forgotten your apathy towards them." Tom furrowed his brow at this. "Wait, you cannot genuinely desire a world where wizards and Muggles coexist without class distinctions, can you? More radical than Grindelwald?" Penny feigned surprise. Tom glanced at her. I must say, if you truly wish to pursue this, do not use your identity. You have done well thus far, Penny sighed, rising to her feet. The efforts of Muggles are not your playthings. Do not tarnish what we aspire to achieve with your reputation. If you do not kill me, I shall take my leave. I must seek new employment. Chapter 73, a slightly different narrative. The start of term feast was remarkably tranquil. Save for the considerable uproar concerning Gilderoy Lockhart becoming the new defense against the dark arts professor, which requires no further elaboration. The following day's first class was herbology. Zeander and his friends made their way to the greenhouse, where Lockhart was conversing with Professor Sprout. It appears that even in the absence of Harry and Ron's vehicular escapades and their skirmish with the Whomping Willow, Gilderoy Lockhart managed to seize an opportunity to arrive here. To be candid, Lockhart truly radiated charm. He donned a flowing aquamarine robe, his golden locks glistening in the sunlight. His matching top hat, adorned with a band of gold, was fit for a Muggle fashion magazine. While Professor Sprout was the genuine expert in herbology, her patched hat and mud-stained robe rendered her somewhat inconspicuous beside the immaculate Lockhart. Hello, children. Lockhart beamed, his smile dazzling, revealing every glistening tooth. I was just discussing the cultivation methods of mandrakes with Professor Sprout. Of course, my understanding of herbology pales in comparison to Professor Sprout's. I merely happened upon a few of them. In the original text, it was a mere encounter with a couple of Whomping Willows. This time, it was an encounter with mandrakes. Your travels seem quite extraordinary, Zeander mused internally. Professor Sprout, typically gentle and amiable, wore a rather displeased expression at this moment. She promptly interrupted Lockhart, addressing the students. Today, we shall proceed to the third greenhouse. Indeed, Lockhart was evidently here for Harry, as he once again requested a few minutes of Harry's time. Zeander patted Harry on the shoulder and entered the greenhouse himself. Harry watched as his friends abandoned him one by one for the greenhouse. Hermione shot him an envious glance and reluctantly engaged in a brief conversation with Lockhart before finally entering the greenhouse and sitting beside Zeander. What were you discussing? Zeander inquired in a hushed tone. Matters of fame, Harry replied quietly, his expression rather sour. It seemed Lockhart considered him one who, like himself, pursued notoriety. Fortunately, Hermione did not overhear Harry's words. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have refuted him. The lesson's focus was repotting the mandrakes. The students were grouped into fours, with Zeander, Harry, Ron, and Hermione in one group. Zeander surveyed the surroundings and noted that Neville, Seamus, Dean, and Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley were in another group. Justin appeared to be engaging amiably with everyone, particularly with Neville. In the original narrative, Justin was petrified by the basilisk's attack. One wonders if this time the pendant box might also evoke a basilisk incident. However, even if he were to become a victim of the basilisk again, it would not implicate Zeander and Harry, as both were Parseltongues and, in theory, remained unaware of his Muggle heritage. The second-year curriculum was more demanding than that of the first. After the morning's herbology class, the students had a transfiguration lesson scheduled for later in the day. Yet, transforming beetles into buttons remained exceedingly simple for Zeander, who even had the energy to assist others in mastering the transformation. Thanks to his magical sight, he was no longer perplexed about how he accomplished his spells. After lunch, the group ventured into the courtyard for a respite. Hermione, clutching Voyages with Vampires, resumed her reading, despite having perused it numerous times already. Ron astutely noted a peculiarity in her schedule. You really seem to adore Lockhart. You've circled each class with hearts, Ron remarked, yet I still find Lockhart somewhat peculiar. However, before Ron could finish his sentence, Hermione shot him a glare that silenced him. He shrugged and settled next to Zeander, who was engrossed in the performance. Harry felt a sense of unease as he lifted his gaze, only to find a gray-haired boy staring intently at him. Upon being noticed, the boy blushed and approached him. Hello, Harry. My name is Colin Creevey. I'm also in Gryffindor, Colin eagerly exclaimed, his eyes searching Harry's forehead. Could I take a picture of you? Or perhaps a photo together? Harry instinctively felt discomfort under such scrutiny. Oh, why? He inquired. So I can prove I met you, Colin replied with even greater enthusiasm. I know everything about you. You're incredible. You escaped the clutches of the Dark Lord and made him vanish. In the magical world, photographs move. So I'd love to capture some images to convince my dad of magic. It would be even better if you could sign something for me. I'm sorry, Harry interrupted Colin. If anyone defeated the Dark Lord, it was my parents, not me. Harry's demeanor momentarily became intimidating, leaving Colin momentarily speechless. Zeander was somewhat surprised by Harry's intensity. At that time, I was just a baby, Colin. Harry softened his tone. So it's impossible for me to have defeated the Dark Lord, I assented. Even last term, it was Dumbledore who repelled Voldemort. Colin hesitated. But the signature, Harry sighed. If you really need it, fine. Ron, intrigued by the Muggle camera, stepped forward to offer his assistance in taking their picture. At that moment, Draco quietly approached Zeander. Zeander, Draco murmured, can we talk privately? What do you want, Draco? Zeander, initially enjoying the new plot, was slightly annoyed by the interruption. He pulled out a black leather diary from his bag and furrowed his brow at Draco, asking this. Draco inhaled sharply. You know about this, he asked cautiously. I do. Zeander replied. It now belongs to me, doesn't it? Draco glanced at the diary once more and quietly departed. Gilderoy Lockhart approached, clad in his splendid emerald green robes. At that moment, Harry was reluctantly standing with Colin in front of the camera. Good to see you again, Harry, Lockhart inquired with interest. Are you taking pictures? Harry seemed poised to explain, but Colin interjected. Harry said he would sign our photo. Colin exclaimed excitedly. Harry squeezed his eyes shut in agony. Thankfully, Ron was still figuring out how to take pictures. Otherwise, the results would have been disastrous. Mr. Creevy, you might just be receiving Harry's very first signed photograph. How commemorative. Lockhart beamed, though he did not intrude into the photo as Zeander had initially presumed. Just before the class bell rang, Ron finally pressed the shutter. Colin eagerly grabbed the camera to inspect the image. Time for class, Lockhart announced to the crowd, then casually draped an arm over Harry's shoulder, leading him toward the castle. Hermione had already packed her belongings and followed closely behind Lockhart. Zeander and Ron also trailed after, as the next lesson was indeed Lockhart's class. And following him seemed prudent. That is wise, Harry, Gilderoy Lockhart remarked. Utilizing one's fame is never a folly, yet autograph photographs may be premature for you at this stage. It could easily come across as conceited, my dear boy. Harry stumbled along, wishing to argue but finding himself at a loss for words. For it was indeed he who had consented to Colin's request for a photograph. Fortunately, upon reaching Lockhart's classroom, he was finally released. Chapter 74, Lockhart's Disastrous First Class, Charms, Oddities. Harry swiftly made his way to the back row, where Zeander, Ron, and Neville soon joined him. Hermione, however, appeared eager to occupy a seat in the front row, only to find it already filled with other students eager for the lesson. Thus, she settled down with her friends. As all settled in, Lockhart cleared his throat, and an immediate hush fell over the classroom. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin and honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Against Dark Arts. Lockhart casually picked up a classmate's textbook, smiling as he showcased the cover featuring his own beaming visage. It is my honor to serve as your defense against the dark arts instructor. Zeander found it peculiar that Lockhart seemed slightly different from the book's portrayal. Yet, considering Ron's considerable changes, perhaps Lockhart's divergence was equally reasonable. Perhaps he ought not to place blind faith in the narrative. I am delighted that you have all purchased my complete works. To commence, let us engage in a brief quiz to assess your reading retention. Lockhart grinned as he distributed the papers. You have 30 minutes, which is ample time. A quiz in defense against the dark arts was nothing out of the ordinary. The students had grown accustomed to it from the previous semester. However, the content immediately contradicted Zeander's earlier assumptions. The quiz spanned 3 full pages, entirely devoted to Lockhart's personal preferences and experiences, precisely as depicted in the original text. Zeander hastily scribbled a few details he could recall, such as the tale of the restoration spell cast on the werewolf of Wagga Wagga, which he had pilfered from an Armenian old wizard. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and began to peruse them. TSK, TSK, he exclaimed as he flipped through the papers. It appears that few of you remembered my fondness for lilac. My ideal birthday gift would be harmony between magical and non-magical folk, yet scarcely anyone recalled that either. How disappointing. It seems that almost none of you have truly engaged with my writings. He winked at the students, flashing his signature smile. Many classmates regarded Lockhart with bemusement, clearly realizing that this year's defense against the dark arts professor might fall short of his predecessor. However, one student was to be commended. Lockhart extracted a paper from the pile, declaring, "Here we have a student who achieved full marks. Where's Hermione Granger?" Hermione excitedly raised her hand, seemingly oblivious to Lockhart's unreliability. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. Lockhart beamed as he placed the papers on the lectern, then bent down to retrieve a covered cage from behind the podium. Now, children, I shall present to you some rather dangerous and sinister creatures. You may find them quite terrifying. However, with my presence, you shall suffer no significant harm. I implore you to maintain your composure and refrain from provoking them. The students held their breath, gazing intently at the cage. Zeander, feeling rather uninterested, leaned back and began to toy with his wand. He had no intention of directly addressing the little sprites. Instead, he wished to highlight Lockhart's incompetence more clearly. Lockhart abruptly lifted the cover, dramatically proclaiming that these were some Cornwall pixies he had just captured. The bluish sprites flitted about the cage like a flock of budgerigars, chattering and leaping while making silly faces. Simon snickered softly, and many students displayed expressions of disdain. What is the matter? Lockhart seemed oblivious to the mockery, smiling as he inquired of Simon. Well, they aren't quite as dangerous or wicked, are they? Simon chuckled, struggling to contain his laughter. Don't be so certain. Lockhart replied with a subtle smirk. You may wish to test that. He opened the cage, and at that moment, Zeander, maintaining an impassive expression, raised his wand. Paper talismans soared from his sleeve, connecting with golden threads to form a semblance of an array. A translucent wall of light rose before him, partitioning the classroom and safeguarding the entire back row. The sprites erupted from the cage like rockets, rampaging through the classroom and causing chaos. Several shattered glass and darted out the windows. One sprite collided with the light wall, screaming as it bounced back as if scalded by fire. Zeander frowned as some of the charms illuminated, the cacophony of shouts diminishing as if filtered. Half of the students took refuge beneath their desks, while some clever ones scurried to the back, seeking shelter within Zeander's protective barrier. He permitted the light wall to envelop them, a rather commendable protective charm. I ought to award Gryffindor an additional 10 points, Lockhart remarked with a smile amidst the flurry of sprites. But fear not, children. They are merely little sprites. Professor, why not demonstrate for us how it's done? Zeander said coolly, intercepting Hermione, who was attempting to exit with her wand raised. Lockhart then rolled up his sleeves and, in a showy manner, waved his wand while uttering an odd incantation. Unsurprisingly, it proved ineffective. One sprite snatched the wand from Lockhart's hand and hurled it out of the window. Oh dear, Lockhart blinked. It's certainly isn't as simple as it seems. Is it? Such an act left even Hermione feeling disheartened. The class bell rang, and the other students rushed out. The 5 who had remained steadfast in the back row did not move. Lockhart flashed them a smile. I may have to ask you to help me recapture these into the cage. Before Lockhart could close the door and depart, Zeander casually waved his wand. The talismans ignited spontaneously, and the light wall swiftly coalesced into a glowing orb, enclosing all the sprites. The orb floated into the cage, and several more sprites screamed as they were pulled in from outside, shoved into the cage. The door latch shut automatically. With another flick of his wand, all the chaos wrought upon the classroom seemed to rewind, restoring everything to its original state, even mending the broken glass. Some students who had yet to depart lingered at the doorway, their excitement palpable as they exclaimed, Professor Lockhart, may I opt out of attending your classes in the future? Very well, if you insist, Lockhart replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed as he departed. I can hardly believe it, Harry exclaimed. Zeander, you are truly remarkable. Lockhart is nothing but a charlatan. Is that the same material you sent me last time? I never expected, Hermione said dejectedly, that it was indeed his book. Perhaps his tales are not his own, Ron remarked casually, then turned to Zeander with enthusiasm. Can I learn that trick you just performed? That is so cool. Neville also gazed at Zeander with excitement. Of course, you can learn it, Zeander smiled. It is an incantation from Hogwarts. Moreover, incantations can indeed have ancient magical script versions. I made a few minor modifications. This was his intention to demonstrate his prowess. Incantations inherently lower the threshold for casting. They merely require a modicum of magic as a catalyst to be activated. If a method were discovered to eliminate even that minimal magical spark, then even a Muggle could wield incantation magic. However, drawing the symbols is no simple task. Even with concentration and tranquility, one cannot produce much. Collective brainstorming can expedite research progress and eliminate more distractions. Furthermore, all who employ incantations can serve as testers or, dare I say, subjects for the refinement of these spells. As he was about to leave, Zeander casually draped the cover back over the cage, only to unexpectedly discover something that caused him to halt abruptly. The stack of exam papers on the podium had vanished, and Zeander did not recall Lockhart taking them. Chapter 75, Doubts and Recklessness. Zeander's pause drew the attention of his friends, who had already reached the threshold. What's wrong? Harry inquired. Even with the cover in place, the house elf continued to scream within the cage. If the creature were not one to quiet down in the dark, the first half of Lockhart's class could not have been so tranquil, unless Lockhart was truly that inept. Thus, it is highly probable that Lockhart is indeed questionable. He possesses the ability to manage these house elves, yet chooses to conceal his shortcomings. If we were to trace back further, one might even ponder how Lockhart knew Colin Creevey's surname. These questions are present in the original text. In the source material, Lockhart is a comical buffoon. But is this Lockhart still the same? Zeander's mind was awash with thoughts, yet he merely replied, it's nothing. Zeander smiled and caught up with his friends. He had no intention of revealing his suspicions about Lockhart to them. Although the likelihood of Lockhart being connected to a Horcrux is nearly non-existent, what if, just what if, his peculiarities stemmed from the influence of a Horcrux? How could Zeander disclose such matters to others? At dinner, at least half of the attendees were engaged in discussions about Lockhart's dreadful first lesson. Hermione sat at the table, her spirits low. Ever since the conclusion of the first defense against the dark arts class, she had been in a prolonged state of dejection. The teaching proficiency of Lockhart is lamentably inadequate. Were it not for the previous semester's Professor Quirrell serving as a comparison, perhaps Hermione would possess a modicum of confidence to engage in debate with her peers. In light of such an exaggerated contrast, the students have begun to wish for Professor Quirrell's swift return from his travels to resume his teaching duties. It is rumored that last year's results far surpassed those of previous years. I hope that person returns, Harry remarked, if only they understood the gravity of their words. Neville tugged at Harry's sleeve, urging him to refrain from further commentary, for this was not a topic suitable for public discourse. Zeander, you appear more suited to be a professor than Lockhart, Ron quipped. You ought to start a class. That may still be premature, Zeander chuckled, subtly hinting that the requisite talents for teaching were still beyond his reach. In my opinion, your divination skills could also qualify you to instruct, he added. Did you not already discern Lockhart's shortcomings? Hermione lifted her gaze to Ron, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach, likely recalling his prior warning that she had chosen to ignore. My abilities may not suffice, she admitted. I failed to perceive what was amiss with Lockhart. Ron scratched his nose, casting a cautious glance at Hermione as he carefully chose his words to avoid further stirring her emotions. I merely felt he seemed particularly odd during his book signing event. I no longer find him peculiar. Perhaps he has exhausted his act. I was deceived by him. I ought to have trusted your judgment, Ron, Hermione said, rising with a sorrowful demeanor. I have finished my meal. I shall take my leave. Ron hesitated, watching her depart. She can't be going off to cry again, can she? He wondered, is that how girls are? At least this time there shouldn't be a troll, Harry replied. Recognizing Lockhart's true nature is a positive development, and a good cry is perfectly acceptable. Just as Zeander pondered the implications of the clues he had gathered, Fred and George squeezed in beside him. Hey, Zeander, we heard you practice that Chinese magic? Fred inquired. While others discussed Lockhart's lessons, news of Xander's classroom performance had circulated. That is known as a charm, Zeander corrected Fred with a smile. Are you keen to learn? George asked. Perhaps you could demonstrate. If a demonstration is required, it will have to wait until the weekend, Zeander replied. Drawing charms, even in a simplified form, demands concentration. By the way, how is your ancient runes coming along? Well, Fred and George exchanged glances. Why don't you tell us which section we should focus on first? Let us save that discussion for another time, Zeander smiled. Starting from the beginning will facilitate understanding. You may take your time. Zeander, you are truly heartless. The Weasley twins feigned dramatic expressions of distress as they playfully returned to their seats, spreading the news in the process. Are we really going to study ancient runes? Neville whispered to Zeander. Indeed, we shall, Zeander affirmed, but there's no need to learn an overwhelming amount, rest assured. Just remember a few specific phrases. Are you interested in this as well? Neville appeared somewhat bashful. I believe I ought to learn to do something, said Navi. I always feel somewhat inadequate compared to you all. No, Navi, do not think that way, Zeander replied solemnly. We are not friends with you merely for your utility. In truth, it is our bond that has forged our friendship. Affection far outweighs any material gain. Thank you, Zeander, Navi responded. But I still wish to contribute in some way. I cannot always be a burden to you. Very well, Zeander chuckled. It seems I truly must prepare to start a class. Navi, perhaps you could be my assistant? Navi nodded eagerly. If you were to start a class, I must certainly secure a spot, Harry remarked. Zeander, don't forget about me when it fills up. And Ron added, once Hermione recovers, she will likely join as well. Zeander smiled. All right, I shall head to the library tonight to gather some introductory materials. Starting the first day with a trip to the library? Truly, that is so like you, Ron said, their conversation concluding with laughter. However, after finishing his meal and bidding farewell to his friends, Zeander did not proceed to the library. Instead, he directly knocked on Lockhart's office door. When in doubt, one ought to inquire directly, especially since Dumbledore was still at the school. Surely, no irreparable mishap could occur. The door swung open immediately, and Lockhart greeted Zeander with his signature smile, seemingly oblivious to the afternoon's events. Ah, Mr. Fane, Lockhart beamed. What brings you to me? The office was adorned with countless photographs of Lockhart, all displaying the same beaming smile, his striking forget-me-not blue eyes fixed on Zeander. The scene was somewhat eerie. Zeander activated his magical sight, gazing at Lockhart, and he quickly realized there was indeed something amiss. Since being pointed out by Li Shuqing that using magical sight on others was impolite, Zeander had refrained from doing so casually, as it made him aware that such scrutiny could be detected. Yet, when it came to Lockhart, this concern seemed trivial. If Lockhart were indeed petty, Zeander would have already offended him during their afternoon class. In Zeander's usual perception, an ordinary wizard appeared as a solid mass of color in magical sight. The stronger the wizard, the brighter the glow. However, Lockhart deviated from this norm. His aura was not particularly luminous compared to other professors. Yet he possessed a peculiar ring of radiant golden light encircling him. Oh, it seems you might be a bit of a rogue, Mr. Fane. Lockhart's tone grew frosty. What are you up to? Chapter 76, The Secret of Fan Letters? Oh, my apologies, Professor Lockhart. Zeander promptly apologized. I may not have controlled my abilities well. It seems I still have much to learn in this area. Have I affected you in any way? Would you mind offering me some guidance? Speaking of which, I have a habit of requesting reading lists from professors. Do you have any recommendations for me? Zeander swiftly produced a piece of parchment from his sleeve. directing his gaze towards Lockhart. In this context, Lockhart remained unusually silent for a moment, regarding Zeander with a peculiar expression. Zeander blinked thoughtfully and resolved to adopt a different approach. Professor, how do you maintain your hair? That golden mane is truly magnificent, making you appear radiant. Enough, Mr. Fiennes. Lockhart interjected. Your intentions are rather transparent. I can tell you lack sincerity. If you have questions for me, we can discuss them inside. Upon entering the office, Zeander naturally settled into the chair opposite the desk. The desk was cluttered with a myriad of photographs, some already autographed, alongside a pile of pink envelopes containing fan letters. In a charming touch, a half-finished glass of whiskey sat on the desk. Lockhart closed the door and took his seat, revealing a sheet of stationery sprawled before him, indicating he had just been responding to fans. The walls adorned with portraits now seemed to return to their own affairs. And Zeander noticed several images of Lockhart whimsically curling his hair. What exactly do you want from me? Lockhart leaned on his hand, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Why do you conceal your talents? Zeander immediately inquired. I have uncovered some clues that suggest you are not as inept as you appear. Are you speaking with intent? Lockhart sighed. What clues? Pray tell. For instance, how did you manage to keep that cage of pixies subdued during the last class? Zeander pressed, given your performance. How did you capture them? A rather astute observation, Lockhart replied with a blank expression, imbued with a sense of resignation. Why is it implausible that I might have simply purchased a cage of pixies rather than capturing them myself? Perhaps the vendor possessed the ability to keep them silent until the cover was lifted. Then how do you know the surname of Colin Creevy? Zeander countered, I inquired. And you had yet to teach first-year Gryffindors at that time. I have a good memory. I heard others refer to him that way, so I remembered. What of it? Lockhart smirked, a hint of mockery in his smile. Then continue your charade. Zeander slammed his hand on the table and stood up. You should use that somewhat foolish demeanor to lend credibility to your words. Cough, Mr. Fiennes. Lockhart immediately donned a standard, toothy grin. Though his tone remained unchanged, you must consider my position. I have grown weary of promoting the brightest smiles. And what has happened to that stack of exam papers? Zeander suddenly calmed, posing the question to Lockhart. Right on target. Lockhart shifted to a more relaxed demeanor, propping his head on one hand. You might take a guess, Mr. Fiennes. Or perhaps use that dreadful probing gaze of yours to scrutinize me once more. After all, I am merely a fool. Goodness, Lockhart truly is rather petty. Zeander thought to himself. Thus, Zeander continued to activate his magical vision, diligently attempting to discern the shimmering threads of magic amidst the pale golden haze clinging to the walls of Hogwarts. These magical threads typically indicated some form of magical connection. Lockhart's golden aura was intertwined with a multitude of golden threads, the other end seemingly connected to those fan letters. Xander's gaze flitted back and forth between Lockhart and the letters. Have you discerned anything? Lockhart, listlessly tilting his head and toying with his fingers, remarked. Should I fetch you a list to seek some useful tomes in the restricted section? I truly need to respond to my fans. Xander, perplexed, inquired. Why do these letters from fans seem to affect your magical prowess? Letters? Lockhart chuckled. No. Revisit the essentials of spellcasting, my dear child, and you shall comprehend. What? Xander queried. Lockhart waved him away dismissively. The decision to become a professor at Hogwarts was utterly disastrous, and it's even more vexing to encounter students like you. Off you go, return when you've had your epiphany. Xander, bewildered, was half-ushered from the office, clutching a list for the restricted section. He then proceeded to the library to procure some introductory texts on magical runes, borrowing a few before making his way back to Gryffindor Tower. On his journey, Xander heard an unexpected sound, a chilling hissing voice murmuring, Come, kill, tear. Wait, what? So soon? The basilisk awakens on the very first day? Xander listened in astonishment to the sounds emanating from the walls. However, he could not venture to the girls' lavatory where Myrtle resided at that moment. The night had deepened, and curfew would soon be upon them. Surely, the Horcrux would know its limits. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found no one yet asleep. Neville was eagerly awaiting Xander's return. You're quite late, Xander, Ron remarked. Neville could hardly contain himself. Neville blushed slightly, prompting Ron to fall silent. I visited the restricted section for some personal materials, Xander said with a smile as he distributed the books. Perhaps those introductory texts on magical runes will lull you to sleep. Ron and Harry flipped through a couple of pages before agreeing with this sentiment. Not at all. Neville insisted. I will strive to remember. I believe you can, Neville, Xander reassured him, but there's no need to rush. It's quite late. And we truly ought to sleep. Finally, under Xander's counsel, Neville climbed into bed. Yet Xander, nestled beneath his bed curtains, pondered Lockhart's words. What did he mean by the essentials of spellcasting? How did this relate to those letters? Chapter 77, The Emotions and Will of Others. In Xander's recollection, the principles of apparition were most clearly articulated: purpose, determination, and composure. These three elements held great significance in other spells as well. A clear objective, unwavering resolve. and a calm demeanor, or other emotions befitting the spell, form the very foundation of spellcasting. If Lockhart's fan mail were to be connected to these elements, it seemed that only the emotions embedded within the letters could hold some relevance, Zeander mused. Yet, should this notion not be merely metaphorical? Moreover, could the emotions of admiration and infatuation expressed in fan letters truly wield any influence? Rather than dwelling on these thoughts alone, it would be prudent to seek counsel. Zeander extracted his Horcrux diary and inscribed his queries upon its pages. The emotions conveyed through written words undoubtedly exist. The ink gradually materializes on the pages of the diary, revealing Tom's handwriting. The vessel I inhabit is but an example of this. My essence is originally bound to the diary, and the size of the soul that can attach itself to it cannot exceed that of items with greater magical affinity. However, relying on the emotions of my original form, I stand as the most akin to him among all soul vessels, endowed with the greatest capacity for independent thought. It appears that in the original narrative, the diary is the most sentient of all soul vessels, even surpassing the intellect of Voldemort himself in the end. I have not delved deeply into the influence of others' emotions on my being. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that such emotions can be harnessed through magic. The handwriting continues to emerge. You may recall the scene in which Death Eaters project the dark mark into the sky. In my memory, the preliminary draft of the dark mark already exists. In truth, the dark mark I designed serves not merely as a deterrent, but as a magical symbol capable of absorbing the fear within its vicinity, thereby counteracting the fears of those subjected to it. As time has progressed, the uniformity of its appearance has conditioned an entire generation to instinctively associate the dark mark with terror. Furthermore, Death Eaters branded with the dark mark within this range can even experience an amplification of their magical abilities. Such a miraculous conduit. Zeander inscribes the question. Could it not lead to ever-increasing power? Do not emulate this, Zeander. The speed of the handwriting's emergence quickens, as the diary seems to disapprove of Zeander's contemplation. This amplification, derived from the emotions of others, is exceedingly unstable and can alter one's emotional disposition and will. Undoubtedly, those Death Eaters frequently employing the dark mark have become increasingly deranged, largely due to their inherent character flaws and the aftereffects of various dark magics they wield. Nevertheless, the dark mark, being a curse of dark magic itself, exerts its own influence. Moreover, when the fear dissipates, so too does the amplification born from it. I strongly advise against exploiting the emotions of others. It is far too perilous. The greater the multitude of emotions involved, the more chaotic the outcome will be. Though I claim to have not researched deeply, I have nonetheless divulged the side effects. I shall not pursue such actions, Zeander writes. To be adversely affected by magic sounds rather dreadful. The following day, after attending his classes, Zeander sought out Lockhart once more. How do you manage to utilize the emotions of others? Zeander inquired curiously. Is it truly so many? It appears you have grasped some aspects, yet not entirely. Lockhart chuckled. Indeed, I have drawn upon the emotions of others, but what is even more efficacious is their will. Are you familiar with ritual magic? What is that? Zeander asked. Individuals like you, born with potent magical abilities, tend to overlook the subtleties of ritual magic, Lockhart remarked, stroking a gleam of his golden curls with a self-deprecating tone. It demands high standards with a low success rate, and the results are merely what you could achieve effortlessly. Then you must have heard of magic performed by multiple individuals. I have heard of this, Zeander responded. It seems that magic cast in unison by a group is indeed more powerful, but it is improbable that such letters could carry so much magical energy. Ritual magic is a term used by Muggles, referring to the legendary ability to invoke the magical forces of the universe through symbolic actions. Lockhart recounted an experience in the Muggle world where he encountered a wizard whose magical prowess was so feeble that it was nearly indistinguishable from that of a Muggle. Yet, when he employed certain forms of ritual magic known in the Muggle realm, the magic genuinely manifested. Through my research, I discovered that his unwavering will was sufficient to stabilize the flow of magic, even with minimal power. Fortunately, these ritual magics do not demand an excessive amount of magical energy. However, should he attempt any spell taught in the first year at Hogwarts, prolonged practice might still result in failure. Another resource to exploit, Zeander mused. Furthermore, multi-person magic does not always entail several individuals casting a single spell or combining their powers. Certain types of multi-person magic can allow participants to contribute varying sacrifices to complete different aspects of the spell. Generally, this category of multi-person magic emphasizes a profound connection among the practitioners. As Lockhart spoke, he picked up a pink fan letter, stating that such heartfelt correspondence from admirers who truly understood him, combined with my thoughtful responses to their letters, could barely meet that requirement. Nevertheless, casting magic still necessitates the ability to summon magical energy and emotional intent. I am the object of these emotions, yet not the master of this magic. Therefore, my task is to align their wills. He proceeded to open the letter for Zeander to see. Look, yet another compliment on my hair, my smile. and the prowess I exhibit in my writings. Uniting people's wills, that is the essence of publicity. My books and the articles about me are all part of this promotional endeavor. Lockhart revealed his signature smile once more, though this time it carried a different weight. If enough individuals share a similar opinion of you, believing you to be formidable, you will inevitably be influenced by this perception and grow stronger. It may sound absurd, does it not? It is akin to suggesting that renowned wizards are not famous due to their strength, but rather their fame renders them powerful. Yet, this inversion of causality, under the sway of emotions, will, and magic, undeniably exists. This is the significance of maintaining one's reputation. Fame is a fickle companion. You are now a person of renown. Do not neglect to uphold your image. However, Zeander could no longer restrain himself. But you currently lack the strength to merit such fame. That is the infernal influence of Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts. Lockhart's expression darkened as he glared at Zeander. Had I known the defensive magic here could sever external projections of will, I would never have consented to teach here. You insolent little rascal, get out. Very well, Professor. I shall do so. Zeander shrugged and exited. Chapter 78, The Disappearing Crown. Perhaps the news of Xander's intention to offer spellcasting classes spread too quickly before the weekend. Numerous classmates had approached him inquiring about the location of his lessons, including students from other houses. Lockhart's remarks regarding fame also prompted Zeander to contemplate different perspectives. These circumstances compelled Zeander, who initially intended to set up a makeshift gathering in the Gryffindor common room, to seek a more accommodating venue for practice. The first location that sprang to his mind was the Room of Requirement. However, revealing the room too early to such a large audience seemed ill-advised, prompting him to search for an alternative. Moreover, the presence of Ravenclaw's diadem within the room added to his reservations. Reflecting on this, Zeander felt it necessary to find time to visit that remarkable space. Although aimlessly wandering the 8th floor might appear peculiar, Zeander had a valid excuse and an additional objective to pursue. At this moment, he found himself seated in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, ostensibly to request a vacant classroom for extracurricular group activities. I've heard about your plans to teach charms and some magical Eastern spells, Dumbledore remarked with a warm smile. I have observed that traditional wizards from your homeland can perform intricate magic through a piece of yellow paper, often related to banishment and transformation restoration. However, Eastern wizards have distanced themselves from the Muggle world for quite some time, typically imparting their knowledge solely to their apprentices. Thus my resources are rather limited. It seems you have had a meaningful summer. Professor, I am certainly not yet in a position to teach others, Zeander replied modestly. The wizards I encountered from my homeland only imparted basic spells to me because of my heritage. While I haven't directly grasped the essence of those charms, I have begun to formulate some ideas. Alchemical creations also rely on the intricate mapping of magical circuits. Yet the alchemical texts I have come across often suggest that only materials with a high affinity for magic can effectively channel it. Ancient Chinese script and runes were utilized by ancient wizards to record spells and harness magical energies. If ancient Chinese written on yellow paper proves effective, perhaps ancient runes inscribed on parchment could yield similar results. The aim of organizing this extracurricular group is simply to explore various magical applications together. Although charms will be a primary focus due to current interests, we may also delve into alchemical studies in the future. Alchemy, Dumbledore mused, a smile gracing his face once more. I possess a fair understanding of alchemy myself. If your group attracts a considerable number of participants, you may require a supervising instructor. Would you mind if I took on that role? Of course not. Zeander responded promptly and with enthusiasm, though he soon hesitated. Will you attend our group activities? Why ever not? Dumbledore replied kindly. I fear I might veer into misguided research and fail, Zeander confessed, averting his gaze with a hint of embarrassment. It would be one thing to embarrass myself in front of my peers, but in front of you. Failure is not inherently detrimental, Zeander, Dumbledore reassured him. It can illuminate the path to understanding what is correct. Moreover, having diverse research directions is beneficial. Should you encounter uncertainties, feel free to consult me at any time, just as you did last year. Do not fear inconveniencing me. I would be delighted to assist. Thus, even if there are missteps, a portion of the responsibility will rest with me. Do you not feel a bit better now? Perhaps I would be taking up a great deal of your time. Zeander revealed a cunning smile, entirely devoid of any embarrassment, despite the fact that we had yet to settle on a name for our group. Nevertheless, I have resolved to visit you frequently. Your achievements in alchemy are already immortalized on the chocolate frog cards. It appears this was your intention, Dumbledore chuckled in bemusement. Successfully securing an empty classroom as our group's activity space, Zeander naturally passed by the tapestry depicting the troll striking the hapless Barnabas. First, Zeander employed his magical sight to confirm the corridor was devoid of others, and that no one was poised to ascend the staircase. Before concentrating on his need for a hidden room, he traversed the wall thrice. Suddenly, a remarkably smooth door materialized on the wall. Zeander's magical vision barely registered the door. as it seamlessly blended with Hogwarts' own soft golden aura. Grasping the brass handle, he opened the door. Although he was already aware that this hidden room was crammed with countless items meant for concealment, the towering heaps of various objects still astonished Zeander. Among the mountains of miscellaneous items, only a few narrow passages wide enough for a single person remained, likely a testament to the collective efforts of generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. The magical artifacts within were overwhelming in number, casting vibrant hues that filled the entire room, enhanced by the inherent magic of the Room of Requirement, causing a dazzling light pollution that left Zeander momentarily dazed. He was compelled to deactivate his magical sight. The diary had informed Zeander that he would certainly be able to see anything Tom had ever hidden within the Room of Requirement. Zeander interpreted this as a consequence of their soul's similarity, which would lead the room to guide them to the same location. This might also explain why Harry was so fortunate in locating the diadem in the original narrative. Zeander casually selected a narrow passage and ventured deeper, encountering a troll specimen and subsequently discovering an old cabinet with a bubbling surface. As he surveyed the surroundings, Zeander spotted the grotesque statue of the old wizard and even found the drab wig. Yet, he saw nothing nearby that matched the description of the tarnished diadem. After meticulously scanning the vicinity with his eyes to no avail, Zeander attempted to summon the diadem using parcel tongue, but received no response. Even a dormant Horcrux should have been stirred by the serpent's tongue. The utter silence could only signify one thing. The diadem had long since awakened. Perhaps even departed from the Room of Requirement. Well, the school year has only just commenced. Zeander preferred to think it was merely the brief span of days that allowed the diadem to control an individual, rather than contemplate where it might be if it had escaped a year ago. He hurried back to his dormitory to inform Tom of this development through a letter. Watching the raven carry his message away, Zeander felt a lingering sense of unease. May this year unfold smoothly, Zeander mused. Chapter 79, The Daily Scavenging and the Quidditch Pitch Incident. In the ensuing days, apart from attending classes, Zeander spent the majority of his time rummaging through the Room of Requirement. Regrettably, despite bringing along the diary, he was unable to uncover the crown within the Room of Requirement, though numerous other discoveries were made. Father, why can't you sense the other soul artifacts? Zeander inquired with a hint of exasperation. Because the soul artifacts are encased in a barrier of fragmented souls that obstruct external detection. Without venturing out, I cannot perceive the other artifacts. However, my current soul strength is insufficient. I cannot break free. Even if the other artifacts were placed before me, I would remain oblivious. Tom, the diary, replied casually. His translucent form hovered over a pile of clutter, engrossed in a dark magic tome that Zeander had just opened. But you can touch things. Why must I rummage through the refuse? Zeander said, setting aside a bottle of semi-congealed potion he had unearthed. Wait, take a look at this, he added. The diary descended, accepting the bottle and scrutinizing it closely, even removing the cap to inhale its contents. Unicorn horn powder, leech tentacles, elderberry juice, belladonna extract, venom from a giant eight-eyed spider, and moonstone powder. Though it has turned into a deadly concoction, the components are logically assembled. With a proper adjustment in proportions, or perhaps the addition of valerian, it might yield an effective potion to restore vitality. There are indeed many interesting junior students over these 50 years, the diary mused. Is it beneficial for your vitality? Zeander inquired bluntly, disregarding the previous comment. Somewhat, the diary replied. Even if I cannot absorb it, I might occasionally experiment with writing using the eight-eyed spider venom. Consequently, Zeander opened the diary and poured the semi-congealed potion onto its pages. The potion was swiftly absorbed into the paper. My instincts were indeed correct, Tom the diary said slowly, his form flickering momentarily. I added too much belladonna extract and spider venom. Enough of that. Father, Zeander interjected. You should rest. You appear quite poisoned. This is a normal reaction to absorbing potions. I've mentioned it before. Why do you always ignore my words? Moreover, I have stated that our ages are not vastly different. Calling me father makes me sound quite old. Tom's form flickered again, transforming into a constellation of light before merging into the diary. I do listen. I simply choose not to comply, Zeander remarked to the diary. The words disobedient child swiftly appeared on the pages, only to be promptly shut by Zeander. Indeed, there is a certain pleasure in teasing one's progenitor. Using magic, Zeander brushed off the dust from his attire, cautiously pushed open the door to the Room of Requirement, ensured no one was watching, and then hastened down the 8th floor corridor. This had become his routine over the past few days. The weekend soon arrived. Upon waking on Saturday morning, Zeander discovered that Harry was already missing. Harry must have gone to Quidditch practice, he mused. Ron, yawning and looking utterly fatigued from lack of sleep, added, would arrived early to rouse Harry. I was also awakened. You and Neville must sleep soundly to have remained undisturbed. Zeander, stroking the black cat obsidian curled up on his bed, recalled that this situation had indeed been mentioned in the original text. Shall we still visit Hagrid? Or wait until Harry finishes his practice? Zeander asked. Originally, the group of friends had intended to visit Hagrid that morning. Zeander, however, harbored little interest in the half-giant. He suspected that, due to the influence of Tom's soul, he might increasingly resemble the young Voldemort. Zeander thought it wise to make an impression on Hagrid while the latter still remembered his first-year self, hoping to avoid a moment of fright upon realizing Xander's resemblance to Voldemort. It was still quite early, so they decided to wait for Harry to finish his training. Ron said, "Neville isn't even awake yet." After freshening up, Zeander joined Ron for breakfast. At the table, they encountered Hermione. Upon hearing that Harry had been whisked away for Quidditch practice early in the morning, Hermione posed a question. "Has Harry not had breakfast yet?" she inquired, noting that the dining hall had not yet served breakfast. "It seems we should first check on Harry's training and bring him some food," Zeander suggested, hoping Neville wouldn't be lost. "Neville should at least remember to go to Hagrid's hut," Ron optimistically remarked. However, Ron's predictive abilities evidently did not apply universally, as he failed to foresee the duration of Harry's training. When Zeander, Ron, and Hermione arrived at the stadium stands with a jam sandwich for Harry, he had just emerged from the changing room. "Haven't you finished practicing yet?" Ron asked incredulously. "We haven't even started," Harry replied exasperatedly. "Wood just introduced us to a new strategy." "You should eat something, Harry," Zeander advised. "Skipping breakfast is detrimental to your health, whether you are a Muggle or a wizard." Harry reluctantly took a couple of bites of the jam sandwich, and Hermione offered him a cup of water. "Thank you." Harry's spirits lifted slightly, but soon fell again. "If you intend to wait for me, you might be here for quite a while. You can go to Hagrid's first." "Let's stay here for a while," Zeander said. "We're not in such a rush." Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement with Zeander. Harry mounted his broom and soared into the morning breeze. Chasing after George and Fred in the sky, Zeander scanned the stands and noticed another presence. Colin Creevey was seated in the highest row, excitedly taking photographs of Harry. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had barely begun when an unexpected visitor arrived, the Slytherin team clad in green robes. From the stands, the two teams faced off momentarily. "We should go down and see what's happening." Hermione stood up. "I hope Slytherin doesn't cause any more trouble for Harry," Ron murmured quietly. Zeander accompanied them down the stands, crossing the grass to where the crowd had gathered. "What is going on?" Zeander inquired. Draco Malfoy, dressed in Slytherin Quidditch gear, sighed as he attempted to explain to Zeander. "My father donated money to the Slytherin team for new brooms." "Look," boasted Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, "our brooms are the latest model, the Nimbus 2001, which naturally requires practice on the field to get accustomed. After such a prolonged usage of that dilapidated broom, you might not even need to adjust to sweeping the ground." "Huh." The members of Slytherin erupted in laughter. Draco remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zeander, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. "At least Gryffindor cannot simply buy their way onto the team," Hermione remarked sharply. The expressions of the Slytherin players darkened, one individual glaring fiercely at Hermione, ready to unleash a retort. Draco closed his eyes, opting for resignation. "I have a splendid idea," Zeander suddenly interjected. "Harry, since they have compared themselves to your father, why not let them witness the prowess of your godfather?" "Who is his godfather?" someone from Slytherin inquired. "Sirius Black," Draco replied. "The ever-pure Black." Some members of Slytherin gasped in astonishment. "I suppose I ought to inform Sirius," Harry said coldly. Naturally, Harry had no intention of spending his godfather's money, but he didn't mind invoking his name to intimidate Slytherin. The Slytherins hesitated. Draco approached Flint and whispered something to him. "Oh," Flint said, his tone peculiar after hearing Draco. "We can share this pitch together. Although we have already secured Professor Snape's signature, this is, in essence, a concession. However, Wood could not accept such a compromise. Are we to let you observe our tactics? Not a chance. Go practice with your brooms, Slytherin," Wood exclaimed angrily. "We shall practice again tomorrow." "Then why are we waking up so early?" George asked. "Waking up early is, of course, for catching up on sleep." Fred leaned against George's shoulder and yawned. "It seems we have time to visit Hagrid," said Harry as he headed to the changing room to change clothes. The other Gryffindor players also returned to the changing room in small groups. "Apologies, Zeander," Draco murmured to him. "Shouldn't it be the others apologizing to Harry?" Zeander raised an eyebrow. "It's none of your concern, Draco. I need not blame you when you have not erred. I can discern right from wrong." Draco hesitated, ultimately lowering his head and departing. "Zeander, when did your rapport with Malfoy become so amicable?" Ron inquired, his gaze shifting between the two with an astonished tone. "He has matured somewhat," Zeander replied with a smile. "A lesson can be effective." "I never expected Malfoy to reform," Hermione remarked. "At least he is somewhat better than the other Slytherins." "A lesson, really? Don't emulate that, Hermione," Ron cautioned, placing a serious hand on her shoulder. "Fighting is against the school rules." "Of course, I wouldn't emulate it." "What are you thinking, Ron?" Hermione giggled, her shoulders shaking with laughter. "What is the matter? Why have you stopped playing Quidditch?" Colin bounded down from the stands, camera in hand, chasing after Harry, who had just changed. "Due to certain matters. We're not playing for now," Harry replied with exasperation. "We are going to visit a friend, so please don't follow us, all right?" Can I come along, Harry? Colin asked eagerly. I can take pictures for you, and then you can give me an autograph. Have you not eaten yet? You should go have a meal. Harry quickly interjected, using Zeander's words to advise Colin, emphasizing that skipping breakfast is detrimental to one's health, irrespective of being a Muggle or a wizard. Colin hesitated before departing, allowing the four of them to finally make their way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid greeted them warmly, exclaiming, I've been wondering when you would come to see me. Neville was already inside the hut. As they entered, they took their seats beside Neville, who was situated at the table adorned with a platter of creamy fudge. Hagrid's boisterous dog, Fong, leapt from Neville's lap, swirling around Harry's feet. Zeander surveyed the interior of the hut, attempting to locate the suspected deceased chicken, but to no avail. He casually grabbed a piece of fudge and began to eat. Though it was somewhat sticky, it was rich with a milky flavor. Just then, Hagrid announced, perfect timing. The tea has just boiled, as he placed a freshly brewed pot on the table, adding that Neville had nearly lost his way, wandering outside for a bit. Has Lockhart not visited? Zeander pondered. But that is to be expected. Lockhart here is merely seeking to enhance his fame at the school, and Hagrid, a half-giant, would not be of much use to him. I should have come with you all. I've never been here before, Neville sighed. What were you all up to so early? Quidditch practice. Would drag me out of bed at the crack of dawn, Harry replied, exasperated. I left without even having breakfast. Fortunately, they brought me some. How unfortunate. Neville remarked, astonished. I truly envy you, Neville, and Zeander, for your sleep. Ron complained, I was rudely awakened. Yet, it seemed Neville still bore dark circles under his eyes. That might be because I went to bed rather late yesterday, Neville smiled faintly, explaining that he had spent extra time reviewing the introductory book on ancient runes in preparation for Zeander's presentation. The previous days had been too hectic with schoolwork, and organizing his notes had taken considerable time, preventing him from finishing that book earlier. Organizing notes is indeed essential, Hermione affirmed, casting a glance at Ron and Harry. Ron poured himself a cup of tea, avoiding eye contact with Hermione, while Harry silently averted his gaze, scratching Fong's ears. Zeander found his lips glued together with fudge, rendering him speechless, though it did not hinder his ability to smile silently. Neville observed the others quietly, uncertain of what to say. Well, Hermione suddenly smiled. It's only the first week of the term. Just wait until next month. We'll be taking notes, Ron sighed with relief, and won't let it drag on until the end of the term. Harry nodded vigorously. You all are truly diligent. Hagrid exclaimed. I heard Lockhart has become your professor? Yes, Harry replied, striving to maintain objectivity in his evaluation of Lockhart. His classes are rather dreadful. Lockhart is somewhat overrated, Hermione added, and seems overly concerned with his reputation. Ron looked at Hermione with surprise and delight, to which Hermione shot him a disapproving glance before continuing. Lockhart has been incessantly handing out signed photographs to students lately. It seems he hasn't even been conducting proper lessons. I suspect Colin drew inspiration from Harry's request for a signed photo. Harry was sipping tea when he heard Colin's name, causing him to cough. Huh, I knew it, Hagrid said, patting Harry on the back, much to the surprise of Zeander, who thought Hagrid might knock Harry over. He had always enjoyed doing such things since their school days. What? Harry managed to ask curiously once he regained his composure. Writing his name in the Quidditch pitch with magic, projecting his portrait into the sky, sending himself 800 Valentine-esque cards every year, Hagrid reminisced. He seems to have always relished the feeling of fame. Zeander poured himself a cup of tea, finally dissolving the sugar stuck to his teeth. I believe he might have 800 cards by now, Ron remarked. His book has indeed sold quite well. He's famous worldwide. However, it's rather unsuitable for him to become a professor at Hogwarts. It's unfortunate that finding a suitable defense against the dark arts professor is quite challenging. People are reluctant to take the position. It's already a stroke of luck to find someone willing. Hagrid added, if we're talking about fame, Harry is even more remarkable. By the way, Harry, why not give me one of your signed photos? Harry choked again. I think that's a splendid idea, Zeander teased. Let's all have a copy. Harry Potter the celebrity? Spare me. Harry covered his face. I'm not Gilderoy Lockhart. The others burst into laughter. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished their tea, Hagrid asked, shall we take a look at what I've been growing? Of course, Zeander replied with interest. What have you planted? I didn't expect you to be interested in these. Zeander, Hagrid said, his smile tinged with pride. Come, let me show you. Zeander was not particularly interested in Hagrid's crops. He was more intrigued by the rooster Hagrid kept. The group exited the small house. Hagrid pointed to 12 pumpkins in the vegetable patch behind the house, each nearly half a person's height, and said cheerfully, these are for Halloween. They'll be even bigger by then. What kind of fertilizer did you use? Harry asked, gazing at the enormous pumpkins. A growth charm? Hermione quickly caught on. They look quite impressive. Hagrid chuckled, avoiding a direct answer. Zeander paid little attention to the large pumpkins. He was looking around and spotted what seemed to be a chicken coop. What do you have in there? Zeander inquired. Ah, just some chickens, Hagrid replied. I haven't collected the eggs yet today. Except for Ron, no one in the group had ever raised chickens, so they entered the coop to watch Hagrid collect eggs. If it weren't for the fact that the coop was built to Hagrid's height, it might not have accommodated so many people. The half-giant bent down to pick up the small eggs, looking somewhat comical. Xander had yet to notice anything amiss when Hermione, with her keen eyes, spotted a motionless rooster in the corner of the coop. "Oh," Hermione exclaimed, "is it dead?" It seemed certain that a Horcrux was firmly established at the school, Xander thought. He just didn't know which Horcrux it was, or who had been controlled to come here and kill the chickens. Hagrid frowned and strode over, lifting the dead rooster. "It looks like a fox or a blood-sucking creature got in," Hagrid said. "I hope it didn't target the roosters. I don't have many to begin with." "A blood-sucking creature?" Neville appeared somewhat frightened. "Perhaps, but it shouldn't harm anyone." Hagrid contemplated for a moment and suggested that they return, as it was likely time for lunch. He needed to examine and reinforce the chicken coop. Thus, the five bid farewell to Hagrid and made their way back to the castle together. After finishing their lunch, Zeander would commence his inaugural group activity. Chapter 81, Alchemical Charms and the Student Alchemy Research Society. When Zeander entered the empty classroom, he was quite surprised to find a considerable number of students already present. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who followed Zeander in, were equally astonished. The majority of attendees were first and second-year students, predominantly from Gryffindor. The fourth-year twins, George and Fred, stood out prominently, waving at the newly arrived Zeander and his companions. It seemed that the older students were reluctant to attend a lesson taught by a second-year student, even though Zeander would not explicitly claim he was teaching. After all, only a handful of Zeander's classmates had witnessed his magical prowess, which was anticipated. However, aside from the Weasley twins, many familiar faces were already present. Zeander's roommate, Seamus Finnegan, and his friend, Dean Thomas, were laughing by the window. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil were together, and Parvati's twin sister, Padma Patil, who had been sorted into Ravenclaw, was also in attendance. Colin Creevey waved at Harry, one hand clutching a camera. Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley sat with a tall boy and a girl with a golden ponytail. The latter two appeared less engaged, seemingly drawn there by Justin. Most astonishingly, Draco Malfoy was present as well, sitting awkwardly alone in the front row, without his usual entourage. He was the sole Slytherin in the room. Upon noticing Zeander's entrance, Draco visibly relaxed. "It appears your relationship is indeed quite strong," Ron whispered to Zeander. Zeander merely smiled in response as he approached the podium. The other four settled into the second row, and the classroom gradually quieted. "I understand that you may be merely curious about the Chinese charms I employ. However, I specifically requested a classroom from Professor Dumbledore not solely to discuss these charms. After all, Chinese charms entail certain requirements that you cannot fulfill," Zeander remarked, gesturing towards his distinctly Eastern appearance. Laughter erupted from the audience. "Though you may not be able to learn the most authentic Chinese charms, some principles are universal across both Eastern and Western magic." Zeander winked, producing a piece of parchment he had prepared, upon which he would inscribe magical energy, presenting a new avenue for alchemical exploration. "I refer to this as the alchemical charm." With a flick of his wand, Zeander levitated the parchment and began inscribing ancient runes of wind upon it. He had specifically employed magic to ensure that everyone could see the characters he inscribed. Those who had never witnessed Zeander perform a silent spell widened their eyes in awe, engaging in hushed conversations. "Then, all we need to do is hold this charm." Xander removed the parchment, laid aside his wand, and revealed a smile before concentrating intently. Suddenly, he hurled the talisman forward. As it ignited spontaneously in midair, a gust of wind swept through the room, tousling the hair of those seated below. The murmurs ceased abruptly. The book before Neville rustled in response to the wind, yet his eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance. Once the spell had burned out, the wind quickly abated. Indeed, this was the simplest form of alchemical spell. Xander remarked with a smile. "This is a fusion of alchemy and incantation. But what can alchemy achieve?" He approached the window and pulled it open. A crow flew in and perched on Xander's shoulder, cawing twice. "This is one of my pets, named Sarah." Xander chuckled as he stroked the crow. "But can you discern that it is, in fact, an alchemical creature?" Sarah turned her head with an air of intelligence, surveying the room, inciting a chorus of gasps. "May I touch her?" asked a boy seated next to Justin, raising his hand. Xander chuckled lightly, and the crow flew to the boy's desk. Onlookers gathered around, marveling at the alchemical creature's gem-like eyes. "Traditional alchemy can achieve such feats, yet it remains limited," Xander stated. "To reach such a level of alchemy, one would require exceptional skill. Sarah possesses only the most basic intelligence, while an alchemical spell may initially provide but one function. Allow me to bask in a moment of pride. These spells possess unique advantages: ease of learning, low energy consumption, and the ability to stack functionalities. Do you understand what this signifies? Creatures like Sarah, as well as other alchemical entities, derive most of their magical energy from external sources to sustain their operations. Given that magical circuits can interfere with one another, adding a new function typically necessitates a complete redesign of the entire magical circuit. However, Alchemical spells are distinct in this regard. Zeander produced a stack of pre-written parchment and displayed it to the audience, revealing ancient runes inscribed with meanings of speed and wind. Sarah returned to Zeander's side, landing on the podium. Zeander evenly divided the stack of parchment, placing them upon Sarah's wings. The parchment first glowed, then dimmed. Once again, Sarah flapped her wings and took flight. This time, she shot forth like an arrow, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, far exceeding her previous speed. Had Zeander not swiftly conjured a softened light shield, Sarah would have collided with the wall. Wouldn't that be something? Fred's eyes sparkled, but he was quickly silenced by George's hand over his mouth. Zeander cast them an appreciative glance. From my current experiments, the ancient runes I inscribe directly onto the parchment and empower with focused magic via my wand yield effects such as wind, speed, combustion, deceleration, shields, and levitation. If you are interested, you may also experiment with other ancient runes. I welcome anyone to join my group. Anyone eager to explore alchemical spells can become a member. Let us endeavor to share our experiences, for together we shall swiftly uncover a plethora of intriguing runes. In time, we may even create wonders akin to those of Sarah. I have a query. Draco raised his hand, inquiring about the name of our group. If you would allow me to christen it. I propose the name the Alchemical Research Society. Zeander's smile broadened slightly, as it bore an amusing acronym that echoed Sarah's name. I trust you would not mind having Sarah as our group's mascot? Laughter erupted among the students below. Yet another peculiar name, Ron remarked to Harry. However, the alchemical spells do appear quite fascinating, Hermione declared. Chapter 82, The Practical Application of Alchemical Spells. After Zeander concluded his initial exposition on the alchemical spells, the members of the group eagerly commenced their practice. Zeander circled the classroom, observing their attempts at various incantations. With the aid of his magical vision, he effortlessly discerned whether they successfully inscribed their magical essence upon the spells and offered guidance. Most were engaged in crafting the wind spell demonstrated by Zeander. While a few attempted other alchemical incantations he had mentioned, only a handful dared to experiment with other ancient scripts. Hermione was among the rare few testing different incantations. She meticulously inscribed the ancient script of light upon parchment, endeavoring to infuse it with magic. This was a challenging choice, as there are multiple ancient scripts for light. To discover a viable incantation, she would likely need to experiment several times, perhaps even combining elements from related scripts to form another expression. Neville was attempting the shield spell as suggested by Zeander, but he struggled to channel his magic along the inscription. This was likely due to the lingering effects of the forgetting charm, which hindered his concentration. Zeander stood beside him, observing his efforts, and reassured him, "Do not fret, Neville. Much like casting a spell, focusing on the intended magical effect while channeling your energy will enhance your chances of success. The more you practice inscribing the same spell, the higher your success rate will be." Ron sketched a light incantation, noting that it felt somewhat akin to the levitation charm. As he affixed the spell to his introductory tome on ancient scripts, he mused aloud. The book now floated in midair as if under the influence of a levitation charm, buoyed by a wind spell drawn by Harry below. Curious, Harry reached beneath the book, pulling his hand back, which caused the tome to bob up and down with his movements. "Justin, Hannah, come and see." Ernie Macmillan called to his friends, showcasing the spell he had inscribed. "Ernie, you've managed to draw the shield spell?" Justin exclaimed in astonishment. "I haven't even perfected the wind spell." Hannah Abbott lamented, her golden ponytail swaying in frustration. With pride, Ernie flung the spell, conjuring a translucent shield. A few Hufflepuffs gasped in awe. Seamus was inscribing a fire spell, while Dean, working quickly, brandished his wind spell and blew it toward Seamus's face. Caught off guard by the gust, Seamus lost control, igniting the spell he had inscribed and sending forth a great burst of flames. Zeander adeptly allowed the charm to escape from Simon's grasp, ensuring that it did not sear his hand. "Simon, it would be prudent to refine your thoughts and consider the object of combustion," Zeander remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Moreover, refrain from disrupting others while they are casting spells or inscribing charms." The two exchanged playful gestures before preparing to draw another wind charm to send back. Colin, brimming with excitement, brandished his camera and inquired, "May I document these moments?" As Zeander passed by, Zeander smiled and nodded in assent. The Weasley twins, however, forwent their usual antics with alchemical charms, presenting a rather atypical demeanor. As Zeander approached, he observed that their table was adorned with 2 or 3 swift and lightweight charms. "Zeander," Fred called out mysteriously, lowering his voice, "how long can the power of an alchemical charm linger on other alchemical items?" Zeander replied, "An alchemical charm can last, depending on the desired effect, for a maximum of about 15 minutes. He chuckled softly, and before the Weasley twins could display their disappointment, he added, "However, multiple charms can be layered, provided the wizard employing the charms maintains contact to supply magical energy." "Will items imbued with alchemical charms be detectable?" George inquired quietly. "I have yet to devise a method for detection," Zeander replied innocently, glancing at the duo. Perhaps you could experiment? Understanding dawned upon them. And George and Fred smiled broadly as they returned to their charm crafting. As most participants completed their first charm, including Neville, the evening meal approached. Hermione, after considerable effort with a stack of parchment, successfully conjured a light charm, cradling it as if it were a radiant orb in her palm. Ron and Harry marveled at the glow, while Neville gazed in astonishment. Even those behind them drew closer to witness the phenomenon. Draco glanced back at the light in Hermione's hand, his expression darkening as he turned once more to the clutter of discarded papers on his table. He had attempted a cold charm without success. It appears we have made significant progress today, Zeander declared with a beaming smile. Perhaps we should document this new discovery and its discoverer? Zeander, do not forget to record your contributions, for you have played the most pivotal role, Hermione shyly reminded him. Zeander raised his wand, transfiguring a piece of parchment into a recording board inscribed with the group's name, and diligently noted all the ancient scripts applicable for alchemical charms. The discoverer's name shimmered at the bottom. Zeander hung the board at the entrance, ensuring that every individual entering the room could behold it. Anyone who uncovers a new alchemical charm will have their name recorded on this board, Zeander promised with a smile, assuring that each new member learning these charms would not forget their contributions. This declaration sparked excitement among many members, who enthusiastically began to discuss which ancient scripts to explore next. It is getting late, everyone, Zeander raised his voice. Let us reconvene at the same time and place next week to continue our endeavors. Yet the members of the group did not depart immediately. Most continued their discussions. Draco silently regarded the failed spell in his hands. Persistence is paramount in the discovery of a new alchemical charm. Zeander stood beside Draco and remarked amidst the chatter that the affinity of parchment with cold-related magic is indeed quite rare. Generally speaking, metals are far more suitable for crafting cold charms. However, inscribing magic upon metal proves to be a far more arduous task, aligning closely with traditional alchemical methods. Successfully infusing cold into parchment is a formidable challenge. I will achieve it, Draco declared resolutely after a moment of silence. I believe you can, Zeander replied with a smile. After dinner, in the Gryffindor common room, the Weasley twins, accompanied by Wood, sought out Zeander, trailed by other members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Zeander, we hope to join your group, Wood stated earnestly. Of course, Zeander beamed, his smile almost too radiant. We welcome all students willing to attempt alchemical charms. They aren't planning to enhance their brooms with alchemical charms, are they? Ron asked incredulously after the group departed. Isn't that against Quidditch rules? Hermione inquired. Perhaps. As long as they remain undetected? Harry, who had just been dragged by the twins to discuss alchemical charms with Wood, replied awkwardly, adding that there was no explicit rule against using alchemical charms. Someday, Quidditch will introduce new regulations regarding alchemical charms, Ron lamented. Take that as a compliment. Zeander playfully twisted Ron's words. Imagine the global notoriety of alchemical charms. How famous I would be. Perhaps even more so than Lockhart. This time, even Hermione chuckled. Chapter 83, A Critique of the Duds. The simplified casting methods indeed sparked a wave of enthusiasm for alchemical charms, following the initial event. The number of students eager to join had doubled. This made the participation of Oliver Wood and his companions seem rather inconspicuous. Wood breathed a sigh of relief, considering the alchemical charms as Quidditch's secret weapon. He even assigned George and Fred to keep a close watch on Draco Malfoy, wary of him suddenly realizing the charm's ingenious applications. However, Draco seemed to have a fixation on discovering new alchemical charms. After dedicating nearly a month to successfully inscribing his name alongside the cold charm on the record board, he began to explore the charm for moisture. The group continued to unveil new alchemical charms. Each member whose charm successfully graced the record board felt a swell of pride, walking with their heads held a little higher. Mischief using alchemical charms began to proliferate among the students. Though the duration of the charms was significantly shorter, the consequences left Argus Filch quite exasperated. How wonderful it is, remarked Dumbledore, that they are consciously learning ancient runes. Ancient runes are indeed a vast treasure trove. As the second year progressed under a heavy course load, time flew by. Halloween was swiftly approaching. Outside, heavy raindrops fell, and at that moment, Harry, drenched and muddy, finally concluded Quidditch practice and made his way back to the castle. Although Wood had prepared a plethora of alchemical charms, ensuring that each member could soar through the skies all day long, he could not shake off his anxiety regarding the potential ineffectiveness of these charms in the rain. What if our spells fail? Without training, how shall we contend with Slytherin's brand new flying brooms? Wood lamented. The players, having witnessed the speed of the Nimbus 2001 firsthand, nodded in agreement. Thus, the Gryffindor team found themselves compelled to train doubly hard in the inclement weather. This was also why Harry had returned to the castle at this time. However, drenched in muddy water, Harry encountered a bit of trouble. He was caught by Filch. Another filthy mess. Filch exclaimed, his ire directed at the muddy footprints Harry had left behind. I've had enough. You lot are utterly indifferent to those who clean up after you. Thanks to you little brats. I have no idea how long it will take to tidy this up. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, also regarded Harry with a reproachful gaze. Suddenly, Harry was reminded of his fastidious Aunt Petunia, who always busied herself with cleaning. How was she managing on her own? This unexpected thought further dampened Harry's already gloomy spirits. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Filch, Harry mumbled, looking down. I didn't notice. I truly apologize. I will be more mindful next time. Filch halted his angry tirade. What? He inquired. I'm sorry, Harry reiterated, adding. I understand that cleaning these things is a hassle. I am willing to change out of these clothes and come help you clean up afterward. Forget it, Filch abruptly replied. Just go. What? Harry responded, bewildered. Hurry up, Filch shouted. Don't linger here, leaving mud all over the floor. I don't need your interference with the cleaning. Get out. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, changed his clothes, and recounted the incident to his friends. Filch? Ron frowned. Does he have some sort of scheme? He nearly had you as an example, Hermione said anxiously. I heard he spent the entire morning washing the ceiling. He has been so irritable. I have a new idea. Did you know that Filch is actually a squib? Xander remarked, observing the puzzled expressions on Hermione and Harry's faces. A squib is someone born into a wizarding family, but lacking magical abilities. What is a squib? Neville approached, joining the conversation. We're talking about Filch. He is a squib, Xander explained. No wonder, Ron exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. That's why he is always so nasty to the students. It's jealousy. I'm almost like a squib myself, with my meager magical abilities, Neville said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I probably just lack a Hogwarts acceptance letter. Neville, when you whip out a stack of alchemical charms, no one will think of you as a squib, Harry reassured him. Ron nodded vigorously in agreement. You've discovered several practical new alchemical charms, Neville. That alone is a noteworthy accomplishment, Hermione added. Look at you. Have you been burning the midnight oil again? Your face is rather pale. Neville managed a faint smile, feeling a bit lifted. Indeed, Neville, you are undoubtedly a wizard, and there is no need to question this fact, Zeander remarked. However, we should not look down upon the squibs. After all, regardless of magical ability, we are all human beings. Mr. Filch, perhaps, spared Harry because of his exceptionally polite demeanor, which set him apart from other wizards who were indifferent to him. That sounds reminiscent of Lockhart's perspective, Ron interjected, about the harmonious coexistence of those with magic and those without. Harry couldn't help but recall Aunt Petunia. Although she would likely never acknowledge that wizards and muggles are fundamentally the same, family remains family, regardless of magical prowess. Magic or no magic, we are indeed the same, Harry asserted. Yes, we are all alike. My parents were muggles. Muggles and wizards are essentially not so different, Hermione added, especially since intermarriage is possible, biologically speaking. They are the same. Ron glanced at the others and cleared his throat, admitting, actually, I think you are right. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly about Filch. My apologies. It appeared that changing the deeply entrenched views within the wizarding world would require significant effort, Zeander thought. Chapter 84. The first attack as Halloween approached. Everyone was meant to attend the festivities, yet Neville grimaced, expressing his inability to go. I must attend Sir Nicholas's 500th birthday celebration, he said glumly, seemingly regretting his promise from the previous day. Since you've made a commitment, you should honor it, Hermione encouraged him. I shall accompany you. I have yet to experience a ghostly gathering. I will join you as well, Neville, Harry added. It sounds rather intriguing. The Halloween feast occurs annually, but a ghost's 500th birthday is a rare occasion. The ghostly gathering might not be particularly welcoming to the living. I would prefer to partake in the festivities of the living, Ron expressed with evident reluctance. I hear that this year's Halloween feast will feature a skeleton dance troupe invited by Dumbledore. Surely, that is far more entertaining than a ghostly assembly? Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance before attempting to comfort Neville. Zeander had no interest in decaying food and a host of lifeless entities. It would be unfortunate if any of those ghosts recognized him. Fortunately, among those who had encountered a young Tom Riddle, only Dumbledore had thus far harbored suspicions. I must attend the Halloween feast, everyone, Zeander sighed, raising his hands in exasperation. The Ravenclaw Chambers wishes to discuss whether his friends may also join. As you know, there are currently too many wishing to participate, and I must impose some criteria for new members. Otherwise, our classroom may become overcrowded. Has it developed to such an extent? Harry exclaimed in surprise. I only missed a few events due to Quidditch practice. That is likely thanks to George and Fred, who have also missed several events yet possess remarkable ingenuity, Zeander replied. Indeed, like placing a fire charm in my pocket and tricking me into thinking my pocket was ablaze. Ron recounted, the moment I reached into my pocket, it truly ignited. A brilliant innovation. A splendid prank. Very well, Hermione sighed, suggesting that they should attend the Halloween feast instead. Otherwise, I might as well accompany you to the memorial dinner, she remarked. Ron added, after all, I have no pressing matters to attend to. Thus, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville embarked on their journey to the underground classroom. Before departing, Ron quietly mentioned to Zeander, if we haven't returned before the feast concludes, please save us some food. I fear the offerings there may not be particularly appetizing. Zeander, well aware of the culinary delights typically served at the memorial dinner, smiled in agreement. The atmosphere of the Halloween banquet was indeed vibrant, exemplified by Dumbledore's decision to invite a skeleton dance troupe, who delivered an unforgettable performance. The sound of clattering bones resonated, seeming more suited to the underground classroom. However, the students were unfazed. The sumptuous food and festive ambience were sufficient to elicit their cheers, and the skeleton's dance brought forth hearty laughter. Zeander spent considerable time dispersing the throng of students eager to join him, finally able to indulge in the lavish feast. He was puzzled as to who had informed them that one must join the group to learn authentic alchemical spells, for he had never prohibited the dissemination of such knowledge. Savoring a spoonful of mint ghost ice cream, Zeander squinted in satisfaction. The white chocolate mummy cookies, pumpkin mousse cake, and eyeball gummy candies rendered Halloween desserts far more delightful than usual. He did not forget to save some food for his friends. However, it seemed he could only manage to set aside a few sandwiches, which appeared rather meager. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Ron suddenly rushed into the hall, sprinting toward Zeander. This frantic demeanor reminded Zeander of the previous academic year. What is it? Zeander quickly steadied the breathless Ron, inquiring. Hermione is missing. Ron's face was ashen, almost on the verge of collapse. I can't see her anywhere. What a classic Halloween scenario this was. Zeander's expression shifted. What transpired? I don't know, Ron gasped. She just vanished. Neville and Harry have gone to search for her. Zeander, could you possibly look for her? Of course, Zeander had no means of locating her. He was not a true diviner. What shall we do? Should we seek out George and Fred for the Marauders map? Yet, Zeander could not explain how he knew they possessed such a map. Just then, the skeleton dance troupe concluded their final performance, and Dumbledore announced the end of the feast. The young wizards jostled to exit the hall. You rest for a moment. I shall find Dumbledore, Zeander reassured. Do not worry. Navigating against the flow of the crowd, he made his way to the head table, standing before Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, Zeander said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Hermione is missing. Before Dumbledore or the other professors seated nearby could respond, a piercing scream echoed from outside the hall. Students rushed back in a panic, trembling as they exclaimed, Professor, you must come see this. At that moment, Zeander pondered with confusion. Could this be a case of petrification? Dumbledore cast a glance at Zeander before striding out, followed closely by the other professors. Zeander trailed behind, his mind racing with thoughts. Could Hermione have been petrified? But why would his father want to petrify her? Didn't he genuinely harbor disdain for Muggleborns? The crowd instinctively parted to grant the professors passage to the third floor, allowing Zeander to weave through and witness the unfolding events. The petrified figure was not Hermione, but rather Mrs. Norris, the cat owned by Filch. Frozen stiff and suspended from a torch bracket like a lifeless body. Her bulbous eyes, eerily wide, stared blankly into the void. Below her, a half-dried crimson liquid twisted into 2 lines of ominous text. The chamber has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Meanwhile, Harry stood alone, isolated beside this ghastly scene, staring vacantly at his right hand, smeared with the blood-like substance. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 85, Suspicions. Mrs. Norris. Filch's scream shattered the silence. My cat. What has happened to Mrs. Norris? He rushed forward, nearly slipping on the puddle below. He tiptoed in a futile attempt to retrieve his cat, but Mrs. Norris was as rigid as stone, and Filch's hunched back rendered him unable to reach her. Why? Why target Mrs. Norris? He lamented, directing a gaze filled with hatred at the dazed Harry. Why did you kill her? Why not come after me? Why? Neville squeezed through the crowd, standing beside Zeander, astonished by the scene. Have you found Hermione? Zeander inquired. I took her to the hospital wing. She seemed a bit unwell, perhaps from encountering too many ghosts, Neville replied, his complexion pale. What is going on? Zeander observed Dumbledore rescuing Mrs. Norris and murmured, I wish to know as well. Filch, come with me, Dumbledore commanded. And you too, Mr. Potter. Throughout this ordeal, Harry appeared entranced, fixated on his hand, offering no explanations. Professor Dumbledore, Zeander stepped forward. May I accompany Harry? You may join us, Dumbledore replied, casting another glance at Zeander. My office is the closest, headmaster, just upstairs, Lockhart interjected. If you don't mind, you are welcome to. Thank you, Gilderoy. Dumbledore acknowledged before ascending the staircase with purposeful strides. Lockhart followed suit, along with Professors McGonagall and Snape. Zeander instructed Neville to inform Ron in the Great Hall about Hermione's whereabouts, then moved to support Harry. Harry, are you all right? Zeander whispered in his ear. Harry seemed to awaken from his stupor. He paused before finally responding, I don't know. Zeander and Harry followed the professors, as the students remained eerily frozen, silently observing them. Neville watched them with concern as they entered Lockhart's office. Zeander observed that within the multitude of photographs of Lockhart adorning the walls, several appeared to be hastily escaping their frames. The genuine Lockhart had ignited a candle and subsequently retreated to the side. Zeander assisted Harry into a chair that would not disturb the professor's examination and scrutinized his pallid visage. Indeed, Harry's frailty exuded an unsettling aura reminiscent of being controlled by a Horcrux, Zeander contemplated, as he settled down to watch the professors at work. In the flickering candlelight, Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris upon the table, meticulously inspecting her. He gently prodded her fur, scrutinizing closely, his nose almost brushing against the feline. Professor McGonagall leaned in closely, equally intent on her examination. Snape loomed ominously behind Dumbledore and McGonagall, his expression peculiar in its intensity. While the other professors diligently inspected, Lockhart began to concoct absurd strategies. "Ah, I recall a similar incident on the Peloponnesian Peninsula," Lockhart proclaimed, "though I have yet to document it. It is evident that a mere trifle of a method could enable the common folk to evade the clutches of death." Filch slumped dejectedly in a chair by the table, weeping sorrowfully, interrupting Lockhart's ramblings. Dumbledore muttered a series of strange incantations, tapping his wand against Mrs. Norris, yet she remained unresponsive, rigid as a specimen. Lockhart seemed poised to utter further words, but sensing the lack of audience, he fell silent. Zeander noted that Lockhart cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Ultimately, Dumbledore rendered a verdict. "She is not dead." Filch, choking back tears, finally mustered the courage to gaze upon Mrs. Norris. Then why he began, only to be interrupted by Dumbledore's assertion. "She has been petrified, though the cause remains unclear." Filch's gaze shifted to Harry, but Dumbledore, with unwavering conviction, stated, "A second-year student could not possibly wield such advanced dark magic." "But," Filch screamed, "his friend." Zeander tilted his head, realizing Filch was referring to him. "Well, it was true that his abilities did not align with those of a typical second-year," Zeander mused, and suspicion was not entirely unfounded. "It could not have been Xander's doing. Though my memory is hazy, it could only have been me." Suddenly, Harry interjected, "I had paint on my hands." "Huh, you're just admitting it outright," Zeander exclaimed, gazing at Harry's still pallid face in shock. Dumbledore turned to Harry, his expression grave. "Harry, are you certain? Relate everything you remember." "I don't recall the specifics," Harry replied, "but Hermione went missing during the memorial feast. Neville and I went to search for her. After we separated, my memory becomes unclear. Yet I remember writing on the wall with paint, compelled by a voice instructing me to do so." "You," Filch bellowed, "it was you. Did you know I'm a squib?" "I did know," Harry stated, "but stop." Dumbledore interjected, restraining Filch, who was poised to lunge at Harry, before continuing, "Harry, can you confirm the truth of your words?" "Yes," Harry replied, visibly anxious. "Am I going to be expelled?" Dumbledore regarded Harry silently with his cerulean gaze. Other professors, including Lockhart, gazed at him with an expression that Harry could not comprehend. Even Zeander looked at Harry with a sense of wonder. Harry, feeling nervous yet resolute, sat there as if he were prepared to face death itself. "If I may interject, Headmaster," Snape said coldly, at Mr. Potter's level. "He is likely unaware of what the Cruciatus Curse is." "And the Obliviate Charm," Lockhart added. "So, there are other individuals," Professor McGonagall said with indignation, "who have employed unforgivable curses on students." Harry listened in bewilderment to the unfamiliar terms. Dumbledore glanced at Lockhart and inquired of Harry, "Where is your wand?" Harry fished it out of his pocket and handed it to Dumbledore. Under the effect of the flashback spell, every incantation recently cast by Harry's wand materialized. "There are no spells here that could cause petrification," Dumbledore stated. "Harry, this is not your doing." Yet Harry protested. Filch screamed in fury, "What about my cat? We can heal her." Dumbledore replied patiently, "There are some mandrakes in Madame Sprout's greenhouse. Once they mature, I will have a potion that can restore Mrs. Norris." "I can brew the mandrake restoration potion," Lockhart interjected. "I could even assist." "I beg your pardon," Snape retorted sarcastically, "but I thought I was the potions master at Hogwarts." Lockhart appeared somewhat deflated, his golden locks losing their luster. "You may leave," Dumbledore instructed Zeander and Harry. Zeander quickly pulled the still-dazed Harry out of Lockhart's office. Chapter 86. After the first attack, Zeander hurriedly led Harry back to Gryffindor Tower. "What do they mean?" Harry hesitantly asked. "It's quite evident," Zeander responded. "They are suggesting that a dangerous individual is lurking in the school, manipulating you into those actions, and the professors were completely oblivious to it even before the incident occurred." "Could it be the conspiracy Dobby mentioned?" Harry asked in astonishment. "What has the Malfoy family done that even Dumbledore has failed to notice?" "I doubt they are capable of such a feat," Zeander said. "Draco was there, and he looked positively pale at the words on the wall." They turned a corner and arrived at the fat lady's portrait. Neville was anxiously pacing before the portrait, and upon seeing them return, he quickly asked, "Are you all right?" "Let us in," Zeander said to the fat lady, providing the password, and led the way into the common room. By this hour, it was quite late, and the common room was empty save for Ron, who sat in a chair, still looking pale. A few packed sandwiches lay on the table beside him. "How did it go?" Ron asked, immediately rising to greet them as they entered. "I'm fine." Harry began to explain briefly what had transpired, then added, "The professor seemed to believe I might have been controlled. It's the Cruciatus curse," Zeander said gravely. "Those afflicted by it experience a blank mind, acting entirely according to the will of the caster. They might even feel an inexplicable joy in following the commands of the voice in their head. It is ranked alongside the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse as one of the 3 unforgivable curses, lacking any counter-curse, leaving one to awaken solely by their own volition. The overwhelming majority of adult wizards find themselves powerless against this incantation." "Harry, how fortunate it is that you were able to awaken on your own," Neville gasped in terror. Trembling slightly, "I recalled some distressing memories at that time," Harry remarked. "Perhaps that is why I managed to escape the soul curse. However, as Zeander pointed out, theoretically, those afflicted by the soul curse can recall their actions. That is precisely why Professor Lockhart mentioned the memory charm. Harry, you must have been discovered just as you were on the verge of breaking free from the soul curse. And the one controlling you lacked the time to cast another soul curse, resorting instead to erasing your memories of them. Had they successfully cast another soul curse, compelling you to act further, Harry, you would have been left utterly speechless." Harry's expression reflected his unease, while Ron appeared deep in thought. If the dark wizard who cast the soul curse on Harry is still within this castle," Neville said fearfully, "what about Hermione? She is alone in the infirmary." "The professor should be patrolling," Ron said, furrowing his brow, "but I still feel a sense of unease, one that has lingered. What if Madame Pomfrey witnessed something she should not have and was silenced? Then what about Hermione?" Harry's concern deepened. "She will be fine," Zeander attempted to reassure them, albeit unconvincingly. Given that this individual only dared to use a reversible petrifying charm on a cat, how could they possibly harm a living person? In contrast, they ought to be more worried about their pets, like Hedwig and Leaf. Abiska has been quite well behaved in the dormitory lately. If she were to run amok, she might meet the same fate as Madame Pomfrey. Yet, no one found solace in his words. They sat in silence, gazing into the flickering flames of the Gryffindor fireplace, lacking the appetite to touch the sandwiches left from dinner. "We should retire for the night," Zeander suggested as the clock chimed midnight. Only then did they rise to return to their dormitory. Seamus had long succumbed to slumber. Zeander, however, lingered awake longer than his friends, documenting the day's events in his journal. Why would the other Horcruxes open the Chamber of Secrets to release the basilisk? Zeander inscribed his query. Surely, they should not care about bloodlines. It is natural for youthful thoughts to be somewhat extreme. The journal's wording was quite gentle, suggesting they might have merely acted inadvertently. He hoped they would refrain from such actions again, as the worry for friends was indeed a heavy burden. With a grim expression, Zeander pinned this sentiment before closing the journal. What a lie, he thought coldly. The journal had been deceiving him. He had at least encountered one of the Horcruxes within the locket and the diadem. Moreover, it was highly probable that this Horcrux was responsible for the recent petrification incident. It was certainly not an accident. It had been premeditated, perhaps even discussed with the journal beforehand. Yet, they continued to withhold the truth from him. Zeander did not fear Tom would harm him. However, the sensation of being kept in the dark was profoundly unsettling. What, then, lies concealed within the pages of the diary? What is the true cause behind the petrifying incidents that transpired in the Chamber of Secrets? Zeander resolved to investigate the matter independently. The following day, the quartet eagerly visited Hermione. She appeared significantly better than she had the previous night, as Neville remarked. Madame Pomfrey also indicated that she was ready for discharge. Hermione was initially startled by the revelations regarding the chamber and the petrified cat, and subsequently taken aback by their speculations concerning the soul-sucking curse and the lurking dark wizard. Referring to the chamber, she recalled that Hogwarts, a history mentioned only Slytherin's chamber. With trepidation, Hermione expressed, "While I am uncertain of the implications of the chamber's opening, it is difficult not to associate it with a dark wizard connected to Slytherin." "Enough, Hermione," Harry interjected. "Surely he cannot return every year." However, Neville countered, "But who possesses the capability to bypass Dumbledore?" The group fell into silence once more. The other students reacted vigorously to the petrifying incidents, discussing it incessantly for days on end. Filch lingered at the spot where Madame Norris had been suspended, seemingly intent on capturing the assailant or perhaps wishing to be petrified himself. Each time he endeavored to erase the blood-red writing but failed. He would glare at any passing student, striving to impose detentions. Harry consistently circumvented that area, not out of fear of being caught, but to avoid reigniting Filch's sorrow. Despite Zeander's numerous reassurances that it was not his fault, suddenly, the number of students wanting to join their ranks surged, as it seemed they believed that acquiring greater skills for self-protection would be advantageous. Zeander did not mind their perspective, yet their evident aversion to Harry was striking. Even though Harry was a veteran, and most had yet to grasp the significance of the chamber, There were already whispers questioning why Zeander had not expelled Harry from their group, especially following the incident at the Halloween feast. Zeander could only repeat, "Harry is my friend. I trust he would not engage in such actions," while receiving a mix of sympathy and admiration in response. Although Zeander did not intend it, he appeared to others as a paragon of virtue. Ron, Hermione, and Neville were also somewhat troubled by Harry's reputation. When Harry once again lamented how Justin had fled upon seeing him, Ron finally spoke up. "Harry, stop blaming yourself for everything. If everyone believes you are the culprit, who will be vigilant of the true threat? We must find a way to clear your name." Zeander remarked, "Even if that individual exists, we have faced them before. Have we not? Moreover, it may not necessarily be that person." Neville swallowed nervously, visibly anxious. "Indeed," Hermione nodded, her determination palpable. "I plan to inquire about the chamber during History of Magic class this afternoon." Chapter 87, Parseltongue. Hermione raising her hand to pose a question in History of Magic was indeed a remarkable feat, especially when she uttered the term the Chamber of Secrets. The entire classroom awakened from the monotonous recitation of Professor Binns's notes. Initially, Professor Binns had no intention of wasting time on what he deemed a meaningless legend, but under the intense gaze of intrigued students, he made an exception. He began narrating the tales of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, followed by the account of how Slytherin departed due to his refusal to admit wizards of Muggle descent. Reluctantly, he then delved into the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. An unreliable rumor suggested that Slytherin had concealed a chamber within the castle, unknown to the other founders, accessible only to him and his heir. He sealed the chamber until his heir entered Hogwarts to inherit his will, unleashing the terrifying creature within to purge the school of those he deemed unworthy of practicing magic. Professor Binns stated this sluggishly, yet insisted that no such chamber existed. The school had consulted numerous knowledgeable witches and wizards and conducted many investigations, all yielding no evidence. The legend was utterly nonsensical, laughably absurd. "I'm sorry, Professor." Hermione raised her hand to inquire. "What exactly is the terrifying creature in the chamber?" "It is commonly believed to be a monster that only Slytherin's heir can control," Professor Binns replied dryly. "However, I must inform you that there is no chamber, nor any monster. But if only Slytherin's heir can access the chamber, then perhaps others wouldn't even be aware of its existence," said Seamus. "There might also be some dark magic involved," Parvati added. "Preposterous. A wizard who refrains from using dark magic does not imply he never would," Professor Binns retorted sharply. "There is no evidence to support the existence of a chamber, only decades-old rumors. Only a fool would fall for such folly. This is a history of magic class. Do you intend to study history through rumors and legends? You must discern what constitutes credible facts." Nevertheless, the dry recounting of history failed to capture anyone's interest. As Professor Binns was unwilling to answer any further questions, the students soon succumbed to drowsiness once more. "The chamber has been opened," Harry discussed with his friends after class. "Does that mean the Dark Wizard is Slytherin's heir?" Regardless, my unease intensified. Ron's face remained pale. His divination that day had likely drained his energy, and I sensed something amiss all around. "Me too," Neville nodded. "I've been sketching numerous shield charms lately. I'm on the verge of mastering the slowness potion, which might prove useful. So, what is the monster in the chamber?" Hermione furrowed her brow. "Given that a dark wizard dared to use the killing curse on campus, the chamber likely exists. In light of Dumbledore's inability to free Mrs. Norris from her petrification, it seems plausible that a creature capable of causing petrification could exist." Zach hesitated but decided to warn his friends. "Petrification reminds me of Medusa, the Gorgon?" Harry immediately reacted. "That makes sense." Hermione remarked that although there are significant differences between Muggle myths and magical creatures, it is quite plausible that the beast capable of petrification is indeed related to Medusa, especially since the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, can fall asleep to music. "I apologize, but what is Medusa?" Ron inquired, his expression mirroring Neville's confusion. "There are numerous legends," Hermione explained, "but the most prevalent one describes her as a Gorgon whose gaze turns one to stone. Thus, it is highly likely that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is connected to snakes." "Snakes?" Ron's face lit up with understanding. "I think I comprehend why it is said that only the heir of Slytherin can control such a creature." "Precisely," Hermione affirmed. "The ability to converse with snakes is a renowned trait of Salazar Slytherin, and it is said that his descendants share this gift." Harry's expression turned curious and nuanced, and after a swift lowering of his voice, he exclaimed, "But I can indeed speak to snakes." Hermione immediately fell silent, gazing at Harry in disbelief, while Ron and Neville exhibited shock as well. "I can too," came a voice from Zeander, who innocently added, "But I'm Muggle-born." The astonished glances shifted towards Zeander. "Did I mishear that?" Ron questioned. "It is rather noisy here. It wouldn't be unusual to misinterpret a few words, would it?" Indeed, since they exited the classroom, a throng of bustling students had surged past them, pinning them into a corner near the staircase. Colin had attempted to greet them amidst the crowd, but was swept away. Gilderoy Lockhart quickly passed by, conversing with Professor Sprout, I have witnessed something extraordinary. Placing gas lamps in the greenhouse accelerates plant growth. Professor Sprout evidently held little regard for Lockhart, hastening to distance herself from him. Ginny Weasley also traversed past them, greeting each in turn. First Harry, then Hermione, followed by Xander and Neville. And by the time she reached Ron, she was far enough away to forego the greeting altogether. Ron had been glowering at Ginny as she departed. Your ability to distinctly hear Ginny's greetings indicates you did not mishear, Xander whispered, ensuring the other four could hear. Indeed, we have two unique individuals here, two Parselmouths. Perhaps we should consider entering the Chamber of Secrets, Ron suggested despondently. You two, heirs of Slytherin, control the monster, and we shall be safe. Hermione pondered in silence for a moment before asking, can one learn Parseltongue? Chapter 88, Investigating Myrtle's Lavatory. However, even if one wished to learn Parseltongue, it is not something that can be mastered in an instant. Hermione merely broached the subject before redirecting her focus to a more pressing matter. We must find an opportunity to investigate the scene of the incident. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Wherever one treads, traces are left behind. If it was indeed the snake-related beast that attacked Moaning Myrtle, we are certain to uncover some clues. After the crowd had thinned, a group ascended the staircase and arrived at the corridor marked by the petrifying incident. The two lines of blood-red letters still adorned the wall, beside which an empty chair was placed. Filch was absent at the moment, likely off to have his meal. This presented an opportune moment for investigation. They exchanged glances, set their bags aside, and began to scrutinize the area meticulously. Ron vigorously scratched at the letters on the wall, finding them seemingly impervious to removal. I know this sounds peculiar, Harry remarked, but the paint I had on my hands was relatively easy to wash off. Perhaps there is another spell in effect after it was inscribed, Neville suggested. It must be a charm akin to a permanent sticking spell, added Zeander, who stepped forward to examine it. I might attempt to erase it, but why haven't the professors removed it? Hermione inquired. I suspect they want to draw the snake out of its hole, or something similar. Allowing a dangerous individual to roam freely within the school is indeed quite troubling. Ron said. Percy mentioned that it seems the professors plan to cancel the prefect's night patrols and instead have the professors alternate in their watch, he continued. I hope the professors apprehend that murderer soon, Neville expressed anxiously. Shouldn't we report the matter of Parseltongue to the professors? Harry sighed with relief at having cleared his name. Now, with the emergence of the Parseltongue issue, Zeander and Harry would find it difficult to clarify that they were not the heirs of Slytherin and had no role in the petrifying incident. Come look at this, Hermione exclaimed, pointing towards the window beside the blood letters. At the top of the glass, approximately 20 spiders were frantically scuttling out through a small crevice. The silvery threads of their webs hung down like lifelines. I have never seen such spiders, Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Are they running away? Zeander understood what was happening. Spiders are on the basilisk's menu, so they are hastily fleeing. This appears truly unusual. It could be a clue, Hermione said. Ron, use your special sight to see if anything seems amiss. I had forgotten you were afraid of live spiders. Ron stood back, pale-faced. Thank goodness you didn't forget, Hermione. I thought you were doing it on purpose. I know. I just didn't expect your reaction to be so intense, Hermione chuckled. You handled the spiders and potions class quite well. But you wouldn't want to know what it feels like when a teddy bear suddenly transforms into a spider. Ron shivered. Let us not look at those creatures any longer. Let us focus on something else, like what's on the ground. Speaking of which, there seems to be a puddle here, Zeander noted. Filch nearly slipped on it. There is indeed a puddle, likely from that door over there, Neville observed. There is also a malfunctioning sign on that door, Ron remarked. That makes it even more suspicious. Perhaps it was a malfunction caused by the Chamber of Secrets. I don't quite recall what happened that day, Harry hesitated, but shouldn't that be the girls' lavatory? There shouldn't be anyone inside. It's the domain of the Weeping Myrtle. We can go in and take a look, Hermione said decisively as she pushed the door open. This lavatory had likely been abandoned for quite some time. The shattered mirror, the peeling stone basin, the damp floor, and the scratched, even broken wooden doors of the stalls left Zeander astounded that candles still flickered in this washroom. Hermione approached the innermost stall and inquired, Moaning Myrtle, are you all right? I'm fine, came the sorrowful reply. However, the Weeping Myrtle floated in the toilet tank, gazing at the few individuals trailing behind Hermione, perplexed by their presence in the girls' restroom. Zeander discreetly positioned himself in a corner where Myrtle could not discern him, even though he suspected Myrtle might not recognize him. After all, Hagrid had failed to do so. He had previously compared his visage to that of his diary and found a striking resemblance. Yet, without prior knowledge of their connection, one could not deduce it. It was indeed curious that Dumbledore could recognize him. We merely wish to ask you something, Hermione stated plainly. Have you seen anything peculiar recently? I knew it. You don't genuinely care about me, Myrtle lamented, her voice laced with tears. No one cares about me, I know that. We don't intend to make you upset, Harry interjected hastily. It's just that on Halloween, a cat was attacked at your doorstep. We merely want to know if you noticed anyone suspicious that day. They could very well be the culprit, Zeander added, with Neville looking on with concern. Myrtle sobbed, her emotions surging as she exclaimed, "How would I know? You saw it too. Peeves tormented me. I came here to end it all, but I already died. So you didn't see anything, did you?" Ron remarked. Myrtle's anguish escalated, and she ascended, plunging headfirst into the toilet, vanishing in an instant. The splash nearly drenched them, and Zeander was relieved to be standing at a safe distance. However, the notion that a ghost could create such a splash was far more intriguing than investigating the Chamber of Secrets. Was it possible that ghosts were, in fact, a form of gas? Now, only the muffled sounds of her weeping echoed from the vicinity of the toilet seat. "Myrtle is always like this. You can get used to it," Hermione said languidly. "Come, let us depart." As the group exited, a voice suddenly called out from the staircase. "You, Percy," at the top of the stairs, regarded them with utmost astonishment. "That's the girls' restroom." "At least I'm a girl," Hermione whispered. "You might want to consider your excuses. Should we claim we accompanied you to the loo?" Ron quipped, then raised his voice toward Percy. "We're just investigating here, Percy. As you know, get out of here at once." "What does this look like?" Percy assumed an authoritative stance, reprimanding them. "Everyone else is dining, and you're here investigating." Ron halted, glaring at Percy, but Zeander pulled him away. "Let us go," Harry urged. "You mentioned before that a group of second years milling about the crime scene is indeed somewhat perilous," Hermione remarked. "He might just be concerned for you." Percy, preferring his official demeanor, muttered something under his breath, still irate for being left alone, but he eventually followed his friends. Chapter 89, The Clue Provided by Draco. During dinner, several individuals continued to deliberate on the matters of the Chamber of Secrets and the heir. "I have an idea," Ron remarked. "Given that it is Slytherin's chamber, why don't we simply inquire with those from Slytherin?" Although Draco appeared to have changed for the better, his disdainful demeanor as a first-year student likely resonated well with Salazar Slytherin. The other Slytherins remained unchanged. "What a splendid idea," Hermione enthusiastically proposed. "Perhaps we could directly consult the head of Slytherin House. Professor Snape might possess greater knowledge. After all, he is the head." Harry, who had been sipping pumpkin juice, suddenly coughed violently, drawing the attention of those around him. Neville regarded Hermione with admiration. "You must be mad," Ron whispered. "I thought I was the one with the wild ideas." "Of course, I wouldn't be the one to ask," Hermione replied, casting an expectant gaze at Xander. "You are the only one capable of obtaining a reading list from Professor Snape, while the Slytherins have failed to do so. Would you consider it?" "Nay." Xander immediately rejected the bold notion, startled by the suggestion. "While I may acquire the reading list, I feel my rapport with Snape does not extend to such inquiries." Judging by Professor Bin's reaction, the head of Slytherin would likely disapprove of rumors concerning the founder. Then why not approach the headmaster? Harry, recovering from his coughing fit, proposed another suggestion. "Xander, you visit him weekly and even possess the universal password for the headmaster's office. Considering the Chamber of Slytherin, I would find it difficult to conceal my ability to speak Parseltongue in his presence," Xander expressed with a resigned expression. "Moreover, the professors may not be as informed as we are. After all, if only the heir of Slytherin can open the chamber through Parseltongue, then the professors might not be fully aware of these nuances." "You make a valid point," Harry sighed. "So what shall we do?" "We need to ascertain what creature resides within the chamber," Hermione stated. "I must visit the library to investigate. Perhaps there are clues in the restricted section." After finishing their meal, as they exited the Great Hall, Draco Malfoy intercepted Xander. "Xander, may I speak with you privately?" Draco said, somewhat nervously. "It concerns the chamber." "Of course," Xander replied, raising an eyebrow. "Let's find an empty classroom to converse." As they walked away, Harry quietly remarked to Ron, "Your prophecy is remarkably accurate." Xander and Draco entered an empty classroom, with Draco cautiously closing the door behind them. Xander casually pulled up a chair and waved his hand to cast a silencing charm. "What is it?" Xander inquired. Draco stood awkwardly, stating, "You know, my father has that diary. Well, it has now come into your possession." Xander supported his head with his hand, acknowledging with a hum. "I informed my father about the news of the chamber being opened. He told me that 50 years ago, the chamber had indeed been opened, resulting in the death of a Muggle-born student." Draco remarked that although the individual who last opened the Chamber of Secrets had been expelled, his father did not believe that this person was the true culprit, despite the fact that his father had not yet been born at that time. Zeander merely grunted in response, lacking interest in information he already possessed. "While my father has kept me in the dark regarding many details, it is evident that he anticipated the reopening of the chamber, and it seemed he suspected a connection to the diary." Draco lowered his gaze, unable to meet Zeander's eyes. "Huh," Zeander smirked, "as a Muggle-born, how could I possibly have opened the chamber?" Draco's complexion instantly paled, and he stumbled over his words in a futile attempt to explain. I wasn't. I was just." "All right, I was merely jesting," Zeander chuckled. "You wouldn't dare entertain such a thought, would you? Speak clearly. I simply wish to know if you require my assistance." Draco cautiously inquired. "It wasn't I who opened the chamber, Draco," Zeander replied with a smile. "Perhaps you should write to your father, informing him that a dark wizard bold enough to use the Cruciatus curse on Harry Potter is lurking within Hogwarts. That might give him cause for concern." Draco gazed at Zeander in astonishment, clearly beginning to feel anxious. Zeander burst into laughter, clapping Draco on the shoulder before pushing the door open and leaving him standing alone, bewildered and pondering Zeander's intentions. "Are you saying the chamber had been opened before?" Harry asked. By this time, Zeander had returned to the Gryffindor common room. He omitted the more sensitive aspects of what Draco had mentioned before sharing it with his friends. "Draco's implication is quite clear," Zeander responded. "It appears some professors are indeed not well acquainted with the chamber. If a Muggle-born individual truly perished, could Hermione be in danger?" Ron expressed his concern. "She isn't a Parselmouth. She's from a Muggle family. Given that the person who opened the chamber 50 years ago has been expelled, he must have been sent to Azkaban," Hermione speculated, though her brow remained furrowed. "But what does this mean now? Either they apprehended the wrong person back then," Harry said gravely, "or that individual never made it to Azkaban." Neville added anxiously, "He could very well be here at Hogwarts." "If they caught someone," Harry posed, "surely there must be professors who know who it was." "I might truly need to inquire with Professor Dumbledore," Zeander mused, blinking. Although he had not yet become headmaster 50 years ago, he would likely have been a professor by then. This could serve as a pretext, not only to gauge Dumbledore's reactions, but also to investigate the Horcruxes. Since the Horcruxes were silent on the matter, he would seek the answers himself. With this thought, a smile deepened on Zeander's face. Chapter 90, Quidditch. "Good evening, Zeander," Dumbledore beamed at the returning visitor. "Have you made any intriguing alchemical discoveries?" "Oh, indeed I have." Zeander presented the progress report for the week. The Walker group successfully resolved the issue with the reduced alchemical spell last month and made some advancements this week regarding the enlargement spell. However, they have yet to ascertain the proper arrangement of the incantations to achieve stable enlargement and are now contemplating the integration of magical circles. Meanwhile, White and their team are investigating how the material and shape of the spell paper affect the spell's efficacy. They have already folded a bottle of star-shaped shield spell paper. Additionally, Smith's group is exploring the fusion of the shield spell and the slowing spell. Dumbledore listened attentively, and when Zeander paused due to thirst, he offered a glass of chilled sweet milk. On the table, a plate of buttery cookies sat, the aroma of milk mingling with that of honey butter in the air. Zeander sipped the milk delicately, gazing into its surface as he gathered his thoughts, occasionally glancing at Dumbledore. The professor continued to smile warmly at him. After a moment of hesitation, Zeander finally mustered the courage to ask, "What are the findings regarding the Chamber of Secrets?" "For the time being, we have not apprehended any suspects connected to the opening of the chamber," Dumbledore replied gently yet firmly. "However, we will do our utmost to protect all students." "Have you not found anyone?" Zeander inquired. "I heard that the chamber was opened 50 years ago. Who was the one that opened it 50 years ago?" Zeander pressed. "I heard he was expelled. Did he end up in Azkaban? Is he still there?" "Oh." A hint of surprise flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes. "How do you know about this?" "Draco told me," Zeander admitted, betraying a sense of urgency, before hesitating once more. "If that person is still in Azkaban, it seems they might have apprehended the wrong individual back then. Professor, do you have any idea who might be a suspect? It appears you have conducted quite an investigation, but I advise against pursuing this matter yourself," Dumbledore sighed. "It is far too perilous for you. However, we cannot simply wait until the monster within the chamber eliminates us." Zeander insisted. "After all, that dark wizard is exceedingly dangerous. It is the killing curse. Finding him sooner would mitigate the danger. Can't you tell me who opened the chamber back then? If we were to send you to investigate, it would reflect poorly on us as professors," Dumbledore replied. "I must keep the events of 50 years ago confidential. But you can trust us, Zeander." Zeander did not share the same sentiment, and his expression revealed this doubt. To mask his feelings, he averted his gaze, examining other items in the headmaster's office, such as the smoking silverware, the sorting hat, and the seemingly ancient phoenix, Fox. "Do not worry, Zeander," Dumbledore reassured him. "I will do everything in my power to protect each student." Zeander murmured his acknowledgement, setting down the glass and departing from the headmaster's office. A failed attempt at probing. Although Zeander was aware that Hagrid had been blamed for the last incident involving the chamber, he still found Dumbledore's secrecy rather frustrating. It seemed that the mystique of secrecy was only captivating when one was the keeper of it. He said nothing further. Zeander expressed to his companions a lingering suspicion that the events of yesteryears may harbor undisclosed truths. Dumbledore seemed to be shielding the student who had faced expulsion back then. Ron, with a hint of skepticism, pondered whether they might have indeed apprehended the wrong person 50 years ago. "However, we cannot afford to remain idle." Hermione appeared increasingly anxious, contemplating the dire consequences if the next attack resulted in petrification or even death. What then would be their course of action? "I believe it is best that we take action together," stated Zeander, considering that the dark wizard has invoked the title of heir. Yet his intentions surely do not revolve around a mere cat. It is conceivable that Madame Loris witnessed something she ought not to have, and thus became a pretext for instilling fear within us. Given his furtive nature, it is unlikely he would strike at a group of individuals. Indeed, Harry made an effort to maintain his composure, reflecting that both he and Zeander spoke Parseltongue, and as long as they had the opportunity to converse with the creature, they might evade harm. This, of course, was predicated on the assumption that the monster within the Chamber of Secrets was, in fact, a serpent. Neville remained apprehensive, posing the question, what if it were not? After all, the legends of Muggles may not always be reliable, correct? I must seek information in the restricted section, Hermione concluded, expressing her suspicion that documentation regarding such a monster was likely not accessible in public areas. But to enter the restricted section, one requires a professor's signature, Ron interjected. Who would be willing to sign for that? Lockhart, perhaps? Oh, what a genius you are, Ron, Zeander feigned astonishment. I happen to possess a signed permit for the restricted section from Lockhart. Are you jesting? You truly have it. Ron exclaimed in shock as he observed Zeander extracting a note from a book. When did you acquire this? Hermione eagerly accepted the note. He gave it to me himself. Zeander chuckled. I believe he never minded bestowing his signature upon others. Quite reasonable, Harry remarked with a wry smile. Lockhart consistently drags me onto the stage to perform those theatrics, and he always seeks to instruct me on leveraging his fame. In truth, Harry could indeed learn a thing or two from that, Zeander mused, although Lockhart's works are merely appropriations of others' tales. And he shamelessly employs the obliviate charm to erase the original author's memories. The allure of that fame does appear rather intriguing. Harry's renown differs from Lockhart's, yet if it could be harnessed, it would certainly prove advantageous for augmenting their strength. Suddenly, Zeander had an inkling that he had overlooked something significant, but he could not quite recall what it was. Ah, Harry, you have a Quidditch match tomorrow, Ron interjected, the opponent being Slytherin. How prepared are you? Ron subtly lowered his voice, and Harry instantly grasped that he was inquiring whether the alchemy charm's enhancements could surpass the new Nimbus 2001. I believe we stand a chance of victory, Harry replied with a smile, and you'll see then. Dobby isn't going to emerge and cause a ruckus again, is he? Zeander suddenly thought upon hearing the term Quidditch. Tomorrow's match would mark the first official application of the alchemy charm outside the realm of pranks. Zeander would never allow the blame for any mishaps involving the bludgers or brooms to fall upon the alchemy charm. On Saturday morning, Harry rose early. Despite having boasted the previous day, he found it difficult to suppress his nerves as the moment approached. When Harry descended early for breakfast, every member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team had already taken their seats at the table. Captain Wood appeared particularly anxious. The weather was muggy, with dark clouds looming, suggesting imminent rain. Perhaps we should enchant our secret weapon to be waterproof? Wood mused repeatedly. I should have accelerated my research to create materials that could withstand the elements. You might as well consider testing a waterproof rune, Fred suggested. No one has yet managed to cast 2 spells on a single piece of parchment. However, overlapping 2 charms is feasible. Don't be so blunt. Wood lowered his voice. This is our secret weapon. They'll discover it after the match. George chimed in. We might just fly faster than the Nimbus 2001. That essay discussion for after we defeat Slytherin, Wood replied, just as he spotted Harry. It's up to you now, Harry. Show them the prowess of a seeker who doesn't need to donate 7 brooms to join the team. Harry nodded solemnly. As the clock approached 11, the entire school began making its way to the Quidditch pitch. The Gryffindor team also headed to the locker room. The distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously through the gathering storm clouds. Ron remarked that one didn't need a crystal ball to predict the heavy downpour. Xander and the others found Harry just before he entered the locker room, offering him their best wishes. Xander even cast a waterproof charm on Harry's glasses, which was truly the item that warranted such protection. Good luck, but don't feel too pressured, Xander encouraged with a smile. Earlier, Xander had managed to locate Draco and persuaded him to summon Dobby, surprisingly succeeding in the endeavor. Draco looked at Dobby with a mix of astonishment and fury. This meant Dobby had indeed escaped on his own, remaining within Hogwarts, a betrayal of the Malfoy family and a source of danger. The school was investigating potential openings to the Chamber of Secrets. If a house elf from the Malfoys like Dobby were discovered, it would spell significant trouble for the Malfoys. If you cannot control him, Xander smiled, it would be best to send him away. Thank you for the information, Draco replied. We will be vigilant. Thus, the match was devoid of human threats. Xander could now comfortably enjoy the sight of Wood and Flint, 2 rival captains, shaking hands. With Madame Hooch's whistle, 14 players launched into the sky. Harry soared high, circling like an eagle, squinting to spot the golden snitch. Draco followed closely beneath him, attempting to obstruct Harry's search for the elusive snitch. After all, the memory of capturing the snitch in just 5 minutes was still fresh in everyone's minds. At the match's outset, Slytherin players were confident in the speed of their brooms, but it didn't take long for them to realize something was amiss. How could a shooting star possibly keep pace with a Nimbus 2001, while Harry's Nimbus 2000, being just a generation behind, might have managed to outpace them through skill, how could those inferior brooms achieve such feats? In the midst of the steadily intensifying rain, Pusey of Slytherin narrowly evaded George's soaring bludger, only to be struck shortly thereafter by Fred's retaliatory shot. In a moment of despair, he shouted, "They must be cheating." As Fred raced past him, he turned back with a hearty laugh. "Don't be ridiculous. We aren't cheating at all. We haven't even drawn our wands." Angelina had just sent a quaffle soaring through Slytherin's goal hoops, catching the opposing keeper utterly unawares. "Well done," Wood exclaimed, as he sent the Slytherin chaser's ball flying away. After conceding 5 consecutive goals, Slytherin furiously called for a timeout. The players descended as Madame Hooch's whistle sounded. Flint seized Wood by the collar as soon as he landed. "What trickery are you up to?" Flint bellowed. Wood rarely displayed such a proud and triumphant expression, a sight not seen in ages amidst Slytherin's Quidditch ranks. "Do not disturb the opposing team during a timeout," Madame Hooch warned, "or I shall banish you from the match, Flint." Reluctantly, Flint released his grip on Wood's collar. Draco seemed to realize something. Abruptly looking up to the stands where Zeander was conjuring a shimmering rain shield for his companions, flashing a smile in Draco's direction. Even though Zeander knew that, obscured by the rain and distance, Draco could hardly see him. After all, Draco lacked a pair of binoculars for viewing the match. As the game resumed, Harry continued to soar high above. This time, however, Draco chose not to follow him, but instead sought out the elusive golden snitch. Previously, Slytherin's strategy revolved around scoring through chasers, but now, as seeker, Draco needed to capture the snitch quickly to prevent the score from widening. This had typically been Gryffindor's tactic. Yet it now appeared to have been inverted. Draco was fortunate to spot the golden snitch glimmering 100 meters away. He surged forward, but Harry was swifter. Like a meteor, Harry plummeted, descending faster than the raindrops. Like a falcon, he dove toward his prey with unmatched precision, hurtling directly downwards in front of Draco. Draco had to come to a sudden halt to avoid being knocked off his broom by Harry. Helplessly, he watched as Harry elegantly executed a flawless ascent after his dive. Harry triumphantly grasped the golden snitch, his robe remaining untouched by the puddles below. The match concluded with a score of 200-0, marking a decisive victory for Gryffindor. Cheers and applause greeted each Gryffindor player as they returned to the ground, while every Slytherin member hung their heads in dejection. Flint scrutinized Gryffindor's brooms for an extended period, yet uncovered no anomalies. "This is impossible," Flint muttered, inspecting every inch, nearly dismantling the broom in his frustration. There had to be something amiss. "Hey, if you break it, you'll owe us a new one," George teased him. "I know what it is," Draco suddenly declared. "It's an alchemical charm." The others quickly turned their attention to him. "What? Are you going to report us?" Fred inquired. "The rules of Quidditch don't state that alchemical charms are prohibited." "No." Draco cast a glance at the position where Zeander stood, then calmly declared, "I shall not report you. What is not prohibited by the rules is permissible. I concede defeat." "You have truly changed a great deal," Harry remarked in astonishment, never expecting such a response from Draco. "However, Potter, next time, I shall seize the golden snitch before you do." Draco tightened his grip on the broom, glaring at Harry. "Next time, we shall also remember to employ the alchemical charm." "Bring it on, Malfoy," Harry chuckled. Chapter 91. The true doubts surrounding Lockhart throughout the Quidditch match. Colin Creevey was incessantly snapping photographs. The sound of his camera clicking never ceased. Doesn't he ever run out of film? Zeander wondered. By the end of the match, Colin dashed down from the stands, braving the rain, solely to capture a picture of Harry with the golden snitch aloft. He might as well have brought an umbrella. Neville commented as he watched Colin's retreating figure. "While it is delightful that Harry emerged victorious, Colin's enthusiasm for photography is quite excessive," Ron remarked, shivering at the thought of Lockhart's photographer. "It's merely a matter of taking pictures of a Quidditch match, Ron," Ginny replied to her brother. Colin even mentioned that Muggles have video cameras that can record the entire match. How fascinating would that be? "Hermione, is that true?" "Muggles do possess cameras, but they cannot be used within Hogwarts," Hermione sighed. "It is mentioned in Hogwarts, a history that Muggle technology fails at Hogwarts due to its powerful magical field. Otherwise, we could even install surveillance cameras in the castle corridors, allowing us to identify the true culprit who opened the Chamber of Secrets." "How marvelous. Hermione, you must tell me more about these things during the holidays," Ginny expressed with a longing gaze. "Surely you do not wish to pursue your father's profession, Ginny?" Ron teased. "I thought George and Fred would be more interested in that." "Ah, I see, you wish to record Harry." Ginny rolled her eyes at Ron and continued her conversation with Hermione. Ron cast a helpless expression at Zeander and Neville, who could not suppress their laughter. Ginny joined in the second activity, occasionally pairing with Colin and other times seeking Hermione's company by Harry's side. Perhaps due to Hermione's visit to the Weasley household during the holidays, the bond between the two girls was quite amiable. Zeander was initially surprised, but soon became accustomed to Ginny's preference for Hermione over Ron. Once the players returned to the locker room, Zeander and his friends waited outside for Harry to return to the castle. Ginny clearly wished to accompany them, but felt too shy to do so. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was celebrating their victory within the locker room. We must celebrate properly. How about throwing a party? Fred suggested, still clad in his damp Quidditch uniform. We have achieved a resounding victory. Just look at Flint's expression. George laughed heartily. That is a memory I will cherish forever. Celebration is still premature. There are more matches ahead, came the retort. Though Wood expressed his thoughts, his face radiated unmistakable excitement. Despite Harry being drenched to the bone. Even after changing into dry clothes, he emerged from the changing room with a beaming smile. Look, we won, Harry exclaimed joyfully. Thanks to your charm, Zeander. Harry. I must clarify 2 inaccuracies, Zeander replied, drying Harry's clothes with a wave of his wand, a smile playing on his lips. Firstly, the charm is not my invention. Each alchemical charm is crafted by you. I merely provided the concept. Secondly, I believe that even with an accelerated broom, it would still require your diligent practice to achieve such remarkable results. Harry, your flying was exceptional, especially during the final sprint. You truly deserve this victory. Harry, slightly bashful, accepted Zeander's praise. As they conversed, they unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure on their way back to the castle. Gilderoy Lockhart was hurrying through the rain with an umbrella, but not in the direction of the castle. Why does this feel familiar? Zeander pondered. Where could he be heading? Harry suddenly sensed something amiss. Likely recalling events from the previous school year. It was one thing for Lockhart to brave the rain to watch Quidditch, but where was he off to now? I thought he would be worried about his meticulously groomed appearance getting ruined by the rain, Ron frowned. That seems to be in the direction of Hagrid's hut, Hermione remarked, her tone tinged with skepticism. What could he possibly want there? Why don't we follow him and find out? Zeander suggested. Too close. There's no place to hide, Neville interjected. We'll be discovered. Thus, the group opted to return to the castle, seeking an empty classroom to analyze the situation. What could he want with Hagrid? Harry wondered aloud. Someone like Lockhart should be making a grand spectacle of whatever he does. I've seen him frequently in the restricted section lately, Hermione stated seriously. He seems to be searching for something. You sound like Ron, Neville noted, suspecting him of being that dark wizard. Is that so implausible? Hermione countered. Though some knowledge in his books may be questionable, most of it is accurate. I've found corroboration in other texts. If he truly possesses the abilities he claims, yet behaves like a fool at school, isn't that suspicious? Neville also appeared contemplative. However, Ron quickly refuted, if you believe his books, then he wouldn't be the Slytherin heir wanting to eradicate students of Muggle descent. His aspirations even consider those who can't perform magic. Zeander too doubted any connection between Lockhart and the Horcruxes, not due to Ron's reasoning or the stereotypes from the original text, but because if Lockhart were truly possessed by a Horcrux capable of opening the Chamber of Secrets, he would certainly be teaching defense against the dark arts proficiently. Lockhart's abysmal teaching was undoubtedly his own doing. This had been evident since the previous school year, Zeander mused internally, recalling how his father was the type who wouldn't even feign competence while aspiring to teach well. Then where do the stories in his books originate from? Hermione pointed this out, and I shall reiterate, the majority of the content therein is indeed accurate. Could it be that this is not his tale? Ron said glumly. Does he truly appear to be someone who would willingly associate with ghouls? Indeed, Gilderoy Lockhart has certainly appropriated the experiences of others to inscribe in his own tomes, not forgetting to grant the original owners a complete amnesia, and so forth. Suddenly, Zeander realized what he had overlooked. Lockhart, with his penchant for fame and his simultaneous inclination towards dubious methods, clearly could not be the kind of person who would genuinely undertake such ventures. His narratives must still be the experiences of others. Yet here, Lockhart, by his own assertion, should possess the capability to manifest the stories within his writings. Why then would he tarnish his reputation so thoroughly while at school? What benefit could this possibly confer upon him? For the first time, Zeander pondered this question. Chapter 92, The Second Attack. Perhaps I should inquire of Lockhart tonight, Zeander suggested. That would be far too perilous. Hermione exclaimed immediately, her countenance pale. What danger could Lockhart possibly pose? Ron retorted, he cannot be the dark wizard. Moreover, even if he were, he would not act so overtly. We have analyzed this previously. Yet it is indeed quite dangerous, Neville interjected, recalling Harry's previous ordeal, which caused Harry's face to pale slightly. However, if we do not question Lockhart, then unless a second attack occurs, our suspicions will remain unresolved. Zeander insisted, are we to passively await the occurrence of a second assault? Perhaps one among us will be the next victim. If it must be done, I shall accompany you, Harry declared. I will join as well, Ron added. I am at least a pure blood, so that Slytherin heir would not dare to attack me. Thus, that evening, Zeander once again rapped upon Lockhart's office door. Mr. Fiennes. What is it? Lockhart opened the door reluctantly. His golden locks were still damp, suggesting he had just bathed and had not returned long ago. Zeander noted the curling tongs still resting upon the desk within the office. I saw you visited Hagrid's hut, Zeander asked bluntly. What was your purpose there? Suddenly, a faint rustling of fabric and inhalation broke the silence of the corridor. Zeander quickly gestured behind him to silence them. Indeed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had stealthily followed beneath the invisibility cloak. Hermione strongly disapproved of such behavior, yet she could not deter them, and thus she merely trailed along to observe. Neville, still somewhat apprehensive, chose to wait in the common room for their return, ever prepared to report to a professor should they linger too long. Zeander then urged them to don the invisibility cloak, claiming it would prevent detection by the lurking dark wizard. Although Zeander suspected that the dark wizard was among them, he merely hoped that should they inadvertently encounter the basilisk, the cloak might afford them some measure of protection. This time, it was Xander's forthright inquiry that startled Harry and the others. Yet previously, Zeander had treated Lockhart in a nearly identical manner. It is precisely because of Lockhart's suspicious demeanor that Zeander should not alter his attitude to reveal that he has discerned Lockhart's dubious nature. Regarding the matter of the Chamber of Secrets, Lockhart remained composed, displaying no signs of guilt, and declared with righteous indignation that Hagrid had been expelled due to his involvement with the chamber. I have heard about this incident, he stated. Thus, I ventured alone to seek him out, hoping to uncover clues regarding the recent opening of the chamber. Zeander gazed incredulously into Lockhart's azure eyes, unable to fathom such a rationale. A gasp escaped him, soon suppressed. Hagrid was the one who opened the chamber 50 years ago? Zeander asked, his face a portrait of shock. According to records at the Ministry of Magic, that is indeed the case. I possess a Merlin medal, which grants me certain connections to obtain this information. It is not particularly secretive, Lockhart replied. Hagrid was meant to be sent to Azkaban, yet Dumbledore intervened on his behalf, firmly believing Hagrid could not possibly be the one to have opened the chamber. Nonetheless, Hagrid's wand was still broken. What have you uncovered? Zeander inquired. What about this latest incident with the chamber? Nothing at all. Lockhart beamed a dazzling smile, revealing all 8 of his teeth, seemingly validating Dumbledore's suspicions. Hagrid truly did not appear to be the type capable of opening the chamber. As Zeander contemplated further questions he wished to pose, he felt a tug at his robe. Therefore, he discreetly bid farewell to Lockhart, who smiled as he closed the door. After traversing the corridor and turning a corner, Hermione emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak. Lockhart must be hiding something, Hermione exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. The color of her eyes had lightened slightly, as if veiled by an unseen layer. You noticed that too? Zeander thought, impressed by her perceptiveness. Hermione continued her analysis. Zeander, when you were under the control of the mysterious figure, didn't your eye color change? Harry glanced anxiously at Zeander. We should leave this place swiftly. My unease has intensified, Ron asserted, adopting a serious tone. Whether it is Hagrid or Lockhart with the issue, we can discuss it later. Fine, Zeander agreed, though he remained skeptical about any connection between Lockhart and the Horcruxes, as he had not perceived any difference in Lockhart's eye color. Nevertheless, he chose to trust the seer's intuition. Let us depart. They hurried back, and upon ascending a flight of stairs, they passed the corridor where Mrs. Norris had met her fate. Zeander suddenly heard Harry begin to look around apprehensively. What is that? Hermione inquired, casting a glance down the corridor before gripping Ron, who was about to continue upstairs, her voice trembling. Zeander peered into the dim corridor and saw something lying on the ground. Another petrification incident, he discerned clearly. He approached, his wand's tip illuminating the area. Filch lay cold and rigid on the floor, his eyes wide open in terror, petrified like his cat. A squib, he certainly should not be wandering about this vicinity. After all, it appears that the locket or the crown is far more sinister than the diary, as Zeander gazed compassionately at Filch's face. Is that nearly headless Nick? Harry exclaimed. Beside him, the ghostly figure of Nick, shrouded in darkness and smoke, floated motionlessly in the air. I feel this must have just happened, Ron remarked with an unusual expression. Can ghosts be petrified too? Well, it's 2 incidents of petrification. Zeander illuminated Nick with his light. Half of Nick's head bore the same expression of terror as Filch. It seemed reminiscent of the 3rd attack depicted in the original tale. Through Nick's translucent form, both Filch and the ghost simultaneously beheld the basilisk's gaze, resulting in their petrification. What shall we do now? Hermione inquired anxiously. Let's not worry about whether Gilderoy Lockhart and Hagrid are in trouble, Zeander calmly suggested. We should seek out Dumbledore. This time, he must have something to say. However, before Zeander and the others could find Dumbledore, he appeared unexpectedly, emerging from the staircase with Professor McGonagall in tow. What are you all doing here so late? Professor McGonagall exclaimed in surprise as she regarded them. Professors, your timing is impeccable. Zeander paused his inspection and stood up. We have discovered 2 more incidents of petrification. Dumbledore strode purposefully to the side of the petrified man and ghost, scrutinizing them intently. Professor, was Hagrid really the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago? Harry asked, unable to contain his anxiety. Before Dumbledore could respond, Professor McGonagall interjected incredulously. Are you conducting your own investigation into these matters? Do you understand how dangerous this is? Her expression reflected lingering fear. We merely inquired with Professor Lockhart. After all, He is the defense against the dark arts instructor. Zeander explained. He was the one who informed us of this situation. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened further, casting a glance at Dumbledore, seemingly questioning his decision to employ Lockhart. Indeed, it is petrification, caused by the same circumstances as before, Dumbledore observed, his gaze lingering on the petrified ghost. As for Hagrid, I can confidently say he is not the culprit behind this incident. Moreover, the question is not who, but how. One would think. How could Hagrid possibly write such things on the wall? Ron muttered under his breath, but quickly silenced himself, aware that everyone could hear. All right, children, it would be best for you to return to your dormitories. As you can see, remaining outside is quite perilous, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Minerva, would you escort them back? Professor McGonagall approached to lead them away, but Hermione remained motionless. Professor, Hermione called out to Dumbledore, don't you find something amiss with Professor Lockhart? He could very well be the one who opened the chamber. McGonagall halted, her expression one of astonishment. She had been in disbelief for quite some time. That accusation is rather shocking. Miss Granger, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted slightly, turning serious. Could you elaborate on why you believe so? You have mentioned that the petrification of Madame Lorelei is an exceedingly profound form of dark magic. Thus, it is implausible that the newcomers are responsible for it. And this year's sole new arrival at Hogwarts is Professor Lockhart. According to the prowess exhibited in his writings, he possesses the capability to wield such intricate spells. Hermione's complexion turned pale as she spoke rapidly. Moreover, his eye color has changed, from forget-me-not blue to sky blue. During the previous semester, when Zeander was under control, his eye color also shifted, suggesting that Professor Lockhart's transformation might be indicative of something significant. Additionally, it appears he has only just returned to his office, Zeander added. It seems we must consult Gilderoy, Dumbledore remarked thoughtfully. What do you mean? Lockhart replied, his expression one of confusion. Eye color? Once more? A knock echoed at the door of Lockhart's office, yet his demeanor remained remarkably unperturbed. Is it not permissible to wear contact lenses? Lockhart removed his contact lenses, revealing his clear, crystalline blue eyes, exuding innocence. I am slightly nearsighted, but I find glasses unappealing, hence I seldom wear them. Recently, I was recommended to try Muggle contact lenses, and I did not anticipate it would lead to misunderstandings. Hermione, being of Muggle descent, you must be aware that Muggles have contact lenses too. In fact, Lockhart even retrieved a pair of framed glasses from his desk drawer. Hermione paused, her expression of doubt gradually transforming into guilt. However, in Zeander's eyes, Lockhart suddenly appeared even more suspicious. At this moment, wearing contact lenses inevitably conjured associations with the basilisk. Direct eye contact with the basilisk results in death, while indirect gaze leads to petrification. Lockhart's choice to don contact lenses was evidently a means to avoid direct confrontation with the creature. Yet if Lockhart were truly under the control of a Horcrux, he would not require such protections, considering that Horcruxes also speak Parseltongue and can manipulate the basilisk. His choice to take such precautions suggests he is not a Horcrux but possesses knowledge of the basilisk, perhaps even earlier than Dumbledore. Is this not suspicious? While Harry and the others, aware of Parseltongue, have not yet uncovered information about the basilisk, Lockhart seems to have knowledge that defies logic. Zeander scrutinized Lockhart, plunging once more into contemplation. Lockhart had just accepted Hermione's apology and was eagerly conversing with Dumbledore. Another incident of petrification? How perilous. Headmaster, what do you think of my establishing a dueling club? It could equip students with some self-defense skills. Ahem, Gilderoy, we shall discuss the dueling club later, Dumbledore interjected, exasperated. Perhaps you should escort the students back? Ah, certainly. Lockhart flashed his trademark radiant smile. Suddenly, Zeander noticed that more than half of the photographs in the frames behind Lockhart were devoid of figures. Could this indicate something more profound? Lockhart's myriad issues were undeniably perplexing. Regardless, it was prudent to avoid Harry and the others. Zeander resolved to inquire further the following day. As they made their way back, Zeander silently observed Lockhart's retreating figure. Upon their return to the Gryffindor common room, Neville exhaled a sigh of relief at their arrival. I recently heard some peculiar sounds by the staircase. As if someone were conversing, Harry remarked. It seemed to involve words akin to kill. Zeander, did you hear it? Zeander paid little heed to the matter. However, it was evident that what Harry had discerned was the voice of the basilisk. You likely heard the creature from the Chamber of Secrets speaking. It appears to indeed be related to snakes, Zeander commented. Yet its voice seemed to be moving within the walls, Harry stated. Where, then, is the chamber located? We ought to inquire with Hagrid, Ron suggested. After all, he is connected to the chamber from 50 years ago. Hagrid? Neville exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth, his face paling. But it shouldn't be Hagrid who opened this chamber, Hermione reassured Neville. Zeander cast a deep glance at Neville, recalling the diary resting in his bag. No, he thought. He did not wish to delve into those matters just yet. You seem somewhat agitated, Zeander, Ron observed. Are you all right? I am well, Zeander replied. Though I am a bit tired. I think I shall retire to bed. The others watched him with concern as he ascended the stairs. Chapter 94. How Lockhart discovered the basilisk. The following day, a Sunday, Zeander rose early and made his way alone to Lockhart's office. This marked the third occasion. Lockhart, nonchalantly yawning and disregarding his image, asked, "What brings you to me, Mr. Fanes?" "I have a matter that puzzles me." Zeander closed the office door behind him and inquired, "Why have you tarnished your reputation within the school?" Lockhart erupted in laughter. "After 2 months, you have only now pondered this? Unbelievable. Indeed. I maintain that talented wizards are often too proud to lower their gaze. And your wall of photographs?" Zeander surveyed the images behind Lockhart, noting that this time, the expressions of Lockhart in the photographs varied, most glaring at him with ire. Many had vanished, and numerous new ones had taken their place. "Is this your approach to inquiry?" Lockhart mocked. "Be cautious with your words, Mr. Fanes, for they may dictate your actions. Has your demeanor toward me shifted?" "Why?" Zeander tilted his head in confusion. "What have I done wrong?" "This does surprise me." Lockhart narrowed his eyes. "So it is not you? What are you implying?" "Wait." A sudden realization struck Zeander. "You do not suspect me to be the one who opened the chamber, do you? What are you thinking? I am of Muggle descent." Lockhart scrutinized Zeander for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. However, a standard smile soon returned to Lockhart's face. "Mr. Fanes, you certainly possess the potential. Are you still fixated on our disagreement? If so, I apologize." Zeander blinked. "You are not one to hold grudges, are you?" Lockhart rubbed his forehead. "Very well, sir. Suit yourself. Regardless of whether it is you or not, I am justified in wearing my contact lenses." "So, you truly know that the creature within the chamber is a basilisk?" Zeander inquired. "Why? It is rather simple," Lockhart replied. "A cat does not climb a wall of its own accord. This cat must have been hung there by the assailant. It is quite easy to suspect that the original posture and position of the creature might reveal certain truths that the assailants wished to keep concealed, which is likely why it was deliberately suspended as a demonstration." Zeander had not genuinely considered this possibility. The petrified stance of the cat suggests that it was transformed at nearly the same moment it discovered the attackers. When the cat was returned to the ground, its gaze was directed at the floor. Lockhart remarked that the ground could not possibly be the assailants. It was highly probable that it had spotted them from the puddle below. "At that moment, I noticed that the fur on its paws was still damp, corroborating my suspicion. It had indirectly witnessed something before being petrified in an instant." The 2 lines inscribed on the wall evoked thoughts of Slytherin's Parseltongue and the nefarious heir of Slytherin. Heir of Slytherin was a Greek wizard capable of speaking Parseltongue, and I had happened to visit Greece and heard whispers of its legends. It was said that the heir bred basilisks, creatures endowed with the power to petrify. However, I was uncertain whether an indirect gaze could indeed cause petrification. Lockhart continued, stating that he had sought materials in the restricted section to substantiate his hypothesis. "Given the possible existence of a basilisk, is it not reasonable to prepare? Why not inform others, such as Dumbledore?" Zeander inquired. "I had no desire to do so," Lockhart replied with an odd expression. "Why not? Would exposing the basilisk not enhance your reputation significantly? Surely your renown would directly impact your prowess, would it not? In theory, students should find it easier to connect with you, being severed from the outside world's accolades. Should you not be more attuned to the sentiments and emotions of the students?" Zeander pressed. "Quite the opposite," Lockhart sighed. "If it were only the emotions and wills of the students, it would be better to forego them entirely. A tarnished reputation is far preferable to madness. Most adult wizards possess chaotic magic, volatile emotions, and unclear intentions, rendering them practically unusable. Moreover, their fervent emotions could more readily influence the targets of their emotional projections. Should their feelings differ yet remain intense, the resulting effects would be exceedingly chaotic. Adult wizards, however, are different. There is a saying that spells become more refined with use. Their magical abilities have solidified into habits. Unless one specializes in combat, it is unlikely for their negative emotions to project magic over greater distances. This is also a reason many adult wizards have lower combat prowess. Speaking of which, I heard you have established a club?" Zeander nodded. "You cannot place yourself at the center of the club, Mr. Fanes," Lockhart advised. "You are also a highly malleable underage wizard, making you more susceptible to the emotional magic of others. Although the degree of influence may be minimal, it is still something to be wary of." "And what about that photograph?" Zeander inquired. "Why did the figures within it run out?" "Ah," Lockhart chuckled. "You should be familiar with the portraits in the magical world. The activity of a portrait is determined by the magical power of the wizard depicted. Wizards leave behind traces of their magic in places they frequented during their lifetimes. And portraits are usually hung in locations where the wizards spent their time. Thus, the residual magic animates the figures within the deceased wizard's portrait. If the residual magic is scant, they may only be able to replicate their actions and words from when they were alive. The images imbued with residual magic are capable of traversing boundaries. Should one infuse memories and emotions into these images in advance, they may even possess a degree of independent thought. However, this phenomenon is contingent upon the demise of the sorcerer. if the sorcerer depicted within the image still draws breath. The residual magic instinctively aligns itself with the sorcerer's own will, rendering it impervious to manipulation by the image. Yet, photographs are merely animated recordings, as Zeander remarked, asserting that he had never witnessed a photograph capable of autonomous contemplation. My photographs, however, are distinct, countered Lockhart. Theoretically, the developing potion can only transform a photograph into something akin to a video. This is due to the fact that photographs lack the capacity to infuse sufficient emotion from the individual depicted, and they undergo repetitive development. After all, it is a formidable challenge for anyone to evoke profound feelings through a camera, is it not? If a film is developed only once, combined with my unique magical essence, much of it does not wholly belong to me. Thus, my magic can freely dissipate, allowing me to store this released magic within images or photographs. Indeed, the magic within photographs and images can be extracted. A magical battery? Zeander immediately pondered. However, utilizing photographs is somewhat peculiar, and this method is not one suitable for widespread application. Nevertheless, it merits exploration. As for the final inquiry, Zeander asked, are the tales in your book truly yours? You ought to leave, Lockhart replied after a moment's silence. Answering that question would land me in prison. Zeander comprehended Lockhart's implication and departed from his office with a smile. After the door closed, Lockhart furrowed his brow. He tapped a photograph and said, inform them that the basilisk was not released by Tom Riddle. Reassess the strategy. The Lockhart within the photograph stepped out of the frame upon hearing this. To defend the truth with lies, Lockhart sighed, hoping that what I executed was indeed the truth.